Chapter 73. Ascending to the pinnacle of the 10,000 swords, unfathomably powerful. Indeed, Liu Xuan nodded. These ferocious beasts are steeped in malevolence. Slaying them is the most benevolent form of deliverance. While that may be the case, dear brother, your strength is truly extraordinary. Lu Ming swallowed hard. Although the Wind Eagle King only possesses innate level cultivation, its capabilities are exceedingly formidable, especially in the skies. Even my master expended considerable effort to capture it. He paused momentarily, unable to suppress his curiosity. Moreover, brother, what methods did you employ? I haven't even laid eyes on a single beast's carcass. Lu Ming's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He perceived Liu Xuan as an unfathomable enigma, shrouded in a veil of secrets yet to be unraveled. This evoked within him a blend of admiration and an involuntary sense of trepidation. Just a mere trick, nothing worth mentioning, Liu Xuan replied with a smile, deftly shifting the topic. We should hasten our departure to avoid detection. Agreed. Lu Ming snapped back to reality, recognizing Liu Xuan's reluctance to elaborate, and ceased his inquiries. The urgent matter at hand was to discreetly return the Beast Tower's key before Mo Hung discovered it. Shortly after Liu Xuan and his companion left, the tranquil waters surrounding the Beast Tower suddenly rippled with concentric circles. Shadows clad in black ninja attire emerged from the depths like spectral phantoms. Immediately notify Lord Abe. We have successfully infiltrated the inner sanctum of the Mo family's Tiangong city. The leading ninja whispered commandingly. Understood. One of the ninjas responded, and in an astonishing display, his form transformed into a puddle of clear water, seamlessly merging with the surrounding aquatic expanse, vanishing from sight. IGA-senpai, is this daring incursion into the Longxia kingdom truly worthwhile? Another ninja could not help but inquire in a hushed tone. As long as we can extinguish the prodigies of this generation in Longxia, it will be worth it, even if we all perish here, he replied resolutely. IGA Yao Xiong's gaze turned cold as he fixated on the Beast Tower. Once Lord Abe diverts the attention of the various factions in Longxia, you are to immediately demolish this Beast Tower and release all the beasts contained within. Afterward, we shall rendezvous with the Koga clan and eliminate every last Longxia inhabitant in this Tiangong city. However, senpai, according to the intelligence relayed by Qian Huanjun, this year's Hidden Dragon competition in Longxia has participants from the Yinyang family, Gigu, and the Celestial Master's Mansion. Can we truly contend with them? Baka, are you questioning the prowess of the IGA and Koga clans? IGA Yao Xiong barked sharply. Please, senpai, do not be angered. I did not mean. Before he could finish, a flash of steel severed the air. The head of the questioning ninja tumbled to the ground. Dispose of the remains, IGA Yao Xiong commanded coldly, not even glancing at the lifeless body. Yes. Another ninja formed hand seals, exhaling a torrent of searing flames that instantly reduced the corpse to ashes. The heirs of Longxia's elite factions are indeed formidable. A cruel smile crept across IGA Yao Xiong's face. Yet we, from the Eastern Sea, also possess eager talents yearning for the hunt. Upon returning to the Xinjiang Pavilion, Liu Xuan immediately began allocating the free attribute points he had just acquired from his recent ascension. He had leveled up 5 times, amassing a total of 100 free attribute points. Without a moment's hesitation, he allocated them all to strength. Subsequently, he glanced at the skill points section. Skill points, 17. After a brief contemplation, Liu Xuan resolved to prioritize upgrading the 10,000 swords Return to Origin. Successful consumption of 10 skill points has elevated the 10,000 swords Return to Origin to level 2. 10,000 swords Return to Origin level 2 instantly coalesces 4,000 golden energy sword phantoms around the body. Each sword phantom can inflict physical damage equivalent to its own attack power on enemies within a 40-meter radius, accompanied by 20 armor penetration effect. Alternatively, the 4,000 sword phantoms can be merged into a colossal golden sword, dealing physical damage equivalent to 20 times the attack power to a singular target within a 40-meter range, also featuring a 20 armor penetration effect. Cooldown time, 120 seconds, magic value consumption, 6,000 points. Upgrading requires 30 skill points. What the hell? Liu Xuan's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief etched across his face. The upgraded 10,000 Swords Return to Origin is astonishingly powerful, coalescing 4,000 sword phantoms, each capable of dealing damage equal to his own attack power. He immediately summoned his personal panel for inspection. Player: Liu Xuan. Level: LV30 1000/500 000. Profession: Mage. Health: 5650. Attack: 1615. Defense: 465. Magic value: 8220. Speed: 621. Critical hit rate: 10. Damage increase: Lightning attribute 15. Attributes: Constitution 340 125 / Strength 10 80 25 / Intelligence 762 60 / Agility 5 81 40. Skills: 10,000 Swords Return to Origin LV2, Sword Control LV1, Transformation Technique LV3, Soul Technique LV1, Lightning Magic LV1, Healing Hand LV1, Golden Body LV1, Spirit of Truth LV1, Lightning Ball Technique LV3, Fireball LV2, Ice Arrow Technique LV2, Elemental Armor LV2, Intermediate Appraisal Technique, Advanced Detection Technique. Skill points: 7. Equipment/currently worn: Thunderclap Sword, Black Water Mysterious Armor, Black Pig Belt, Ring of the Brave, Savage Bull Bracers, Mysterious Een Boots, Tiger King Earrings. Free attributes: 0. Currency: Gold coins 1840, silver coins 166650. Items: Golden Crow Pet Egg, Wind Feather Sword, Dog Talisman, Butcher's Knife, Shark Head Shield, Xiaowan's Lingerie, Qin Uge Stockings, Healing Pills 5. His current attack power stands at 1615. The theoretical total damage of 4,000 Sword Phantoms could reach an astonishing 6.46 million. 6 million and more? Liu Xuan's heart surged with ecstasy, yet he quickly regained his composure. The damage from these 4,000 Sword Phantoms is independent and does not stack. The damage inflicted by each Sword Phantom must be calculated after deducting the enemy's defense. If the target's defense exceeds his attack, the damage from a single Sword Phantom would be reduced to 0. Nevertheless, the potency of 10,000 Swords Return to Origin remains indisputable. An expansive area of group damage can also be transformed into a terrifying single-target explosion. Merging 4,000 Sword Phantoms into a giant sword allows him to deal damage equivalent to 20 times his attack power to enemies. This even surpasses the 15-fold attack boost of his transformation technique. I wonder what expression Yi Feng will wear when he sees 4,000 Sword Phantoms hovering above him. A playful smile curled at the corner of Liu Xuan's lips. Having witnessed Yi Feng's execution of 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, he was certain that the opponent's version was not on the same level as his own. Yi Feng could summon at most 1 or 200 Sword Phantoms. In contrast, his 10,000 Swords Return to Origin at level 1 already boasted 2,000 Phantoms, and now it had escalated to 4,000. The following morning, in the contestant area, Ling Yu and Yi Feng were the first to arrive. Rest assured, the championship will undoubtedly be mine, Yi Feng declared with a confident smile. Armed with 10,000 Swords Returned to Origin and the Earth Spirit Fruit gifted by the Earth Beast, he believed no one could obstruct his path to victory. Brother Feng, you are the strongest. Ling Yu felt reassured by Yi Feng's confidence. At that moment, Liu Xuan and others began to arrive one after another. Miss Xingyue, I kindly request you to show mercy during the competition later. Liu Xuan greeted Xingyue with a smile. I will get my all. Xingyue gazed earnestly at Liu Xuan. You better also unleash your full potential, or else you will lose. Oh, so confident. Liu Xuan was somewhat taken aback, as Xingyue had unusually spoken so much today. A cold scoff interrupted. Zhang Yao, with a stern expression, interjected, Miss Xingyue's strength is something even I must regard with caution. Even if you fortuitously learned lightning magic, what do you have to compare with my understanding and comprehension of it? Oh, the Leopard Print Master, you're still here? Liu Xuan glanced at him expressionlessly. Have you forgotten who sent you away in a second yesterday? You. Hearing this nickname, Zhang Yao's face flushed crimson with rage. Just wait and see. You will undoubtedly lose in this semifinal. Even if you can utilize the MO family's Heavenly Craft Magic Cube, You will never match up to Miss Xingyue. Chapter 74. The Spirit Binding Seal. I don't understand sign language, Liu Xuan retorted without hesitation. What qualifications does a defeated foe, who couldn't last a second in my presence, have to criticize me? I will fight you. Zhang Yao completely lost his composure, electric light crackling around him, ready to charge at Liu Xuan in a desperate attempt. Master Yao, Xiaowan spoke at a timely moment, her voice calm. Please show restraint, and do not further disgrace the old master. These words fell upon Zhang Yao like a bucket of cold water, instantly draining the color from his face, and the tumultuous lightning surrounding him dissipated feebly. Miss Xingyue, I shall take my leave first. Liu Xuan ignored him, turning to stride toward the contestant passage. Xingyue nodded slightly, her bare feet lightly touching the ground, her figure gracefully ascending into the air, following closely behind him. With each step she took, vibrant green sprouted in the void around her, as if spring itself accompanied her. Transitional spring. Qin Yuga's pupils constricted as she murmured, Miss Xingyue is actually an elder of the Wood Division in the Yinyang clan? Miss Qin, what does transitional spring mean? Chu Chun inquired with curiosity. It is the pinnacle of the Wood Division's Yinyang technique, Qin Yuga explained. I once heard my master mention it. The Yinyang clan is divided into 5 divisions. Any disciple who can cultivate the Wood Division's Yinyang technique to the realm of transitional spring may ascend directly to the rank of Wood Elder. So, does this imply that Miss Xingyue possesses extraordinary strength? Chu Chun observed Xingyue's figure, his expression growing solemn, regardless of her elder status. Transitional spring itself is an immensely powerful Yinyang technique, Qin Yuga replied gravely. It seems that this battle for Lu Gongzi will not be as effortless as before. In the spectator area, an air of excitement enveloped the crowd as they witnessed Liu Xuan and Xingyue take the stage. Why not take a guess, everyone? Which of these 2 young talents will emerge victorious? Zhang Tianqing proposed, smiling. On one side, we have the youngest Wood Elder in the history of the Yinyang clan, mastering the highest realm of the Wood Yinyang technique, transitional spring. On the other, the greatest dark horse of this competition, endowed with the uncanny ability to learn others' techniques with a mere glance. This battle is bound to be spectacular. In my opinion, the girl from the Yinyang clan has greater odds of winning, Wang Kuei mused. Though this young man's comprehension is astonishing, I have heard that he is not invincible. For instance, he cannot replicate secret techniques that require a special bloodline as a conduit. Moreover, if we consider his previous matches, the most impressive was undoubtedly his victory over Zhang Yao. However, upon closer inspection, he relied on a mechanical giant composed of the artisan's cube, which I observed can only exist for 3 breaths. While Miss Xingyue's Wood Yinyang technique may struggle to counter a master-level mechanical giant, binding it for 3 breaths should not be a daunting task. Therefore, I deduce that once he loses this trump card, defeat will swiftly follow. Indeed, Brother Wang's analysis is quite astute. Many nodded in agreement. Brother Luo, Miss Zifei, do you have any insights? Zhang Tianqing inquired. Glancing at the previously silent Luo Xiao and Zifei, Miss Xingyue's prowess extends beyond mere Wood techniques, Zifei replied, her gaze profound. Her talent in sealing arts is even more exceptional. What? This girl can also perform sealing arts? Zhang Tianqing was taken aback. If that is the case, then Liu Xian's chances of victory are likely slim. Not necessarily. Luo Xiao's eyes remained fixed on Liu Xuan, his voice low. Who can guarantee that he does not have other hidden cards? I concur with Brother Luo, Li Wuji chimed in, smiling. As Brother Wang mentioned, this young man has achieved victory thus far largely through external assistance. Yet, could this not also imply that he has been concealing his true strength? Moreover, considering his transformation technique, among the contestants, few can contend with it directly. I disagree, Wang Kuei countered with a furrowed brow. He did indeed defeat his opponents after transformation, but that was only because they underestimated him and stood idle. Furthermore, brotherly, you overlook a crucial point. That girl from the Yinyang clan, utilizing their levitation technique, can sustain prolonged aerial flight. This alone places her in an unbeatable position. Flight, you say? This young man can also. Li Wuji began, but abruptly fell silent. Why have you stopped? Wang Kuei sneered. Your sword sex technique allows for flight, but its advantage lies in extreme speed and consumes immense source power. In contrast, the Yinyang clan's levitation technique, while perhaps slower, excels in endurance and requires minimal source power. Senior, isn't Liu Xuan capable of transformation as well? Li Yuanwen interjected. A transformation does not grant the ability to fly, Wang Kuei retorted succinctly. Li Yuanwen paused, then suddenly understood. So, it follows that his chances of victory are nearly non-existent. With this statement, no one dared to voice a rebuttal. Miss Xingyue, what is this technique of yours? Could you teach me? Liu Xuan gazed at Xingyue, who stood suspended in the air, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. Regardless of the effectiveness of this technique, What matters most is its elegance, he mused. Despite the allure of flying on a sword, with his current mana, he could only manage to fly for 8 seconds at most. Xingyue paid him no heed, her hands forming seals before her. What are you doing, Miss Xingyue? I don't understand sign language. Liu Xuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat lost. In the air, Xingyue's figure noticeably paused. She glanced down at Liu Xuan, her expression intricate. Is this guy mentally unwell? She steadied her focus and continued forming seals. Boom. The arena trembled slightly. Beneath Liu Xuan's feet, countless black patterns emerged from thin air, swiftly intertwining to form a vast and eerie design. Spirit Binding Seal, activate. Xingyue's icy voice resonated. Buzz. The strange pattern on the arena suddenly burst forth with a dim glow, materializing into a hemispherical black barrier that enveloped the entire arena. You are within the Spirit Binding Seal and cannot utilize summoning type skills. A system notification popped up. Liu Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then furiously pointed at Xingyue above. Miss Xingyue, you lack martial ethics. I thought we were communicating through sign language, but you were secretly casting a seal. In the spectator area, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Zifei's eyes. This young man's perception is quite remarkable. He recognized this as sealing arts at a glance. Liu Xuan glanced down at the swirling sealing patterns beneath him, furrowing his brow. The inability to use summoning type skills means I cannot summon the mechanical giant. He lifted his gaze once more to Xingyue, only to see a prominent exclamation mark hovering above her head. Random task, defeat Xingyue. Task reward, 5 physique fruits. 10 mana recovery pills. Mana recovery pills? Liu Xuan's eyes brightened. The name alone indicated they were excellent for restoring magical power. What he currently lacked most was mana. If he had sufficient mana, he could unleash a barrage of skills, resulting in astonishing damage. Boom. Before he could ponder further, a terrifying pressure descended from above. Behind Xingyue, numerous thick vines surged together, rapidly transforming into a colossal wooden figure with 1,000 arms. The 1,000-armed wooden figure danced in unison, unleashing a torrent of azure fists. Akin to a torrential downpour, hurtling toward him. It's over. In the contestant area, Zhang Yao's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Such a dense and terrifying barrage of attacks, he would undoubtedly be unable to evade or withstand. However, before he could finish his thought, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on the arena. In an instant, intricate golden patterns emerged across Liu Xuan's body, rapidly spreading to his face, coalescing into an ancient and enigmatic golden totemic mask. Simultaneously, ethereal manifestations of an eagle, a wolf, and a bull, exuding a sacred aura, flickered behind him. With a swift motion, a pair of colossal wings, entirely composed of energy, unfurled dramatically from Liu Xuan's back. In the next moment, he transformed into a blazing meteor, engulfed in golden flames, charging relentlessly towards the myriad of fist shadows that obscured the sky. Chapter 75. Did you not claim that the Jiaolong cannot fly? Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of violent energy collisions reverberated throughout the 1,000 mechanisms platform. Despite Liu Xuan's fervent attempts to evade, the overwhelming deluge of fist shadows proved impenetrable, with numerous strikes landing forcefully upon his body. However, just as the shadows were about to make contact, a dazzling golden light erupted, deflecting all incoming attacks. In this state of the golden body, Liu Xuan was granted a 50 reduction in both physical and magical damage. Coupled with the 50 defensive boost from the bull spirit of the Word of Truth and the passive protective effect of the Blackwater Xian armor, the ferocious fist shadows inflicted negligible harm upon him. With a resounding roar, a sharp beam of golden light surged forth in retaliation. The damage reflected from the golden body, amounting to 50, pierced through the dense curtain of fists like a lethal arrow, soaring straight towards the celestial body above. Witnessing this, Xingyue's brows knitted in concern, and she conjured 3 sturdy wooden shields with a flicker of green light. Boom, boom, boom. The wooden shields shattered in succession, and the golden light dissipated accordingly. Thunderous. Before Xingyue could catch her breath, a torrent of violent, destructive energy locked onto her. Thunderlaw. With Liu Xuan's low shout, Xingyue abruptly looked upward, only to find that Liu Xuan had broken through the barrage of fist shadows and appeared directly above her. Thunderous roars erupted as countless bolts of furious lightning coalesced around Liu Xuan, transforming into a fearsome, roaring dragon of electricity, lunging ferociously towards her. Xingyue's pupils constricted, her previously serene expression now marred by intense shock. Would God as protection. She rapidly formed seals with her hands, and the 1,000-handed wooden guardian behind her immediately adopted a protective embrace, encasing her within its massive form. Boom! The thunderous explosion echoed across the heavens, the blinding flash of lightning consuming half the arena. As the lightning subsided, Liu Xuan's wings had vanished, and his body plummeted rapidly from the sky. The crisp sound of cracking filled the air, as the protective wooden guardian surrounding Xingyue became riddled with spiderweb-like fractures, ultimately shattering with a resounding crash. Scattering green light across the arena. Suspended in midair, Xingyue's complexion had turned pale, and her breath was noticeably ragged. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the entire Thousand Mechanisms platform. In the contestant area, the Tuoba siblings stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Brother, I must be mistaken. That seems like our technique. Tuoba Yu's voice trembled, his gaze fervent. But he said he had team mastered it. Tuoba Ji's face turned ashen, shaking his head repeatedly. He lacks the golden bloodline and has not received the recognition of the prairie's will. How could he possibly learn the golden body and the word of truth? This must be a dream. Struggling to accept this, he slapped himself fiercely, the sharp pain confirming that this was reality. Liu Xuan had truly mastered the clandestine secrets of his golden clan. A monster. Tuoba Ji's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant. What on earth is this boy? No, this cannot be. Another low growl filled with disbelief erupted. Zhang Yao fixated on Liu Xuan in the arena, his fists clenched. Knuckles white, eyes brimming with incredulity and defeat. How could his thunder law be so formidable? This is impossible. Feeling the residual violent, thunderous energy on the stage, Zhang Yao's last shred of confidence was utterly shattered. He had believed that even if Liu Xuan learned the thunder law, his understanding could never compare to his own year of arduous training. Yet the reality was that Liu Xuan not only mastered it in an instant, but unleashed a power that rivaled his own, even surpassing it in destructive potential. In that moment, an unprecedented sense of trepidation and fear towards Liu Xuan's prodigious talent blossomed within him. Wind, brother wind. Lingwei grasped Yifeng's arm tightly, her complexion as pale as a sheet. He can't have learned the 10,000 swords return to origin as well, can he? Yifeng remained silent. Just yesterday, he could confidently assert that Liu Xuan, lacking the swordstone's recognition, could never master the 10,000 swords return to origin. But now, he found himself speechless. If the Tuoba siblings' techniques required a golden bloodline as a conduit, and Liu Xuan could effortlessly grasp them, then perhaps it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to learn the 10,000 swords return to origin as well. I will defeat him. Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, his gaze icy. Even if he could master the 10,000 swords return to origin, even if he acquired everyone's techniques, he would still crush Liu Xuan in front of all. Unbelievable. My brother is simply extraordinary. Lu Ming's admiration for Liu Xuan reached its zenith, his face flushed with excitement. I seriously suspect my brother is not human. How could anyone be so monstrous? Beside him, Chu Qin appeared entranced. He increasingly felt that Liu Xuan had somehow learned his soul technique. No, that is impossible. He shook his head vigorously, muttering to himself. The Divine Jade inheritance clearly states that the soul technique must be cultivated using the Divine Jade as a medium. The myriad laws return to the void. One thought reveals my soul technique, which is among the most powerful secrets in existence, not something that can be stolen merely through comprehension. With this thought, Chu Qin's tumultuous emotions began to settle slightly. A special physique. This child must possess some kind of extraordinary constitution. In the spectator area, Zhang Tianqing's gaze burned with intensity. If not, he could never have mastered the Golden Clan's secret teachings. Incredible, simply incredible. A voice gasped in astonishment. Before this child, our so-called geniuses seem utterly diminished. Though talent was undeniable, in this battle, his defeat was all but assured. Wang Kuei took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed as he analyzed. While he can ignore the limitations to learn various family secrets, the drawbacks are equally apparent. None of these techniques can be sustained for long. The golden body and the word of truth, he could only maintain for 3 breaths. Even employing the thunder law did not secure victory over Xingyue. From here on, he would be out of options. Just as he finished speaking, a solemn dragon's roar suddenly emanated from the arena. Liu Xuan's form swelled dramatically, transforming into a nearly 100-meter-long black jiaolong, soaring into the air. The imposing dragon's body, illuminated by the twilight glow, exuded a disquieting, mysterious aura. Senior Wang, did you not say that the jiaolong cannot fly? Li Yuanwen's quivering voice broke the silence. At that moment, Wang Kuei was left dumbfounded, his face flushed with embarrassment. Roar. The dragon's roar shattered the heavens. As Liu Xuan, now in the form of a jiaolong, surged forth, his attack, defense, health, and speed all multiplied by a factor of 15. Player, Liu Xuan, jiaolong form. Health, 84, 750. Attack, 24225. Defense, 6975. Speed, 9315. At this moment, his attributes had transcended those of the 30-level Chu Qin. Bang! Without a hint of hesitation, the massive dragon tail, resembling a black lightning that rent the very fabric of space, struck fiercely toward Xingyue. Faced with this overwhelming assault, a rare seriousness etched itself upon Xingyue's face. Ninefold wooden shield. Her inner energy surged violently as she swiftly formed seals with her hands, summoning 9 formidable wooden shields that materialized before her. Bang 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 bang. The dragon tail came crashing down with unstoppable force, shattering the 9 wooden shields in succession, unable to withstand even for a moment. Sealing black chains. As she retreated rapidly, she formed seals once more. Boom. 2 pitch-black energy chains erupted from the void, ensnaring the sweeping dragon tail tightly. However, crack. The chains shattered in response. In the midst of Xingyue's horrified gaze, the colossal dragon tail struck her fiercely. Bang! With a dull thud, her body was sent hurtling to the ground like a meteor. Liu Xuan glanced at her rapidly depleting health bar. The enormous dragon tail transformed into an afterimage, pursuing her relentlessly. Boom! A terrifying force erupted upon impact with the ground, and Xingyue felt her blood surge, as if her very organs had shifted. Just as she struggled to rise, a myriad of black shadows descended like a net from the heavens. She stood frozen in place, gazing at the overshadowing assault, whispering, "I concede." Boom. As her words fell, all shadows vanished instantaneously. Liu Xuan reverted to his human form before her, extending his hand with a smile. "Miss Xingyue, I concede to you." Xingyue's pupils constricted, staring blankly at Liu Xuan, seemingly still reeling from the tempestuous onslaught she had just endured. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the delicate veil on her face to slip away, revealing a visage of unparalleled beauty, one capable of rendering the world itself speechless. Chapter 76, Fiancé. The origin of the Earth Beast. So beautiful. In the viewing area, disciples from various factions gazed at Xingyue, whose veil had fallen, all displaying expressions of astonishment. I had thought she wore the veil due to some flaw in her appearance, yet she is utterly stunning. She must be a celestial being descended to Earth. Oh no. I feel as if Miss Xingyue's gaze towards him has changed. How infuriating. Xiao Wan from Gigu likes him, and now even Miss Xingyue. Let us not forget, Qin Yuga from the medical clan and the daughter of Li Shoufu have been quite close to him as well. In a corner of the crowd, a youth with a seductive appearance narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Xingyue on the stage, unconsciously licking his lips. This woman is mine. Beside him, a young man clad in Mo family attire warned in a low voice, "Taken, mind your words and actions, do not expose us." Lord Abe has spent an entire year preparing for this plan. If you make a mistake, his wrath could lead to your demise countless times. Qianhuanjun. You are overly cautious, Taken smirked, a cruel curve gracing his lips. The key to controlling the Mo family's barrier is already in your possession. Once Lord Abe diverts the old-timers of Longxia Kingdom, these so-called prodigies are merely fish on our chopping block. These individuals are not to be underestimated. Mizuki Qianhuan's gaze swept over Liu Xuan on the stage, particularly this individual, who might be capable of contending with Kojiro. He dares to be compared to Kojiro? Taken scoffed. The tricks of Longxia Kingdom cannot rival Kojiro's ancestral beast blade, a divine artifact that has absorbed the souls and blood of over 100 formidable beasts. Moreover, this hunt is personally led by the esteemed masters Iga Yoshiro and Koga Kazuko. Additionally, the Dragon Lord has also arrived. A fervor flickered in Mizuki Qianhuan's eyes. Could it be that Dragon Lord is also interested in this operation? The Dragon Lord is a martial fanatic. The hunt is merely a side endeavor. His primary intention is to meet the young masters of Longxia Kingdom. Taken involuntarily shuddered, fear evident in his eyes. However, once the Dragon Lord unleashes his ghostly form, he will obliterate all opponents. I truly wish to witness the Dragon Lord's ghostly form with my own eyes, Mizuki Qianhuan thought, filled with longing. Brother Feng, what should we do? I am so frightened. Ling Yue gazed at Liu Xuan, who was returning to the contestant area, her voice trembling uncontrollably. He surely will not let us off. With his current strength, we are no match for him. Yue, calm down. Yifeng took a deep breath. I have told you to trust me. The champion of this grand competition will only be me. Brother Feng, find an opportunity to eliminate him. Ling Yue's expression suddenly turned fierce. His talent is too terrifying. We cannot allow him to continue growing. Otherwise, we will surely perish. Do not worry. Yifeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He will not live much longer. He had made up his mind. As soon as the competition concluded, he would summon the Earth Beast to eliminate Liu Xuan. This potential threat, once and for all. My dear brother-in-law, congratulations on advancing to the finals. Tuoba Ji beamed as he saw Liu Xuan return, hastening towards him. Behind him. Tuoba Yu followed, feigning shyness. Now this will be entertaining. Chu Chen's eyes brightened as he produced a seed from somewhere, munching on it with delight. Brother, take care. Lu Ming cast a sympathetic glance at Liu Xuan. Hey, Ingyang clan, keep your distance from my brother-in-law. He is already taken, Tuoba Ji declared, hands on his hips, fiercely standing in front of Xingyue. Exactly. Are you more handsome than me? You think you can steal my man? Tuoba Yu also swayed her robust figure, casting a flirtatious glance at Liu Xuan. I'll hit you. Before she could finish, Liu Xuan, unable to endure any longer, sent her flying with a punch. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Tuoba Ji was both shocked and furious. My sister is such a beautiful flower. How can you lay hands on her? Are you still a man? Liu Xian's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Brother Tuoba. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. We can discuss this. I am not your brother-in-law. How are you not my brother-in-law? Tuoba Ji's eyes widened. I clearly stated yesterday that if you could master the absolute art of my golden family, I would marry my sister to you. I have not mastered it. Liu Xuan was determined. He would never admit it, even if it cost him his life. Why have you not mastered it? I saw you use it with my own eyes. You must have seen it wrong. That was not. Damn it. Seeing Liu Xuan stubbornly deny it, Tuoba Ji was infuriated and began to stomp his feet. Just then, a voice echoed over the loudspeaker. Yi Feng, Tuoba Ji, please prepare to take the stage. Brother-in-law, wait for me. Once I win the match, we will have a good talk. Tuoba Ji declared, you must marry my sister, otherwise, the entire golden family will not spare you. Liu Xuan, congratulations. Not only have you advanced to the finals, but you've also acquired an unexpected fiancé. Chu Chen approached, gleefully munching on seeds. Brother, I heard that the golden family of the prairie is quite wealthy. Honestly, women are all the same once the lights are out. Lu Ming chimed in with a grin. Are you kidding me? Liu Xuan pointed at Tuoba Yu, who had just gotten up from the ground, his face dark with disbelief. Chu Chun and Lu Ming followed his gaze, only to see Tuoba Yu rubbing her chest. Looking at Liu Xuan with a resentful expression, why did you hit me, darling? The rugged physique, the thick, bushy beard, combined with a delicate tone, how revolting. Liu Xuan, Chu Chun, and Lu Ming simultaneously turned their heads, retching uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Leah covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. Qin Yuga, however, gazed thoughtfully at Tuoba Yu. Look quickly. Yi Feng has unleashed the 10,000 swords returning to the origin again. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Liu Xuan directed his gaze towards the arena, where hundreds of golden sword shadows hovered ominously above, cascading down like a tempest. Even with Tuoba Ji's fusion with the eagle spirit to enhance his speed, he could not entirely evade the torrential downpour of blades. Soon, under the relentless onslaught of the sword shadows, Tuoba Ji was violently struck down onto the stage, appearing utterly disheveled. No wonder he was the strongest swordsman who once severely injured the Earth Beast. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Brother Liu, what exactly is the Earth Beast? Liu Xuan inquired with curiosity. The Earth Beast, also known as the Will of the Earth, Lu Ming patiently explained, accustomed to Liu Xian's lack of martial knowledge. In this world, there exist entities more powerful than the celestial immortals of the land, the three great wills of the sky, earth, and ocean. The Earth Beast is the embodiment of the will of the earth. It possesses unparalleled and terrifying power. Historically, all colossal disasters related to the earth, such as earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, have almost always been instigated by the Earth Beast. A century ago, our country experienced an extremely devastating earthquake, resulting in countless casualties. The various factions, led by the Sword Sect, ultimately united to confront the Earth Beast. However, the Earth Beast was far too formidable. Many top factions suffered catastrophic losses and could only inflict severe damage upon it. Yet, it was this battle that brought nearly a century of peace to our land. In that decisive confrontation, it was a senior from the Sword Sect, possessing the cultivation of a celestial immortal, who dealt the fatal blow to the Earth Beast, employing the very 10,000 swords returning to the origin. As Lu Ming spoke, a slight frown crossed his brow. Strangely, however, the 10,000 swords returning to the origin that Yi Feng utilized seems somewhat different from what I have heard. The patriarch had mentioned that the senior from the Sword Sect wielded not an abundance of sword shadows, but rather a colossal sword capable of cleaving the heavens. Chapter 77. The finals begin, second form of 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Brotherly, congratulations. Your disciple from the Sword Sect has successfully advanced to the finals. In the viewing area, Zhang Tianqing gazed at the dissipating sword shadows above the arena, pondering. I have heard that the 10,000 swords returning to the origin has two forms. A century ago, your sect's senior, Li Xiao, used the second form to severely injure the Earth Beast. I was fortunate to witness that battle. A nostalgic glimmer appeared in Mo Heng's eyes. That strike from Senior Li made even the Earth Beast tremble, wherever the sword light reached. It not only dealt a heavy blow to the Earth Beast, but nearly cleaved a rift in the heavens. The 10,000 swords returning to the origin is our sect's supreme sword technique. Throughout the generations of sect leaders, aside from my grandfather, only the founder of our sect has mastered its second form. Li Wujing's gaze fell upon Yi Feng on the arena, and he slowly remarked, Yi Feng's talent in swordsmanship is indeed extraordinary. He learned the 10,000 swords returning to the origin in merely 7 days. Given time, he may become the third person in our sect to master its second form. Then I shall preemptively congratulate you, brotherly, Zhang Tianqing replied with a smile. With such a successor, the sword sect's resurgence to its former glory is imminent. Li Wujing merely nodded slightly, his expression betraying little joy. Brotherly seems to harbor some dissatisfaction with this successor? Zhang Tianqing noted, probing gently. I have a question that I am uncertain whether to ask. Feel free to inquire. Brother Zhang. Brotherly, since you even passed down the sword control technique to that young friend Liu Xuan, and given his astonishing comprehension, why did you not retain him within the sword sect? Upon hearing this, the gathered crowd turned their attention to Li Wujing. It is not that I do not wish to keep him, Li Wujing replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. It is the ancestors of the sword sect who refuse to accept him. The sword question stone? Zhang Tianqing furrowed his brow. That shouldn't be the case. This lad's comprehension is unparalleled in this era. He likely possesses a special physique. Could it be that your sect's sword question stone has encountered some issues? Li Wujing shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Had he not questioned the sword question stone himself? Yet, it was undeniable that Yi Feng had resonated with it, and had indeed mastered the 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Brother Zhang, this matter is not difficult to comprehend, Wang Kuei interjected. The sword question stone embodies the will of the sword sect's past leaders. Ultimately, to master the 10,000 swords returning to the origin, one requires not only exceptional talent in swordsmanship, but also the recognition of the ancestors of the sword sect. This lad may grasp myriad supreme arts at a glance, even bypassing certain transmission restrictions, but as long as the past leaders of the sword sect do not recognize him, no matter how high his talent or how strong his physique, he could never hope to learn the 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Brother Wang, are you not afraid of misjudging again? Zhang Tianqing replied with a knowing smile. Laughter erupted around them. Humph, Wang Kuei's face flushed, and he steadied himself. If he truly could perform the 10,000 swords returning to the origin, why has he not done so until now? The might of this technique is well known to all present. If he were to utilize it, would he not claim the championship without needing external assistance? Young Wang, one should not speak too definitively, Imohan cautioned. Regardless of the strength of a technique, it ultimately relies on the wielder. Just like my Mo family's heavenly crafting magic cube, while the mechanisms pieced together by Ming are only at the innate level, young Liu Xuan is capable of assembling them into master-level combat prowess. Likewise, while the 10,000 swords returning to the origin is indeed powerful, can the version executed by young Yi Feng truly be compared to that of the senior Li Xiao from back then? Even so, I remain convinced that this lad will never master the 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Otherwise, he would not have failed to gain the recognition of the sword question stone. Tuoba Ji concedes. The victor is the sword sect, Yi Feng. The announcement echoed throughout the arena. Liu Xuan lifted his gaze towards the matching screen. Finals. Yi Feng, sword sect, versus Liu Xuan, Yaya Mountain. Only the final match remains. The coveted hidden class lay just within reach. His heart raced with anticipation. A powerful hidden class holds value beyond that of a divine artifact. More importantly, such a profession possesses growth potential. Even as players level up, they need not fear it becoming obsolete. Taking a deep breath, Liu Xuan suppressed his excitement and turned his gaze to the returning Yi Feng. At that moment, a sudden exclamation mark appeared above Yi Feng's head. Random task, defeat Yi Feng. Task reward, high-level appraisal technique scroll, X1. Liu Xuan's eyes brightened. A high-level appraisal technique scroll. Just the name alone indicated that its use would undoubtedly elevate his appraisal skill to an advanced level. This meant he could identify golden equipment without restrictions. If only I could obtain a divine-level appraisal scroll as well, he thought greedily. Regaining his focus, Liu Xuan took out the 5 physique fruits he had acquired after defeating Xingyue and consumed them in one gulp. Successfully used 5 physique fruits. Physique permanently increased by 250. He then examined the newly obtained Great Mana Recovery Pill. Great Mana Recovery Pill restores 5,000 points of mana instantly upon use. A splendid item, Liu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. He had obtained a total of 10 Great Mana Recovery Pills. This way, he could unleash multiple mana-intensive powerful skills consecutively. At noon, the atmosphere in the Qinji stage reached its zenith. In the viewing area, discussions abounded. Who do you think will ultimately be the champion? Is that even a question? It must be Liu Xuan. He has already defeated both Master Yao and Miss Xingyue. Not necessarily. Yifeng can wield the 10,000 swords returning to the origin. The power of that technique is well known. Just ask your elders when you get home. I hope Yifeng wins. After all, he represents the sword sect. That fellow represents the ordinary people of Yaya Mountain. Indeed, allowing a representative of the common folk to seize victory is nothing short of a disgrace to our martial realm. In the contestant area, Li Yu's face radiated with a brilliant smile. Brother Xian, this is the final match. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Our Yaya Mountain has already secured the runner-up position. As she spoke, she felt as if she were in a dream. The Hidden Dragon Tournament, a grand assembly of the nation's elite talents, had witnessed her humble faction achieve such a remarkable feat, overwhelmed with excitement. Her admiration and gratitude towards Liu Xuan surged beyond measure. That cannot be. Liu Xuan replied with a serious expression. Since I have promised to secure the championship for Yaya Mountain, I shall exert every ounce of my strength to accomplish it. Young Master Liu's word is as good as gold, truly commendable. Qin Yuga gazed at Liu Xuan with admiration, her affections quietly blossoming. All right, enough of your charisma on display. The match is about to commence. Chu Qin shot Liu Xuan an exasperated glance. If we lose this final match, it would be a true humiliation. Rest assured, we cannot lose. Liu Xuan smiled confidently. However, in gratitude for your concern, I have prepared a surprise for you. Surprise? Chu Qin was taken aback. But Liu Xuan had already turned towards the contestant passage. Watching his retreating figure, Chu Qin swallowed hard and murmured to himself. Surely he isn't planning to use the soul technique as well. No, impossible. He shook his head vigorously, taking a deep breath. If Liu Xuan could learn the soul technique without relying on the divine jade, then he would not merely be human, but a deity. Chapter 78, The Hidden Profession Acquired. Crisis approaches. Brother Feng, you must win. Ling Yu gazed at Liu Xuan walking towards the contestant passage, her hands clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. If even you were to lose to him, we would truly become a laughingstock in the martial world. Fear not. In this battle, he is destined to fail. Yifeng's lips curled into a cold smirk. Not only will he lose, but he will do so without any means of retaliation. With that, he expressionlessly walked towards the passage. Just a few steps out, he discreetly took out an earth spirit fruit and swallowed it whole. This fellow is off. In the center of the arena, Liu Xuan fixated intently on Yifeng, his brow furrowed. Habitually, he employed his probing technique, only to discover that he could not ascertain Yifeng's information. Yet, just this morning, he had checked Yifeng's details. His level was 25. Could it be that this fellow has also resorted to cheating? Alarm bells rang in Liu Xuan's mind. As the chosen one of fortune in this world, he was not surprised by any abnormalities surrounding Yifeng. I have awaited this duel for far too long. Yifeng approached Liu Xuan, his face betraying unabashed disdain. For the past 2 days, you have basked in glory, hailed as a peerless genius, but I do not share that sentiment. Liu Xuan remained silent, merely observing his theatrics. Do you know, I have been cultivating for merely 7 days since I began? Yifeng's voice rose sharply. In terms of talent, I believe I far exceed you. Is that so? Liu Xuan regarded him as one would a clown. Are you capable of instantly mastering others' ultimate techniques? As he spoke, his gaze swiftly scanned Yifeng's entire being. There were no rings on his hands. Could it be that his cheats are hidden within his body? Humph, Yifeng sneered. What does it matter if you can steal others' techniques? Without your own strength, mastering countless tricks is futile. So can you truly replicate others' techniques? I am the heir of the sword sect. Why would I covet the techniques of others? Yifeng's voice trembled with anger. The sword sect's 10,000 swords return to origin is the most formidable sword technique in this world. Oh, so can you truly replicate? Boom. Yifeng completely lost his composure. A violent surge of source power cascaded towards Liu Xuan like a flood breaching its dam. Damn, he is indeed cheating. Liu Xian's expression changed drastically, not daring to hesitate for a moment. This battle was pivotal for acquiring the only hidden profession. He must win at all costs. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Liu Xuan swiftly retreated, calling out in a low voice. Buzz. An incredibly sharp sword intent instantly engulfed the entire arena. In the viewing area, Li Wuji's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze fixed intently on Liu Xuan, his body trembling uncontrollably. Boom, boom, boom. Countless radiant golden lights erupted like stars. A myriad of energy sword shadows quickly enveloping the entire arena. 10,000 swords returned to origin. This child can also wield it. Zhang Tianqing and other powerful figures all changed countenance. Wang Kuei stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Inconceivable, simply inconceivable. Mo Heng's voice trembled. The sheer number of sword shadows indicated that this child not only mastered 10,000 swords returned to origin, but had achieved an unfathomable level of mastery. Before he could finish, he witnessed the countless sword shadows suddenly converge towards the center, like rivers returning to the sea. In an instant, a colossal golden vortex composed purely of sword intent formed above the arena. Boom! An oppressive and terrifying aura enveloped the entire venue, causing even the solid arena to tremble violently. This is... Mo Hung seemed to glimpse something extraordinarily terrifying, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. The second form. It is the second form of 10,000 swords returned to origin. The supreme sword art used by Senior Liu Xuan when he severely wounded the Earth Beast. His voice was filled with shock, excitement, and terror. Before them, a colossal golden sword, seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens and earth, slowly emerged from the vortex, descending with a force of annihilation upon the arena. Ha! Did you see that? Did you all witness it? Li Wuji knelt on the ground, appearing almost mad, tears streaming down his face. He was the perfect heir of the sword sect. No, on the arena. Yifeng's expression had twisted grotesquely at the moment Liu Xuan unleashed 10,000 swords returned to origin. Gazing at the descending golden giant sword, he screamed frantically, "I am the strongest. The championship can only be mine." Boom. A surge of power within him erupted wildly, as he attempted to obliterate the incoming golden sword. Yet, he was horrified to discover that his strength was retreating like the tide. What is happening? My power. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him. Thud. The utmost fear forced him to kneel on the ground, his heart consumed by boundless despair. I concede. He finally reacted, screaming in surrender. However, Liu Xuan had no intention of halting. He aimed to seize this opportunity to eliminate any future threats. Simultaneously, he felt an immense sense of relief, grateful for having mastered Chu Chen's soul technique. Under the control of the soul technique, all of Yifeng's offensive capabilities would be nullified. He could only watch helplessly as the golden giant's sword descended. Young friend, he has surrendered. Quickly cease your attack. Gongsu Ban's voice rang out. In the next moment, a metallic sphere shot through the air, rapidly transforming into a massive shield inscribed with the Xuanwu totem. Bang! The golden giant sword struck the Xuanwu shield with a thunderous roar. The massive shield sank down sharply before returning to its spherical form, while the golden giant sword exhausted its power and gradually dissipated. Apologies, I am still not very adept with this technique. It nearly spiraled out of control just now. Liu Xuan's eyes lost their gray hue, and he maintained an impassive facade as he lied. Although he felt a tinge of regret for not being able to eliminate Yifeng, he was grateful that he had finally acquired the elusive hidden profession. Mission accomplished. Received 1 advanced appraisal scroll. Mission accomplished. Obtained the unique hidden profession, Reverse Dragon God. Reverse Dragon God? Liu Xuan's heart surged with uncontainable joy. The name alone suggests a profession of immense power. However, he did not hastily pursue a job change. Presently, he remained under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Any unusual phenomena would lead to complications. Little did he know, trouble had already found him. Within the spectator area, the originally astonished crowd suddenly changed their expressions, with many eyes glinting with avarice. Have you all discerned the truth? Zhang Tianqing inhaled deeply. The gray glimmer that just flickered in his eyes was none other than the soul technique of the heavenly demon sect. Gray demonic eyes. What else could it be? Wang Kuei's voice was frigid, astonished that this youth was a remnant of the heavenly demon. Nonsense. That is hardly a soul technique, Li Wuji fervently retorted. Who among you has witnessed a soul technique firsthand? On what grounds do you slander him as a heavenly demon? He abruptly stood, issuing a stern warning. I caution you all, whether or not he employed a soul technique is irrelevant. Should anyone dare to harm a single hair on him, I will risk my life to ensure you pay dearly. Brotherly, please remain calm. Zhang Tianqing spoke gravely. We certainly hope he is not a heavenly demon. However, we are all aware of the significant dangers posed by the heavenly demons. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Investigate what nonsense? Don't presume I'm unaware of your ulterior motives. Li Wuji scoffed. Haven't we learned enough from the calamities caused by the heavenly demons in history? Do you wish to witness another repeat? Master, it's bad. Just then, a disciple from the Mo family stumbled in, his face ashen. Elder Lin. Elder Mo Lin has encountered a mishap. What has happened? Mo Heng's heart tightened. Wasn't he stationed at the forge? He has been murdered. What? Mo Heng's expression shifted dramatically. Boom. Suddenly, the entire Tiangong city trembled violently. Countless light screens erupted from the edges, instantly forming a massive barrier that enveloped the entire city. Simultaneously, the previously clear sky darkened abruptly. An elderly man clad in Eastern hunting attire appeared silently above the arena. I have heard that your esteemed nation is hosting the Hidden Dragon competition. I hope my uninvited presence will not be seen as a nuisance. Abe Geno's icy gaze swept over Mo Hung and the others, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a casual wave, A scroll unfurled in the air. Please accept this humble gift, the night parade of 100 demons. Booming. An overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth from the scroll, manifesting into countless grotesque and twisted demons, charging towards Zhang Tianqing and the others. On the arena, Liu Xuan regained his senses and immediately utilized his detection technique against Abe Geno and the demons. The target cannot be detected. Please enhance the detection technique level. The target cannot be detected. Please enhance the detection technique level. A series of system prompts caused his complexion to pale. I'm out of here. He made a split-second decision and turned to flee. Having acquired a hidden profession, his utmost priority was to find a safe place and swiftly transition into the Dragon God of Rebellion. Chapter 79, The Hunt Begins. Boom. Above the Shinji platform, the clash of energies erupted with a deafening roar, tearing the sky apart with a kaleidoscope of colors. Everyone, this old fool has come prepared. We must unite to confront him. Zhang Tianqing's body shimmered with golden light, transforming into countless sharp blades of light that shot towards the oncoming demons. The powerful figures from various factions also unleashed their ultimate techniques. In an instant, a devastating aura enveloped the entire Shinji platform. Yuanwen, flee. Li Xiong punched a demon that lunged at him, his expression grim. Find Yaya and ensure her safety. Yes, father. Li Yuanwen did not dare to hesitate and turned to dash towards the contestant area. However, several menacing demons had already fixated on him, their claws aimed at his back. Boom. A colossal mechanical giant descended from the sky, blocking in front of Li Yuanwen, its iron fist swinging out, dispersing the demons in an instant. Kid, hurry. Mo Hung stood atop the mechanical giant, his voice grave. Find Ming and have him lead everyone to the hidden abyss for refuge. And watch out for traitors. Before he could finish, the entire sky suddenly transformed into an ink-like hue. A suffocating aura of murderous intent swept across the arena. Before them, Luoxio wielded a long spear adorned with crimson patterns, which had appeared in his hand without notice. With a thrust, two colossal energy dragons, one black and one white, roared forth. Wherever they passed, demons exploded into fragments. The Demon Valley's transcendent spear technique. Abe Geno's pupils constricted. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and he vanished from sight. Almost simultaneously, the space where he had been was violently torn apart by a pair of colossal hands adorned with spiral pupils. The massive palm descended, distorting space itself. The Inyang family's reincarnation curse seal. Abe Geno reappeared 100 meters away, his tone laced with uncertainty. Boom. A colossal lightning pillar, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, rent the heavens, utterly engulfing him. As the lightning dissipated, a massive demon with disheveled hair emerged, cradling Abe Geno in its embrace, withstanding the impact. Indeed, they are the three heroes of Longxia. Abe Geno's cold voice echoed across the sky. It will be a pleasure to eliminate you. My journey here has not been in vain. Luo brother, Miss Zifei, this old man has already stepped into the realm of terrestrial immortals. He will be difficult to deal with. Zhang Tianqing's brow furrowed, his gaze sweeping over the contestant area. If we are held here indefinitely, the younger generation below will surely. In this world, has there ever been true peace? Luoxio's white hair danced wildly, his murderous intent almost palpable. Countless competitions cannot compare to a life-or-death struggle. Real master, focus on the present. Zifei's voice remained calm. If we cannot stop him, the consequences will be unthinkable. Ha ha ha, they're just a bunch of eastern mongrels. What is there to fear? Li Wuji guzzled down a mouthful of wine, discarding the gourd, as sword intent coalesced into a shimmering energy sword. With Liu Xuan here, those ruffians will hardly gain the upper hand. As for this old scoundrel, I've long wished to confront a terrestrial immortal. Green Lotus Sword Technique. The shadow of the sword pierced the air, blooming with green lotuses as it struck directly at Abe Geno. You all make valid points. Zhang Tianqing hesitated no longer, brandishing his dust whisk, fully prepared to engage. On the arena, Yifeng felt the apocalyptic energy fluctuations in the air, his heart screaming in desperation. Earth Beast Senior. Save me. Quickly. His palm glowed with a mysterious mark. The earthy yellow light enveloped him, and he vanished without a trace. In the contestant area, Chu Chun felt as though struck by lightning, his face dazed. Brother Chu, stop daydreaming, hurry. Liu Xuan's shout snapped Chu Chun back to reality. How? How did you do that? Chu Chun clutched Liu Xuan's arm tightly, his voice trembling. Tell me, how could you possibly learn the soul technique? His heart was tumultuous with waves of shock. The soul technique, which required a divine jade as a medium for cultivation, had indeed been grasped by Liu Xuan in a mere glance. What time is it? We must prioritize escaping. Liu Xuan glanced at the sky, where the energy clash resembled the apocalypse. He certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise just after acquiring a hidden profession. suppressing the shock within. Chu Chen forced a nod. Brother, come quickly. Lu Ming's voice echoed from ahead. We are heading to the hidden abyss. It is the safest place. In the starry corridor, Lu Ming led the group swiftly towards the Mo family's refuge, the hidden abyss. The once serene dragon tortoise and the Qing Yuan suddenly soared into the sky, heading towards the battlefield of the Thousand Machines platform. Even the master joined the fray. Lu Ming watched the departing dragon tortoise and Qing Yuan, his fists clenched tightly. Do not worry, Brother Lu. With the combined efforts of our esteemed seniors, our adversary is but a solitary individual. Victory is assured. Liu Xuan spoke to offer comfort. Humph. What do you know? Zhang Yao interjected coldly. Do you have any idea who that person is? Who? Your father? Liu Xuan turned to him. You. Zhang Yao's face turned pale with rage. That is Abe no Saimai, the most formidable onmyoji of the Eastern Isles, an ancient entity of the Earth immortal realm. Liu Xian's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he immediately resolved to make a hasty retreat. Everyone, remain calm, Chu Chun declared loudly. I shall contact the headquarters for assistance. It's merely an Earth immortal. We are not without our own. It's futile, Brother Chu. Lu Ming shook his head. The defensive barrier has enveloped the entire mechanical city. All electronic devices will be rendered inoperative. Then can't we break out of the city to seek help? Tuoba Ji inquired anxiously. We cannot escape, Lu Ming replied gravely. The barrier was created by the founding patriarch, using the entire mechanical city as its power source. Once activated, even a grandmaster would find it difficult to breach in a short time. Unless we destroy the city entirely or use the key to control the barrier to shut it down. Then what are we waiting for? Chu Chen urged. Let us find the key. The key is traditionally safeguarded by Elder Mo Lin, Lu Ming explained. Thus, I will first escort everyone to the hidden abyss for refuge, and then go alone to find Elder Mo at the mechanical workshop. Wait, Lu Xian suddenly interrupted. His brow furrowed. Brother Lu, is it possible that Elder Mo has already encountered misfortune? Otherwise, why would the barrier have suddenly activated? This statement left both Lu Ming and Chu Chen momentarily stunned. You guessed correctly, young brother, Li Yuanwen, supporting Li Yuanwu from behind, caught up with a grave expression. Elder Mo Lin has already been slain. Elder brother, Leah exclaimed upon seeing Li Yuanwen, her face pale. Where is father? Father is fighting alongside our esteemed seniors. Li Yuanwen took a deep breath. Lu Ming, Elder Mo Hung has commanded you to lead everyone to the hidden abyss. Furthermore, his gaze swept sharply over the crowd. You must remain vigilant. There is a traitor among us within the mechanical city. What? A traitor? The crowd erupted in chaos. Everyone exchanged glances filled with suspicion, instinctively distancing themselves from one another. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted without warning. Amidst the screams, several individuals at the rear of the group had been decapitated. A chilling voice, akin to a serpent, slithered into everyone's ears. The hunt has officially commenced. Chapter 80. Who is the traitor? The plan to the Eastern Isles. Beast Tower. Iga Yeshu and a cadre of ninjas resurfaced. Before him stood a man cloaked entirely in black robes. Erishur, wait a moment. Iga Yeshu gazed at the Beast Tower, a cold smile curling at his lips. According to Chiwan's intelligence, this tower houses over 100 exotic beasts, including a powerful wind eagle king. If you can control this horde, the spoils of this hunt will undoubtedly surpass anything we have ever gathered. With a command, the ninjas swiftly spread out, encircling the Beast Tower, their hands rapidly forming seals. Boom, boom, boom. Several water dragons erupted from the surface, crashing violently into the tower. The structure trembled violently, the water boiling and churning. Subsequently, all the ninjas formed seals once more, unleashing blazing fireballs from their mouths, raining down upon the tower like a meteor shower. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the Beast Tower collapsed into a heap of rubble. However, as the smoke cleared, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Elder Yeshu, Kagura Erishur frowned, her voice icy. Where are the beasts? Baka, how could this happen? Iga Yeshu's face darkened. Could Chiwan's intelligence be flawed? Kagura Erishur ceased her words, turning indifferently towards the direction of the mechanical city. Tremble, insignificant ants. On the stellar corridor, Chio Nagi stood at the back of the crowd, bloodied strands of hair slowly retracting between his fingers. He surveyed the panicking throng, ultimately fixating his gaze upon Xingyue, greedily licking his lips. What exquisite hair! I shall pluck them one by one, letting them merge into my being, nurtured by my power. A sickly expression of ecstasy spread across his face. Boom! The source power within Xingyue erupted, her hands forming seals like an illusion. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two pitch-black chains materialized out of thin air, instantly ensnaring Chio Nagi's arms. Almost simultaneously, a flash of lightning appeared. Zhang Yao, like a ghost, materialized behind Chio Nagi. A ferocious thunder coalesced into a fearsome thunder dragon, piercing through his body in an instant. Pooh! Chionagi spat out a mouthful of blood, though a cruel smile twisted at the corner of his lips. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless hair strands, sharp as blades, shot forth from his back, aiming directly at Zhang Yao's face. Golden light spell. A resplendent golden light enveloped Zhang Yao. Clang! Clang! The hair strands collided against the golden radiance, producing a cacophony of metallic clashing sounds. Just as the golden light was on the verge of dissipating, more hair strands bizarrely penetrated the corridor beneath them, attacking Zhang Yao from incredible angles. Brother Chu, strike now. Liu Xuan seized the moment, charging forth. Chu Chun immediately understood, his pupils turning to a lifeless gray as he shouted, "Everyone, behold! This is the authentic soul technique. Brother Liu is merely imitating me." Buzz. As Chu Chun unleashed the soul technique, the source power within Chionagi became chaotic, halting all hair assaults. Liu Xuan stood by, dumbfounded, watching Chu Chun. Lightning arts. Lightning sphere technique. Thunderstorm domain. Thunderstrike. Liu Xuan showed no mercy, unleashing a torrent of lightning skills. The raging thunder instantly engulfed Chionagi. Ah! Chionagi let out a wretched scream as his health rapidly plummeted. What are you still dawdling for? Everyone, attack! Liu Xuan shouted at the dazed Zhang Yao. He alone cannot vanquish this foe. Zhang Yao snapped back to attention, lightning crackling in his palm, delivering a fierce strike to Chionagi's back. You little baka. How does it feel? Liu Xuan taunted, stabbing wildly with his thunder sword. Chionagi's health was on the verge of depletion. That's enough. Leave the rest to me. Liu Xuan hurriedly halted Zhang Yao, fearful he might steal the final blow. Chionagi glared fiercely at Liu Xuan, his body charred and riddled with blood holes. You sought to show off, claiming the hunt had begun? I see you are courting death. As Liu Xuan thrust again, Chionagi's health bar emptied entirely, and his body vanished into thin air. The scene left everyone astounded. Where's his body? Zhang Yao stammered. Into hell, perhaps. Liu Xuan replied unfazed. Successfully killed LV-30 Chionagi, gained 300,000 experience points, 300 gold, and the hunting plan operation list 1. Liu Xuan's heart surged with joy as he beheld the system prompt. Indeed, killing humanoid monsters yields high experience. A level 30 Eastern warrior granted 30,000. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Of course, we can grind experience in the Eastern Isles. Killing innocents weighs on the conscience, but slaying these ruffians brings nothing but exhilaration. If one could eradicate the entire land of the East, how magnificent would that elevation be? Indeed, this method is commendable. Liu Xuan suppressed the surge of excitement within him and proceeded to examine the revealed list of the hunting operation. Hunting Operation List, a top-secret mission personally issued by the Emperor of the East, led by Abe Jeno. The participants include Iga no Yu, Koka Kazuko, Hozuki Ichiro, Musashi Kojiro, Kagura Erashur, Mizu no Suki Chihane, and Chionagi. Good heavens, such a multitude has gathered. Liu Xuan's spirits soared even higher. While he could not contend with Abe Jeno, the others might not be insurmountable when combined with Chu Chun. If he could eliminate all these Easterners, ascending 5 levels should pose no challenge, right? You just mentioned that there is a traitor within the city of Heavenly Craft, correct? Liu Xuan turned towards Liu Xuan. Indeed, Liu Xuan responded, his expression grave. Without an insider, Elder Mo Lin would not have met his demise, nor would the Easterners possess such familiarity with the city of Heavenly Craft. Upon hearing this, Liu Xuan's sharp gaze slowly swept over everyone present, finally settling on Ling Yu, who was cowering in a corner of the crowd. What are you staring at me for? Ling Yu's face turned pale. Do not slander me. How could I possibly be a traitor? Then how do you intend to prove your innocence? Liu Xuan's expression remained impassive. I am a disciple of the sword sect. My master is Li Wujin. How could I conspire with the Easterners? Seeing everyone cast doubtful glances in her direction, Ling Yu panicked completely. Do not believe his nonsense. It is he who is the traitor. Hee. It seems they have begun to turn on each other. On the cliff across the starry corridor, 2 men stood quietly atop a massive stone. One was clad in traditional samurai attire, cradling a long katana. The other wore a black training outfit, his muscles rippling, exuding explosive power. Leave the one from Chionagi to me. The muscular man spoke coldly. I wish to see how many exchanges the champion of the Dragon Summer Kingdom can withstand at my hands. I have no objections. Musashi Kojiro gently caressed the scabbard, a slight smile gracing his lips. My spider Maru is not picky. It relishes the blood of any living being. Chapter 81. Internal Strife. Ling Yu stabbed. Wait. Where's Yifeng? Chu Qin suddenly sensed something amiss. His brows furrowed. Since the match concluded, he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Feng Ge. Ling Yu's complexion turned ghostly pale. Could it be that Yifeng is the traitor? Lu Ming spoke in a hushed tone, Otherwise, how could he have disappeared without a trace? In a corner of the crowd, an ostensibly ordinary disciple of the Mo family revealed a barely perceptible cold smirk. This individual was none other than the disguised Mizu no Suki Chihane. She scoffed inwardly, "Foolish dragon summer people, indulge in your internal strife. May you slaughter one another." She had absolute confidence in her thousand faces technique. Even if a grandmaster were to arrive, they might not discern the truth. "Brother Liu, let us first proceed to the hidden abyss," Liu Xuan proposed discreetly. "Very well." Lu Ming nodded, leading the group onward. "The Department of Martial Arts. What is this soul technique you mentioned?" Tuoba Ji inquired curiously as he approached Chu Chun, that Eastern man suddenly losing control of his power. "Could it be related to the soul technique you spoke of?" "Indeed." Chu Chen's face lit up with pride. "Liu Xian's soul technique is derived from my teachings." "Is it not, Liu Xian?" "It is," Liu Xian readily acknowledged, feeling no shame in the admission. Not far away, Li Yuanwen watched Chu Chen, who seemed eager to proclaim his mastery of the soul technique to the world, his lips twitching slightly. However, upon reconsideration, he realized that neither Chu Chun nor Liu Xian comprehended the significant ramifications entwined with the soul technique. The hidden abyss lay deep within the city of heavenly craft. Lu Ming utilized the heavenly craft cube to unlock a massive metallic door. The group entered a dim, cavernous space. Just as the door closed, Liu Xian suddenly moved. A flash of swordlight. Before anyone could react, a disciple of the Mo family clutched at his neck, blood gushing forth. His eyes wide with terror as he stared at Liu Xian. "Brother." Lu Ming was taken aback and furious, his gaze turning icy. "Why did you attack my Mo family disciple? He is the traitor." Before Liu Xian's words could conclude, a second strike was unleashed. Yet, the Mo disciple's form shifted strangely, evading the lethal blow. "Senior brother, save me." He panicked, retreating behind Lu Ming. "No, brother, you are being excessively rash." Chu Chen frowned. "On what basis do you deem him a traitor?" "Indeed, brother-in-law," Tuoba Ji interjected, "we cannot wrongfully execute an innocent. Miss Qin, quickly tend to his wounds." Zhang Yao glared furiously at Liu Xian. "Liu Xian, you are being excessively presumptuous. Just because you say someone is a traitor does not make it so. Provide evidence." "Indeed. One cannot kill indiscriminately." Others echoed in agreement, many instinctively distancing themselves from Liu Xian. His true name is Mizu no Suki Chihane, proficient in a technique known as Thousand Faces, which allows her to perfectly imitate another's appearance, voice, and even aura. Liu Xian spoke calmly. He once again employed the probing technique on Mizu no Suki Chihane. Name, Mizu no Suki Chihane. Level, LV 25, Health, 45,000. Attack, 900. Defense, 1,000. Skills, Thousand Faces. Mirror of the Water Moon. Regardless of how Mizu no Suki Chihane may change her appearance, her personal information remains unchanged. One could say that the probing technique counters all disguises. However, Liu Xian's explanation not only failed to convince Zhang Yao and the others, but instead intensified their skepticism. "How do you know the name Mizu no Suki Chihane? How do you know her abilities so well?" Zhang Yao challenged. "I told you, he is the traitor." Ling Yu cried out sharply. If he had not colluded with the Easterners, how could he possess such intimate knowledge of the enemy? Think about it. Why did he participate in the competition representing Yaya Mountain? Was it merely for the sake of notoriety? As soon as Ling Yu finished speaking, lightning erupted around Zhang Yao. Disciples from various factions began to channel their energies, encircling Liu Xian. "Brother Xian is not a traitor." Li Ya's face turned pale. "I asked him to represent Yaya Mountain." "What? Would you rather believe her?" Liu Xian's gaze swept over Lu Ming and Chu Chun, his expression calm and unwavering. "Brother, I believe you. But my junior brother could never be a traitor." "Brother, I believe you too." Chu Chen's intent coalesced into a blade of energy. "Yet if you kill without reason, I must stop you." Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, heavy thuds echoed from the massive metal door, as if some great force was battering against it. "This is bad. The traitor is among us." Li Yuanwen's complexion shifted dramatically. "He is surely using some method to relay our position to his accomplices. It must be him." Ling Yu pointed an accusing finger at Liu Xian. "Quickly, let us subdue him together." "You are truly noisy, woman." Chu Chen shot a cold glance at Ling Yu. "If you suspect Brother Liu, present your evidence. Likewise, if Brother Liu accuses someone, he too requires proof. You do not believe me? That is of no consequence." Liu Xian retreated to a corner, his tone still composed. "But do not say I did not warn you. This woman, besides her transformation technique, is also proficient in a method known as the Mirror of the Water Moon. Should she unleash it, this place will not serve as a refuge, but rather as our grave." Just then, as Xia Wan abruptly opened her eyes, a mysterious array of celestial mechanisms unfurled around her. In the blink of an eye, she waved her hand, and a sharp blade of light shot towards the Mo family disciple behind Lu Ming. Bang! The celestial cube in Lu Ming's grasp instantly morphed into a shield, deflecting the blade. Miss Xia, do you intend to kill my junior as well? Lu Ming seethed with rage. The crowd was engulfed in confusion, for this individual, as Xian Gu had stated, was indeed a warrior from the east. Xiaowan's voice was icy. By shielding her, you are condemning us all. She must perish. Boom. Before her words faded, countless points of light emerged around her, transforming into a tempest of dense blades of light, cascading towards Shui Wuyue Qianhuan. No, I am not a traitor. Shui Wuyue Qianhuan cried, tightly hiding behind Lu Ming. Brother, save me. Miss Xia, you are going too far. Lu Ming suppressed his fury, and the shield in his hand swelled, blocking all incoming blades. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of violent collisions echoed from outside the door, growing increasingly frantic. Lu Ming called out, everyone, do not panic. This door is forged from Xinjin. Even a grandmaster cannot breach it in a short time. We are safe here. This junior, do not fear. Ling Yue stepped beside Shui Wuyue Qianhuan, shielding her. We will not allow anyone to wrong you. Is that so? Thank you. Shui Wuyue Qianhuan replied with a cruel smile curling at her lips. Suddenly, a sharp water spike pierced through Ling Yue's back without warning. Warm blood splattered onto Lu Ming's face, causing his pupils to constrict and his mind to go blank. Lingling. Ah, I will kill you. Lu Ming erupted in fury. The celestial cube rapidly assembled into a mechanical longsword in his hands, fueled by his overwhelming wrath as he lunged at Shui Wuyue Qianhuan. Heh, foolish dragon summer people. That fellow was right. This is your grave. Shui Wuyue Qianhuan's body transformed into a stream of water, effortlessly evading Lu Ming's furious strike. She darted along the ground, racing towards the cave entrance. Chapter 82. The Rebirth of the Dragon God. Shui Wuyue Qianhuan's form flowed against the metallic door, instantaneously enveloping it. In the next moment, the surface of the door transformed into a smooth, mirror-like passage, as if connecting the inside and outside. The expressions of the crowd changed dramatically as they rushed to intervene. Roar! A ferocious beast had suddenly emerged from the mirror, emitting a deafening sonic roar. The violent shockwave hurled everyone back. As the beast seemed poised to breach the mirror and invade, despair washed over all. Boom! Yet, the mirrored passage abruptly collapsed, reverting to Shui Wuyue Qianhuan's original form. My power has vanished. She collapsed in front of the door, her complexion as pale as a ghost. Lu, what now? Chu Chen suddenly turned back, catching a fleeting glimpse of a gray shadow in Lu Xian's eyes. Get lost. Lu Xian retorted tersely. Yes. Chu Chen scratched his head awkwardly, understanding that Lu Xian was still miffed about the earlier distrust. Big brother. Lu Ming glanced at Lu Xian, hesitating to speak. You too, get lost. Yes. To everyone's surprise, Lu Ming actually curled up, rolling away to the side. Lu Xian's lips twitched as he nearly lost his composure. But this was not the time for grievances. They had to swiftly deal with Shui Wuyue Qianhuan. What are you still doing? Move. He barked at the stunned Zhang Yao. All right. Zhang Yao, unusually compliant, was enveloped in crackling lightning, transforming into a streak of lightning aimed directly at Shui Wuyue Qianhuan. No. Faced with the impending deathly lightning, Shui Wuyue Qianhuan's eyes filled with despair. Thunder roared, completely engulfing her. When the lightning dissipated, she had reverted to her original form, gasping for breath on the ground. Die. Zhang Yao gathered lightning in his palm once more, ready to deal a death blow. Stop. Lu Xian's voice froze his movements instantly. Let me handle this. With a flash of sword light, Shui Wuyue Qianhuan's head fell, her body vanishing into thin air. Why didn't you let me kill her? Zhang Yao asked, perplexed. What? Is killing fun? Lu Xian replied without flinching. This is for your own good. Your heart is already unstable. Killing might give rise to inner demons, affecting your future cultivation. Zhang Yao trembled, shame washing over him as he lowered his head, his voice choked. I am sorry. He had not expected that despite his repeated antagonism, Lu Xian would still consider his well-being. Observing Zhang Yao's trembling shoulders, Lu Xian struggled to suppress a smile. The excuse he had conjured was unexpectedly convincing to Zhang Yao. Successfully killed LV-25 Shui Wuyue Qianhuan. Gained 250,000 experience points. 250 gold. Your level has successfully risen to LV-31, gaining 20 free attribute points and 2 skill points. Bang, bang, bang. The metallic door was once again met with a violent assault, more ferocious than before. Outside, Shinra Lan's gaze was icy as she commanded a beast to relentlessly assault the door. IGA Yeyu led a cadre of ninjas in a full frontal attack. Faster. We need to hurry. Shinra Lan clenched her fists, knowing that Qianhuan had been exposed. Those dragon summer people would not let her off easily. Lan, do not worry. Iga Yeyu spoke in a deep voice. Even I find it difficult to perceive Qianwan's thousand faces technique. Even if exposed, she only needs to change her appearance. And those Dragon Summer people would not dare to act recklessly. Yet, Shinra Lan did not relax. Suddenly, he bit his finger and pressed it hard against the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. A crimson array erupted. Amidst the swirling blood mist, a blood-colored fox appeared, lazily flicking its tail. What do you want, kid? Lord Blood Fox. Please assist me in breaking this door, Shinra Lan spoke respectfully. The blood fox before him was one of the powerful summoning beasts revered by the Shinra family. Originally a mythical creature, it had formed a summoning contract with the Shinra family a century ago. A mere broken door is worth disturbing this, lord? The blood fox scoffed, turning its head disdainfully, exhaling a sphere of crimson energy. Boom. The energy sphere slammed into the metallic door. With a resounding crash, the heavy door was actually dented inward. The entire cave shook violently. Oh, this is somewhat interesting. Seeing that one strike failed to breach the door, a glint of malice flashed in the blood fox's eyes as it began to gather an even larger crimson energy. Liu, what do we do now? Inside the cave, Chu Chun and the others struggled to maintain their balance, gazing at the dented door with grave expressions. Brother Liu said that even a grandmaster would find it difficult to breach this door in a short time. If it has been damaged like this, there must be at least one grandmaster-level powerhouse outside. Despair once again spread through the air. Though they were all prodigies from various factions, their time in cultivation was still short. Facing a master was already challenging, let alone a grandmaster. Liu Xuan remained silent, his gaze fixated on Qin Yuga, who was tending to Lingyue. He frowned but did not intervene. There would be ample opportunities to kill Lingyue. There was no need to rush. After all, she was a disciple of Li Wuji, who had imparted teachings to him. If he were to act, it must be at an opportune moment, one where no one would be aware. As things stood, they could only resign themselves to fate. He settled down in a corner, sitting cross-legged. Liu, are we just going to wait here to die? Chu Chun urged anxiously. What else can we do? Do you have a plan to deal with the Grandmaster? Even in the face of defeat, one must fight valiantly, for miracles may yet emerge. Brother Liu, Brother Chu speaks wisely. Zhang Yao interjected. For our adversaries hail from the land of the rising sun. We must not bring shame upon Longxia. Then go forth and fight. Liu Xuan closed his eyes, choosing to disregard the matter. He certainly would not sit idly by. Yet, should a grandmaster truly stand beyond the door, he could hardly conceive of any chance of victory. At present, his only glimmer of hope lay in the newly acquired hidden profession. Class change, Heavenly Dragon God. Class change successful. There were no earth-shattering phenomena. However, the following moment brought a flurry of system notifications that left Liu Xuan utterly elated. Chapter 83. Class change successful, Heavenly Skills. Congratulations. You have mastered the occupational skills, Source of the Dragon God, Might of the Dragon God, Form of the Dragon God, Heavenly Dragon God, Strength, Constitution 10,000. Agility, Intelligence 5,000. Each level gained provides 1,000 free attributes, 500 strength-specific attributes, 500 constitution-specific attributes, and 100 skill points. Source of the Dragon God LV1, Passive Skill. Immunity to 20 types of damage. Leveling requires 1,000 skill points. Might of the Dragon God LV1, Passive Skill. All attacks deal 100 critical damage. An effect that cannot be dispelled. Leveling requires 1,000 skill points. Form of the Dragon God LV1 Active Skill. Transforms into the Dragon God itself, enhancing attack, defense, health, and speed by 50 times for 10 seconds. During this period, only Heavenly Dragon God profession skills may be utilized. After the skill concludes, a 60-minute state of weakness ensues, all attributes reduced to 50. Cooldown time, 60 minutes. Cost, all magic points. Leveling requires 1,000 skill points. Friendly reminder, you have received 31,000 points of free attribute compensation. 15, 500 points of strength-specific attribute compensation. 15, 500 points of constitution-specific attribute compensation. Friendly reminder, mage-related skills have been cleared. He has truly taken flight this time. Liu Xuan's heartbeat quickened, his breath became increasingly rapid. He had anticipated that the Heavenly Dragon God, this unique hidden profession, would be formidable. Yet, the absurdly exaggerated attribute bonuses before him surpassed even his wildest expectations. The increase in base attributes was astonishing enough. Even more remarkable was the leveling benefit. Each level gained an astounding 1,000 points of free attributes, a whopping 50 times that of his previous mage profession. Coupled with 500 points in strength and constitution-specific attributes, it amounted to an incredible 2,000 points of attributes per level. In addition, the skill points gained per level were equally staggering, 100 points. Turning his attention to the 3 currently activated skills of the Heavenly Dragon God, 2 were passive. However, these passives were beyond extraordinary. The source of the Dragon God granted immunity to 20 types of damage, whether physical, magical, or true damage. The might of the Dragon God ensured that every attack was a critical hit, effectively doubling the damage dealt. More crucially, this 100 critical effect could not be dispelled. Even if the enemy possessed skills or items to reduce critical hits, they would be rendered ineffective against him. Lastly, the only active skill, the form of the Dragon God, made Liu Xuan involuntarily gasp. This skill bore a striking resemblance to the transformation technique. Yet, at merely level 1, it amplified attributes by 50 times and lasted for 10 seconds. When combined with the 2 passives and the profession attribute enhancements, one could only imagine the sheer power he would wield upon activating the form of the Dragon God. The most terrifying aspect was the profession's growth potential. As the player's level increased, not only would the foundational attributes of the profession grow, but additional powerful skills would also be unlocked. Liu Xuan had only just surpassed level 30, yet had activated 3 such extraordinary skills. What formidable skills would he activate upon reaching level 50 or 100? Or, what might the fully leveled source of the Dragon God, might of the Dragon God, and form of the Dragon God look like? Especially the source of the Dragon God. Upon reaching maximum level, would it truly grant 100 immunity to all damage? Simply contemplating this sent waves of exhilaration coursing through Liu Xuan. He endeavored to calm his racing heart, yet his spirit remained tumultuously stirred, particularly upon witnessing the astonishing attribute compensation. Bang, bang, bang. The metallic door resounded with deafening impacts once more. The entire doorframe had warped significantly, as if it might shatter at any moment. Chu Chun and the others stood on high alert, channeling their source energy, preparing for a desperate battle. Young Master Liu, are you unscathed? Qin Yuga noted the slight tremor in Liu Xian's body and asked with concern. I am well. Liu Xuan replied with a meaningful smile, merely preparing to unleash a forbidden technique. Brother Liu, do you possess a hidden card? Chu Chun's expression brightened momentarily, then turned grave. Can it contend with a Grandmaster? I cannot be certain. Liu Xuan intentionally raised his voice for all to hear. This move will consume the essence of my life. Yet if it can secure a glimmer of hope for everyone, it is worth it. He was no self-sacrificing saint. However, in the current predicament, a confrontation with the suspected Grandmaster outside was unavoidable. If that is the case, why not maximize the value of this battle? Let these prodigies from various sects owe him a favor, which may prove invaluable in the future. Young Master Liu. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuga's complexion changed dramatically. Liya and Xia Wan hurriedly surrounded him, their faces filled with concern. Eldest brother Lu Ming gazed at Liu Xuan with admiration and emotion. Zhang Yao fell into thoughtful silence before suddenly sitting cross-legged. Boom. Lightning erupted around him, his expression contorted in pain. Master Yao, what are you doing? Someone exclaimed. Brother Liu is willing to burn his life essence to procure us a chance. How could I, Zhang Yao, remain idle? He gritted his teeth, asserting that although he was far from the Grandmaster's match, invoking the heavenly thunder curse left by my master would at least buy us a little more time. Sister, let us not hold back any longer. Tuoba Ji and Tuoba Yu exchanged glances and simultaneously sat down. Buzz. The golden patterns on Tuoba Yu's face suddenly illuminated, and his robust form visibly shrank and solidified. Meanwhile, myriad true words manifested around Tuoba Ji, his aura steadily escalating. What? Liu Xuan felt a jolt of surprise. These individuals were hiding such depths? But upon reflection, it was reasonable. Zhang Yao, as the direct disciple of the Celestial Master, would naturally possess life-preserving measures. The Tuoba siblings had managed to journey alone from the grasslands to compete, undoubtedly harboring their own hidden talents. Brother Liu is correct. In the face of life and death, we must unite our efforts. Chu Qin also sat cross-legged, acknowledging that all were prodigies from their respective sects. Surely, each possessed some means of survival. Now was not the time for holding back. With that, he closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking within, as a gray sacred jade continuously yielded a flow of gray source energy that he absorbed. We are all in. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, his hands rapidly manipulating the heavenly crafting cube, seemingly assembling something extraordinary. As Liu Xuan witnessed everyone unveiling their hidden cards, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. He had initially prepared himself for a solitary battle, but unexpectedly, Chu Chun and the others had bestowed upon him a delightful surprise. If they joined forces, even facing a Grandmaster might not be insurmountable. The mere thought of potentially slaying a Grandmaster and the treasures that could ensue sent a subtle smile curling at the corners of Liu Xuan's mouth. Chapter 84. Exaggerated Attributes, Heavenly Punishment. Returning to his senses, Liu Xuan resolved to allocate his attributes first. However, at that moment, a system notification emerged before him. Friendly reminder. Due to your class change to the rebellious dragon god, this profession is deemed unacceptable by the heavenly Tao, and you shall incur heavenly punishment. Heavenly punishment. The heavenly Tao imposes penalties upon you. Penalty 1. You are unable to learn or utilize any skills outside of the rebellious dragon god profession. Penalty 2. You are unable to equip any items other than those related to the rebellious dragon god. Penalty 3. You are unable to create or join any factions. Note, the effects of heavenly punishment will officially take effect after the game transformation of Blue Star. What is going on? Liu Xuan read the information. His expression one of utter bewilderment. He had merely changed to a hidden class. How had it come to be that he was now unacceptable to the heavenly Tao? As he scrutinized the details of the punishment, his brow furrowed deeply. Unable to use other skills and equipment? Did that mean his current abilities like the serpent transformation, the 10,000 swords return, and the thunderous sword would all become obsolete? As for the inability to create or join factions, that posed little issue for someone like him, who was accustomed to solitary endeavors. Wait a moment. The effects of the heavenly punishment only take effect after the game transformation of Blue Star? Then it's not a problem at all. A smile spread across Liu Xuan's face. There was still ample time before the game transformation of Blue Star. Perhaps by then, he would have already discovered a means to lift the heavenly punishment. Furthermore, from another perspective, the fact that the rebellious dragon god class was targeted by the heavenly Tao only served to underscore its might, did it not? Taking a step back, even if the game were to descend and he failed to lift the heavenly punishment, with the formidable rebellious dragon god class and a 1-year advantage over other players in Blue Star, he would still have sufficient power to dominate the entire server in the future. First, to allocate points. Shoving aside distracting thoughts, Liu Xuan completed the allocation of his 500 points in strength and 500 points in constitution. After a brief contemplation, he distributed his 20 free points, 20,000 in strength, 10,000 in constitution, and 510 each in agility and intelligence. With the points allocated, he took out the advanced identification scroll obtained from defeating Yi Feng and used it directly. Successfully used the advanced identification scroll. Identification skill level has been upgraded to advanced. Advanced identification 05000. Capable of identifying equipment of gold grade and below. Proficiency must be enhanced for further upgrades. With a thought, 2 elegantly designed long swords, light as feathers, materialized in his hand. They were the wind feather swords. Using his identification skill, golden light flickered, revealing the attributes of the wind feather swords before his eyes. Wind feather sword gold. Attack 500, speed 1000, critical rate 15. Equipment requirement, level 25. Skills, Gale Emblem, 1000 feather vacuum slash, echo of the sky. Gale Emblem, passive. Basic attack stack wind marks, up to 5 layers. Each layer increases movement speed by 3 and attack speed by 4. 1000 feather vacuum slash, active. Releases 12 wind blades, each dealing 2 times physical damage of attack power. Cooldown of 30 seconds, consumes 500 magic points. Echo of the Sky, active. Creates a wind eye domain with a radius of 6 meters. Within the domain, enemies' movement speed is reduced by 40, suffering 3 times attack power as magical damage every 0.5 seconds for a duration of 3 seconds. Cooldown of 60 seconds. Consumes 1000 magic points. Pleased, Liu Xuan stowed away the wind feather swords and promptly checked his personal panel. Player, Liu Xuan. Level, LV 31, 50,000 600,000. Class, Rebellious Dragon God. Health, 363, 150. Attack, 47, 065. Defense, 20, 465. Magic points, 62, 320. Speed, 7, 131. Critical rate, 115. Attributes, Constitution 36, 090, 125. Strength 46, 530, 25. Intelligence 6, 172, 60. Agility 6, 091, 40. Class skills, Origin of the Dragon God LV1, Might of the Dragon God LV1, Body of the Dragon God LV1. Skills, 10,000 Swords Return LV2, Sword Control Technique LV1, Serpent Transformation LV3, Divine Soul Technique LV1, Thunder Law LV1, Spring Revival Saint Hand LV1, Golden Body LV1. True Words Spirit LV1, Advanced Identification, Advanced Exploration. Skill points, 9. Equipped items, Wind Feather Sword, Black Water Mysterious Armor, Black Pig Belt, Ring of the Brave, Barbaric Bull Bracers. Mysterious Een Boots, Tiger Dragon Earrings. Items, Golden Crow Pet Egg, Thunderous Sword, Dog of the Year Talisman Stone. Whose attributes could rival these? Gazing at the exaggerated numbers on the panel, Liu Xuan felt his breath quicken. With 360,000 health, nearly 50,000 attack, and 20,000 defense, this was merely his base state. If he activated the body of the dragon god, with a 50-fold increase in attributes, he felt confident enough to confront a grandmaster in a direct clash. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of violent impacts resounded once more. The entire cavern trembled. Debris raining down. The metallic door had become severely deformed, as if it would shatter at any moment. Young Master Liu, a voice of astonishment rang out. Qin Yuga covered her mouth, gazing at Liu Xuan in disbelief, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What's wrong? Liu Xuan asked, puzzled. How did your hair come to be like this? Her voice trembled with emotion. Liu Xuan. Upon hearing her voice, Chu Chen opened his eyes and froze when he saw Liu Xuan, his eyes quickly reddening. Brother. Liu Xuan. Brother-in-law. Lu Ming Zhang Yao. And the Tuoba siblings turned to him in succession, their faces etched with sorrow, their eyes glistening. What is this? Liu Xuan felt utterly perplexed. Instinctively, he took out his phone and activated the front camera. In the next moment, he was rendered speechless. In the lens, his once black short hair had transformed into cascading silver locks. His pupils shimmered with a mysterious golden glow. And elegant, yet imposing platinum dragon patterns adorned the corners of his eyes. Although his facial features had not changed significantly, his entire aura was now distinctly different, mysterious, ancient, and even imbued with a sense of timelessness. Coming back to reality, he understood why Qin Yuga and the others were looking at him this way. They must have thought he had overdrawn his life force to perform forbidden techniques, resulting in his sudden transformation and the emergence of white hair. Just then, Xiaowan suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, her complexion turning as pale as paper. Xiaoxia. Liu Xuan hurriedly rushed forward to support her. Xiangu. Xiaowan leaned against him, her gaze filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, she had attempted to calculate Liu Xuan's fate once more, but before she could begin, she had suffered a severe backlash. The present Liu Xuan's fate had grown even more formidable than before. Chapter 85. A Grandmaster Enemy. She is quite alluring. Outside the metallic door, the blood fox's internal source energy surged, emitting a deep growl from its throat. One last strike. I shall see how much longer this wretched door can hold. It suddenly opened its massive jaws, and countless crimson light points converged frantically, compressing and coalescing into an energy sphere that radiated a sense of destruction. The air around them quivered slightly under the weight of an ominous force. Everyone, prepare yourselves, commanded Iga Yao, his voice chilling to the bone. Once the door is breached, no one, regardless of age or gender, shall be spared. A chorus of elite ninjas behind him echoed in unison, their murderous intent palpable. Boom. A sphere of energy shot forth, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. The metallic door was obliterated, shattering into countless fragments that scattered like confetti. A suffocating cloud of dust enveloped the entrance, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Kid. Don't bother me with such trivial matters next time, Bloodfox remarked, his scarlet pupils scanning the depths of the cave before his massive form dissipated into a mist of crimson. Kill. With a decisive command from Iga Yao, a dozen shadows melded into the smoke, stealthily advancing into the cave's interior. Inside the cave, Liu Xuan wielded the dual-wind feather swords, his gaze sharp and focused. Chu Chun, Lu Ming, and the others followed closely, readying themselves for combat. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of slicing air echoed as shadows pierced through the veil of smoke, their cruel gazes locking onto Liu Xuan and his companions. Without a moment's hesitation, a plethora of ninjutsu illuminated the scene, shurikens and kunai raining down like a storm upon them. Identification technique. Liu Xuan focused his thoughts. Name, Yumechuan Underpants. Level, LV 30. Health, 50,000. Attack, 2,000. Defense, 1. 500. Skills, 5 elements ninjutsu. Identification technique, level up. Master level identification technique, 0-100, 000. Can reveal all attributes of targets not exceeding level 50. Proficiency increases with usage. Everyone, stand down. Leave this to me. Liu Xuan's voice halted Chu Chun and the others, who were poised to engage. Instead of retreating, excitement ignited in his eyes as he boldly advanced to meet the barrage of ninjutsu. Bang, bang, bang. Fireballs, wind blades, and earth spikes struck him. Yet not a single thread of his clothing was torn, nor did he budge an inch. What? The ninja's pupils constricted, disbelief written across their faces. In the next instant, Liu Xuan vanished like a phantom. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The light of his swords flashed like lightning, leaving the onlookers momentarily blinded. The elite ninjas who had charged and stood frozen, then collapsed in unison, their bodies rapidly fading into white light. Gulp. The onlookers swallowed hard, their eyes wide with astonishment. Is this the power Liu Xuan gained at the cost of his own life? Chu Chun stammered, gazing at the tranquil Liu Xuan, who stood with his sword sheathed, as if slicing watermelons was no more effort than breathing. Indeed, Zhang Yao and the others nodded vigorously, their eyes filled with awe. Too weak, Liu Xuan mused, surveying the pile of gold coins at his feet, a smirk curling his lips. No, it is I who am too strong. His current attack power soared to 47,065, augmented by the 100 critical strike effect granted by the Dragon God's might. A casual strike equated to nearly 100,000 in devastating damage. These level 30 ninjas from the east were utterly inconsequential. Successfully killed LV-30 Yumechuan Underpants, gained 150,000 experience points, 150 gold coins. Successfully killed LV-30 Black Rat Chia, gained 150,000 experience points, 150 gold coins. Your level has increased to LV-32, gained 1,000 free attributes, 500 health, 500 strength exclusive attributes, 100 skill points. Your level has increased to LV-33, gained 1,000 free attributes, 500 health, 500 strength exclusive attributes, 100 skill points. Advancing 2 levels at once. Liu Xuan did not hasten to allocate his points, but instead turned his attention to the cave entrance. Baka. As the dust settled, Iga Yao and Kagura Ran stepped into the cave. Their gazes immediately locked onto Liu Xuan, their murderous intent nearly tangible. Where's Qianhuan? Kagura Ran's voice was frigid. Hand her over, and I may grant you Dragon Summer Pigs a swift end. Oh, you mean that woman? Liu Xuan feigned a prolonged tone, licking his lips with a knowing smile. You're too late. You bastard. What have you done to her? Kagura Ran's fury threatened to erupt. She. Liu Xuan met her murderous gaze, enunciating each word deliberately, is quite moist. Within the cave, an oppressive silence fell. Chu Chun and the others stared at Liu Xuan, momentarily unable to discern who the true villain was. Yes, quite moist, Chu Chun was the first to react, mimicking Liu Xian's gesture. Moist indeed, Lu Ming chimed in, his tone laced with mischief. Kagura Ran's reason was consumed by rage, unleashing a piercing scream, her eyes ablaze. You filthy Dragon Summer Pigs dare to tarnish my Qianhuan. I will tear you to shreds. Summoning technique. Boom. A colossal summoning array rapidly unfolded beneath her, and a surge of ferocious energy swept through the cave. Bang. A grotesque beast, nearly 10 meters tall and resembling a monstrous hound, materialized amidst the smoke. Its scarlet eyes fixated on Liu Xuan and his companions. Tear them apart. Kagura Ran commanded sharply. Roar. The monstrous dog emitted a deafening roar, its massive form charging forward with ferocity. Altogether, Chu Chen's inner energy surged as he prepared to lead the charge. Stay back, let me handle this. Liu Xian's voice remained calm as he shot forward like an arrow, positioning himself before the colossal beast. Identification technique. Wild creature. LV-35 Devouring Hound. Health. 100,000. Attack. 4,000. Defense. 6,000. The light of his sword flashed once more. Liu Xuan didn't even need to employ any skills. His wind feather sword merely traced 2 elegant arcs through the air. Puff. Puff. 88, 130. 88, 130. 2 enormous crimson numbers floated above the devouring hound's head. Its charge came to an abrupt halt, emitting a mournful cry before its massive form collapsed, swiftly disappearing as the system refreshed. Successfully killed LV-35 Devouring Hound. Gained 350,000 experience points, 350 gold coins, Great National Master Belt X1. At last, something worthwhile dropped. Liu Xuan beamed at the glimmering orb visible only to him. The system's drop rates were inscrutable, either miserly to a fault or extravagantly generous. Big brother, you're amazing. Lu Ming gazed at Liu Xuan's back, his eyes sparkling with admiration. This beast had at least the strength of a 9th level innate. How could Liu Xuan dispatch it with just 2 sword strikes? Zhang Yao's voice trembled. Has he attained master-level prowess? How infuriating. As the devouring hound fell to Liu Xuan's effortless strikes, Kagura Ran regained her composure, instinctively taking a step back. Dragon Summer truly has an abundance of talents. Iga Yao slowly unsheathed his katana, a cold killing intent radiating like a tide. But alas, no matter how high your talents soar, today, you shall surely perish. Liu Xuan, should you confront him alone? Chu Chen whispered, glancing at Iga Yao's imposing presence. Let us engage together. Liu Xuan's voice turned gravely serious. Simultaneously, he cast a probing spell on Iga Noyu. Name, Iga Noyu level, LV-50 Master, Health, 1, 500. 000 Attack, 20,000 defense, 10,000 skills, 8 death substitutes, secret technique, door to the underworld, ultimate technique, Yiksha Rain, 5 element ninjutsu. 5 element ninjutsu, metal release, iron hailstorm, deals double magical damage with a 10 armor penetration. Wood release, wooden man transformation, summons 5 wooden figures with a base attribute of 20. Water release, great shark bomb technique, deals double magical damage with a 20 slow effect. Fire release, dragon flame song, deals triple magical damage. Earth release, rock collapse technique, deals double magical damage with a 1-second immobilization. 8 death substitutes, passive, for every 10 health lost, generates a substitute that explodes, dealing double magical damage to enemies within a 3-meter radius. Secret technique, door to the underworld active, creates a 20-meter-long spatial rift, releasing deadly poison that inflicts 15 times magical damage per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Ultimate technique, Yiksha Rain active, summons a scroll of ninja tools, raining down 99 weapons, dealing physical damage equal to the attack to enemies within a 15-meter radius. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Chapter 86, Slaying the Master, nearly 2 million in terrifying damage. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a tightening in their chests, their inner strength stirring as they fixated intently on Iga Noyu. It appeared that this old beast was indeed the one who had breached the door. Chuchin's gaze turned icy. The moment his words fell, a surge of gray source power erupted around him, rapidly coalescing behind him into a pair of indifferent gray eyes. Boom! An invisible force radiated outward from him. Iga Noyu, preparing to act, suddenly changed his expression. If I strike, I can only hold out for 10 seconds at most. Chuchin bellowed, veins bulging at his temples, blood seeping from the edges of his pupils. Clearly under immense strain. 10 seconds is sufficient. Liu Xuan's eyes gleamed, and the wind feather sword in his hand burst forth with brilliant radiance. 1,000 feather vacuum slash. The heavens echoed as he unleashed his skill. 12 razor-sharp wind blades whistled forth, intertwining into a net of death, ensnaring Iga Noyu. Simultaneously, the ground beneath him roared as a colossal vortex formed, ensnaring Iga Noyu tightly. An insignificant ant dares to harm me? Iga Noyu seethed with anger, attempting to evade with his agility, but under the powerful slow effect of the vortex, his movements began to lag. Sizzle! The wind blades sliced through his body, instantly shredding his ninja attire and revealing numerous gashes. 272, 390. 272, 390. Iga Noyu's health rapidly plummeted. Liu Xuan had no intention of granting him a moment's respite. A master-level opponent, far more formidable than he had anticipated. Yet, Iga Noyu was under the control of the soul technique, his attacks rendered ineffective, effectively reduced to merely dodging Liu Xuan's strikes. But once struck, even with Iga Noyu's staggering 1.5 million health, he would not withstand several of Liu Xuan's blows. How is this possible? You insignificant insect cannot harm me. Iga Noyu roared, engulfed in terror. Liu brother, I shall assist you. Zhang Yao transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing instantaneously above Iga Noyu, unleashing a powerful palm imbued with lightning. Boom! The ferocious, thunderous power struck him, leaving Iga Noyu charred and his hair standing on end. Almost simultaneously, a massive energy beam shot in from the side, piercing through Iga Noyu's chest with precision. Lu Ming, shouldering a uniquely designed cannon-like weapon, unleashed a destructive aura from its muzzle. The tremendous recoil sent him flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily against the cavern wall. The cannon clattered to the ground, transforming into a heavenly mechanized cube. Iga Noyu cried out in agony. Rumble. The earth trembled violently. Ancient trees were uprooted, their branches piercing through Iga Noyu's body like swords. I will kill you, you swarming insects. Iga Noyu's expression contorted in rage as he desperately channeled his source power to break free. Uffed. Chuchun coughed up a mouthful of blood, tears of crimson streaming from the corners of his eyes. The gray-eyed phantom behind him fluctuated violently, nearly dissipating. It is my turn. A delicate voice resounded. A stunning woman with a voluptuous figure and flowing golden hair shot forth from the crowd like a bolt of lightning. She rapidly swung her fists, unleashing a torrential downpour of golden punches that engulfed Iga Noyu entirely. And I too. Tuoba Ji formed hand seals, summoning numerous ancient inscriptions that filled the entire cavern space. As he drew back an imaginary bow, all the inscriptions converged frantically, coalescing into a resplendent giant bow and an arrow imbued with terrifying power. Bang! The air was violently compressed. The arrow of incantation was loosed, tearing through all in its path with an overwhelming force. The shockwave sent everyone reeling. struggling to maintain their footing. No. Iga Noyu emitted a desperate, unwilling roar. He could not fathom that he, the dignified head of the Iga clan and a master-level powerhouse, would fall to a group of young dragonsia whom he deemed mere insects. He could only watch in horror as the arrow of incantation rapidly enlarged within his pupils. The arrow of incantation accurately pierced through his heart. Liu Xuan, regaining his bearings amidst the dazzling flurry of coordinated attacks, saw that Iga Noyu was now critically injured. In a flash, he struck, the wind feather sword tracing a cold arc. The blade gleamed, and a head rolled to the ground. Iga Noyu died with unblinking eyes. Soon, his body transformed into white light and dissipated. Successfully killed LV-50 Iga Noyu, gained 5 million experience, 50,000 gold, Susanu's breastplate, Kagetsuchi's armory. Your level has risen to LV-34, gaining 1,000 free attributes, 500 strength, 500 constitution exclusive attributes, 100 skill points. Your level has risen to LV-35, gaining 1,000 free attributes, 500 strength, 500 constitution exclusive attributes, 100 skill points. Your level has risen to LV-36, gaining 1,000 free attributes, 500 strength, 500 constitution exclusive attributes, 100 skill points. Clink. A vast amount of gold accumulated into a small mountain, atop which floated 2 orbs of light. Liu brother, trouble looms. That fellow has escaped. Zhang Yao's complexion turned pale, pointing urgently towards the cave entrance. It was then that they noticed Kagura Ran had seized the opportunity to flee, now frantically dashing toward the cave exit in a state of utter disarray. Sword technique. Liu Xian's figure shimmered, transforming into a golden sword rainbow, pursuing with an almost imperceptible speed. Lord Bloodfox, save me. Kagura Ran, feeling the terrifying sword intent closing in from behind, was struck with panic, frantically forming seals in an attempt to summon the Blood Fox once more. Just as he was about to complete the summoning ritual, his internal source power suddenly spiraled out of control. Buzz. Countless golden sword shadows materialized from thin air, converging above his head to form a colossal golden sword, seemingly capable of cleaving the heavens. Thud. Shen Lu Rant's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his gaze devoid of life, consumed by an abyss of despair. Flash. As Liu Xian's icy voice echoed, the golden giant sword fell with a thunderous crash. Bang. The earth trembled, engulfed in golden light as it devoured Shen Lu Ran. An extraordinarily blinding damage number rose into the air. 1,877, 600. 100 meters away, 2 silhouettes raced towards the hidden abyss, only to halt abruptly, their eyes widening in horror as they beheld a distant mountain shaking violently. In the next moment, a multitude of golden sword lights erupted from within the mountain, illuminating the sky with a resplendent golden hue, akin to a golden sun descending upon the earth. As the golden radiance gradually dissipated, a gaping chasm, several dozen meters in diameter, emerged on the mountainside. The air was thick with a suffocating aura of dread emanating from the sword intent. This power Musashi Kojiro gripped the trembling beast blade at his waist, his voice hoarse, invoking a sense of fear even in the formidable Spider Maru. Has a grandmaster from Longxiao made their move? Komodo Ichiro clenched his fists tightly, the black source power around him swirling uncontrollably. His upper garments were instantly torn to shreds by the ferocious energy, revealing his remarkably muscular physique. On his bronze back, the muscles coiled ominously, subtly forming a grotesque demon totem. Ichiro, it seems we must await the arrival of our esteemed elder, Kazuki. Musashi Kojiro furrowed his brow. If the opponent truly possessed a grandmaster, our chances of victory with just the two of us were slim. Indeed. The black source power surrounding Komodo Ichiro gradually receded as he licked his lips, revealing a cruel and exhilarated smile. Though he yearned to personally slay a grandmaster, the cost was too great. Unless his tone shifted, his gaze becoming dangerously sharp, he could force me into a desperate situation. In the Shinji platform, the 4 golden giants had already been reduced to mere debris. The leaders of various factions, including Wang Kuei, stood amidst the ruins, each bearing wounds, their faces pale and their energies depleted. In the air, energy lights clashed incessantly. Yet only Luo Xiao, Zi Fei, Zhang Tianqing, Li Wuji, and Mo Hong remained, desperately besieging the shielded and Bei Shuangguang. Everyone, abandon your futile resistance. And Bei Shuangguang stood within the barrier, his expression impassive as he observed the futile attacks from Luo Xiao and the others. You Longxiao have a saying, beneath the land immortals, all are but ants. Though you are grandmasters, in my eyes, you are not but robust insects. Old fool, if you have the ability, come out and kill us. Are you afraid? Li Wuji mocked while fiercely assaulting the barrier. Are you concerned that our compatriots will flatten your Eastern Japan afterward? Humph. And Bei Shuangguang snorted coldly. As a fellow land immortal, would I fear them? You should worry more about the young disciples of Longxia in Tiangong City. I trust they have already been hunted down one by the prodigies of our Eastern Japan. Boom. As his words fell, a terrifying sword intent surged from afar. Li Wuji momentarily froze, then burst into wild laughter. Old fool, open your eyes and see clearly who the real prey is. My Longxia prodigies are incomparable to your ragtag bunch. And Bei Shuangguang's expression darkened, his tone growing ever colder. Laugh, by all means. Before long, you will find no reason to smile. As the leader of this hunting plan, he personally selected all the prodigies participating from Eastern Japan. No one understood the strength of this group better than he. Li Wuji and the Longxia experts had been thoroughly detained by him. The young disciples of Longxia, who had not even been training for a year, stood no chance against the formidable individuals he brought. Chapter 87. The Beautified Tuoba Yu, a new hidden task. Chu Chun and the others assisted each other in exiting the cave. The next moment, all were struck as if by lightning, frozen in place, their eyes filled with astonishment. Boom. In the air, a disquieting and terrifying sword intent still lingered. The group gazed vacantly at the imposing figure standing afar. Liu Xuan stood with his back to them, his silver hair dancing wildly in the turbulent air. Before him, a massive chasm, exceeding several dozen meters in diameter, was starkly visible, striking the hearts of onlookers. Successfully killed LV-30 Shen Lu Ran, gained 300,000 experience points, 300 gold. The kill notification popped up. Liu Xuan slowly turned, meeting the dazed gazes of the others with a faint smile. At this moment, compared to before his class change, his strength had undergone a monumental transformation. Moreover, this was not his full power. Should he unleash the dragon goddess physique, he could easily inflict over 5 million in terrifying damage. Not to mention the level 30 Shen Lu Ran. Even the level 50 IGA know you would meet the same fate. However, the dragon goddess physique came at a great cost. It would deplete all his magical energy, leaving him in a state of weakness for an hour afterward. Unless faced with a truly formidable grandmaster adversary, he would never utilize it lightly. Big brother, you are simply incredible. Lu Ming was the first to snap out of the shock, gazing at Liu Xuan with fervent admiration. Had it not been for you today, we would all have perished here. Indeed, Zhang Yao took a deep breath, his face filled with emotion. Just that woman from Eastern Japan, skilled in transformation techniques, was enough to throw us into chaos and despair. My master often told me that beyond every horizon, there is someone greater. I once dismissed it, believing myself invincible among my peers after reaching the 9th layer of innate training in just a year, until I encountered Brother Liu. He looked at Liu Xuan, his eyes now filled with genuine respect. Brother Liu's strength, talent, and this willingness to risk his life to save us have earned my utmost admiration. Miss Qin Chu Chun turned to Qin Yuga, his face pale. What is Brother Liu's current condition? We must find a way to preserve his life at all costs. Qin Yuga gazed intently at the approaching Liu Xuan, his striking silver hair weighing heavily on her heart. The depletion of life source cannot be remedied by ordinary medical arts. Yet, I shall do my utmost. Depletion of life source? Does that mean if we replenish the exhausted parts, it will suffice? A melodious voice, slightly accented, chimed in. A stunning blonde beauty stepped forward, earnestly stating, we have many treasures in the snow-capped mountains of our grasslands that can extend life. I can gather them all for my husband. Beauty, who are you? Liu Xuan was taken aback as he approached, his gaze perplexed as he scrutinized her. Her features were exquisitely chiseled, her skin fair, and her figure was astonishingly alluring, imbued with an exotic charm. When did such a person join our ranks? Indeed. Who is this young lady? Chu Chen echoed, equally bewildered. Wait, her attire, it looks so familiar. Liu Ming fixated on the obviously ill-fitting, loose garment draped upon the lady, and suddenly recalled something, his eyes widening in astonishment. This seems to belong to Miss Tuoba. The moment those words escaped him, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Are you Miss Yu? Liu Xuan stared intently at the woman, unable to believe his eyes as he rubbed them in disbelief. Darling, it's me. Tuoba Yu shyly lowered her head, a blush gracing her cheeks. What the hell? Liu Xuan felt as though struck by lightning, his voice altering in pitch. Have you enhanced your appearance? Not at all. Tuoba Yu stamped her foot, playfully retorting, I have always looked like this. It's just that my golden bloodline's power is so formidable that I cannot control it at times, which is why my father placed a seal upon me. The appearance you all witnessed earlier was merely a consequence of that suppression. Miss Yuer, Chu Chun immediately donned a radiant smile, stepping forward with grace to bow. I am Chu Chun, standing at 6 feet tall, the only promising youth present with an official title. It is a pleasure to meet you. Miss Yuer. Lu Ming also squeezed forward, grinning widely. I have long yearned for the vast grasslands. My greatest dream in this life is to settle there, not to mention. If you agree, I will immediately withdraw from the MO family. Humph, weren't you all disdainful of me before? Tuoba Yu proudly lifted her chin. That is not true. Chu Chun asserted firmly. It was Liu Xuan who found fault with you. My ideal type has always been a fiery beauty like you. Indeed. It is all Liu Xuan's fault. Lu Ming hastily concurred. From the very first moment I laid eyes on Miss Yuer, I fell deeply and irretrievably in love with you. You two, enough already. Liu Xuan's face darkened. He had witnessed the boundless audacity of these two, their ability to switch loyalties faster than one could turn a page. However, his gaze involuntarily wandered over Tuoba Yu's formidable figure, sneaking a glance at the various beauties around him, including Qin Yuga, Xiaowan, Li Ya, and even Xing Yu. Haha, my dear Yuer. Ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, Tuoba Yu suddenly reverted to her previous appearance. Instantly, he turned away, retching. Chu Chun and Lu Ming were no better off. Their faces turned pale as they nearly expelled their last meal. Darling, what did you just say? Tuoba Yu blinked her innocent big eyes at Liu Xuan. And nothing. Liu Xuan hastily waved his hands, still shaken. Although Tuoba Yu's true form was breathtakingly beautiful, her sudden transformation was overwhelmingly shocking. If such a change occurred at a critical moment, Liu Xuan feared it would become a lifelong psychological scar, perhaps even leading to a loss of interest in women altogether. Humph, what do you mean by that, Xiange? Leah protested, puffing her chest. You are indeed a beauty. Liu Xuan glanced at her somewhat flat chest, earnestly adding, but please, drop the great from that description. Then I must be a great beauty at least? Xiaowan, feeling somewhat indignant, confidently showcased her ample assets. She thought to herself that Liu Xuan had her intimate garments and should be aware of her prowess. Well, indeed. That could be considered considerable. Liu Xuan abruptly snapped back to reality, shaking his head vigorously. We are not out of danger yet. Why are we discussing this? He looked up at the enormous MO guard barrier still enveloping Tiangong City, his expression turning grave. The immediate priority is to locate the key to dismantle this barrier. Young Master Liu, are you truly unscathed? Qin Yugo approached him, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. For now, I can endure. Liu Xuan waved his hand, feigning nonchalance. Then sighed. But I estimate I may have lost about 50 years of my life. Lost 50 years? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. What? Did I say too much? Liu Xuan, noting their reactions, thought his fabrication lacked credibility, and quickly revised. Perhaps it is not 50 years, but rather 20 or 30. 20 or 30. Chu Chun immediately breathed a sigh of relief, chuckling. Then it is no big deal. You scared me. Lu Ming patted his chest. I thought you had exhausted your entire lifespan. 20 or 30 years is not a major issue. Zhang Yao nodded with a smile. Wait. Do you all consider losing 20 or 30 years of life a minor issue? Liu Xuan became agitated. I am talking about life. Life. This is serious. Young Master Liu. Please do not be hasty. Qin Yuga gently explained. Martial artists typically have a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Statistics indicate that innate realm martial artists can live up to 150 years, masters up to 200 years, and grandmasters can even reach beyond 300 years. If one can break through to the earthly immortal realm, a lifespan of 500 years is possible. She gazed at Liu Xuan, her eyes resolute. With your extraordinary talent, young Master Liu, it is nearly certain you will break through to the earthly immortal realm in the future. Hence, those 20 or 30 years are truly insignificant. Oh my. Liu Xuan nearly forgot that the cultivation system in this world resembled that of a mortal cultivation. He was taken aback, regretting not having exaggerated his age loss by several decades. Just then, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Lu Ming's head, where a notification popped up. Hidden task. Disrupt the Eastern Japan hunting plan. Task reward. Artifact Appraisal Scroll X1. Chapter 88. Mastery of the Transforming Jiao Technique and Soul Technique. What? Liu Xuan's pupils dilated, his breath quickening. An artifact appraisal scroll. The very scroll he had longed for had appeared just like that. This meant as soon as he obtained the artifact appraisal scroll, he could appraise the dog-guarding talisman in his backpack. With that thought, Liu Xuan's heart surged with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, he composed himself, his expression serious. The number of Eastern Japanese invaders in Tiangong City far exceeds our expectations. We must be on high alert. They have devised a hunting plan, and we are viewed as prey in their eyes. Big brother, what should we do now? Lu Ming asked urgently. They are in the shadows while we are in the light. We do not even know how many of them there are. I know. Liu Xuan suddenly grinned, revealing a set of pearly whites. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he made a gesture as if reaching into his trousers. In reality, he summoned the hunting plan battle list from his backpack space. A nearly half-meter-long ancient scroll abruptly appeared in his hand. The crowd stared, dumbfounded. A few of the girls blushed slightly, their gazes wandering. Big brother, what is this? Lu Ming inquired curiously, leaning closer. This is the complete battle list of the Eastern Japanese hunting plan, Liu Xuan replied, unfurling the scroll with a flourish. It was densely packed with the names of the Eastern Japanese. So many people? Lu Ming's face turned ashen. Wait, Liu Xuan, astonished, pointed at the scroll. Where did you get this? From my trousers, Liu Xuan stated matter-of-factly. No, what I mean is Chu Chen chuckled helplessly. How could such a confidential battle list from the Eastern Japanese be in your possession? You've been with us the entire time. Zhang Yao looked equally dubious. Yes, Liu Xuan. When did you acquire this? Liu Xuan remained unfazed, asserting, is it truly difficult for me to swiftly acquire your methods and pilfer this list from a few insignificant figures from the East? The crowd fell momentarily silent. Although they sensed something amiss, the thought of Liu Xuan's seemingly endless array of peculiar tactics rendered it plausible. Hand me a brush. Liu Xuan extended his hand towards Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming paused for a moment before hastily activating the heavenly crafting cube, conjuring an ordinary brush in an instant. I require a red one, Liu Xuan added. At once, Lu Ming, not daring to delay, promptly produced another brush, saturated with vibrant red ink. Liu Xuan seized the brush, his gaze swiftly scanning the list. With a deft flick of his wrist, he marked each name with a bold crimson cross. Brother Liu, what are you doing? Chu Chen inquired, perplexed. The ones marked with crosses, Liu Xuan replied without lifting his head, indicate that they are deceased. He possessed a probing technique. He remembered every name of those East compatriots he had slain. Through this method, one could intuitively ascertain how many foes remained within Heavenly Crafting City. A collective gasp escaped the crowd as they processed his words, their eyes filled with a profound awe. Not only could he obtain the enemy's core secrets, but he also had an uncanny clarity regarding who had perished. What a terrifying capacity for intelligence. Lu Ming recoiled slightly and whispered, do you think we appear as if we are naked in front of our elder brother, with no secrets left at all? I feel as though brother Liu might even know the color of my undergarments. Chu Chen instinctively tightened his collar, his expression complex. Ha ha, as expected of my brother-in-law. Truly impressive, Tua Ba Ji beamed with pride, earning a chorus of eye rolls from the female members, including Xiaowan. Enough. Liu Xuan rolled up the list marked with red crosses, mimicking a gesture of tucking it into his waistband, though he actually stored it in his spatial backpack. He then sat down cross-legged. Ladies and gentlemen, please grant me a moment. The enemy's numbers remain substantial, and their strength is unknown. To err on the side of caution, I have decided to expend several decades of my lifespan to forcibly enhance my power. Young Master Liu, you mustn't. Qin Yu Gu exclaimed, her face paling. Such frequent depletion of your life essence could inflict irreversible damage on your foundation. In severe cases, it could lead to immediate demise. For the sake of everyone's survival, what does it matter if I sacrifice myself? Liu Xuan lifted his head, a carefree yet resolute smile adorning his face, his striking silver hair adding to the poignant gravity of the moment. Should I meet my unfortunate end here today, I hope you will remember to pour a cup of wine for me during the Qingming festival next year. His voice lowered. Additionally, I have an uncle in this world, my only remaining family. If I cannot return, I kindly ask you to look after him. As his words lingered in the air, several sensitive women in the group could no longer contain their emotions and began to weep softly. Even the likes of Chu Chen and Lu Ming felt their eyes moisten, clenching their fists tightly. Observing this scene, Liu Xuan gradually closed his eyes, adopting an expression of one prepared for noble sacrifice, though inside, he was already elated. Hee. You all thought it was nothing when I mentioned living a few decades less. Now I shall truly risk my life, and see if you are not moved beyond measure. With his focus regained, he assessed his remaining attributes and skill points. Free attributes, 5,000. Exclusive attributes, Strength 2,500, Constitution 2,500. Skill points, 509. He first allocated points to his exclusive attributes, then distributed the 5,000 free points, Strength 3,000, Constitution 1,000, Agility 500, Intelligence 500. Regrettably, there were no skill points as compensation, which left Liu Xuan slightly disappointed. He wondered if it was a system bug. He had received attribute compensation twice upon job transitions, yet there was no skill point compensation. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. The exaggerated attribute compensation had already propelled his strength to astronomical heights. Moreover, he now possessed 509 skill points, ample for upgrading several key skills. After some contemplation, he prioritized upgrading the transformation into dragon skill and the soul control skill. The transformation into dragon skill was the second most significant enhancement to his combat prowess, aside from the dragon god body, and it did not consume mana. Meanwhile, the soul control skill could forcibly dominate an enemy, creating miracles. Had it not been for Chu Chen using the soul control skill to restrain IGA, U for 10 seconds, They would have never managed to dispatch a master so effortlessly. As for the 3 skills inherent to the dragon god, upgrading each required 1,000 skill points. A number he currently lacked, so he set them aside for now. Upgrading the transformation into dragon skill. Successfully consumed 20 skill points. Transformation into dragon skill upgraded to LV4. Successfully consumed 50 skill points. Transformation into dragon skill upgraded to LV5, max level. Transformation into dragon skill LV5, max level. Transform into a dragon for combat. With a 30-fold increase in health, attack, defense, and speed. Gain the ability to fly. Duration, 20 seconds. During transformation, other skills cannot be used. Cooldown, 3 minutes. He then shifted his gaze to the soul control skill. Upgrading the soul control skill. Successfully consumed 20 skill points. Soul control skill upgraded to LV2. Successfully consumed 50 skill points. Soul control skill upgraded to LV3. Successfully consumed 100 skill points. Soul control skill upgraded to LV4. Successfully consumed 200 skill points. Soul control skill upgraded to LV5, max level. Soul control skill LV5, max level. Active skill, forcibly control a designated target, rendering them incapable of any offensive actions for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 10,000 points. Excellent. Liu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. With both critical skills upgraded to their maximum level, his combat capabilities surged once more. Although the transformation into dragon skill could not be utilized alongside other skills during its activation, and the soul control skill merely prohibited attacks while allowing defenses, the cost-effectiveness of their skill points made their effects extraordinarily valuable. Glancing at his remaining 69 skill points, Liu Xuan unhesitatingly upgraded the 10,000 swords return to the origin skill. Upgrading the 10,000 swords return to the origin skill. Chapter 89, Beautiful Woman from the East. Grant me strength. Successfully consumed 30 skill points. 10,000 swords return to the origin skill upgraded to LV3. 10,000 swords return to the origin LV3. Instantly conjure 6,000 golden energy sword shadows surrounding you. Each sword shadow can inflict 15 times physical damage within a 60-meter radius and possesses a 30 armor-piercing effect. Alternatively, all sword shadows can be merged into a single colossal golden sword, dealing 30 times physical damage to a single target, with a 30 armor-piercing effect. Cooldown, 80 seconds. Mana cost, 10,000 points. To reach the next level requires 50 skill points. Liu Xuan gazed at the skill description, unable to suppress a gasp. The upgraded 10,000 swords return to the origin was utterly formidable. A staggering 6,000 sword shadows, each with an armor-piercing effect, made it a veritable clearing technique. Given his current attack power, he felt confident that even a grandmaster would find it challenging to contend with him. On a cliff 100 meters away, Kozukiro. Has Senior Kazuko not yet arrived? Seated upon a colossal rock, Hozuki Ichiro's scarlet gaze was fixated intently on Liu Xuan and his companions at the entrance of the hidden abyss. A subtle swirl of black source energy rolled around him. I can hardly contain myself. The prey is right before my eyes, and the entity within me is roaring. If I am not allowed to shred them apart soon, I fear I might turn my wrath upon you first. Ichiro, please be patient for just a moment longer, Musashi Kojiro replied, his expression grave. This hunt has been personally commanded by His Majesty the Emperor, and Senior Abe has been orchestrating it for a year. We must ensure absolute success. Humph. I care not for your concerns. Hozuki Ichiro suddenly rose, an aura of violent bloodlust radiating from him. Just as tensions reached their peak, a voice, sultry and alluring, echoed through the air. Oh dear, Ichiro, you are as impatient as ever. Boom, boom, boom. Several plumes of smoke erupted in succession. As the smoke cleared, figures with formidable auras and palpable killing intent emerged, each holding a bloodied severed head. At the forefront stood an enchanting woman clad in a lavish kimono, her voluptuous figure exuding a captivating charm. The fabric of her garment slightly parted, revealing a breathtaking expanse of alabaster skin. Fuko, you have finally arrived. Musashi Kojiro sighed in relief. Had you arrived any later, Ichiro might have charged in alone. I encountered a few bothersome little mice along the way and took care of them. Fuko Koga giggled, gracefully approaching Hozuki Ichiro. She extended her arms, gently pressing Ichiro's head against her soft bosom, as if to soothe a restless child. Now, Ichiro, you must behave. Her breath, fragrant and sweet, wrapped around him in a pinkish, ethereal source energy, as though it possessed a life of its own. Observing this scene, Musashi Kojiro involuntarily swallowed hard, a glimmer of envy flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, with a primal roar, Hozuki Ichiro lunged, tackling Fuko to the ground. He resembled a beast possessed, his eyes reflecting only the most primitive desires and ferocity. "Come, Ichiro," Fuko beckoned, her eyes shimmering seductively as she let her kimono slip from her shoulders, extending her pale arms toward him. "Before the hunt begins, allow me to reward you." "Gentlemen, it is about time we set forth," Musashi Kojiro urged, suppressing the turmoil within him as he glanced at Liu Xuan and the others, who were preparing to depart. "If we do not act soon, the prey will escape." "Yes. Ichiro, let us proceed to hunt," Fuko said, her breath coming in strange gasps, her voice wavering. Whoosh! A shadow darted past. Hozuki Ichiro had vanished from Fuko's embrace, reappearing like a specter on a massive stone at the cliff's edge. His muscles were taut, clad only in tattered cloth around his waist. His crimson eyes surveyed Liu Xian's group below, akin to a predator eyeing its helpless prey. In the next instant, he bent his legs slightly and leapt with tremendous force. Boom! The rock beneath him shattered instantly, and he soared like a cannonball, resembling a black meteor descending from the heavens, carrying an aura of annihilation as he plummeted toward Liu Xuan and his companions. Meanwhile, Fuko Koga nonchalantly adjusted her disheveled kimono. "Fuko, grant me your strength," Musashi Kojiro implored, bowing slightly before her. Fuko smiled alluringly, mirroring her earlier gesture, as she pressed Kojiro's head into her embrace. Moments later, Kojiro lifted his head, licking his lips, his eyes now filled with cruelty and bloodlust. "Fuko, bear witness. I shall surpass Ichiro in the number of kills." "I have faith in your prowess, Kojiro," Fuko replied softly, brushing her hair aside. "Go now, alongside Ichiro, and let these Ryuka people witness what true talent from the east looks like. Watch out." Above, at the base of the cliff, Liu Xuan abruptly looked up, his pupils constricting as he locked his gaze onto the terrifying shadow plummeting towards them. Detection technique. Name: Hozuki Ichiro. Level: LV50 Master. Health: 2,000,000. Attack: 120,000. Defense: 100,000. Status amplification: Een Woman Harmony Technique. Skills: Demon Blood Boiling, Rakshasa Charge. Demon Thousand Cuts, Hell Windmill, Demon King Martial Arts. Een Woman Harmony Technique. An enhancement from Fuko Koga's power, doubling attack and defense for 30 seconds. Demon Blood Boiling. Passive. For every 1 health point lost, critical strike rate increases by 1, up to a maximum of 50. Rakshasa Charge. Active. A stepping punch that pierces through enemies, dealing 8 times attack power as physical damage. Cooldown: 15 seconds. Demon Thousand Cuts. Active. Dual claws tear through a fan-shaped area in front, dealing 5 times attack power as physical damage to enemies within that area. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Hell Windmill. Active. Grabs the enemy and spins violently, dealing physical damage equal to its own attack power every second for 5 seconds. At the end of the skill, it stuns the enemy for 1 second. Cooldown: 60 seconds. Demon King Martial Arts. Passive. When health falls below 10, activates the soul of the Demon King within, entering Demon King form, becoming immune to 30 points of physical damage, instantly restoring health, and increasing attack and defense by 10 times for 30 seconds. Cooldown: 15 days. Bang! Like a meteor striking the earth, a deafening roar echoed. The ground was cratered, debris flying, and dust billowing into the air. Amidst the haze, a pair of frenzied crimson eyes ignited, followed by the emergence of an immensely muscular, nearly naked silhouette, which slowly rose to its full height. As the dust settled, the true form of Hozuki Ichiro was revealed. His muscles appeared forged from black iron, enveloped in swirling black source energy, radiating an oppressive aura reminiscent of a demon risen from the depths of hell. A master, and one far superior to his previous incarnation. Zhang Yao's face turned as pale as a sheet, an unprecedented despair swelling within him, mirrored by Chu Chun, Lu Ming, and the others. The deathly threat posed by Hozuki Ichiro exceeded that of the previous Iga. "Flee!" Liu Xuan managed to bellow. In the next moment, he unhesitatingly cast the transformation into serpent technique. Roar! A dragon's roar resonated through the heavens, shaking the surrounding cliffs as stones cascaded down. A tremendous power erupted from Liu Xuan's body, expanding and morphing in the astonished gazes of his companions. In the blink of an eye, a black serpentine dragon, over 100 meters long, adorned with formidable scales and crowned with a single horn, emerged with overwhelming ferocity, lunging directly at the freshly landed Hozuki Ichiro. A worthy opponent. In the face of the serpent's charge, Hozuki Ichiro felt no fear. Instead, a more frenzied battle spirit ignited within him. The ground beneath him erupted once more, black source energy swirling like molten lava around his arms. Without flinching, he unleashed the most pure and violent straight punch toward the dragon's head. The air crackled violently as his fist cut through it, Chapter 90. Spider Maru. Ready to transform into a dragon. Boom. A thunderous explosion resounded. In midair, Liu Xuan's black dragon's head was pierced through by a beam of black source energy. The massive body lost control, crashing to the ground like a mountain, stirring up clouds of dust. Meanwhile, Hozuki Ichiro's descent was even grimmer. His entire being was as if struck by an invisible colossal hammer, hurtling backwards at an astonishing velocity. He collided violently with dozens of massive boulders along his path, ultimately crashing into the hard mountainside 100 meters away, embedding himself within it like a grotesque sculpture. 79050-305-3900. Two staggering figures of damage floated above the heads of Liu Xuan and Guiding Yilong, respectively. Yet, this strike from Guiding Yilong merely inflicted less than 80,000 damage upon Liu Xuan in his serpentine form. In stark contrast, Liu Xian's blow unleashed a terrifying damage exceeding 3 million. At this moment, Liu Xuan, transformed into a dragon, had his attributes expanded to an unfathomable degree. Player, Liu Xuan, Dragon Form. Health, 1186-5450. Attack, 157-6950. Defense, 68-8950. Speed, 22-8930. Go ahead quickly, Liu Xuan commanded, maneuvering his dragon body to soar once more. He turned to the stunned Chu Chun and the others, unleashing a deep, resonant roar. Leave. He'd lose words. Flee. Chu Chun was the first to react, his voice hoarse as he shouted, pulling the still-dazed Lu Ming along, desperately sprinting away from the battlefield. During their escape, he could not help but glance back at the embedded Guiding Yilong. The creature's body twisted at a grotesque angle, seemingly having lost all vitality. Yet, strangely, a thick, ink-like, unsettling black source power surged from within Guiding Yilong, wrapping around his shattered form. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy, eerie heartbeat echoed ominously across the silent battlefield. An aura of malevolence, cold as ice, enveloped the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. Within the mountainside, Guiding Yilong abruptly opened his eyes. His pupils entirely transformed into a void of darkness. He let out a piercing wail, unlike any human sound, filled with agony and rage. Swish. In an instant, the figure embedded in the mountainside vanished. Roar. Liu Xuan issued a tortured dragon's cry, feeling a searing pain rip through his tail. He turned in horror to see Guiding Yilong, having somehow appeared behind him, arms bulging with inhuman strength, entwined with a tangible black source power. Resembling a demon returned from hell, firmly grasping his dragon tail. Hell windmill. Guiding Yilong bellowed, unleashing a terrifying force that shook the mountains, swinging Liu Xian's 100-meter-long dragon body towards the adjacent rocky wall with ferocity. Boom, 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 boom. A series of jarring impacts reverberated, causing the entire cliffside to tremble violently. 271050-542100. 271050-542100. 271050. A succession of high-damage figures floated above Liu Xian's head. Boom. In a final thunderous slam, Guiding Yilong hurled Liu Xian's massive dragon form high into the air. The immense force left Liu Xuan momentarily dazed. As he shook his head to regain clarity, he was horrified to find his health had plummeted by a tenth during that frenzied onslaught. He quickly focused on the figure of Guiding Yilong below, witnessing a terrifying transformation. The creature's form rapidly inflated like a balloon. Muscles on his back writhed and contorted, ultimately forming a grotesque totem, as if it were a demon poised to devour. Detection spell. Name, Guiding Yilong, Demon King Form. Level, LV50 Master. Health, 2000000. Attack, 1200000. Defense, 1000000. Status amplification, Een Woman's Harmony Technique. Passive effect of Demon King's martial arts triggered. The Guiding Yilong, who should have been slain by Liu Xian's strike, not only survived, but had his attack and defense amplified tenfold due to the Een Woman's Harmony Technique. His health instantly restored to full. Roar. Liu Xuan let out an enraged dragon roar, his dragon form transforming into a streak of black lightning as he dove towards the ground where Guiding Yilong awaited. Howl. In his Demon King form, Guiding Yilong emitted a deafening, demonic roar. His claws tore through the air, leaving afterimages as they lunged for Liu Xian's massive dragon head. Bang. Another unembellished clash ensued. At the last moment, Liu Xuan twisted his body, his thick dragon tail striking Guiding Yilong like a divine whip. Simultaneously, Guiding Yilong's claws firmly raked against the resilient scales of the dragon tail. Crack! The dragon tail's scales shattered, blood spraying forth. Guading Ilong was sent flying by the force of the tail, crashing into the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive crater several meters wide. 120-7730 in the distance. Chu Chun and the others, running frantically, turned pale. Merely the residual aura from the clash between Liu Xuan and Guiding Yulong sent their blood boiling, filling them with despair. No, I refuse to die here. I want tea. At the rear of the group, Ling Yu finally cracked under pressure. Overwhelming terror obliterated all rational thought. She screamed as her source power erupted uncontrollably. The sword light beneath her feet shimmered, and she took flight, attempting to flee this death zone alone. However, barely 100 meters aloft, swish. A chilling, piercing blade of light flashed from the void, striking her with the swiftness of teleportation. In midair, Ling Yu's body stiffened abruptly, a fine line of blood appearing from her forehead to her waist. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Her form was neatly cleaved in two, her warm viscera mingling with the rain of blood that fell to the earth. Upon witnessing this scene, Liu Xuan's dragon pupils constricted in shock. Ilong, are you alright? A chilling voice resonated unexpectedly. Below, in the crater created by Guading Ilong's impact, Musashi Kojuro had appeared silently, bending down to assist the weakened Guading Ilong. Guading Ilong coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vitality at its absolute nadir. Even in his strongest Demon King form, Liu Xuan's previous blow had dealt him a devastating blow. Boom. An oppressive and terrifying aura descended once more, locking Musashi Kojuro and Guading Ilong in place. Musashi Kojiro's expression shifted dramatically. Phantom escape, he shouted, his body instantaneously creating several indistinguishable afterimages. In the next moment, he and Guading Ilong vanished like wraiths from their original location. Liu Xuan's strike missed, creating yet another crater in the ground. He raised his dragon head, his icy vertical pupils scanning the surroundings swiftly. On a cliff 100 meters away, Musashi Kojuro was seen supporting Guading Ilong, having reappeared out of thin air. That was close. Musashi Kojuro gazed down at the ominously swirling black dragon below, a chill of trepidation coursing through him. He never anticipated that within the younger generation of Longxia, such a monster lay hidden. Coughing in frustration, the dark energy surrounding Hozuki Ichiro dissipated as he swiftly reverted from his Demon King form, returning to his original appearance. His eyes were fixed intently on Liu Xuan, who had also shed his dragon form, his complexion slightly pale. Clenching his fists, he felt them crackle with intensity. How could this man possess such formidable strength? As one of the rare prodigies of the East, and among the youngest masters, Ichiro had absolute confidence in his own abilities. He had believed that he could effortlessly vanquish Liu Xuan and his companions. Yet, unexpectedly, Liu Xuan had nearly struck him down with a single blow. Even after activating the power of the Demon King within, he found himself unable to withstand Liu Xuan's assault. This was under the enhancement provided by Koga Fuko's strength. Without that, he would likely have met his demise at Liu Xuan's hands. It appears our journey has been justified, accompanied by a voice both enchanting and frigid. Clouds of mist erupted from the cliff's edge. Koga Fuko and a cadre of elite ninjas emerged into view. With graceful strides, she approached the precipice. Looking down imperiously at Liu Xuan, her beautiful eyes were no longer filled with languor and allure, but rather with an overwhelming, tangible shock and murderous intent. With such a prodigious talent emerging from Longxia, should we fail to extinguish this threat before it fully matures, Longxia is destined to gain another terrestrial deity. If that occurs, given this youth's animosity towards our homeland, Japan shall be in grave peril. However, Fuko-senpai Musashi Kojiro's brows knitted together, his expression grave. The depth of this individual's power is unfathomable, unless Lord Abe intervenes personally. Even with Ichiro-kun and my combined efforts, we may falter. Kojiro-kun, you underestimate yourself. And you also underestimate the power of the Spidermaru in your grasp, Koga Fuko replied, her gaze shifting to the strangely shaped beast blade in Musashi Kojiro's hand. The Spidermaru is a sacred artifact, revered by your Musashi clan for a millennium. Over these 1,000 years, it has absorbed the essence, blood, and soul of countless master-level beasts. If you can fully unleash the power of the Spidermaru in a short span, it can rival that of a Grand Master. Slaying this youth would be as simple as turning one's hand. Senpai, while that may be true, my current cultivation does not yet allow me to wield the Spidermaru's power completely. Musashi Kojiro caressed the cold blade, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, unless... Before he could finish his thought, a flash. The blade gleamed like blood, vanishing in an instant. A sickening thud echoed as the sharp edge pierced flesh and bone. Hozuki Ichiro's body stiffened abruptly, disbelief flooding his face as he looked down to see the Spidermaru embedded in his heart. He attempted to speak, but no sound escaped his lips. The energies within him, his source power, blood, and even his soul, were being voraciously consumed by the Spidermaru. Unless he offered sufficient sacrifice, he would perish. Musashi Kojiro's voice was as cold as ice. Boom. Almost simultaneously with Hozuki Ichiro being drained to a husk, the dark red blade of the Spidermaru erupted with countless blood-red eyes, filled with greed and malevolence. Viscous, crimson energy, like living tendrils, surged from the hilt, wrapping around Musashi Kojiro's right arm and spreading throughout his body. I feel an unending surge of power. An expression of extreme excitement and agony twisted across Musashi Kojiro's face. Koga Fuko, witnessing this, did not intervene. Instead, she stepped forward, attempting to embrace him as before. However, thud. The tip of the Spidermaru unexpectedly pierced through Koga Fuko's heaving chest. Senpai, you won't hold this against me, will you? Musashi Kojiro's left hand gently caressed Fuko's cheek, while his right hand slowly withdrew the Spidermaru from her body. As long as Kojiro-kun can eradicate the Longxia people below, I willingly offer myself. Koga Fuko's complexion turned ashen, her breath quickening, yet she still trembled as she bestowed her final bloodied kiss. A pink mark blossomed on her forehead, searing itself into Musashi Kojiro's brow. Fear not. Today, no one shall leave here alive. Musashi Kojiro yanked the Spidermaru from its resting place and swung it behind him. A blood-red arc of blade energy swept forth. The elite ninjas behind him, caught unawares, were cleaved in two before they could even scream. Their essence, blood, and source power were consumed by the Spidermaru with the fervor of rivers flowing into the sea. Hum. The Spidermaru emitted a satisfied hum, its blood-red eyes growing ever more grotesque and sinister. Musashi Kojiro's aura began to escalate tumultuously, becoming feral, chaotic, and unfathomable. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth as his crimson tongue licked his lips. The true hunt is only just beginning. At that moment, the very space around him warped. He melded into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Below, Liu Xuan, who had just reunited with Chu Chun and the others, suddenly changed countenance. An unprecedented sense of crisis washed over him, bristling every hair on his body. Liu, behind you. Chu Chun exclaimed, his voice trembling uncontrollably with fear. Liu Xuan whirled around, only to behold Musashi Kojiro, brandishing the Spidermaru, stepping forth as if emerging from a hellish blood pool, his expression void of emotion, advancing toward him with deliberate, measured strides. Though his pace appeared slow, each step blurred like a phantom, spanning dozens of meters in an instant, abruptly standing before Liu Xuan. Those eyes, filled with a sanguine hue, coldly locked onto him. Chapter 91. The Incarnation of the Dragon God, the Shattered Spidermaru. Ants, are you prepared to embrace death? Musashi Kojiro extended his crimson tongue, licking his cracked lips. The Spidermaru in his hand was alive with a multitude of eerie, rotating eyes. The thick, blood-like malevolence coalesced into a tangible presence, weighing heavily upon all. Thud, thud. The sound of bodies collapsing to the ground echoed repeatedly, under Musashi Kojiro's terrifying pressure. Chu Chun and the others found themselves utterly powerless, their bodies collapsing uncontrollably to the earth, their faces pale as parchment, struggling to breathe. Liu, hurry and flee. Chu Chen's eyes bulged with desperation, using every ounce of strength to shout at Liu Xuan, forget about us. If one of us can survive, it's worth it. Run. Liu Xuan appeared oblivious, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Musashi Kojiro. Divination technique. Target information cannot be probed. Please elevate the divination technique level. Liu, flee now. Zhang Yao's voice trembled with despair. This monster's cultivation far surpasses that of a master. You cannot contend with him. Go. Liu Xuan took a deep breath, slowly turning to face the fallen comrades, revealing a smile. Leave? How could I abandon such an opportunity for grandeur? Boom. A torrent of immense gray source power erupted from within Liu Xuan, akin to a volcanic eruption. His eyes instantly transformed into a sea of gray. Soul technique. He bellowed. In an instant, the surging gray source power expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the space surrounding him, within a radius of several hundred meters, appeared to be drawn into a gray domain. Musashi Kojiro's brow furrowed sharply as he directed his gaze towards the Spidermaru in his hand. To his astonishment, the greedy eyes adorning the blade abruptly closed, and though an immense power still lingered, it felt as though it were shackled by invisible chains, rendering him unable to unleash an attack at will. Boom. Before he could ponder further, a tempestuous aura surged like a hurricane from behind him. Thunderlaw. Chant. In an instant, the sky was engulfed as the roiling thunder coalesced into a fearsome, colossal thunder dragon, barreling towards the back of Musashi Kojiro's head. Whoosh. In a blur, Musashi Kojiro's figure seemed to vanish into thin air, evading the strike. Liu Xuan abruptly looked up, only to find Musashi Kojiro hovering in midair. casting a cruel gaze down upon him. Intriguing. Musashi Kojuro's voice became hoarse and distorted, as if countless voices were overlapping. To restrain my attack is one thing, but alas. The futile struggles of an ant are ultimately in vain. Brother Liu, is this the realm of the soul? Chu Chen's pupils trembled as he gazed incredulously at the gray world surrounding him, his voice quaking with disbelief. Have you perfected the soul technique? Liu Xuan offered no response. His inner turmoil belied the calm exterior he presented. The level of Musashi Kojiro exceeded the limits of master-level detection techniques, signifying that his opponent was a terrifying entity of at least level 50. Although the soul technique could restrict attacks, it could not limit defense or evasion. More alarming still, Liu Xuan's gaze swept over Musashi Kojiro's head and the weapon in his grasp, and he discerned two independent health bars. Not only did Musashi Kojiro himself possess this, but even the enigmatic blade he wielded was endowed with its own vitality. All swords returned to their source. With no time to hesitate, Liu Xuan resolved to expend every ounce of his power for this battle. The reason he refrained from immediately invoking the dragon god's form was that doing so would deplete all of his magical energy in an instant, leaving him in a prolonged state of weakness thereafter. If he could deliver a fatal blow to Musashi Kojiro, it would be ideal. If not, he would find himself ensnared in a dead end. Therefore, he must maximize his attack. Boom. A horrific sword intent erupted from within Liu Xuan, soaring skyward. In that fleeting moment, the entirety of the sky above Musashi Kojiro was consumed by a multitude of dazzling golden points of light, akin to a myriad of stars. These points rapidly coalesced and morphed into a dense swarm of thousands of golden energy sword phantoms, their tips aimed directly at Musashi Kojiro below. Witnessing this, Musashi Kojiro's pupils constricted sharply, sensing the threat emanating from the dense array of sword shadows. Flash! Liu Xuan's icy voice reverberated throughout the gray realm. Boom! 6,000 golden sword phantoms produced a deafening clang. Like 100 rivers converging into the sea, they swiftly amalgamated into a colossal sword, stretching 100 meters in length. Seemingly forged from pure gold and radiating an aura of terrifying power, the giant sword descended with a momentum that threatened to obliterate all, aiming ruthlessly at Musashi Kojiro. Boom! A radiant burst of bloodlight erupted around Musashi Kojiro as he attempted to evade the assault of the golden giant sword using his ghostly agility. Sword mastery. Liu Xuan flickered, appearing directly in Musashi Kojiro's path, as if teleporting. The spirit of the true word. Roar. Howl. Moo. The ethereal forms of the eagle, wolf, and bull flitted behind him. He hurled a fist towards Musashi Kojiro, forcibly halting his evasion. Bang. A thunderous crash ensued. The golden giant sword plummeted with unprecedented speed. The dazzling golden light instantaneously engulfed the entire gray realm, consuming the vision of all present. Where the light reached, the once solid rock crumbled silently into dust. The earth itself appeared to be pressed down by an invisible giant hand, collapsing into a bottomless pit. As the golden light gradually receded, the onlookers were horrified to discover that the originally complex terrain of the hidden abyss had been utterly flattened. The air was thick with a terrifying sword intent that sent shivers down their spines. Chu Chun and the others sat in shock on the dust-laden ground, half buried, resembling lifeless statues. Shinji, Xiaowan's cry, tinged with tears, shattered the silence. Chu Chun and the others snapped back to reality, desperately attempting to rise. Yet, although Musashi Kojiro's oppressive aura had lessened slightly, it still clung to them like shackles, rendering them immobile. Ants, it is now my turn. The chilling voice echoed once more, causing despair to sink into their hearts as they fixated on the front. In the center of the swirling dust, a vivid scarlet light exploded, instantly dispersing the debris. Musashi Kojiro remained standing, albeit in tatters, blood trickling from his mouth, appearing rather disheveled. However, his left hand clutched Liu Xuan's throat like an iron vice, lifting him off the ground. Meanwhile, the spider Maru in his right hand had all its eerie eyes fully opened, glimmering with a bloodthirsty and frenzied light, slowly rising to target Liu Xuan's heart. Ah, you beast, let go of my brother. Lu Ming's eyes burned crimson. His face contorted with extreme rage as he desperately summoned his strength, attempting to rise against all. The divine dragon's tail swept through the air, as if the very fabric of space had been torn apart. Liu Xuan, transformed into a dragon, materialized with terrifying speed above the soaring Musashi Kojiro. Musashi Kojiro had yet to regain his balance when a colossal dragon claw, cloaked in chaotic scales and imbued with cataclysmic power, descended like the wrath of the heavens, forcefully pressing him towards the ground. Bang! The earth crumbled beneath the impact, shattering like tofu and collapsing into a massive pit with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. Gasping, Musashi Kojiro struggled to uphold the seemingly mountain-like weight of the dragon's claw, blood erupting from his mouth like a fountain. His eyes betraying a sense of horror and fear for the first time. Spider Maru, save me. Feeling an unprecedented threat of death, Musashi Kojiro let out a desperate roar. The Spider Maru in his hand burst forth in resplendent crimson light. In the next moment, it shattered entirely. An endless torrent of blood surged forth from the broken blade, engulfing Musashi Kojiro's form in an instant. Ag! He cried out in agony as his entire being twisted, expanded, and transformed. Ultimately, he morphed into a monstrous creature nearly 100 meters tall, exuding an aura of malevolence and bloodlust. Chapter 92. Crisis averted, the Great Explosion. The dragon's claw was lifted by the monster. Liu Xuan's golden dragon eyes suddenly narrowed, fixating intently on the creature below. Its form resembled a blood-red spider. Yet it was composed of countless writhing flesh and a multitude of agonized beast and human faces. It radiated a nauseating aura of evil and bloodshed. The dragon was a true dragon. A cold, piercing sound echoed, as if countless voices overlapped in a maddening whisper that reverberated through the skies. The Spider Maru gazed up at the majestic divine dragon, countless eyes flashing with primal fear and unrestrained greed. I must consume you. Its gaze turned frenzied, and it opened its gaping maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, unleashing a storm of blood-colored blades that surged towards Liu Xuan like a torrential downpour. Bang! 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 The cacophony of impacts resonated like a war drum. Liu Xuan braced himself against the onslaught of blood-colored blades, the scales on his massive dragon form bursting apart as his vitality began to plummet. Roar! In response, a more furious dragon's roar erupted. Liu Xuan's dragon claw exerted tremendous force, entwined with chaotic energy, tearing through the defenses of the Spider Maru and plunging deep into its colossal body. The Spider Maru emitted a chilling wail. Its health bar began to plummet rapidly. Liu Xuan dared not delay. The duration of his dragon form was limited. With a powerful flick of his tail, he hurled the severely wounded Spider Maru high into the sky. Swish! 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 The dragon's tail transformed into a blur of gray lightning, striking the Spider Maru repeatedly with a speed too swift for the naked eye to perceive. Ag! The air was filled with the inhuman screams of the Spider Maru, yet its eyes grew increasingly deranged. Steeling itself, it contracted its abdomen and unleashed a colossal blood-red net, flowing with corrosive slime, descending upon Liu Xuan. Boom! A chaotic beam of light suddenly erupted from Liu Xuan's dragon mouth. Wherever the beam passed, space itself warped slightly, instantly piercing through the descending spiderweb. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded once more, filled with overwhelming killing intent. Liu Xuan ascended into the sky, rapidly accumulating energy within his jaws, releasing a series of devastating chaotic beams. Like the spear of judgment, these beams engulfed the struggling Spider Maru in a maelstrom of energy. No! Amidst the desperate and unwilling shrieks of the Spider Maru, its immense body exploded in the sky like a blood-red sun, transforming into a shower of foul blood mist that rained down upon the earth. Successfully defeated LV-70 Spider Maru, gained 15 million experience points, 150,000 gold. Moon Reading Destiny Ear Pendant, Cloud Descending Spear, Shepherd's Blessing. Your level has successfully increased to LV-37. Gained 1,000 free attribute points, 500 constitution points, 500 strength points, and 100 skill points. Your level has successfully increased to LV-38. Gained 1,000 free attribute points, 500 constitution points, 500 strength points, and 100 skill points. Your level has successfully increased to LV-39. Gained 1,000 free attribute points, 500 constitution points, 500 strength points, and 100 skill points. A system notification appeared. Liu Xuan felt a wave of intense weakness wash over him like a tide, darkness creeping into his vision. The colossal dragon form dissipated in an instant, returning him to his human shape, akin to a kite severed from its string, helplessly plummeting from the sky. Swish! A sword light sliced through the air, accurately catching the falling Liu Xuan. Old man, is that you? Liu Xuan, his breath weak, looked up at the disheveled figure that had rescued him, Liu Wujia, who had hurried over on his sword. Boom! At that moment, a destructive aura descended like the weight of Mount Tai. Anbei Shuangguang appeared at a distance, his gaze cold and venomous, locking onto Liu Xuan with a palpable killing intent. Die! His withered right hand slowly rose, grasping towards Liu Xuan in the void. In an instant, a torrent of ominous ghostly energy surged forth, coalescing into a massive claw that blotted out the sun, descending toward Liu Xuan and Liu Wujia. Old man, if you wish to harm my young friend Liu Xuan, you must first pass through us. For figures, though weakened, stood resolutely as unyielding as boulders, shielding Liu Xuan and Li Wujia from above. They were Zhang Tianqing, Luo Xiu, Zifei, and Imo Hong. Across the world, Luo Xiu's white hair danced wildly as he roared, the silver spear in his hand fracturing piece by piece. The shattered spear was consumed by a furious surge of black and white source energy, coalescing into a gigantic spear shadow capable of piercing through the heavens. Ninth Heaven Thunder Law. Zhang Tianqing's robe billowed as he ignited his essence blood to summon divine thunder. A ferocious golden thunder dragon took shape amidst a storm of electric serpents. Reincarnation Annihilation Spell. Zifei, her complexion pale as paper, formed seals with her hands in rapid succession, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. Behind her, a black god statue, holding a spiraled spear with abyssal whirlpool-like pupils, slowly materialized, exuding an aura of annihilation. Divine Mechanism Chiyu. In front of Imo Hong, four metallic spheres spun rapidly, reconfiguring themselves. They ultimately transformed into a towering figure clad in heavy armor, wielding a demonic blade engulfed in black flames. Boom! The spear's shadow pierced the skies. The thunder dragon roared. The statue hurled its spear. Chiyu swung his blade. The four unleashed their most powerful strikes, colliding fiercely with the descending ghostly claw. In that moment, it felt as though the world had lost all sound, leaving only the roaring silence of annihilation. Blinding light consumed everything. Puff! The four were struck as if by a colossal hammer, blood gushing forth. Their forms uncontrollably plummeted from the sky, their vitality dwindling to the brink. Meanwhile, the colossal ghostly claw, battered by their desperate onslaught, was riddled with cracks before ultimately shattering. Good, good, good. Abe Genoa's countenance was so dark it seemed as though it could drip with water. He repeated the word good thrice, yet his murderous intent surged in waves. Ever more intense. Today, I shall ensure that all of you are buried here together. His robes billowed around him, seemingly stirred by an unseen wind. A more formidable, chilling aura of malevolence surged forth like a tsunami. Behind him, countless grotesque specters coalesced, resembling a black meteor shower, descending upon everyone below with a piercing wail of annihilation. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a faint glimmer of starlight unexpectedly ignited. Soon after, a second and third point of light followed, and in an instant, a multitude of resplendent stars illuminated the skies above Tiangong City, casting the world shrouded in malevolence into a dreamlike celestial river. Genoa's pupils quivered, and his expression transformed in an instant. Even if you have arrived, what of it? This child shall surely perish today. If I eliminate them all, the fortune of Longxiao for a century will be marred. His expression turned frenzied as he disregarded all else, channeling his power, causing the oppressive aura of the specters to swell once more. However, the countless stars merely shimmered gently, and then, as if drawn by an invisible force, they swiftly converged into an enormous, slowly rotating celestial formation, resembling an indestructible shield that firmly stood before all the specters. Simultaneously, a colossal hand, entirely composed of scintillating stars and seemingly capable of plucking the celestial bodies from the heavens, gradually extended from the starry formation, reaching out towards Abe Geno. Where it passed, even the very fabric of space rippled. Curse it! Abe Genoa's complexion changed drastically as he sensed the terrifying power emanating from the stellar hand, and a pang of retreat began to take root in his heart. Geno, I refuse to believe you can protect him for eternity. This child shall be slain by the East Japan. With that venomous declaration, Abe Genoa's form erupted into a dense cloud of black mist, vanishing into the void without a trace. The stellar hand hesitated momentarily in the air before gradually dissipating, as if it had never existed. The myriad of starlight quietly faded, and tranquility returned to the world. Thank you, Senior Geno, for your timely intervention. Zhang Tianqing struggled to rise, offering a difficult bow to the void. Zifei and Imo Hong also strained against their injuries to express their gratitude. Throughout it all, Geno had not revealed his true form. Lu, how are you? At that moment, Chu Chun, Lu Ming, and others finally emerged from their profound shock. They scrambled towards Liu Xuan, who was being supported by Li Wujia, their faces etched with concern and trepidation. It's not a major issue. Liu Xuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, managing a faint, weary smile. If all goes well, I should survive for another year or so. Upon hearing this, and glancing at his pallid complexion and blood-stained attire, the eyes of Chu Chun, Lu Ming, and the others instantly turned red. Several of the girls could not suppress their quiet sobs. Even the usually aloof Xingyue turned her head away, her shoulders slightly trembling. In that moment, Liu Xian's image in their hearts had become as lofty as a deity. The resolve to protect their companions at all costs was deeply etched within each of their souls. Young Master Liu, let me tend to your wounds first. Qin Yuga wiped the tears from her eyes and hurriedly approached, her hands glowing with a milky white radiance as she performed the revitalizing touch on Liu Xuan. Miss Qin, I think I should handle it myself. The effect might be better. Liu Xuan sat cross-legged, first retrieving and swallowing a Great Recovery Pill. Successfully consumed Great Recovery Pill 1, restoring 5,000 points of mana. He then extended his right hand, a surge of life energy far more potent and pure than Qin Yuga's coalescing instantly, enveloping his palm in an intense milky white glow. With the revitalizing touch, he pressed his life-imbued hand against his chest. A massive green healing number floated up. Liu Xuan's originally pallid complexion began to visibly regain its color at an astonishing rate, and his breath quickly stabilized. Observing this scene, Qin Yuga's gaze turned somewhat resentful. She presumed Liu Xuan looked down upon her medical skills. Yet, she was also struck with awe at Liu Xuan's terrifying talent. How long had it been? Liu Xuan not only learned her revitalizing touch in an instant, but executed its effects to a degree that far surpassed her own. However, recalling the breathtaking sight of Liu Xuan transforming into a dragon, Qin Yuga felt that any miracle occurring within Liu Xuan's being was hardly surprising. Good lad. Li Wujia regarded Liu Xuan with a complex expression. You truly are a hidden gem. He paused, laced with a hint of reluctance and self-deprecation, and asked, back at Tianjin Mountain, why were you so adamant about not becoming my disciple? Liu Xuan chuckled before replying, at that time, I had not yet received the approval of the questioning sword stone. Nonsense. Li Wujia's emotions surged excitedly. With your monstrous and even perverse talent, do you need a mere stone to recognize you? Clearly, it is our sect's past leaders who deemed our sect unworthy of you. As he reached the end of his words, his voice was filled with a poignant loneliness and unmistakable regret. Having witnessed Liu Xuan's dragon transformation and the slaying of a formidable beast, he understood well that Liu Xuan's future was destined to reach the pinnacle of the world. Chapter 93. Zifei sends off the wife. I want them all. Well, that possibility cannot be ruled out. Liu Xuan nodded earnestly. Stop pretending, you brat. Li Wujia shot him an exasperated glare. I accept your refusal to join my sword sect, but you have clearly mastered the 10,000 swords returning to the sect technique. Why hide it? Didn't Tu tell me to stop pretending? Liu Xuan innocently shrugged. I thought such trivial matters were hardly worth mentioning. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Wujia's expression darkened, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Chu Chun, standing nearby, remarked dryly, Brother Liu, you've inadvertently made quite a show of it. Are you all right, little ones? At that moment, Zhang Tianqing and the others approached. Their gazes converged upon Liu Xuan, especially lingering momentarily on his striking silver hair. Zhang Tianqing teasingly said, Brother Luo, does this young friend not resemble your son? I have no son. Luo Xiao remained expressionless. Yet there was an unmistakable admiration and acknowledgement in his gaze towards Liu Xuan. Senior brother, please do not jest. Zhang Yao interjected seriously. Brother Lu's white hair is a result of him exhausting his life essence to save us. Indeed. Chu Chun, Lu Ming, and the others nodded in agreement, their expressions grave. Seeing this, Zhang Tianqing awkwardly scratched his nose. I was just joking to lighten the mood. Please don't take offense. His demeanor turned serious as he asked. But junior brother, could you elaborate on what exactly transpired during this time? Zhang Yao took a deep breath, recounting how they had fled to the hidden pivot abyss, encountered an ambush by East Japan ninjas, and how Liu Xuan had turned the tide, defeating formidable foes, culminating in his transformation into a divine dragon to engage in a bloody battle with Spider Maru, all conveyed swiftly and clearly. Upon completing his tale, Zhang Tianqing and the others fell into a brief silence, the atmosphere thick with shock and gravity. Did you hear that? Li Wujia spoke meaningfully, casting a glance at Zhang Tianqing and the others. Were it not for Liu Xuan's intervention, these young ones would have likely perished at the hands of the East Japanese. All the major factions owe him a favor. Old man, you need not feel indebted to me. Liu Xuan shook his head, speaking in a calm tone. I could not save your disciple. She has already perished. What? Li Wujia, struck as if by lightning, turned pale. Yi Feng and Yuer are dead? Senior Li. This cannot be blamed on anyone else. Zhang Yao explained. Yi Feng did not escape with us to the hidden abyss. We have no knowledge of his whereabouts. As for Ling Wei, she attempted to flee on her sword alone and was slain mid-air by the Eastern Japanners. Li Wujia swayed slightly, appearing suddenly aged, murmuring in despair. It is my fault. I did not teach her well. I have doomed her. Brotherly, please accept my condolences. Zhang Tianqing gently patted his shoulder, exhaling a silent sigh. At that moment, the previously silent Zifei approached Liu Xuan with graceful steps. Her captivating purple eyes scrutinized him with keen interest, a hint of an elusive smile gracing her lips. Young friend, does the blood of true dragons flow within you? Upon her utterance, All eyes converged once more on Liu Xuan. True dragon's blood? What is that? Liu Xuan's expression was one of bewilderment, his act remarkably natural. I have not heard of it. Unaware, are we? Zifei tilted her head slightly, her purple pupils seemingly penetrating the very essence of one's soul. It was then that Liu Xuan took a moment to carefully observe Zifei. She had flowing violet hair and donned an exquisite purple gown, barefoot like the stars and moon, hovering gracefully in the air. Her figure was curvaceous and alluring, exuding a mature and seductive aura, akin to a ripe peach awaiting harvest, brimming with charm. Younger friend, would you care to visit the Inyang family as my guest? Zifei's lips parted slightly, her smile laced with a hint of mysterious allure. Perhaps there might be unexpected surprises in store. What surprises? Liu Xuan instinctively inquired. I shall betroth Xingyue to you. Is that surprise sufficient? Zifei's words were astonishing. What? This declaration struck like thunder from a clear sky, eliciting gasps from all present. The men, including Chu Chun, Zhang Yao, and Lu Ming, cast envious glances at Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan instinctively turned his gaze towards Xingyue in the crowd. She had already lowered her head in embarrassment, her fair neck and cheeks ablaze with a rosy hue. Yet she did not voice any objections. I object. Tuoba was the first to jump up, glaring angrily at Zifei. He is my man. Indeed. Brother Liu is my brother-in-law. Tuoba vehemently protested. I also object. Leah timidly raised her hand, her voice small yet resolute. Xiangu is the second prince of my Yaya Mountain. I am the fiancé of Xiangu, Xiaowan hastily asserted. Our relationship has been recognized by both families. Qin Yuga furrowed her brows slightly, stepping forward with a cool and rational tone. Senior Zifei, Lu Gongzi's life essence is currently compromised. He is physically weak, and it is unwise to engage in matters of intimacy. I implore you to reconsider. Miss Qin, do not speak foolishly. Liu Xuan straightened his posture, patting his chest. I am in perfect health, not a problem at all. His words immediately drew the ire of Xiaowan and the others. Meanwhile, Chu Chun and Lu Ming exchanged discreet thumbs-ups behind him. Senior, I have no issue visiting the Inyang family. Liu Xuan turned back, presenting Zifei with a hearty smile. However, could we perhaps negotiate a different surprise? I personally admire someone like you, mature and charming. The air suddenly thickened. Chu Chun and the others gaped. Their mouths agape enough to fit an egg, staring at Liu Xuan in disbelief. Xingyue initially froze, then furiously clenched her small fists. Zhang Tianqing and Luo Xiao, after a brief moment of astonishment, silently regarded Liu Xuan with admiration. Even Li Wujia, lost in sorrow, temporarily forgot his grief, staring at Liu Xuan in bewilderment. When everyone anticipated Zifei to erupt in fury, she merely stared deeply at Liu Xuan, her expression not one of anger, but rather a smile that deepened, softly replying. Very well. The impact of her seemingly light words was far greater than any prior statement. The astonishment of everyone reached a peak. Yet, Liu Xuan, seemingly galloping down a path of self-destruction, touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he added, Actually, I do not wish for Miss Xingyue to be saddened. Zifei raised an eyebrow, awaiting his elaboration. Liu Xuan grinned, revealing 2 rows of pearly whites. What I mean is, can I have them both? Boom. In the next moment, his body was sent flying like a shooting star. Zifei's chest rose and fell slightly, her exquisite face shadowed by a layer of frost. She fixed her gaze on Liu Xuan, who was grimacing as he crawled out of the pit, his breath quickening. Miss Zifei, please do not be angered. Zhang Tianqing quickly stepped forward to mediate, taking a deep breath. Young friend Liu is merely youthful and impetuous. Do not take offense. He felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. He, along with Luo Xiao, was renowned as one of the 3 legends of Longxia, all of Grandmaster caliber. However, if one were to discuss instilling terror in their enemies, particularly male adversaries, Zifei undoubtedly reigned supreme. Once, the son of the Eastern Japan Emperor was cursed by her for merely teasing her with words, enduring a fate worse than death. Ultimately, even after official negotiations between the 2 nations, Zifei publicly executed him with her curse. In contrast, Luo Xiao would show no mercy to any enemy, regardless of gender. Zhang Tianqing, however, was known for having the gentlest temperament among the trio. Zhang Zhenren, everyone, are you all alright? At that moment, Wang Kuei and the other powerful figures from various factions began to arrive one after another. Wang Kuei's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he scanned the surroundings. Where's Liu Xuan? Wang Kuei, what are you plotting? Li Wujia reigned in his sorrow, casting a blank expression towards him. Brotherly, do not misunderstand. Wang Kuei quickly waved his hands. We merely wish to consult young friend Liu regarding the matter of the soul technique. You wish to learn about the soul technique? Chu Chun perked up immediately, smiling as he spoke. Then you should ask me. Liu Xuan's soul technique was learned from me. The moment those words left his mouth, Chu Chun suddenly sensed something amiss. He noticed that all the powerful figures around were fixating their gazes upon him, their expressions filled with greed. Chu Chun instinctively took a step back, swallowing hard. Wait, what kind of look is that? Chapter 94. The artifact appraisal scroll is acquired. Young friend Chu Chun, you too can perform the soul technique? Wang Kuei's eyes gleamed with barely concealed greed, a smile plastered on his face. Might I request a demonstration to enlighten us? Ha ha. Chu Chun felt a jolt of alarm, realizing the implications, and hurriedly feigned ignorance. I was joking. What is the soul technique? I have not heard of it. Brother Chu, do not be modest. Liu Xuan returned from afar, throwing an arm around Chu Chun's shoulder, grinning. I learned this soul technique entirely from you. Liu brother. Chu Chun frantically signaled Liu Xuan with his eyes, wishing he could cover his mouth. Indeed, Brother Chu, we all witnessed it, your soul technique. While perhaps not as exaggerated as brothers, is undoubtedly impressive, Lu Ming chimed in, seeking validation from the others. Isn't that right? Indeed. The onlookers reveled in the excitement, their voices rising in unison. At that moment, Chu Chun felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his heart sinking with despair. Suddenly, Liu Xuan keenly sensed the unsettling atmosphere. He observed the greedy gazes of the powerful figures around him and Chu Chun, which bore the predatory glint of hunters eyeing their prey. Yaya, my precious daughter. At that instant, a rough and anxious voice emerged from the throng. Li Xiong, disheveled and marred with numerous wounds, struggled to push through the crowd. Upon seeing his daughter Leah unharmed, he dashed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Thank heavens you are safe. If anything had happened to you, how could I face your late mother? Dad, there are so many people watching." Leah gasped for breath, rolling her eyes in exasperation. How embarrassing. Father Li Yuanwen, standing nearby, twitched his lips. Aren't you at all concerned about my and Yuan Wu's well-being? Meanwhile, Li Yuanwu averted his gaze, unable to meet Li Xiong's eyes. You two rascals look perfectly fine to me. Li Xiong wiped away his tears, then as if recalling something, he pulled a palm-sized metallic box from his pocket and handed it to Imo. Senior Imo, I found this on my way here. Please, take a look at what it is. Imo took the box, examining it closely, and a look of joy spread across his face. This is the control device for the Imo family's barrier. He pressed a button on the box, and a beam of light shot into the sky. In the next moment, the protective barrier enveloping the entire Tiangong city vanished. Esteemed guests, Imo addressed the assembly. Taking a deep breath, his tone solemn and sincere, the recent invasion by the Eastern barbarians is a result of my family's negligence in defense. I, Imo, will personally visit the Wu Jian division to offer my apologies. Furthermore, the Imo family promises to exert every effort to provide the highest standard of compensation to the families of those who perished in this calamity. Senior Imo, there is no need to be overly self-reproachful, Zhang Tianqing interjected, waving his hand. This operation by the Eastern barbarians was evidently premeditated. Moreover, Abe Jino openly violated the Heavenly Rail non-crossing treaty. Once I return to Longhu Mountain, I will report this to the Wu Jian division at once and press the imperial court of the Eastern barbarians for an explanation. If they fail to provide a satisfactory account, his gaze sharpened, I will request my master to personally pay a visit to the Eastern barbarians. Ko can go. And so can I, Luo Xiu's cold voice resounded, a murderous intent radiating from his eyes. On the cloud summit, beneath the ancient tree, Yifeng sat cross-legged, the earth beast quietly resting on his shoulder. Before him, a yellowish light curtain clearly displayed the current scene in the hidden abyss, capturing even the minutiae of the crowd's conversations. His gaze was fixed on Liu Xuan, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh. Why? Why is this guy so powerful? Since being rescued from the arena by the earth beast, Yifeng had not left Tiangong City, but instead remained hidden on the cloud summit, utilizing the earth beast's power to silently monitor Liu Xuan's every move. He had assumed that Liu Xuan would undoubtedly perish in the Eastern barbarians' assault. Yet, time and again, Liu Xuan showcased a terrifying strength and bizarre techniques that shattered his understanding. Particularly, the sight of Liu Xuan transforming into a colossal dragon that shook the heavens filled him with unprecedented fear. Following the fear came an overwhelming jealousy that threatened to engulf him. This child is indeed an anomaly. The earth beast's deep voice resonated. Perhaps true dragon blood truly flows within him. True dragon, Yifeng's expression turned bitter. Senior, did you not say that I am the destined child of this world? Why is it he who possesses the true dragon bloodline, and not I? Humph, foolishness, the earth beast snorted. Though the true dragon bloodline is indeed formidable, it pales in comparison to the destiny you bear. It lifted its gaze towards the heavens, its voice tinged with reverence and seduction. The heavenly Tao of this world is beginning to awaken. As the will of the heavenly Tao becomes more active, your fortune will grow exponentially. With the blessing of the heavenly Tao, this boy, even if he bears dragon blood, will ultimately become a stepping stone before you. Even if he were a true dragon incarnate, then how long must I wait? Yi Feng's eyes turned cold and urgent. I need power. I need to grow stronger immediately. I want to kill him and avenge you error. The day the heavenly Tao fully awakens, you will perceive the changes in the world, the earth beast reassured him. As for your desire to grow stronger quickly, I can lend you a hand. It opened its mouth, and an ancient-looking black scroll gradually floated out, hovering before Yi Feng. What is this? Yi Feng's eyes instantly ignited with fervor. Within this scroll lies a forbidden secret technique known as the return of all phenomena. The earth beast's voice was filled with temptation. It could forcibly absorb the source power cultivated by others for its own use, allowing you to soar in strength within a short time. Beside the silvery waterfall in Tiangong City, disciples of various factions were bidding farewell to Liu Xuan one after another. Brother Liu, I must return to the capital now. You must come find me when you have the time. Brother Xian, let us exchange contact information. My brother, there is no need to mention gratitude. Just call upon me. Wang go, whenever you need assistance. Darling, my brother and I will head back to the grasslands now. Tuo Ba Yu shyly approached Liu Xian, her cheeks flushed. Once the seal within me is completely lifted and I return to my original form, I will come find you. Ha ha ha, that is a promise. Liu Xian forced a smile, suppressing the turmoil in his stomach, daring not to meet Tuo Ba Yu's gaze a second time. Soon, the figures of the Tuo Ba siblings vanished into the dense forest. Brother Liu, we are in big trouble now, Chu Chen said, approaching Liu Xian with a furrowed brow and a hushed tone. You saw the looks those old geezers were giving us, right? Indeed. Liu Xian's expression grew serious, recognizing the avarice and even murderous intent in their eyes. They have set their sights on the soul technique. The waters of the martial realm are far deeper and murkier than I imagined, Chu Chen sighed. As for me, I'm somewhat protected by my affiliation with the Wu Jian division. They must weigh the consequences before taking action against me. But you, Brother Liu He gazed at Liu Xian with concern. You lack a powerful backing, and having used a forbidden technique, you are now quite vulnerable. If they truly disregard their dignity and target you, it could be very dangerous. He earnestly suggested. Why not return with me to the Wu Jian division and lay low for a while? Brother Chu, I appreciate your kindness, Liu Xian chuckled, his eyes glinting with an unmistakable excitement rather than fear. It would be best if they did not come looking for me. If they dare to, his tone was calm, but conveyed a terrifying intent. I would not mind personally visiting them to uproot the forces behind them. Rather than feeling anxious about the attention drawn by his use of the soul technique, Liu Xian harbored a subtle anticipation. In his eyes, these so-called senior masters were merely mobile experience packages. It was best if they did not seek him out, allowing for a peaceful coexistence. But should anyone dare to cast their eyes upon him, they would not be spared his ruthless retaliation, justified as self-defense. Moreover, it was only a matter of time before the forces of various factions learned of his use of the forbidden technique and his subsequent weakness. At that point, those driven by greed would undoubtedly swarm him like sharks drawn to blood. And he, in turn, would present them with a surprise. Brother Liu, could it be that? Upon hearing these words, Chu Chen's expression shifted in surprise, as if he had suddenly realized something. Was there still a hidden card? Liu Xian merely smiled enigmatically, offering no response. At that moment, a notification from the system appeared. Mission accomplished. Received artifact identification scroll X1. Liu Xian's breath quickened instantaneously. He suppressed the immediate urge to use the scroll to identify the canine spirit stone and addressed Chu Chun. Brother Chu, I have a matter to attend to, so I shall take my leave. We can discuss matters over the phone. Brother Xian, a melodious voice called out. Liu Xian turned to see Luo Xiao and Xiaowan approaching him. Xiaowan quickened her pace, trotting up to Liu Xian, her cheeks flushed, and whispered, Brother Xian, I am about to return with my senior brother. May I have a moment to speak with you privately? Of course, Liu Xian replied with a smile. Subsequently, under the ambiguous gaze of Chu Chun, he followed Xiaowan into a secluded grove. Once they had stopped, Xiaowan's face reddened further, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Brother Xian, could you return my undergarment to me? Chapter 95, A New Gift, Command of the Sect. Ah, Xia, it is not that I am reluctant to return it. Liu Xian's expression turned serious in an instant. Last time in the pigsty, I kindly picked up your undergarment to return it to you, yet you refused it. Why the change of heart now? Brother Xian. Xiaowan's lips twitched slightly, her eyes bearing a hint of reproach. Was it truly you who picked it up? What else could it be? Liu Xian straightened his posture, his demeanor resolute. For the sake of saving everyone, I would risk my life. Is my character truly up for doubt? Xiaowan found herself momentarily speechless. However, she quickly regained her composure. She had already experienced Liu Xian's thick skin back home. Brother Xian, I have not washed that undergarment, she said, her face a deep crimson. I wouldn't want it if it had been washed, Liu Xuan instinctively replied. Brother Xianyu. Xiaowan's cheeks flared with heat, her ears ablaze, her heart racing. Ha ha. Liu Xuan realized his faux pas and chuckled awkwardly, hastily changing the subject. So, you want your undergarment back, right? With a thought. He retrieved it from his bag and handed it back to Xiaowan, assuring her, rest assured, I have kept it well preserved, completely untouched. Xiaowan's face turned an even deeper shade of red as she snatched the undergarment from Liu Xuan's hand and quickly tucked it into her embrace. She couldn't believe that he hadn't touched it. After all, how could it have been carried around without being handled? But that thought only added to her embarrassment, making her hesitant to dwell on it further. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Liu Xuan said, his mind preoccupied with counting his spoils and identifying artifacts. Wait, Xiaowan suddenly called out to him. She turned her back, her hands slipping beneath her clothing, seemingly unfastening something. Liu Xuan looked at her back, puzzled. Soon, Xiaowan turned around, her cheeks glowing like the evening sky, holding out a finely crafted, silky white belly band. In a swift motion, she pressed it into Liu Xuan's hands, saying, Here, a new one for you. After uttering those words, she felt as if her face could fry an egg. Without a moment's hesitation, she vanished in a flash of starlight, leaving behind a faint trace of fragrance. After what felt like an eternity, Liu Xuan regained his senses. He gazed down at the delicate fabric in his hands, still warm and imbued with the scent of youthful innocence. He instinctively swallowed hard, a profound smile spreading across his face. Ah, Xiaowan, you are quite the enigma, he murmured to himself, his voice laced with uncontainable excitement. He found himself utterly enamored with such a girl who appeared aloof, yet possessed a boldness within. Exiting the grove, he discovered that Luo Xiao and Xiaowan had already vanished from sight, presumably having departed. Just then, a languid and alluring voice echoed through the air. Young friend, have you truly no desire to accompany me to the Yinyang clan as a guest? Liu Xuan looked up to see Zifei and Xingyu hovering above him. Gazing down, their eyes met for a brief moment before Xingyu quickly averted her gaze, a faint blush gracing her alabaster cheek. Liu Xuan waved at them with a smile, perhaps another time. Should you reconsider, do not hesitate to reach out. Zifei did not press the matter further. After leaving that statement, she and Xingyu transformed into two streaks of light, vanishing into the horizon. Once they had flown a considerable distance, Xingyu couldn't resist glancing back, her gaze lingering on the diminishing figure below. Do not worry, Zifei's voice softly reached her ears. He is your destined one. You shall ultimately be together. Xingyu whirled around, her cheeks instantly ablaze. Shortly after Zifei and Xingyu departed, Zhang Yao and Zhang Tianqing approached Liu Xuan. Brother Liu, my senior brother and I are returning to Longhu Mountain. Zhang Yao solemnly clasped his hands together, stating, My greatest gain from this competition has been the friendship I have forged with you. Who said we were friends? Liu Xuan feigned a serious expression, teasingly saying, I am rather selective when it comes to friendships. Zhang Yao was momentarily taken aback, but his expression soon turned earnest. Regardless, in my heart, you are already my chosen friend. Should you ever need anything, I, Zhang Yao, shall spare no effort, even at the cost of my life. Young friend, my disciple is of pure heart, Zhang Tianqing explained with a smile. However, he comes from a privileged background, blessed with great talent, and his path has been too smooth, leading to a touch of youthful arrogance. Yet, after this ordeal, I believe his disposition will stabilize considerably. Do not worry, I was merely jesting with him, Liu Xuan replied, casting a sincere smile at Zhang Yao. Brother Zhang, we shall meet again in the future. Indeed. Zhang Yao nodded, returning the smile. Young friend. Zhang Tianqing's expression suddenly turned grave. Perhaps you should accompany us back to Longhu Mountain? Your current situation is rather precarious. Are you referring to the soul control technique? Liu Xuan raised an eyebrow. Precisely. This technique is fraught with implications, and many factions are now aware that you and Brother Chu possess it. Zhang Tianqing glanced at Chu Chun, who was not far off, engaged in a phone call, before lowering his voice. Brother Chu has the Martial Appraisal Bureau backing him. Most would not dare to provoke him lightly. However, you may very well become a target. I appreciate your concern, Senior. Liu Xuan took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. I will exercise caution. Seeing his determination, Zhang Tianqing fell silent for a moment before conceding, very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall not insist further. Just remember, should you encounter an insurmountable crisis, feel free to contact my disciple. The doors of Longhu Mountain will always be open to you. Thank you, Senior. Liu Xuan bowed in gratitude. After bidding farewell to Zhang Tianqing and Zhang Yao, Liu Xuan's smile gradually faded, his brow furrowing slightly. Was the soul control technique truly worth such covetous attention from so many powerful factions? He was filled with doubt. While the technique was indeed formidable, It was ultimately just a means of control, hardly warranting the frenzy it incited throughout the martial world. Is it possible that the soul technique conceals an unknown secret? A somewhat desolate voice broke the silence. Liu Xuan turned to see Liu Wuji approaching him. The man appeared to have aged decades, his eyes filled with weariness and sorrow. "Old man, take it easy," Liu Xuan said, unable to hold back a word of comfort upon seeing his demeanor. "At least not all of your disciples have perished." Though he was unaware of Yifeng's whereabouts, he firmly believed that as the child of destiny, Yifeng could not possibly have such a short life. "Do you know where Yifeng is?" A glimmer of hope flashed in Liu Wuji's eyes as he asked urgently. "I do not," Liu Xuan replied, shaking his head. "However, I sense that his recognition by the ancestors of your sword sect signifies that he is indeed a person of great fortune. Such individuals are not easily extinguished." Liu Wuji gazed at Liu Xuan for a long moment with complex emotions, as if he had made a profound resolution. He reached into his robe and carefully produced an ancient-looking sword-shaped token, presenting it to Liu Xuan. "What is this?" Liu Xuan inquired, puzzled. "This is the token of my sword sect's past masters, the sect master S order," Liu Wuji explained in a solemn tone. "And within it lies the greatest secret of our sword sect." He paused before continuing. "The world believes that my grandfather severely wounded the earth beast a century ago through the technique of 10,000 swords returning to the sect. What they do not realize is that the true force that inflicted that injury was not the sword technique itself, but the power hidden within this token." Liu Xuan instinctively held his breath, waiting for the continuation. Yet, what this secret truly entails remains elusive, even to my grandfather, who could not fully grasp it until his passing. Liu Wuji's gaze became distant and profound. However, before he departed, he left a message. Whoever can truly comprehend the mysteries within this token may hold the potential to transcend the realm of Earth Immortals and glimpse that legendary higher level. The realm above Earth Immortals? Liu Xuan's breath quickened. Does that not imply the existence of true immortals? Perhaps. Liu Wuji's expression grew resolute. According to sect rules, this sect master S order should have been passed to the heir chosen by the sword testing stone, Yifeng. However, after observing him for some time, I found him to be overly calculating and burdened with a heavy aura of slaughter. I cannot, in good conscience, entrust such a precious artifact to him. He looked intently at Liu Xuan and nudged the token forward. Thus, I intend to entrust it to you. Chapter 96. The Wrath of the Immortals. The treasure acquired by Chu Chun. The past masters of the sect have left instructions. Anyone who can comprehend the 10,000 swords returning to the sect is qualified to inherit the legacy of my sword sect. Liu Wuji took a deep breath, his demeanor grave. Although you have not formally joined our sect, since you have already mastered this supreme sword art, entrusting this token to you does not contravene our ancestral laws. Liu Xuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ancient sword-shaped token. He had always been reluctant to owe anyone a favor. Yet if this token truly concealed the secret to a higher realm or even immortality, refusing it would merely benefit Yifeng. Furthermore, Yifeng, as the child of destiny, had already become his adversary. With this in mind, he hesitated no longer, reached out, and took the token, stating solemnly, "Old man, thank you. I cannot promise anything else, but as long as I, Liu Xuan, am alive, the legacy of your sword sect shall never be severed." "Ha! Excellent, excellent, excellent," Liu Wuji exclaimed, unexpectedly bursting into laughter, tears of joy streaming down his face. "Young man, your words are enough. Enough." His greatest regret in life had been not taking Liu Xuan as his disciple, not allowing him to join the sword sect. However, Liu Xuan's promise, in a sense, had already bound him to the sect. With Liu Xuan's extraordinary talent, his future achievements would surely reach at least the realm of Earth Immortals. Should he truly comprehend the secrets within the token and step into that legendary realm, the sword sect would not only regain its former glory but ascend to an unprecedented pinnacle, truly standing atop the world. "Young man, I must take my leave," Liu Wuji said, calming his agitated emotions, his tone heavy. "Yuera was ultimately my disciple. She met with misfortune, and as her master, I must attend to her final affairs. I must also seek out Yifeng." He paused, his expression more serious than ever. "However, before I leave, I have one last piece of advice. Be exceedingly cautious. The soul technique is entangled with the chaos of 1,000 years ago, and the secrets it harbors are likely of equal importance to this token I have entrusted to you." "Old man, do you mean?" Liu Xuan's pupils constricted, his brow furrowing. "Does the soul technique also conceal the secrets to immortality?" He had already maxed out the level of the soul technique, but had not discovered any so-called secrets to immortality. Nevertheless, he believed that Liu Wuji had no reason to deceive him. Previously, he had wondered why the soul technique was coveted by various factions. It was merely a method of control after all. Now, in light of Liu Wuji's words, everything made sense. What all those powerful factions coveted was not the soul technique itself, but the potential secrets of immortality that lay behind it. The chaos of the heavenly demons was long ago, and my knowledge is quite limited. Liu Wuji shook his head. But more terrifying than the chaos of the heavenly demons is the insatiable greed of mankind. You indeed save the disciples of various sects today. But in the face of the allure of immortality, those so-called favors are but a fragile illusion. If they dare to come, I will not sit idly by. Liu Xuan clenched his fists, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Young man, you are underestimating the situation, Liu Wuji said, looking at him with complex emotions. Consider this. If there truly exists a secret to immortality, who would desire it the most? Liu Xuan's complexion paled instantly as he squeezed out 4 words through gritted teeth. Earth Immortals. Liu Wuji departed. Liu Xuan stood rooted in place. Liu Wuji's final warning echoing in his mind, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Indeed, he had underestimated the situation. He had thought that his potential enemies were merely grandmasters and great grandmasters. With his current strength, he could even contend against a great grandmaster. Yet, he had overlooked those existing at the pinnacle of this world, Earth Immortals. If an Earth Immortal truly decided to act against him, with his current strength, survival would be impossible. Liu Xuan, what are you thinking so deeply about? Chu Chen approached after finishing a phone call. Whose call was that? Liu Xuan snapped back to reality, casually inquiring. From the company, Chu Chen replied. They are already aware of what transpired here and want me to return immediately to discuss the issue of the soul technique. Brother Chu, you are hiding something, aren't you? Liu Xuan suddenly fixed his gaze upon him. Huh, what? Chu Chen momentarily failed to comprehend. Aside from the soul technique, you should possess another item closely related to it, right? Liu Xuan narrowed his eyes. Shit. Chu Chen's expression changed dramatically as he stepped forward, covering Liu Xuan's mouth. Lowering his voice, he said, Are you even human? Do you possess X-ray vision? How did you know about this? Seriously, how can you have the audacity to say that? Liu Xuan retorted, shaking off his hand, his face dark with frustration. You possess a treasure, and yet you don't keep it hidden. Instead, coming here to participate in a grand competition? He was genuinely left speechless by Chu Chen's actions. To possess a precious artifact and not only fail to conceal it, but also prepare to showcase it in the upcoming Long Dragon competition was beyond comprehension. Had it not been for the competition, where Chu Chen insisted on enduring 3 rounds of attacks, his soul technique might have been revealed long ago. However, Chu Chen is quite an eccentric character. In fact, he seemed eager to announce to the world his mastery of the soul technique, as if fearing that Liu Xuan would steal his thunder. Who could have foreseen that this would provoke such considerable trouble? With a sorrowful expression, Chu Chen lamented. I thought it was merely a rather formidable special ability. I don't care. This secret is firmly in my grasp, Liu Xuan declared fiercely now. The major factions are fixated on both of us, and you are well aware that their true objective is not the soul technique itself, but rather the treasure linked to it that resides within you. He paused deliberately, observing the sudden pallor of Chu Chen's face, and continued, Once I release this information, asserting that the treasure is with you, my troubles will naturally be resolved. With a thud, Chu Chen knelt before Liu Xuan, clutching his leg, his voice laced with desperation. Brother Liu, no, my adoptive father, please don't betray me. That object has already fused with my body. If those ancient monsters discover it, I will surely meet my demise. What exactly is that thing? Liu Xuan inquired, genuinely intrigued. Damn it, are you trying to deceive me? Chu Chen initially froze, then reacted with indignation. You have no idea what that divine jade is. Divine jade? Liu Xuan echoed. Yes, indeed, it is a piece of divine jade. Realizing he could no longer keep it hidden, Chu Chen sighed and stood up, lowering his voice. A year ago, I took my sister to Mount Tai for a trip and accidentally fell into a concealed cave. There, I not only acquired the long-lost inheritance of the Blade sect, but also discovered an incredibly mysterious ancient jade. He gestured to his chest. The moment I touched that ancient jade, it transformed into a beam of light and melded into my body. Immediately thereafter, the complete cultivation method for the soul technique appeared in my mind. Could you possibly show it to me? Liu Xuan's curiosity was piqued. You might as well kill me. Chu Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. Brother, Chu, you haven't left yet? That's splendid. At that moment, Lu Ming dashed over, interrupting their conversation. Brother Liu, your timing is impeccable. Liu Xuan adjusted his expression. We were just about to bid you farewell. Don't be in such a rush to leave, big brother. Lu Ming excitedly produced his heavenly crafting cube, skillfully twisting it a few times. With a series of clicks, four golden, marble-sized metallic spheres materialized, hovering silently before the 3 of them. What is this? Liu Xuan and Chu Chen were instantly captivated, asking in unison. Shu, keep it down, Lu Ming whispered conspiratorially, his face reflecting a hint of pride, This is a treasure I secretly crafted, which I named Divine Fury. Divine Fury. Liu Xuan and Chu Chun exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with intrigue. Of course, it also has a more colloquial name. Nuclear bomb. Lu Ming proclaimed with an air of self-satisfaction. I crafted it myself. Isn't it impressive? Wait, what did you say? This thing is a nuclear bomb. Chu Chen's face turned ashen as he swallowed hard. Is it the kind that can level cities? The principle is similar, but not entirely the same. Lu Ming nodded, explaining, I based it on nuclear bomb manufacturing methods, combined with my mechanical arts. However, I haven't dared to test its actual power. He scratched his head, looking somewhat sheepish. When I was besieged by those Eastern Island rascals, I thought about using it, but I feared it might take out our own people as well, so I refrained. Brother Chu, do you think a Grandmaster could withstand a nuclear bomb? Liu Xian's breathing grew rapid. A Grandmaster is still flesh and blood. They are not divine beings. How could they possibly endure it? Chu Chun took a deep breath, his tone resolute. If this thing's power truly rivals that of a nuclear bomb, I can firmly assert that beneath the terrestrial immortals, anyone who encounters it will surely perish, without exception. I have a bold idea. Liu Xian's eyes brightened as he lowered his voice. We could lure those coveting the soul technique to an isolated location, and then... Stop right there. Absolutely not. Chu Chen's expression changed dramatically as he urgently interrupted. Detonating this thing domestically? Don't even think about it. It would not only provoke the wrath of the company, but could very well alert the reclusive terrestrial immortals as well, unless we can move the battlefield abroad. What? Someone wants to seize the soul technique? Lu Ming, upon hearing this, erupted with fury. Who is so shameless? Big brother, you saved their disciples. And they repay you with ingratitude? Brother Liu, you'll help us with this, right? Liu Xian looked at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with anticipation. A genius capable of crafting nuclear bombs would be an invaluable ally. Of course, Lu Ming pounded his chest, his face brimming with righteousness. You are my big brother. Your affairs are my affairs. Good brother, Liu Xian said, touched as he patted Lu Ming's shoulder. In the next moment, Lu Ming's expression shifted to one of playful mischief as he rubbed his fingers together. By the way, big brother, have you forgotten something? Liu Xian. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have actually forgotten. Liu Xian's lips twitched in a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, he was a man of his word. Since he had promised to make up the 90 billion, he would not renege. Furthermore, his gaze fell once more on the four floating divine furies, his heart ablaze with excitement. If this device's power was as formidable as Lu Ming claimed, it would be the ultimate clearing tool. In comparison, his recently upgraded 10,000 swords return to one seemed almost trivial. It's getting late. I must take my leave, Liu Xian stated, swiftly and naturally gathering all four divine furies into his possession. He then addressed Lu Ming. As soon as I return home, I will transfer the money to you. Absolutely. Big brother, Lu Ming nodded with a smile, unperturbed. After the life and death experiences of the past few days, he had genuinely come to regard Liu Xian as an older brother. Even if Liu Xian were to withhold his payment, Lu Ming would not mind. Brother Liu, why did you take them all? Chu Chen stared incredulously at Liu Xian's brigand-like behavior, utterly dumbfounded. Weren't you the one who said it? You have the backing of the Martial Appraisal Division. They wouldn't dare to act against you. Liu Xian replied with conviction. I'm just a lone wolf, fearful for my life. It's only reasonable to keep a few for self-defense, right? At least leave me one for protection. Chu Chen said, half amused and half exasperated. Take one. Would you even dare to use it? Liu Xian shot him a glare. At that, Chu Chan was momentarily stunned, opening his mouth, but ultimately saying nothing. Indeed, if the power of the divine fury was truly comparable to that of a nuclear bomb, even if given to him, he would not dare use it. Moreover, even if he did, it would undoubtedly mean mutual destruction with his enemies. Brother Liu, I shall take my leave now. If anything arises, feel free to call me. Chu Chen said, bidding farewell to Lu Ming before turning to depart. Watching the two of them vanish into the forest, Lu Ming prepared to return to Heavenly Crafting City. Just then, Qin Yuga and Liya rushed over in haste. Where is Brother Xian? Liya scanned the surroundings, only spotting Lu Ming, and quickly inquired. Miss Yaya, you have arrived a moment too late. Lu Ming shrugged his shoulders, stating that his elder brother had already departed. Father, this is all your fault, Liya retorted, turning away in frustration. At that moment, Li Xiong and Li Yuan approached leisurely. What is the matter? Li Xiong inquired with a puzzled expression, scratching his head. If you hadn't been chatting for so long, I wouldn't have missed my last chance to see Brother Xian. Yes, it's all Dada's fault. Is that satisfactory? Li Xiong chuckled helplessly, glancing towards the woods. You have his number. Are you afraid you won't see him again? Just as he finished speaking, his own phone rang. Upon answering, the smile on Li Xiong's face vanished, replaced by an expression of grave concern. After hanging up, he instructed Li Yuanwen, escort Yuga and Yaya home. Father, Was that a call from the Kunlun front? Li Yuanwen began, but before he could finish, Li Xiong had vanished like a specter. Li Yuanwen shook his head in resignation, his eyes betraying a deep-seated worry. By the way, Wengu, where's Wu Ge? I haven't seen him around. Qin Yuge inquired curiously, noticing Li Yanwu's absence. Li Yuanwen smirked slightly, a hint of schadenfreude in his expression, fearing retribution from father. He already followed his master back to the rage sect. I, on the other hand, am clever enough not to have offended brother Liu Xuan. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, Li Yanwu was following Wang Kuei towards the direction of the rage sect. Yanwu, tell me truthfully, did Liu Xuan truly slay a being of Grandmaster caliber? Wang Kuei asked, frowning deeply. He is formidable, far beyond the realm of normality, Li Yanwu replied. Taking a deep breath, his tone tinged with both fear and admiration. Had he not fought desperately to protect us, I fear none of us would have emerged from the hidden abyss alive. As for the creature he transformed into a dragon to slay, its exact realm eludes my comprehension. However, the aura it emanated was far more terrifying than yours, master. A dragon transformation. Wang Kuei recalled the overwhelming dragon might and astonishing phenomena he had sensed earlier at the Thousand Mechanisms stage, his expression growing increasingly serious. The dragon transformation technique he employed is from the Beast Valley's 100 Beast transformation, a forbidden art of tremendous cost. A genuine respect flickered in Li Yanwu's eyes as he continued. He risked exhausting his life source to execute it. After doing so, he became extremely weak, and it is said that his lifespan has been severely diminished, possibly less than a year remaining. He looked at Wang Kuei with a glimmer of hope. Master, is there any way to help him restore his life source? Wang Kuei did not respond immediately. His gaze flickered, and within him surged an uncontrollable greed. A cold smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. Master? Li Yanwu's call snapped him back to reality. Wang Kuei swiftly concealed his unusual demeanor, forcing a seemingly gentle smile. This matter is of great importance. We should return to the sect. Perhaps the sect master will have a solution. After Liu Xuan departed from the Mo family's domain, he did not return to Misty Mountain City. Instead, he employed the sword control technique, transforming into a golden sword ray that soared directly toward the East Sea. Boom. The speed of the sword was astonishing, even surpassing that of a flying passenger plane. Approximately half an hour later, the sword light retracted, and Liu Xuan landed steadily upon a massive rock in the East Sea. The sea breeze howled, and the waves crashed against the shore. He did not hasten to dive into the water to hunt monsters, but instead sat cross-legged, preparing to assess the bountiful spoils of this fierce battle and identify the Dog Talisman Stone. Chapter 98. Epic Set, Identifying the Dog Talisman Stone. Player, Liu Xuan. Level, LV 39-1, 000-00010, 000-000. Class, Defying Dragon God. Health, 398, 150, 398, 150. Attack, 52, 565. Defense, 22, 965. Magic points, 67, 320, 67, 320. Speed, 7, 631. Attributes, Constitution 39, 715, Strength 52, 0, 55, Intelligence 6, 732, Agility 6, 631. Class skills, Dragon God Origin LV1, Dragon God S Might LV1, Dragon God S Body LV1. Skills, 10,000 Swords Return to 1 LV3, Sword Control Technique LV1, Dragon Transformation Technique LV5, Max Level, Soul Technique LV5, Max Level. Mechanism Sage LV1, Thunder Law LV1, Rejuvenation Sage LV1, Golden Body LV1, True Word Spirit LV1, Advanced Identification, Advanced Detection. Equipped items, Wind Feather Sword, Black Water Mysterious Armor, Black Pig Belt, Hero S Ring, Savage Bull Bracers, Mysterious Een Boots, Tiger King Earring. Skill points, 339. Free attributes, 3000. Exclusive attributes, Constitution 1, 500, Strength 1, 500. Currency, gold coins 204 for 190, silver coins 166, 650. Items, Golden Crow Pet Egg, Dog Talisman Stone, Susanoo Chest Armor, Kagetsuchi Arm Guards, Great Country Master Belt, Tsukiyami Fate Earring, Heavenly Cloud Halberd, Pastoral Deity S Blessing, Artifact Identification Scroll, Susanoo Chest Armor, Epic, Unidentified, Kagetsuchi Arm Guards, Epic, Unidentified, Great Country Master Belt, Epic, Unidentified, Tsukiyami Fate Earring, Epic, Unidentified, Heavenly Cloud Halberd, Epic, Unidentified, Pastoral Deity S Blessing, Special Item, containing the blessing power of the Pastoral Deity. After use, it can break the restrictions of the Heavenly Tao and unlock a second class. Artifact Identification Scroll, a one-time consumable, can identify any artifact-level equipment. Upon noticing the 5 pieces of epic equipment, Liu Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He gazed at the Susanoo chest armor and other similarly styled Japanese equipment. A sudden thought striking him. Could this possibly be a set? It is known that a complete set of equipment possesses a value far exceeding that of individual pieces. Some powerful sets even grant extraordinary set bonuses, with their overall effect rivaling that of artifacts. Regrettably, his identification skills still lacked a level to identify epic equipment. Liu Xuan felt a twinge of disappointment, yet it was swiftly overshadowed by an even greater thrill. Focusing his thoughts, an ancient-feeling parchment scroll materialized in his hand. It was the pastoral deity's blessing. Utilizing it would enable him to surpass limitations and acquire a second class. How powerful could a superior class be? Just look at the defying dragon god. If he could transition into another class of equal caliber his. Merely contemplating it sent a rush of exhilaration through Liu Xuan's veins. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and carefully stowed away the pastoral deity's blessing. The value of this scroll surpassed even that of the artifact identification scroll. He must wait until he has complete confidence and finds the most suitable second class before using it. Finally, his gaze settled on the dog talisman stone and the artifact identification scroll. In the next moment, both items appeared in his hands simultaneously. He examined the artifact identification scroll closely. It was enveloped in a dreamlike, multicolored radiance, filled with the essence of the unknown and the sacred. Without further hesitation, Liu Xuan took a deep breath, aimed the scroll at the dog talisman stone, and chose to use it. Buzz! The parchment scroll instantly transformed into countless points of colorful light. As if imbued with life, the elements eagerly merged into the dog of Su talisman. Simultaneously, the divine canine emblem on the surface of the talisman appeared to be infused with a soul, suddenly coming to life. The lines flowed with an ethereal radiance, exuding an indescribable ancient aura. Dog of Su talisman artifact, health increased by 100. Equipment requirement, anti-sky dragon god. Exclusive skill, loyal guardian of Xianwang. Loyal guardian of Xianwang, an exclusive divine skill of the dog of Su talisman. Upon character death, one may freely choose the resurrection timing within 30 seconds. Automatic resurrection occurs if the countdown concludes. Cooldown time, 120 minutes. In disbelief, Liu Xuan, despite his prior preparedness, could not help but exclaim, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is this truly an artifact? This skill is utterly extraordinary. Not only can one resurrect after death, but one can also choose the timing of their revival. This is nothing short of a divine technique, whether used for ambush, self-preservation, or a dramatic turnaround. Its potency is astounding. Even more shocking is the fact that such a formidable skill has a mere cooldown of 120 minutes. Averaging this, one could resurrect 12 times a day. Liu Xuan's breath became labored. His mind immediately recalled the divine fury bestowed by Lu Ming. Initially, he had harbored concerns that utilizing such power might lead to mutual destruction with his foes. After all, the force was akin to that of a nuclear bomb. Even a grandmaster would struggle to survive its might. Yet now, with the loyal guardian of Xianhuang's skill, he felt liberated from any lingering fears. He could lure all those coveting the soul technique into one place and then perish alongside them, only to resurrect once the dust settled through the activation of the dog of Su talisman skill. Liu Xuan refocused his attention, carefully stowing the dog of Su talisman into his backpack. Immediately, he discovered something even more astonishing. After being placed in the backpack, the health increase effect remained intact. His health now astonishingly displayed as 796, 300 points. Moreover, this was without employing the transformation of the flood dragon or the dragon goddess physique. Is this yet another system bug? Liu Xuan murmured to himself, reopening the detailed information interface of the dog of Su talisman. Wait, the equipment requirement is the anti-sky dragon god? His pupils constricted as a conjecture surged forth. Could it be that the origins of the dog of Su talisman were inherently linked to the anti-sky dragon god profession? Is it a profession-specific artifact? At Tianjin Mountain, before the sword inquiry stone, Yifeng sat cross-legged, his expression tense, as if awaiting something. The earth beast lay quietly on his shoulder, seemingly in slumber. Senior, you must assist me later, Yifeng said, his face pale. Li Wujia is a grandmaster. Should he detect my intention to siphon his source power using the myriad phenomena returning flow technique, a single strike from him could annihilate me entirely. When the time comes, I shall intervene. The earth beast's deep voice resonated. However, after draining his source power, do not be hasty in taking his life. Why? Yifeng queried, perplexed. If we leave him alive, won't the secret of my cultivation of the myriad phenomena returning flow be exposed? You must first acquire an item from him. The Earth Beast's voice carried an unusual vibration. Once obtained, it will not be too late to eliminate him. What item? Yifeng's curiosity was piqued. An object that even I regard with trepidation. The Earth Beast's body trembled slightly, as if recalling some profoundly unsettling memory. Senior, could you elaborate? Yifeng observed the Earth Beast's reaction and felt his curiosity about that item reach its zenith. In his view, anything that instilled fear in such a being must be an earth-shattering treasure. The Sect Master's order, the Earth Beast slowly uttered. A century ago, a human named Liu Xuan relied on a fragment of power contained within that order to injure me gravely. It has been 100 years, and my wounds remain unhealed. The Sect Master's order? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, but then a confident smile graced his face. Rest assured, Senior. As the sole heir of the Sword Sect and having received the acknowledgement of the Sword Inquiry Stone, that order rightfully belongs to me. Indeed, the Earth Beast replied. Once the threat of the Sect Master's order is eliminated, when my wounds are fully healed, no entity shall impede my path across this land. Chapter 99. I am the destiny. Before the words had fully left his lips, a beam of sword light pierced the heavens. He has arrived. The Earth Beast's body instantly transformed into a yellowish light, merging with the earth. Yifeng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anxiety and unease, striving to project sorrow and trepidation upon his face. When did you return? Li Wujia's figure materialized, cradling an ancient wooden box containing Ling Yu's ashes. His gaze swept over Yifeng, instantly catching the fleeting panic in Yifeng's eyes. He furrowed his brows and inquired, "Where were you when the Eastern barbarians invaded Tiangong City?" Master, Yifeng fell heavily to his knees, his voice quivering with suppressed emotion. "It is the disciples' incompetence. After being defeated by Liu Xuan, I felt unworthy to face you and Senior Sister, so I retreated to Cloud Summit platform to gather my thoughts. Little did I know that such a calamity would suddenly arise. By the time I sensed something amiss, the Easterners had already breached the city. I sought to regroup with everyone, but could find no one amidst the chaos, and being of low cultivation, I had no choice but to hide, preserving my life." "Oh, is that so?" Li Wujia's expression remained impassive, his voice cold. "Then why are you so anxious?" Yifeng's body trembled almost imperceptibly, with his head bowed. His gaze turned suddenly icy and fierce. "I fear my master's wrath," he replied, his voice trembling with trepidation. "Do you know that your Senior Sister has already met with misfortune?" Li Wujia's voice carried an unmistakable fatigue and sorrow. "What?" Yifeng abruptly raised his head, fixing his gaze on the wooden box in Li Wujia's arms. His eyes widened in horror, glistening with tears. "Senior Sister?" His voice trembled violently, and his complexion drained of color. "It is all my fault. I failed to protect her." He pounded the ground, weeping profusely. "Please, Master, punish me severely." At this point, what use is punishment? Li Wujia turned away, his silhouette appearing particularly desolate as he walked toward the dilapidated temple. "Since you are unharmed, I can breathe a sigh of relief. From now on, remain on the mountain and focus on your cultivation." "No." Yifeng gazed at Li Wujia's retreating figure, raising his voice with determination. "I will avenge Senior Sister. I will annihilate those Eastern scoundrels. Please, Master, grant me the Sect Master's order. I wish to represent the Sword Sect and descend the mountain to eradicate the invaders, in order to bring solace to Senior Sister's spirit." Li Wujia's footsteps abruptly halted. He did not turn around, yet his brow furrowed tightly. "Who informed you about the Sect Master's order?" "It was Senior Sister who told me before her demise." Yifeng replied, lowering his head, his eyes flickering. "She said that since I have gained the acknowledgement of the Sword Inquiry Stone, I am the current Sect Master of the Sword Sect, and the Sect Master's order symbolizes that identity." "Is that so?" Li Wujia slowly turned to face him, his expression still devoid of emotion. But Yuer was unaware of the existence of the Sect Master's order. A dangerous aura suddenly enveloped him, his voice icy. "Speak. Who exactly are you?" Boom. A tremendous surge of azure energy erupted from Li Wujia's body. The surrounding air instantly froze. Countless azure light points rapidly converged, transforming into a long azure sword, its tip aimed directly at Yifeng, who knelt on the ground. In that fleeting moment, Yifeng's complexion underwent a drastic change. The next second, the Elder of the Earth Beast moved. A desperate roar escaped him. Li Wuji's pupils dilated in shock. Yet, remaining composed, he focused his thoughts. And the azure sword descended upon Yifeng's head. Thunderous clash. Almost simultaneously, a terrifying force erupted from the earth. Crack. The azure sword attacking Yifeng shattered instantly under the impact of this force, dispersing into countless light points. Yifeng, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground, his face pale. Meanwhile, a multitude of bizarre runes glowing with earthy yellow light surged wildly from beneath Li Wujia's feet. Instantly, They intertwined to form two robust rune chains that ensnared his body tightly. Earth Beast. Li Wuji's expression shifted dramatically as he grasped the situation. He desperately channeled the energy within him, attempting to break free from the chains. However, in the next moment, an invisible pressure descended with a thunderous force. Thud! Li Wuji let out a muffled groan as his legs uncontrollably fell heavily to the ground. No matter how he struggled, he could not budge an inch. Bang! The wooden box he had tightly clasped slipped from his grasp, the lid bursting open, scattering the pure white ashes within across the ground. A sudden mountain wind howled through, ruthlessly sweeping the ashes into the sky, scattering them like dandelion seeds. Kid, stop wasting time, act. A deep voice resonated. The earth rippled as if disturbed by water. The Earth Beast slowly rose from the ground, its cold gaze fixated on the imprisoned Li Wuji. Ah, I will kill you, Beast. Li Wuji's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury, glaring fiercely at Yifeng. His voice, strained from utter rage, exclaimed, "How dare you conspire with this vile creature?" Heh! Yifeng coldly chuckled as he rose from the ground. Brushing off the dust from his attire, he bore no trace of the previous fear or sorrow. Only coldness and pride remained. The Elder of the Earth Beast treats me far better than you, my master. It imparts to me supreme secret arts, provides me with resources for cultivation, and aids my rapid growth. And what about you? Yifeng's voice suddenly rose, filled with resentment. Clearly, I am the one recognized by the Sword Stone, yet you constantly guard against me, fixating on that fellow named Liu Xuan. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Li Wuji let out a mournful laugh, his eyes filled with regret. His voice was resolute. If it weren't for that worthless stone recognizing you, with your disposition, do you think you are worthy to enter my sword sect? And you dare to compare yourself with Liu Xuan? In terms of talent, character, and vision, you are not even fit to carry his shoes. Old fool, shut your mouth. Yifeng's fury boiled over, his gaze towards Li Wuji brimming with murderous intent. Rest assured, once I drain your entire cultivation, the next will be that guy. Boom. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Yifeng's right hand shot up. A dark light surged from his palm, and a vortex of darkness, seemingly capable of devouring all light, abruptly appeared. A sinister grin spread across his face as he forcefully pressed his palm onto Li Wuji's head. The next moment, Li Wuji emitted a heart-wrenching scream. His internal energy burst forth uncontrollably, like a river breaking through a dam, being greedily consumed and siphoned by that dark vortex. Beast, you will not have a good death. I will kill you, and even in death, I will not spare you. Li Wuji's curses and roars echoed atop the desolate mountain, filled with endless pain and regret. Moments later, Yifeng slowly retracted his hand, and the eerie vortex of darkness vanished. As for Li Wuji, he lay collapsed on the ground, as if drained of all spirit and vitality. His hair turned snow white in an instant, his skin wrinkled, his form hunched and withered, transforming into a frail old man on the verge of death. Yet, his eyes still burned with boundless fury and regret, fixed intently on Yifeng. Is this the power of a grandmaster? Yifeng clenched his fist slightly, feeling the immense power coursing through him, his face alight with near-maniacal excitement and ecstasy. You, Beast, will ultimately face divine retribution for siding with this vile creature. Li Wuji's voice was faint, yet still laced with profound hatred. Old man, you should worry about yourself first. Yifeng looked down from a height at the pitifully prostrate Li Wuji, a cold sneer curling his lips. I am the chosen one of this realm. I am destiny itself. If there is to be hatred, let it be directed at your own blindness. Had you treated me sincerely, would you have met such a fate? What concern is there for the sword sect under my stewardship? Alas, it is too late for such words now. He scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. The one you have high hopes for is nothing more than a mere clown. In the future, he is destined to be a stepping stone on my path to greatness, doomed to perish by my hand. Kid, stop the nonsense and get to the point. The Earth Beast impatiently interrupted, floating before the barely breathing Li Wuji. Human, hand over your sect leader's order. I can grant you a swift end. Too late. Li Wuji struggled to force a smile, a grim yet resolute expression on his face, his voice weak but clear. That order has already been seized by the Eastern Distant. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly bit down on his own tongue with all his might. Blood instantly poured from the corner of his mouth, his head drooping as his breath completely ceased. Elder this. Yifeng furrowed his brow, stepping forward. Could this old fool be lying as he faces death? The Earth Beast offered no response. It raised a forepaw, enveloping Li Wuji's corpse in a glow of earthy yellow light. As the light flashed, Li Wuji's body crumbled like a weathered sand sculpture, disintegrating into a handful of ashes, scattering in the wind. The order is no longer with him. The Earth Beast's voice was low. We shall go to the Eastern Distant. Chapter 100, Dungeon Key. Aren't you weak? In the East Sea, Atop the rocky outcrop, Liu Xuan carefully examined the ancient sword-shaped token that Li Wuji had entrusted to him. Holding it in his hand, can this thing be identified with appraisal? His thoughts shifted, attempting to use identification on the token. Identification failed. A system prompt appeared. So it really doesn't work? Just as he felt a tinge of disappointment and was about to stow the token back into his backpack, an unexpected event occurred. Buzz. The token in his hand suddenly radiated a gentle and mysterious gray light. Liu Xuan was taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on the token's transformation. As the light dissipated, the token returned to its previous state, appearing unchanged. What is going on? Just as Liu Xuan was puzzled, a system prompt suddenly appeared. This item has been gamified. Sword Sect token, dungeon key, must be activated at a designated location. What the hell? A dungeon key? Liu Xuan was initially taken aback. But soon an overwhelming wave of joy surged within him. This revelation indicated that it was not solely the items dropped by monsters that possessed game attributes. Objects from Blue Star could also be gamified. However, after the initial euphoria, Liu Xuan swiftly regained his composure and fell into contemplation. Since acquiring his player identity, he had not been remiss in attempting to use appraisal techniques on real-world items. Kitchen knives, cars, even houses, all yielded no response, devoid of any game attributes. It appeared that not all items from Blue Star were amenable to gamification. His gaze returned to the Sword Sect token, and his eyes ignited with fervor. A dungeon key. This signified his ability to enter an independent game instance space. What manner of monsters, experience points, and drop rates would await him within? Surely they would surpass those of Blue Star's creatures, wouldn't they? Merely contemplating this prospect set his heart ablaze. Yet, he was soon beset by a headache. The token's description explicitly stated that it could only be activated at a designated location that met specific criteria. Where might this location be? Tianjin Mountain, perhaps? Liu Xuan speculated. After all, this was the sect leader's token. He suppressed the impulse to immediately soar to Tianjin Mountain on his sword and cautiously stored the token in his backpack space. Subsequently, he exchanged 100,000 gold coins. Successfully exchanged 100,000 gold coins, cash equating to 10 billion yuan. Instantly, a staggering 1 billion cash was credited to his account. As per their agreement, he transferred the remaining 9 billion to Lu Ming. China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 2071 has completed a transfer of 9,000,000 yuan. Available balance 1,009,600,000. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, his phone vibrated urgently. Liu Xuan glanced at the caller ID. It was Chu Chun. He pressed the answer button. Liu Xiong, are you alright? The call connected, and Chu Chen's anxious voice came through, accompanied by the sounds of battle. I'm fine, what's the matter? Liu Xuan inquired, raising an eyebrow at the commotion on the other end. With all that noise, you haven't already attracted attention, have you? Damn it, these bastards are relentless. Chu Chen's voice brimmed with indignation. I barely entered the forest when I sensed multiple presences honing in on me. Sure enough, they followed me all the way. And just as I was nearing the city, these sneaky bastards couldn't help but reveal themselves. You should be able to handle it, right? Liu Xuan chuckled. Since Chu Chan could still call to vent, it indicated that he had the situation under control. It's no big deal. They're just a bunch of cannon fodder. Lacking the strength to take down me, Chu Yi. Although Chu Chen's tone was brash, his breaths were noticeably heavier. But what about you? Have you encountered any trouble? As for me, Liu Xuan glanced around. Everything's splendid. Blue skies, white clouds, sandy beaches, and bikini-clad beauties. Quite delightful. Sandy beaches? Chu Chen's voice shot up in disbelief from the other end. Where the hell are you right now? In Modu, by the East Sea, Liu Xuan replied languidly. Modu? You flew from Chuancheng to Modu in less than half an hour? Chu Chun exclaimed, nearly bursting the speaker. Damn. Haven't you overdrawn your life force and entered a weakened state? How can you move so swiftly? My hair has turned white, yet I'm not weak, am I? Liu Xuan teased. Alright, unless there's anything else, I'll hang up now. You take your time. Wait. Chu Chun hastily interjected. And then Liu Xuan heard Chu Chen's frustrated shouts. You bastards, don't just chase after me. Liu Xuan was leisurely enjoying himself in Modu. If they had the guts, they should come after him instead. Liu Xuan, Chu Xiong, I haven't hung up yet. Liu Xuan replied, somewhat exasperated. However, it seemed that the battle on Chu Chen's side intensified once more, with only the sounds of more frantic clashes and Chu Chen's shouts echoing back. After a considerable interval, the sounds of combat and curses gradually subsided into the distance. Hello? Liu Xiong, are you still there? Chu Chen's voice resurfaced, noticeably calmer. It's all good now. The people from the Martial Appraisal Bureau have arrived, and those bastards fled faster than rabbits. Did you just sell me out? Liu Xuan asked, a hint of irritation in his tone. Liu Xiong, You underestimate the intelligence networks of the various factions, Chu Chen replied. As long as we remain within the territory of Longxia, given their resources and connections, locating our whereabouts is merely a matter of time. By the way, send me your location. I'll come find you tomorrow. All right. Liu Xuan understood the rationale. I'm by the East Sea. Give me a call when you arrive. Got it. See you tomorrow. Chu Chun concluded the call decisively. After ending the conversation, Liu Xuan glanced at the distant tourists basking in the sun on the beach. Without further hesitation, he dove straight into the sea. As for why he hadn't been followed, the reason was quite simple. He had traversed from Mo family's domain to the East Sea in merely half an hour, maintaining an altitude of 10,000 meters throughout. Just this fact alone meant that unless his pursuers possessed equivalent aerial capabilities, even a master or grandmaster would find it exceedingly difficult to keep pace with him. In Beicheng, deep within the Changbai mountain volcanic region, the air was scorching and permeated with a faint sulfuric odor in this remote area. At the heart of the most active volcano stood a structure entirely hewn from black obsidian, its surface adorned with carvings of blazing flame totems. Master, the disciples have just conveyed confirmed news, Wang Kuei reported excitedly, bowing before the churning molten lava of the volcano's mouth. Liu Xuan is currently making an appearance in Modu. Boom. The lava pool erupted violently. A towering figure enveloped in crimson flames leapt forth from the scalding magma, resembling a deity of fire descending to earth. It was Yin Yu, the leader of the Angry Fire sect. He radiated an oppressive heat and formidable aura, his eyes flickering like flames. Excellent. Yin Yu's voice resonated like thunder. You are to lead the elite members of our sect to Modu at once. We must ensure that we retrieve Liu Xuan before the other factions can react. Rest assured. Master. A glint of cold light flickered in Wang Kuei's eyes. That brat lacks any protective backing, and being in a weakened state makes him an easy target. I guarantee he will willingly return with us. At the foot of the volcano, in a dedicated training ground, Liu Yuanwu, who was guiding the earth fire to temper his physique, suddenly paled, his expression filled with anger as he gazed at Wang Kuei. Master, Liu Xuan saved my life. How can we repay kindness with enmity? Kindness. Wang Kuei regarded him impassively, his tone icy. Yuanwu, have you forgotten how he publicly humiliated you on the arena, leaving you utterly disgraced? Had it not been for your status as my personal disciple, I would not have even considered bringing you along for this endeavor. I refuse to go. Li Yuanwu clenched his fists, resolutely rejecting the notion. Such an act of repaying kindness with malice is beneath me. Have you thought this through? Wang Kuei's expression darkened, his voice laden with pressure. Should you persist in defying my orders, our master-disciple bond may very well come to an end. I have erred once. I will not err again. Li Yuanwu's face was pale, yet his gaze was resolute. In his mind, the words spoken by Xia Wan at the top of the Mo family's cloud peak reverberated. If he continued to oppose Liu Xuan, the Li family would inevitably descend into decline, perhaps even face extinction. Moreover, Li shared a close bond with Liu Xuan. For the sake of the Li family, for Li Ye, and to uphold his own principles, he could never again stand against Liu Xuan, much less engage in such a despicable act of capture. Foolishness, antiquated thinking. Wang Kuei erupted in fury. What are you truly afraid of? That boy is nothing more than a paper tiger at this moment. With me, his master, leading the charge. How could he possibly turn the tide? He attempted to persuade Li Yuanwu through the promise of gain. Furthermore, you have said it yourself. He has employed forbidden techniques. His lifespan is limited to less than a year. To let such a precious artifact as the soul technique remain in the hands of a dying man is a gross misuse. It ought to be inherited and propagated by my Rage Fire sect. I am human, not an ungrateful beast. Li Yuanwu gritted his teeth, meeting Wang Kuei's furious gaze without yielding. Had I known that the Rage Fire sect operated in such a manner, I would rather live as an ordinary person for the rest of my days than take my vows here. Rebellious disciple, audacious. Wang Kuei was utterly incensed, his sleeves sweeping dramatically as a concentrated flame lashed out, striking Li Yuanwu. Boom. Li Yuanwu let out a muffled groan, sent flying to crash heavily upon the rugged volcanic rock, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Come on, if you have the ability, kill me. Li Yuanwu struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes resolute. You want me to join you in confronting someone who has saved my life? Dream on. Not only will I refuse, but I will also expose your vile intentions to the world. Ha ha. Wang Kuei laughed instead of fuming, his eyes cold. Ignorant child. Do you think only my Rage Fire sect is interested in that boy? Let me inform you, the entirety of the martial world is already in motion. That boy has two options. Either he obediently reveals the secrets of the soul technique, or he faces certain death. Chapter 101. Entrusting his sister to Liu Xuan. No. This efficiency is far too slow. The next morning, Liu Xuan soared above the sea on his sword, landing steadily upon the rocky shore. He gazed out at the boundless azure ocean, his brow furrowed. He had hunted marine creatures throughout the night, yet had only ascended 2 levels. Your level has risen to LV40, earning 1,000 free attributes, 500 constitution, 500 strength exclusive attributes, and 100 skill points. Your level has risen to LV41, earning 1,000 free attributes, 500 constitution, 500 strength exclusive attributes, and 100 skill points. Player, Liu Xuan. Level, LV41 10,500,000. As his level increased, the experience required for further advancement had reached astronomical figures. Now, each level demanded tens of millions of experience points. The ordinary fish, shrimp, and crabs in the ocean provided a meager amount of experience, ranging from single to double digits. Even the massive sharks and whales scarcely offered experience exceeding 4 digits. After tirelessly grinding all night, the experience bar crawled at a torturous pace. He would still need to seek out extraordinary beasts or defeat those martial artists with profound cultivation. A glint of cold, killing intent flickered in Liu Xuan's eyes. The land of the rising sun. This was the first target that came to his mind. The quickest path to leveling up undoubtedly lay in unleashing a massacre there. But as soon as the thought arose, he forcibly suppressed it. The East was not without its land deities. Until he possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation, recklessly venturing forth would be akin to suicide. Not to mention land deities. Even a few grand masters attacking simultaneously would not guarantee his escape unscathed. Liu Xuan. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. Liu Xuan turned to see a slightly dilapidated van parked along the beach road, and Chu Chun was hurrying toward him. His eyes brightened. Of course, heading to the east was not realistic now, but wasn't there a wave of experience packages on their way? The various factions coveting the soul technique would not send mere amateurs. The experience gained from defeating them would far surpass that of slaying fish and shrimp in the sea. More importantly, since the factions initiated the attack, even if he retaliated, he would be justified in his self-defense. With this thought, Liu Xuan felt elated. Leaping down from the rock toward Chu Chun. Boom. Suddenly, an unforeseen calamity struck. A razor-sharp blade light sliced through the air with no warning, cleaving a massive chasm in the tranquil sea. Several figures, entirely shrouded except for their cold eyes, emerged from the splintered water like phantoms, with glimmering blades flashing menacingly. They aimed at Liu Xuan's vital points from all angles. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid strikes echoed like rain beating against banana leaves. However, every blade that struck Liu Xuan emitted a dull thud as if hitting metal, failing to even tear his garments. The assailants' expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes wide with horror, as they unhesitatingly retreated, attempting to escape. Now they wished to flee? Too late. A cold smirk graced Liu Xuan's lips. The wind feather sword appeared in his hand, humming joyfully as it trembled. In a flash, the sword gleamed like a bolt of lightning. The assailants, still airborne, froze in unison. Blood gushed from their waists as the blades severed them in one swift stroke. Successfully killed LV 20 Zhang Dong, gaining 200,000 experience points, 200 gold. Successfully killed LV 22 Su Wei, gaining 220,000 experience points, 220 gold. Successfully killed LV 25 Wu Xiaolong, gaining 250,000 experience points, 250 gold. How gratifying. Observing the system notifications, a genuine smile blossomed on Liu Xuan's face. He even began to anticipate that various factions would send more experience packages like these. I knew you were lying, Chu Chun said, walking over with a frown as the corpses dissolved into white light. Is this what you call being weakened? Which family's weakened period allows one to travel from Sichuan province to Magic City in half an hour? Which family's weakened period can slay several innate martial artists with a single stroke, as if they were chopping vegetables? That is of little consequence. Liu Xuan waved his hand, growing serious. What matters now is what our next course of action will be. Shall we continue to sit idly by? Or shall we initiate a counterattack? Counterattack? Liu Xuan, do you realize how many eyes are watching us right now? Chu Chun inhaled deeply, his expression grave. Almost every notable faction in the martial world has set their sights on us. Even the company is in chaos over this matter, facing immense pressure. So, you have accepted your fate, planning to hand over the soul technique to appease them? Liu Xuan inquired calmly. If their goal were merely the secrets of the soul technique, then I would grit my teeth and comply, if it meant our safety. Chu Chen's fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening as suppressed fury laced his voice. But as you have surmised, their true objective is the divine jade that is already fused within me. That artifact cannot be extracted. Surrendering it would be tantamount to signing my death warrant. He grew increasingly agitated, a crimson hue surfacing in his eyes. Moreover, this group of scoundrels operates without the slightest moral compass. They actually dared to contemplate kidnapping my sister to coerce me. Fortunately, my colleagues at the company reacted swiftly and rescued her in time. Otherwise, what? Kidnapping? Liu Xuan's expression shifted abruptly. He immediately fished out his phone and dialed Liu Xuan, who was far away at their hometown. Fortunately, the call connected quickly, and Liu Xuan's cheerful voice rang out, sounding perfectly normal. Xiao Xian, I was just about to call you. Wan and her parents visited earlier, and they officially agreed to your marriage. I discussed it with them and thought it best to have you and Wan get engaged first. What do you think? Uncle, is Xiao also there? Liu Xuan exhaled in relief. Xingu, I'm here. On the other end, Xiao Wan's voice was deliberately subdued, yet laced with concern. Xingu, don't worry. I've already asked my senior brother to come to Talon Village. Uncle will be just fine. Xia, thank you. A warm surge filled Liu Xuan's heart, softening his tone. Once I resolve these pressing matters, I will return to find you. I owe you a meal. Xingu, are you really all right? Xiao Wan's voice brimmed with worry. I wanted to come find you, but my master insisted that you would be fine and told me to focus on my training. He even sent my senior brother to supervise me. Since Senior Xin Weizi has said so, then I surely won't meet my end. Liu Xuan chuckled, offering reassurance. Focus on your training, and once I have dealt with these troubles, I will return to you. All right, Xingu, please prioritize your safety. If it comes to it, just sell Chu Chen. Hey, Miss Ya, that's a bit much. Chu Chen, who had been listening intently, couldn't help but snatch the phone from Liu Xuan, exclaiming into the receiver, how can you, looking like a celestial, have such a venomous heart? So your man is precious, and I'm merely a disposable trinket. Is that it? The response was a swift, crisp, busy tone. Chu Chen, holding the disconnected phone, wore a look of exasperation but bore no true anger. He understood that Xia Wan was merely jesting. I find Xiao's logic quite reasonable. Perhaps I should genuinely attempt to sell you? Liu Xuan reclaimed his phone, chuckling playfully. Enough of that. I don't believe you would actually sell me. Chu Chen tossed the phone back to Liu Xuan, shrugging, yet his tone held a hint of sincerity. Besides, my life was saved by you in the first place. Even if you truly wished to sell me, I would bear no grievances. Let us get serious. Liu Xuan said, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. What do you think about the plan I proposed yesterday? Should we undertake a major operation? Absolutely, we must. Chu Chen's gaze turned icy in an instant. Had those scoundrels not laid a hand on my sister, I might have hesitated. But now, I merely wish to send each of them to their doom. He fixed his determined gaze on Liu Xuan. Liu Xiong, just tell me what you need me to do. Issue the command, and I shall comply, even if it means detonating those 4 divine bombs and perishing alongside that rabble. If I flinch, then I am no true man. However, he shifted his tone, his voice deepening. You must promise me one thing. What is it? After I am gone, take care of my sister. Chu Chen took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting profound affection and reluctance. She is my only family in this world. Do you truly entrust your sister to me? Liu Xuan raised an eyebrow. Not entirely. Chu Chen nearly gritted his teeth as he spoke. You, with your flamboyant silver hair and handsome visage, possess an unnaturally formidable strength. Most concerning is your incessant aura of charisma. I fear that the longer my sister is around you, the more likely she is to fall for your charms. Upon hearing this, Liu Xuan broke into a broad smile, patting Chu Chen's shoulder with sincerity. Rest assured, when Qingming Festival arrives next year, I will take your sister to visit your grave, ensuring you feel the warmth of family even in the afterlife. Chapter 102. The plan commences, Secrets of Ascension. You. Chu Chen clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Liu Xuan, caught between wanting to strike him and knowing he couldn't win. Ultimately, he deflated, letting out a resigned sigh. Fine, by then I will be long gone. If my sister truly likes you, there will be nothing I can do from beyond the grave. Hey, are you so certain that I would take a liking to your sister? Liu Xuan raised an eyebrow. Don't you dare look down on her. Chu Chen snapped. Let me tell you, my sister is more beautiful than any celestial being. Despite your good looks and strength, in my eyes, no man on this earth is worthy of her. That's merely the protective lens of a brother, excessively thick. Liu Xuan rolled his eyes, steering the conversation back on track. All right, let us focus on the matter at hand. Rest assured, with me around, you will not meet your end. Really? Chu Chen's eyes lit up, leaning in with a grin. Liu Xiong, I knew you must have a hidden card up your sleeve. Do you believe I can resurrect? Liu Xuan said with a serious expression. Stop joking. Chu Chen laughed, waving his hand. If you could revive, wouldn't you be a deity? You're just boasting without a shred of evidence. Liu Xuan chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Let us discuss the plan. Liu Xuan gazed toward the horizon where the sea met the sky. I've already chosen the location for detonating the divine bombs. It will be on a remote island in international waters. The pressing issue is how to lure those individuals there. Isn't that simple? Chu Chen shrugged. Don't they desire the soul technique? We can simply stay on that island and spread the word. I refuse to believe they want T-Com. Are you certain they will all mobilize? And all at once. Liu Xuan's expression became serious. We have but one chance. Once the divine bombs detonate, we must ensure that the problem is resolved at its root, eliminating any future threats. If the only ones who show up are mere lackeys, then there is no need for such a powerful weapon. I could handle them alone. He paused, emphasizing his point. The crux of the matter lies in how to draw out the true core of each faction, those masters, even the grandmasters, to capture them all in one fell swoop. This, however, what if they were to discover that the soul technique is intricately linked to the ultimate opportunity for immortality, a chance to transcend and become celestial beings? Do you think they would remain composed? Would they still allow their disciples to vie for it? Ah, Liu brother. Chu Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. But soon he pondered a pressing concern. Although your method is ingenious, it carries a potential risk. The allure of the secret to ascension is something even the Grand Masters might find hard to resist. I fear even the terrestrial immortals would be tempted. But would terrestrial immortals fear the wrath of the celestial beings? Liu Xuan countered, his gaze laden with meaning. Chu Chen paused, then suddenly enlightened. He lowered his voice in excitement. I see now. Your point is that our objective is crystal clear. Regardless of who approaches, we shall only target those who are vulnerable. Correct? Precisely. Liu Xuan nodded with a smile. Yet, Liu brother, there remains a crucial question. Chu Chun composed himself, stroking his chin. How should we disseminate the information about the soul technique, which contains the secret to ascension, in a manner that seems credible? Moreover, those capable of surpassing grandmasters are undoubtedly the sharpest minds. Would they easily believe such news that sounds like mere gossip? They certainly wouldn't trust two individuals like us to relay it. Liu Xuan appeared confident. But what if it were to be inadvertently leaked through authoritative channels like the Celestial Master's Manor or Gigu? Astonishing, it's all down to you, Liu brother. Chu Chun exclaimed, slapping his thigh in admiration. The Celestial Master's Manor is beyond reproach. Their revered ancestor is said to have ascended, lending them the utmost credibility in this realm. As for the secrets of the Gigu lineage, they are reputed to possess the ability to divine the heavens and deduce all things. News corroborated by these two factions would undoubtedly incite a frenzy throughout the martial world. I fear no cunning old fox would dare to doubt it. Indeed, allow me a moment. I shall call Brother Zhang. Liu Xuan retrieved his phone. A smile gracing his face. It was time for him to take the stage. As noon arrived on the beach, Liu Xuan and Chu Chun lounged in flamboyant beach shorts and tank tops, donning sunglasses, seemingly enjoying a vacation. Humph, these fellows are quite adept at maintaining appearances. Chu Chun observed the surroundings through his sunglasses, sneering softly. Fearing trouble from the company, they had deliberately cleared this area of ordinary tourists. In the distance, a sparse group of individuals sat on the sand. Although they donned swimsuits or casual attire, masquerading as tourists, under Chu Chen's perception and Liu Xuan's probing technique, their true nature was laid bare. It would not be an exaggeration to say that not a single genuine ordinary person graced the entire beach. They had long been encircled by various factions. Merely a bunch of insignificant players, no need to concern ourselves with them. Liu Xuan glanced at the time on his phone. Brother Zhang should be arriving shortly. No sooner had he spoken, than a fist-sized, crackling thunderball unexpectedly surged in from the side, aimed directly at the two of them. Hand over the soul technique. A chilling command reverberated. Zhang Yao made a dramatic entrance, riding a somewhat dilapidated shared bicycle, barreling toward Liu Xuan and Chu Chun with great fervor. However, the soft sand caused the front wheel of the bicycle to sink abruptly. Bang! The thunderball exploded nearby, sending a wave of sand skyward. Liu Xuan and Chu Chun immediately tumbled away in a hasty retreat. Just as they prepared to initiate their performance, they noticed Zhang Yao pedaling furiously, yet the bicycle remained stubbornly still. Their expressions darkened in an instant. It's you. Liu Xuan struggled to his feet, incredulity and sorrow lacing his voice. I saved your life once, and yet you would dare turn against your savior over something as trivial as the soul technique? Indeed. Zhang Yao, how could you, a disciple of the esteemed Longhu Mountain and an apprentice of the old celestial master, act in such a manner? Chu Chun exclaimed in outrage, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Yao. Liu brother nearly expended his life essence to save us all, and now he is left in such a weakened state. It is one thing to show ingratitude, but to take advantage of his plight? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Ha ha ha. Zhang Yao finally relinquished the bicycle, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he stood tall. His body crackled with lightning, swiftly coalescing into a fearsome, writhing thunder dragon. Gratitude? Conscience? His voice, though low, resonated across the entire beach, reaching the ears of various factions. If one can obtain the hidden secret of ascension within the soul technique, if one can glimpse the gate to immortality, then what does it matter if they bear the scorn of history? The mere mention of the secret to ascension struck like a thunderclap upon the serene beach. Instantly, the countenances of those masquerading as tourists from various factions turned ashen. The atmosphere thickened with an insatiable greed, intensifying exponentially. In a black sedan parked nearby, Wang Kuei, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. Shock and horror etched across his face, nearly exclaiming, "What?" The hidden secret within the soul technique is actually the secret to ascension. Chapter 103. The Beast Queen. Hongli. His breath quickened, chest heaving violently, his gaze fixated on Liu Xuan and Chu Chun on the distant beach. Before this moment, he had only understood that the soul technique was connected to the demonic turmoil that swept through the martial world a millennium ago, and that it was one of the signature techniques of the strongest, the celestial demon. However, he was unaware of the specific powers of the soul technique or the secrets it concealed. The secret to ascension was indeed the secret to ascension. He seemed spellbound, murmuring to himself incessantly, the flames of greed in his eyes flaring ever brighter, almost ready to burst forth. Immortality and transcendence. These are the ultimate aspirations cherished by all martial artists. Elder Wang, are you alright? The disciples accompanying him from the Rage sect, witnessing Wang Kuei's seemingly frenzied and disordered state, exchanged worried glances and inquired anxiously. "I'm fine." Wang Kuei snapped back to reality, taking several deep breaths to forcefully quell the tumultuous blood and unsettled spirit within him. "Go, immediately fetch those two young friends for me." "Yes." The disciples, receiving the command, wasted no time and swiftly exited the vehicle. In an instant, they were enveloped in flames and shot toward the beach like arrows released from a bow. Almost simultaneously, other factions, hidden throughout the beach, were ignited by the very mention of the secret to ascension, unable to contain themselves any longer, preparing to pounce and seize what they coveted. On the beach, "Liu brother, what do we do now?" Zhang Yao feigned engagement with Liu Xuan in close combat, lowering his voice to ask quickly, "Attack me." Liu Xuan signaled towards the various factions converging from all directions. He understood it was time to retreat. "All right," Zhang Yao comprehended, unleashing a burst of lightning from his palm as he seemingly struck Liu Xuan's che. He exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Chun, and the duo promptly turned to flee clumsily towards the boundless expanse of the sea. But where could they escape? There was no chance of evasion. Zhang Yao pursued relentlessly from behind, his voice carried by the sea breeze. "Hand over the soul technique. Given your past act of saving me, I may consider sparing your lives." Inside the vehicle, Wang Kuei watched as Liu Xuan and Chu Chun fled towards the ocean, his countenance darkening. "Elder Wang." "They have run towards the sea." Several disciples of the Angry Fire sect returned empty-handed, reporting hastily. "Pursue them," Wang Kuei commanded without hesitation. Flames erupted around him, transforming into a dazzling blaze as he strode across the waves, chasing after them. Boom, boom, boom. However, just as he soared into the air, his expression suddenly changed. He beheld ominous auras converging from various directions towards Liu Xuan and his companion. "Damn it, there are too many forces eager to seize a piece of the action." Wang Kuei cursed inwardly, realizing that it would be exceedingly difficult for him to extract them safely amidst such predatory gazes. After a brief moment of hesitation, he promptly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Yin Yu's number. The call was almost instantly connected. Yin Yu's voice came through, suppressed yet tinged with excitement. "I am aware of the situation. Keep a close eye on them. I will set out immediately." After hanging up, Wang Kuei's cold gaze swept over the disciples by his side. "Who was it that contacted the sect leader?" "It was I." A disciple stepped forward, his voice trembling. The sect leader had instructed that any significant developments regarding the soul technique must be reported immediately. At these words, Wang Kuei's eyelid twitched, feeling a surge of displeasure. But he refrained from showing it. "Continue the pursuit. We cannot allow them to escape." Boom. He dispelled his thoughts and let the flames around him surge once more, accelerating towards the indistinct figures in the distance. Meanwhile, in Gue City, deep within the 10,000 great mountains, nestled amidst towering peaks and swirling mists, lay a hidden valley reminiscent of a paradise. A magnificent and ethereal bird soared above the gorge. It resembled a golden eagle, yet possessed 4 pairs of wings cloaked in azure feathers, gliding gracefully and swiftly. With a clarion call, it echoed across the expanse, and then, enveloped in a brilliant azure glow, it descended upon the valley's heart like a falling blue meteor. At the center of the valley stood not ordinary foliage, but a resplendent palace constructed from countless vibrant gemstones. The azure light settled upon the palace's forecourt. As the radiance dimmed, the extraordinary bird transformed into a robust and handsome youth clad only in leather shorts. With a respectful demeanor, the youth hastened through the corridor lined with rare treasures and ventured deep into the palace. "Ling Feng, I pay my respects to Her Majesty the Queen." The youth knelt on one knee, bowing towards the front. His gaze fell upon the towering gem mountain, resting upon the enchanting figure reclining atop it. Filled with awe and reverence. Atop the gem mountain, a woman supported her chin with her hand, seemingly lost in a light slumber. Dressed in a form-fitting red cheongsam with a high slit, she accentuated her breathtaking curves, particularly her long, straight legs that possessed an astonishing proportion. Her flowing, raven-black hair cascaded freely down to her calves. Her exquisite beauty exuded a regal elegance and an innate allure, for she was the master of the Beast Illusion Valley. The Beast Queen, Hongli. Have you found him? Hongli did not open her eyes, her languid, yet magnetic voice reverberating in the spacious hall. Replying to your majesty. We have located him. Ling Feng reported respectfully. He is currently at the eastern coast of Magic City. Additionally, all major human factions have taken notice and are eager to seize the soul technique he possesses. What is so valuable about the mere soul technique? Hong Li's tone dripped with disdain, as if discussing an inconsequential trinket. However, according to the direct disciple of the current heavenly master, it may conceal the secret to immortality. Ling Feng added, the secret to immortality? Hong Li's closed eyes snapped open, her mesmerizing gaze betraying a fleeting yet unmistakable shock. Yet, this astonishment was quickly suppressed, and she regained her composed, regal demeanor. And what is the secret to immortality? It is, after all, a fleeting pursuit of humanity, ill-suited to my path. Her eyes deepened and sharpened. What I desire is that human named Liu Xuan, transforming a serpent into a dragon. Her eyes blazed with fervor. He must possess a bloodline of true dragons, older and purer than my own. I must acquire him. Her resolute whispers echoed in the hall, imbued with undeniable determination. In the open sea, upon a desolate island, Liu Xuan and Chu Chun descended from the sky, landing steadily on the rocky shore at the island's center. Almost simultaneously, swish, swish, swish. Figures radiating powerful auras appeared like phantoms above the island, perching on treetops or hovering above the sea, subtly encircling the entire isle. Strangely, these individuals merely regarded Liu Xuan and Chu Chun below with cold stares, none taking the initiative to strike. Liu Xuan, what is the situation? Chu Chun looked up at the terrifying figures in the sky, his face paling slightly as he whispered, why are they just watching and not attacking? The clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman prophets. Liu Xuan slowly articulated, his gaze calmly sweeping the sky. If only one faction had arrived, we would likely have been forcibly taken before even reaching this island. But now, too many forces have come, 10, perhaps even dozens. He smirked coldly. They are wary of one another, each restraining the others. The first to act may become the target of a collective assault. They are waiting for an opportunity to disrupt the balance or deliberating on how to divide us as spoils. In midair, the atmosphere was tense and delicate. Everyone. Wang Kuei could no longer contain his impatience, his gaze sweeping across the familiar and unfamiliar faces surrounding him. Liu Xuan is a guest personally invited by our sect leader, Yin. Today, I only wish to take him away. I hope you will grant me this favor. Wang Kuei, you often seek others' favors? A chilling voice filled with menace immediately retorted. A burly man with a buzz cut and a menacing scar on his face stepped forward. What is your favor worth? Everyone here knows why we have come. His voice boomed like thunder, emanating a domineering aura. I, Li Zhan, declare right here that this Liu Xuan is ours. Li Zhan, you underestimate us. Another voice interjected. We are all masters here. If a fight breaks out, you may not fare well. My Nangong family fears not your crazy blade sect. If you have the ability, let us see who can claim him first. Humph, my Yuanqi Hall shall accompany you to the end. The atmosphere on the scene instantly became tense, as the auras of various sect masters clashed, filling the air with a palpable scent of gunpowder. Boom. At that moment, a terrifyingly intense heat, far surpassing all present masters, surged forth from the distant horizon like a volcanic eruption. The aura illuminated the sky in a fiery crimson hue. Below, the sea was visibly evaporated by the invisible heat waves, producing billowing clouds of steam. A towering figure, enveloped in blazing flames, raced through the air with astonishing speed. Chapter 104. The moment is ripe, the old master's appreciation. Master, Wang Kuei's face suddenly brightened with joy. In a flash of firelight, a robust figure appeared, standing majestically in the air. Yin Yu's gaze burned like two torches, instantly locking onto Liu Xuan and Chu Chun on the isolated island below. Without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand, conjuring a colossal hand of blazing flames that appeared out of thin air, casting an ominous shadow and radiating terrifying heat. As it reached for Liu Xuan and his companion on the island, his intent was unmistakable. He aimed to strike first. Yin Sect Master, your appetite seems rather excessive. Does it not? Just as the situation reached a critical point, A chilling voice resonated through the air. Accompanying the voice was a sudden influx of icy energy, causing the sea below to crackle audibly as it rapidly froze into solid ice. Boom! A massive ice wall, several meters thick and crystal clear, rose like a fortress to confront the fiery claw. The collision of ice and fire erupted in a cloud of steaming white mist, sending shockwaves of energy rippling outward. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, exuding an air of icy composure, silently appeared opposite Yen Yu. Nangong Xiao. Yen Yu's expression darkened, his tone unfriendly. You arrived quite swiftly. Had you come later, would you not have monopolized the spoils? Nangong Xiao smirked, his gaze sweeping across the island. While those fellows have yet to arrive, how about we each take one of these two individuals? Agreed, Yen Yu replied without hesitation. I want the one named Liu Xuan. The other is yours. Hee, Yen Sect Master, you certainly have an astute calculation. Nangong Xiao's eyes gleamed sharply. The Nangong family's interests lie primarily in the secular world, and I cannot afford to slight the Martial Appraisal Bureau. Your Rage Sect, situated in the desolate volcanic region, naturally has fewer concerns. Thus, it would be more prudent for me to take Liu Xuan. Humph, though my Rage Sect is remote, it still resides within the realm of Longxia. I too must consider the Martial Appraisal Bureau. Yen Yu furrowed his brow, his tone resolute. Either Liu Xuan belongs to me, or we shall continue to bide our time until everyone arrives and see who ultimately prevails. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xiao's expression soured considerably. Gritting his teeth, he realized that further delay could lead to even greater uncertainties. Let us act swiftly and decisively. Before he finished speaking, both men transformed into streaks of light, plummeting toward the isolated island. Boom, boom, boom. However, just as they were about to set foot on the island, a series of equally formidable auras erupted in the sky. Figures appeared, some soaring through the air, some riding exotic beasts, and others standing upon magical artifacts, surrounding the area with an impenetrable barrier. The leaders of various sects and families, usually elusive grandmasters, had gathered at this moment. Yen Yu, Nangong Xiao, do you two think you can simply divide the spoils without consulting us? Humph, do you really believe yourself to be the main dish? Do you presume to feast alone behind our backs? Yen Yu and Nangong Xiao gazed at the powerful figures, both familiar and unfamiliar, before them, their expressions darkening to a point where they seemed to ooze water. Their movements halted midair. The atmosphere grew tense to the extreme. The auras of over a dozen grandmasters clashed and locked onto one another, none daring to act recklessly, creating a delicate balance. On the isolated island, Liu Xuan desperately employed his probing technique on the powerful beings in the sky. After a thorough investigation, his heart raced with shock. The lowest among them were at least level 50, and over half exceeded that level, surpassing the limits of his current master-level probing technique. Yet, instead of fear, he felt an exhilarating surge. If he could eliminate all these individuals, he would surely level up by at least 10 levels. Liu Xuan's eyes burned with fervor. These figures appeared to him as a trove of experience and divine equipment. At Longhushan, in a serene and modest courtyard, Zhang Tianqing observed the elderly man leisurely watering the plants, several times on the verge of speaking but hesitating. Tianqing, if you have something to say, feel free to speak. The elder replied without turning, his voice calm. Is it that young Xiaoyao has gotten himself into trouble again? Master, Zhang Tianqing inhaled deeply, stepping forward to bow. Junior brother has secretly descended the mountain alone. Oh, is that so? Zhang Zhidao remained composed, his hands continuing their task. Master, do you not wish to inquire what junior brother seeks to accomplish by descending the mountain? Zhang Tianqing was taken aback by Zhang Zhidao's tranquility. Since Xiaoyao has descended, he has his reasons. Zhang Zhidao set down the watering pot and walked over to a blooming orchid, smiling slightly. Look at these orchids. They have blossomed splendidly this year. Master, he has gone down to seek out Liu Xuan, my friend. Zhang Tianqing's tone became urgent, and he hesitated before adding, moreover, my disciples have just relayed news that... What news? Zhang Zhidao turned to face him, his gaze steady. It is said that our esteemed disciple, Zhang Yao, claims that within the soul technique lies the secret to immortality. Master, you already know? Zhang Tianqing was taken aback, then quickly turned indignant. I shall personally descend the mountain to bring my junior brother back and clarify this matter with the various sections. Since the matter has already occurred, what can you change by bringing Xiaoyao back? How many would believe your explanations? Zhang Zhidao slowly walked towards a nearby pavilion, his eyes deep as an ancient well. Once the greed of the human heart is stirred, it becomes like a flood breached, impossible to retract, even if one knows it may be false. Even if you explain 1,000 times, in the face of that faintest hope of truth, all seems feeble. But master, if we do not clarify, those driven by greed will resort to any means for this so-called secret to immortality. In that case, Liu Xuan's life may be in peril. Zhang Tianqing's voice brimmed with concern. And how do you know this is not the result he desires? Zhang Jidao sat on a stone bench. Taking a sip of clear tea, his gaze leisurely drifting towards the distant horizon, a meaningful smile gracing his face. Though Longxia has seen a plethora of talents in the past century, none have captured this humble Taoist Sai. Only this Liu Xuan has piqued my interest. Master. Zhang Tianqing's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. He had never anticipated that Zhang Jidao, having yet to meet Liu Xuan, would offer such high praise. It was well known that even he, alongside the so-called three prodigies of Longxia, Zi Fei and Luo Xiu, were merely regarded as somewhat talented, mischievous youngsters in Zhang Jidao's eyes. Perhaps you should descend the mountain to observe as well. Zhang Jidao waved his hand. Observe? Master, what do you wish for your disciple to see? Zhang Jidao wore a mysterious smile, suggesting they should observe how the young Liu Xuan skillfully maneuvered the leaders of the major factions, clan heads, and those venerable grandmasters who had long since made their names. What? Zhang Tianqing exclaimed in astonishment, his brow furrowed. How is this even possible? These are the pinnacle figures of their respective forces, all grandmasters in their own right. Though Liu Xuan possesses exceptional talent, he is currently in a weakened state. How could he manage such a feat? True geniuses often act in ways that defy common understanding. Zhang Jidao replied with a smile. Your incredulity may stem from the disparity that exists between you and him. Zhang Tianqing opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, unable to conjure a rebuttal. Ultimately, he suppressed the turmoil within and bowed deeply to Zhang Jidao, declaring, Disciple understands. I shall descend the mountain at once. He was eager to witness with his own eyes the extraordinary methods Liu Xuan employed to accomplish what seemed nearly impossible. Brother Liu, the day is nearly done. Shouldn't we take action? On the isolated island, Chu Chun gazed upwards at Yen Yu and the others, who remained in a standoff, showing no signs of engagement. Furrowing his brow, he wondered what these old fellows were scheming while they surrounded them without taking any action. It's merely a matter of unequal distribution of spoils, Liu Xuan replied, remarkably calm, even picking up a stone to skip across the water. There are just the two of us. While they are many, there is not enough to go around. Surely, they wouldn't resort to dismembering us, allowing each to take a piece and depart? Yet, if they remained aloof from the island, even if we summoned the wrath of the immortals, their grandmaster cultivation and alertness would surely enable them to escape before any explosion. Wouldn't that render our efforts futile? Chu Chen's heart was heavy with concern. The time is ripe, Liu Xuan declared as he rose, brushing off the sand from his hands. His gaze swept over the wary figures in the sky, a cold smile forming on his lips. He turned to Chu Chun, his tone calm, yet authoritative. Brother Chu, it is time for you to leave. What do you mean by that, Brother Liu? Chu Chun asked, his brows knitting together as he scrutinized Liu Xuan. If I depart, what becomes of you? As for me? Liu Xuan replied, his eyes scanning the predatory figures overhead, his voice chillingly serene. I shall remain and perish alongside these fellows. The significant players had mostly arrived. The old foxes lurking deeper would not reveal themselves easily, even if we were to wait longer. Wait, Brother Liu, didn't you mention having a trump card? Chu Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Why must we resort to mutual destruction? I've already stated. Liu Xuan turned to him, seriousness etched on his face. I will resurrect. Brother Liu, given the circumstances, could you refrain from jesting? Chu Chen clenched his fists, his knuckles paling as disbelief clouded his features. Resurrection? Such a power is beyond mortal grasp. Enough with the banter. We must hurry, Liu Xuan insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. Your presence here will not aid us. It will only jeopardize the entire plan. Without waiting for a response, he called out to the figures above. Hey, up there. Don't you all desire the soul technique? His voice carried on the sea breeze, instantly capturing the attention of all the formidable beings. The soul technique is something I can offer. However, there is no need to trouble this fellow beside me. He is a member of the Martial Appraisal Bureau. If you harm him, the Bureau will not let you off lightly. Consider your actions carefully. Shut your mouth, boy. You lack the authority to command us. Yen Yu thundered, his expression darkening like thunderclouds. As time slipped away and the soul technique remained elusive, his growing impatience was palpable. Other powerful figures from various factions were also beginning to lose their composure. The longer they lingered in this stalemate, the greater the risk of attracting the attention of land immortals, and then they would have nothing to gain. Shut your mouth, Liu Xuan retorted, unafraid. You don't want the soul technique anymore, do you? Fine then, if you have the courage, come down and kill us right now. He refused to be cowed. He had come with the intent of perishing alongside the grandmasters. Moreover, he understood that until they uncovered the secrets to immortality, these cunning old foxes would never dare to eliminate him. You little brat, you're courting death. Yen Yu fumed, flames roiling around him. But he ultimately restrained himself from attacking. Brother Chu, Heed my advice. We must leave at once. Liu Xuan disregarded the figures above, lowering his voice to speak to Chu Chun. The farther you get, the better. Brother Liu, be honest with me. You really want to come to harm, will you? Chu Chun fixed his gaze on Liu Xian's eyes, seeking assurance. What other cards do you have up your sleeve? Tell me, or I want to leave. Fine, fine. I'll tell you. Liu Xuan sighed in feigned exasperation, leaning in to whisper, I've perfected the sword control technique. At the moment of the Immortal's wrath explosion, I will unleash all my power. I can traverse 100 miles in a breath and will undoubtedly escape the blast radius, unharmed. Really? Chu Chun's eyes brightened, his taut heartstrings loosening slightly. Why would I deceive you? If you keep stalling, I will truly lose my patience, Liu Xuan urged, his impatience mounting as he gazed at the experienced figures above, eager for the imminent rewards of their endeavor. All right. Chu Chun scrutinized Liu Xuan for several seconds, recognizing he was not jesting. To preserve their plan, he finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Boom. His inner energy erupted. No longer hesitating, he dashed from the isolated island, racing across the ocean's surface towards the horizon. Where do you think you're going, kid? Yin Yu's eyes narrowed, unwilling to let a prey slip away. He reached out a massive hand, a giant palm of flame coalescing towards Chu Chun. What? Does the sect leader have any issues with a member of our bureau? A cold and commanding voice suddenly resonated. The space quivered slightly as a resolute-looking middle-aged man with a calm demeanor appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Long Tian, the commander of the Martial Appraisal Bureau. Ah, it's the esteemed Commander Long. Yin Yu's expression shifted, immediately dispelling the fiery palm, forcing a stiff smile. Misunderstanding. I was merely jesting with this young brother. Commander, Chu Chun exclaimed in surprise, then elation, but quickly shifted to urgency. You must leave. He could not allow Long Tian to become embroiled in this conflict, yet he could not openly reveal Liu Xian's plan. I have tasks to attend to. You must depart swiftly, Long Tian replied, turning his gaze toward Liu Xuan on the island, preparing to fly over. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Long Tian made a slight movement, the presences of Yin Yu, Nangongxiao, and over a dozen grandmasters erupted simultaneously. Like invisible shackles, they instantaneously secured Long Tian in place. His form faltered, and his brows knitted tightly. Long team, this is the open sea. Yin Yu's voice resonated with a somber warning. You may take your people from the Martial Appraisal Division, and we will grant you this favor. However, should you wish to take that young man from the island as well, you would be sorely underestimating us. Long team leader, I implore you to reconsider. Nangongxiao spoke with an impassive demeanor. We have no desire to become adversaries of the Martial Appraisal Division. Yet we also ask that you do not push us too far, for the sake of a nebulous legend. Is it not beneath your dignity to coerce a young junior in such a manner? Long Tian's gaze blazed as he surveyed the crowd. Even if the method to ascend to immortality were laid bare before you, would you truly be able to achieve it? Therefore, there is no need for you to trouble yourselves. Yin Yu's tone turned frigid. Long team, it would be prudent for you to swiftly depart with your companions, lest we mar the cordiality of this encounter. Commander, we should withdraw for now. Chu Chun interjected, his eyes darting. What if I am intercepted on my way back alone? Long Tian remained silent for a moment, understanding that the current situation was untenable. He cast a profound glance at Liu Xuan on the island, then scanned the powerful figures in the sky. His voice rang out with unwavering resolve. I offer one final warning. Though this is the open sea, he is a citizen of Longxia. Should anyone dare to take his life, the Martial Appraisal Division will pursue this matter to the bitter end. Before his words had fully settled, he vanished in a flash, appearing beside Chu Chun and gripping his shoulder. In the next instant, the two found themselves on the surface of the sea, 1,000 meters away. Chu Chun glanced back, the solitary island shrinking into the distance. Clenching his fists, he silently prayed, Liu, you must not come to harm. I already owe you a life. If anything were to happen to you. He dared not dwell on the thought, repeatedly assuring himself that Liu Xian's sword technique would surely allow him to escape. High above the clouds, a flying sword hovered silently. Yifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back on the sword's body, looking down at Liu Xian, who was besieged on the island below, a cold, triumphant smile gracing his lips. Elder Earth Beast, is there any way to completely seal off this island? He inquired quietly, his tone laced with malice. I wish to ensure he cannot flee. The ocean is that fellow's domain. I cannot intervene directly, the Earth Beast replied, perched on Yifeng's shoulder, its gaze cold as it surveyed Liu Xuan. However, the fate of this young man eludes even my perception. He is a considerable variable. Indeed, he should be eliminated before he can fully spread his wings to prevent future troubles. As soon as the words left its mouth, a heavy, earth-colored sphere of light slowly floated before Yifeng. This object is known as the seed of the earth, containing a fragment of my primal power, the Earth Beast explained. Simply cast it onto the island below, and it will grow autonomously, forming a barrier that envelopes the entire island. At that point, those on the island will be akin to fish in a barrel, utterly unable to escape. Thank you, Elder. Yifeng accepted the seed of the earth, a cruel and excited glint flashing in his eyes. He had been on a journey with the Earth Beast to the east to pursue the whereabouts of the Sword Sect's leader when he unexpectedly sensed powerful fluctuations emanating from the open sea. Following the trail, he discovered Liu Xuan ensnared by formidable forces. How fortunate for him, Yifeng thought as he soared toward the island. His tone icy with a hint of resentment. I had intended to finish him myself, only to find he is on the verge of death at the hands of these old geezers. Yet he quickly reconciled himself, adopting an arrogant demeanor. I am the destined child of this realm. He is unworthy to perish by my hand. His gaze turned greedy and fervent, sweeping over the powerful figures on the island. Once they have slain him, I shall strike, devouring the source energy of these grandmasters. At that time, my cultivation will undoubtedly soar, allowing me to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Upon the lonely island, the atmosphere had reached a suffocating peak. Young man, our patience is limited. Yin Yu looked down at Liu Xuan from his elevated position, his voice frigid. Surrender the secret to ascension. Hand over the secret, and perhaps we might spare your life, Nangong Shao stated expressionlessly. Of course, you may choose to resist until the end. But we possess ample means to extract the truth from you, though such methods would render your fate far worse than death. Boom, boom, boom. The auras of over a dozen grandmasters erupted simultaneously, binding Liu Xuan firmly in their grasp. Now he stood alone. The powerful forces, rather than rushing into infighting, formed a temporary understanding. They would first pry open Liu Xuan's lips, obtain what they sought, and then contend amongst themselves. Heh! At the eye of the storm, Liu Xuan merely emitted an enigmatic cold laugh. The secret to ascension resides within me. If you have the capability, come and take it. He quietly clenched his hands. Communicating with the system, he elevated his sword technique to its pinnacle. Success. Consumed 10 skill points. Sword technique upgraded to LV2. Success. Consumed 20 skill points. Sword technique upgraded to LV3. Success. Consumed 30 skill points. Sword technique upgraded to LV4. Success. Consumed 40 skill points. Sword technique upgraded to LV5, max level. Sword technique LV5 max level. Condensed sword shadows for sword flight, increasing speed by 50 times, consuming 5,000 mana points per second, with no cooldown time. His upgrade of the sword technique was not for the purpose of escape. Quite the contrary, it was to ensure that the wrath of the immortals could be maximally effective. As Chu Chan had indicated, grandmasters reacted with astonishing speed. If they sensed danger, they could very well flee in an instant before the explosion. Only by elevating his sword technique to its utmost could he ensure that he would be the first to pursue should anyone attempt to flee, thus guaranteeing that the explosion's radius would encompass all targets. On the eastern coast, Zhang Yao followed Liu Xuan's prior instructions, turning back after a short distance and returning to the previous beach. Master Yao, where is young Master Liu? A black business vehicle sped up, coming to a sudden halt. The door swung open, revealing Qin Yuga, Li Ya, and Li Yuanwu, their expressions frantic. Miss Qin, what brings you here? Zhang Yao exclaimed in surprise. My second brother received word that the major factions were planning to join forces against Brother Xian, Leah interjected, her voice trembling with a hint of tears. This Taoist brother, where's Brother Xian? Is he all right? Liu. Zhang Yao gazed out at the vast sea, his expression grave. He and Chu Chun were on an island in the open sea, facing over a dozen grandmasters. What? Over a dozen grandmasters? At his words, Qin Yuga's face drained of color, her body swaying. How could this happen? Young Master Liu saved their disciples' lives. How could they repay kindness with malice? Sister Yuga, what should we do? How can we help Brother Xian? Li Ya's eyes brimmed with tears, trembling as she pulled out her phone. Call the authorities, yes. We must call the authorities. Just then, a low hum resonated as the space beside them warped slightly, and Long Tian, along with Chu Chun, materialized on the beach. Chu, Yu Hao. Zhang Yao's heart sank upon seeing Chu Chun. Where's Liu? He remains on the island. Chu Chen's gaze fixed intently on the horizon, fists clenched. We have devised a plan. If successful, it may permanently resolve the troubles brought by the soul technique. What plan? A calm voice inquired. As the crowd turned, they beheld Zhang Tianxing, who had quietly appeared behind them at some unknown moment. Senior brother? Zhang Yao gasped in surprise. How did you come down the mountain? My master commanded me to come and observe, so here I am, Zhang Tianxing replied, his gaze drifting toward the distant sea. Liu Xuan, are you currently upon the open ocean? As he spoke, he took a step forward, intending to walk toward the sea. Please, Zhang Zhenren, hold on. Chu Chen quickly interjected to stop him. Oh, Zhang Tianqing halted, looking at Chu Chun with keen interest. Shouldn't you be imploring me to save someone at this moment, my young friend? In any case, I must respectfully ask Zhang Jinren to refrain from proceeding for now, Chu Chen stated, his eyes sincere but his tone resolute. Zhang Tianqing pondered for a moment, then ceased his insistence and inquired, I heard you mention earlier that you and Liu Xuan had devised a plan. I am most curious to know what this clever stratagem entails. Please remain patient, Zhang Jinren. You shall soon be enlightened, Chu Chun replied, keeping his lips sealed. Before the impending fury of the celestial beings erupted, he could not afford to reveal a word. Chu brother, you truly are here. A familiar voice descended from above, accompanied by the hum of mechanical gears. The crowd looked up to see an intricately crafted mechanical bird descending gracefully. Lu Ming leaped off its back, and the bird retracted and transformed into the heavenly artisan's cube in his hands. Lu brother, you have come as well? Chu Chen welcomed him eagerly. I just received word that various factions have cornered Lu brother on a deserted island in the open sea, Lu Ming replied anxiously. I rushed right over. Where's Lu brother? Lu brother instructed me to withdraw first. Chu Chan took a deep breath. Lu brother, you are resourceful. Do you have any means to ascertain Lu brother's situation from here? Let me think, Lu Ming mused, resting his chin in his hand, his eyes darting with thought. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I have it. His hands flew over the heavenly artisan's cube, and with a series of clicks, the cube swiftly unfolded and reconfigured, ultimately transforming into a massive, shimmering, metallic projection screen. Done. Lu Ming snapped his fingers triumphantly. Above us, there exists a super satellite known as the Heavenly Eye, which our MO family also contributed to constructing. We can utilize its vision to directly pinpoint Lu brother's location and project the scene in real time. Young man, Long Tian suddenly spoke. If I remember correctly, accessing the Heavenly Eye satellite requires the highest level of authorization key, does it not? That, Lu Ming scratched his head. A hint of embarrassment in his smile. I casually cracked it while idling away my time. Uncle, who are you? Captain of the Wu Jian Division, Long Tian. Wu Jian Division? Captain? Lu Ming's smile froze instantly, and he stammered, I was just bragging. I don't really. No matter, under these special circumstances. I shall overlook it. Long Tian waved his hand, a rare smile gracing his face. Let us first bring up the scene from the deserted island. We need evidence to ascertain what those individuals intend to do with that young man. Yes, leader, Lu Ming responded as if granted a reprieve, immediately diving into his operations. Soon, the massive projection screen vividly displayed the scene. A solitary island floated amidst the vast, azure ocean, the details sharp and clear, as if it were right before their eyes. Is it truly this clear? Chu Chun and the others were taken aback. Of course, Lu Ming puffed out his chest proudly. Our MO family's mechanism techniques are not to be taken lightly. Just then, the situation on the screen shifted drastically. Yen Yu and his companions had all descended upon the deserted island, surrounding the central figure, Liu Xuan, with nowhere to escape. In the heart of the island, a murderous intent permeated the air. Kid, I will give you one last chance. Hand over the secret to immortality. Yen Yu stepped forward, his scorching aura distorting the surrounding air. Behind him, Wang Kuei and other masters gazed with fervent eyes, like hungry wolves eyeing their prey. Witnessing this scene, Liu Xian's heart raced, his blood seeming to boil. All right, I will give it to you. With a thought, for devices known as divine anger materialized in his hands. In that instant, all eyes on the island were fixated on the divine anger he held. Kid, do you dare to deceive us? Yen Yu was taken aback for a moment before erupting in fury. Do you think I do not recognize the MO family's mechanical creations? Liu Xian remained silent. It is time. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he decisively activated the 4 divine anger devices according to Lu Ming's instructions. However, the next second, a vibrant, familiar voice, filled with a hint of pride, echoed from within the divine anger, resonating throughout the entire island. Beep, beep, beep. It is about to explode. Allow me to introduce you, crafted by the genius inventor Lu Ming, my latest masterpiece, a super weapon powerful enough to rival a nuclear bomb, the divine anger. As for why it bears this name, the air seemed to freeze at that moment. The determination and ferocity on Liu Xian's face instantly turned to sheer astonishment. He looked skyward and let out a roar filled with exasperation. Lu Ming, I will not let this go. His anger was palpable, despite his meticulous calculations. He had never anticipated that Lu Ming, the unreliable one, would include such a considerate audio introduction and a delay in activation. This was not an instantaneous detonation. It's over. The entire plan is ruined. As long as Yen Yu and the others were not fools, they would immediately realize the situation and scatter to escape. Even if his swordsmanship was unparalleled, it was impossible to chase down all the fleeing grandmasters simultaneously. It's a nuclear bomb. This kid intends to take us down with him. Run. Indeed, the expressions of Yin Yu and the others changed drastically as they reacted swiftly. Almost as soon as the words were spoken, they transformed into streaks of light, preparing to flee. However, in that fleeting moment, a tremendous rumble erupted. The entire island shook violently. Massive, earthy yellow light barriers erupted from the island's edge, soaring into the sky like enormous bowl lids. In an instant, they converged in midair, forming a colossal barrier adorned with flowing runes, completely sealing off the entire island. A sharp beam of sword light cleaved through the sky, revealing Yifeng's figure outside the barrier. With arms crossed and a cruel smile on his face, he looked down upon Liu Xuan below, who appeared like a trapped beast. Mere clowns, stay inside and wait to be tortured to death by these grandmasters. Ha ha ha. Chapter 107, National Service Assistance, then let us perish together. What is this? Liu Xuan stared dumbfounded at the earthy yellow barrier that enveloped the entire island, momentarily at a loss for words. But in the next second, the astonishment on his face transformed with astonishing speed into uncontainable joy. Ha ha. He could not help but laugh joyously. Whoever you are, dear friend, assisting me from the shadows. This kindness shall be remembered by Liu Xuan. Damn it, we have fallen into a trap. On the other side, Yin Yu and the others quickly came to their senses, their faces turning as pale as paper. They frantically summoned their inner strength, desperately striking against the barrier. However, the combined might of over a dozen grandmasters and nearly 20 masters only caused the barrier to tremble violently, its runes swirling without sustaining any damage. The methods employed by the earthly immortal are undoubtedly formidable. Yin Yu's voice quavered, cold sweat cascading from his forehead like rain. A bone-chilling dread surged from his feet straight to the crown of his head. Wang Kuei, his legs weak, collapsed onto the ground, his gaze vacant, suffused with despair. Well then, the product introduction is complete, he stated. Next comes the exhilarating moment. The wrath of the immortal is about to be unleashed. The countdown begins. 109. Lu Ming's voice, oddly cheerful and almost out of place, echoed from the four metallic spheres like a death knell, urging, destroy it, quickly destroy what he holds. Yin Yu's face contorted as he let out a beastly roar, leading the charge towards Liu Xuan in a frenzy. Swordsmanship. Liu Xuan would not allow them to succeed. In a flash of sword light beneath his feet, he moved like a specter, leaving behind a myriad of afterimages within the narrow confines of the barrier, effortlessly evading their assaults. 654. The chilling countdown struck each heart like a hammer. Thud. Yin Yu could no longer endure. His knees buckled, and he knelt towards Liu Xuan. Little friend. No, little ancestor. Quickly, turn it off. We were wrong. We do not want the soul technique anymore. We desire nothing. I beg you. Turn it off before it's too late. His voice trembled with a sob, filled with unprecedented fear and pleading. Yes, yes, little friend. We implore you, please cease. We were blinded by greed. We apologize. We offer our compensation. We only ask you to stop. Nangong Xiao and the other grandmasters, who usually held themselves high and wielded great power, were now utterly broken. They all fell to their knees, their heads striking the ground repeatedly, tears mingling with sweat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They were indeed grandmasters, possessing the strength to move mountains and the longevity of ages. Yet, they feared death more than ordinary mortals. The status, power, and strength they had painstakingly cultivated over decades were on the verge of disintegration in a single explosive moment. Such terror could shatter anyone's mental defenses. Huh. Liu Xuan hovered in midair, looking down upon this pitiful display of so-called strongmen with a cold smirk. Is this not the consequence of your own folly? His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. It is your greed that has led you to this dead end. Ah. Wang Kuei's mental defenses crumbled completely as he let out a piercing scream. Stop. You too will die. You will die alongside us. Then let us die together. Liu Xuan's voice was eerily calm. The moment his words fell, a blinding white light erupted from the four spheres of wrath, the accumulated destructive energy detonating instantaneously. Boom. It was as if the universe had lost all sound. Liu Xuan's figure was swallowed by the flames in an instant, vaporized, vanishing without a trace. Following closely were the anguished screams of Yin Yu, Nangong Xiao, Wang Kuei, and others, filled with boundless fear, regret, and unwillingness. Yet, their cries were swiftly drowned out by the cataclysmic explosion. The entire island, along with all life upon it, the rocks, the flora, was instantly reduced to nothingness. A colossal hemispherical mass of energy surged forth, akin to a sun of destruction that had forcefully risen from the ground. Were it not for the barrier containing the explosive energy, the scene would have been even more horrific. Boom. Even with the barrier in place, the terrifying shockwaves caused the surrounding sea to collapse instantly, forming a vast vacuum. The waters were violently displaced, revealing an unfathomable seabed. The barrier's surface was now marred with a dense web of cracks, as if it could shatter completely at any moment. Above, concealed within the clouds, Yifeng stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened, fixated on the terrifying scene below, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event, yet forcibly restrained within the barrier. His mind was blank, utterly devoid of thought. On the eastern coast, on the sandy beach, the real-time projection from the Tianyan satellite revealed the entirety of the catastrophic explosion to Liu Xuan and the others. Thud. Lia's legs gave way, collapsing onto the ground. Her face drained of color. Qin Yuga covered her mouth tightly, yet tears streamed uncontrollably like pearls from a broken string, her delicate form trembling. Zhang Yao clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood seeping through as his body shook violently from overwhelming shock and sorrow. Big brother. Lu Ming's anguished cry pierced the air. In the next moment, it was as if all strength had been siphoned from him. He staggered back 2 steps, collapsing onto the beach, his eyes losing their luster. Chu Chen's heart-wrenching sobs followed, his face wet with tears, a mix of snot and sorrow. His voice thick with endless self-reproach and regret. Brother Liu, did you not say you had a way to retreat safely? He seemed to have lost all support, collapsing heavily to the ground, unleashing a furious roar with all his might. You deceived me. You deceived me. His gaze was vacant, staring towards the horizon, as if his soul had departed, leaving only an empty shell. Nonsense. This is utter nonsense. Long Tian's face was ashen, his body trembling slightly. He turned sharply, locking eyes with the dazed Chu Chuan, his voice quaking with anger. Is this the plan you devised? To allow a young man with limitless potential to perish in such an extreme manner alongside the top powers of various factions? Foolish. Utterly foolish. His chest heaved violently, his emotions tumultuous and unsettled. From a national strategic perspective, losing a prodigy like Liu Xuan, alongside several grandmasters and dozens of masters, would inflict an immeasurable and foundational loss upon Long Xia. In today's world, high-end combat capability serves as both a nation's most formidable shield and its sharpest spear. It is all my fault. I have brought ruin upon my brother, Lu Ming muttered in despair, his eyes vacant. I should not have given him the wrath of the immortal. I should not have. Zhang Tianqing gazed at the projection screen, where the enveloped destructive energy was still lingering, a complex expression crossing his face as he murmured, Master, is this what you meant by manipulating the powerful at will? In his eyes, Liu Xian's actions were indeed heroic. He extricated himself from peril and dealt a heavy blow to his enemies, but the price was his own life. It resembled a tragic, self-destructive farewell rather than a calculated maneuver. Given Liu Xian's astonishing talent, he could have chosen a better path. Whether it was joining the Tianshi Mansion, the Ghost Valley, seeking the protection of the Yinyang family, or even entering the Wu Jian division, any of these routes would have made those powers wary, and the earthly immortals behind them could have intervened to resolve the crisis. Yet, he chose the most extreme and devastating path. Unless Liu Xian could survive this explosion. But was that even possible? Zhang Tianqing introspected, acknowledging that even if he were in the midst of such peril, his fate would have been sealed, certain death awaited him. Yet, astonishingly, he was still alive. At that moment, Li Yuanwu suddenly leapt up, his voice trembling with excitement, pointing at the projection screen with a quivering finger, his eyes wide with disbelief. Notification: the Black Pig Belt has been completely destroyed. Attack 10, Constitution 5, Strength 5. Notification: the Ring of the Brave has been completely destroyed. Intelligence 10. Notification: the Savage Bull Bracers have been completely destroyed. Strength 20, Constitution 20. Notification: the Mysterious Een Boots have been completely destroyed. Agility 40. Notification: the Fierce Tiger Earrings have been completely destroyed. Intelligence 50. Notification: the Black Water Mysterious Armor has been completely destroyed. Constitution 100, Health 1000. Notification: you have died. The Divine Skill, Loyal Guardian of the Xianwang, has been activated. Within 30 seconds, you may freely choose your resurrection time. Upon the conclusion of the 30-second countdown, resurrection will occur automatically. Above the original site of the isolated island, on the surface of the sea, the cataclysmic explosion and its fiery aftermath began to slowly dissipate. The displaced seawater rushed back, producing a thunderous roar, filling the void left in its wake. The air was thick with an ominous aura of destruction, and the yellowish barrier, cracked and seemingly on the verge of collapse, loomed ominously. Suddenly, a flash of white light pierced through. Liu Xian's figure materialized above the sea. You have successfully resurrected. Damn. He had been careless. Liu Xian glanced down at himself. The black water mysterious armor and other equipment he had once worn were now disintegrating into motes of starlight, swiftly vanishing into the air. It dawned on him that he had forgotten to stow his gear prior to the explosion, resulting in their destruction by the divine wrath unleashed in the blast. A wry smile crept across his face, a blend of bemusement and exasperation. However, his gaze swept across the surface of the sea, where small mountains made of glimmering golden coins were piled high. Nestled among these golden mounds were numerous luminous orbs. Gulp! Liu Xuan swallowed hard, his heart racing uncontrollably, his eyes ablaze with fervent desire. Although his equipment had been ruined, it paled in comparison to the bounty before him. Chapter 108, A Monumental Explosion. Successfully defeated LV-80 Yen, awarded 16 million experience points, 160,000 gold, Blood Demon Symbiosis Ring. Successfully defeated LV-80 Nangong Shao. Awarded 16 million experience points, 160,000 gold, Guild Creation Order. Successfully defeated LV-75 Ma Yuanwen, awarded 15 million experience points, 150,000 gold, Heavenly Dao Divine Jade. Successfully defeated LV-75 Gao Haiqiang, awarded 15 million experience points, 150,000 gold, Heavenly Dao Divine Jade. Successfully defeated LV-60 Wang Kuei, awarded 12 million experience points, 120,000 gold. Master Level Exploration Technique, Scroll 1. Successfully defeated LV-60 Lijian, awarded 12 million experience points, 120,000 gold, Skill Fusion Scroll 1. Your level has risen to LV-42, gaining 1,000 free attribute points, 500 Constitution, 500 Strength exclusive attributes, 100 skill points. Your level has risen to LV-43, gaining 1,000 free attribute points, 500 Constitution, 500 Strength exclusive attributes, 100 skill points. Your level has risen to LV-50, gaining 1,000 free attribute points, 500 Constitution, 500 Strength exclusive attributes, 100 skill points. Your level has risen to LV-51, gaining 1,000 free attribute points, 500 Constitution, 500 Strength exclusive attributes, 100 skill points. Congratulations, your level has successfully risen to 50. Activating the new Overlord Dragon God skill, Overlord's Sacred Soul. Ecstasy coursed through Liu Xuan as he beheld the incessant stream of system notifications. What constituted a grand explosion? This was the epitome of an extraordinary windfall. Not only had his level surged by 10, but the gold amassed reached several millions. His gaze eagerly darted toward the myriad of luminous orbs floating atop the gold coins. The system's drop rate was astonishingly generous. In addition to the copious gold, he had acquired a plethora of invaluable items. He suppressed his excitement, swiftly stowing away all the gold and orbs into his backpack. Blood Demon Symbiosis Ring Artifact, unidentified. Guild Creation Order, special item, upon use, allows for the creation of a player guild. Heavenly Dao Divine Jade 2, after the full gamification of Blue Star. Usable during character creation to randomly select a hidden profession. Master Level Exploration Technique Scroll, upon use, can elevate the exploration technique directly to master level. Skill Fusion Scroll, can merge two compatible skills to create a new, more powerful skill. An artifact had indeed dropped. Liu Xuan's heart raced with joy. Truly, the system's drop rates, though enigmatic, never faltered in critical moments. In addition to the artifact, the other items were equally precious, particularly the two Heavenly Dao Divine Jades, which signified that once Blue Star was gamified, he would have two opportunities to choose hidden professions. Thus, he could select a suitable hidden profession to serve as his secondary class. Friendly reminder, as an internal test player with no character deletion, upon the gamification of Blue Star, there is no need to create a new character. Your existing data will be fully preserved. The system notification emerged at an opportune moment. Liu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Then he smiled wryly. Well, it seemed the Heavenly Dao Divine Jade would be of no use to him. However, he was not disheartened. Being an internal test player meant that while everyone else would be starting anew from scratch, he would commence with his formidable attributes and skills. This was his greatest advantage. As for his secondary profession, his ambition was to discover the sole hidden profession that could rival the Overlord Dragon God. He harbored doubts that the Heavenly Dao Divine Jade could yield a profession that would satisfy him. Returning to his senses, he swiftly examined the remaining items. The Master Level Exploration Technique Scroll could elevate his exploration abilities to Master Level, allowing him to probe information on targets above level 50. As for the Skill Fusion Scroll, its specific effects would only be revealed upon use. Finally, his gaze fell upon the Guild Creation Order, and his expression grew somewhat peculiar. Due to his transition to the Overlord Dragon God, he would incur divine wrath, one of the penalties being that he could neither create nor join any guilds. Yet now, he had obtained a Guild Creation Order. The divine punishment would only take effect after the gamification of Blue Star. A glint of determination sparked in Liu Xuan's eyes. If he utilized this guild creation order prior to gamification, it should pose no issue, right? Meanwhile, high above in the heavens, Yifeng trembled uncontrollably. His gaze fixated on the unscathed Liu Xuan on the sea below. Even the creature perched on his shoulder lifted its head, eyes filled with shock and gravity. How could he possibly still be alive? How could he have survived? Yifeng's complexion turned pale, his voice quavering with fear. Elder Earth Beast, what on earth is happening? Reviving him has granted the mastery of a certain extraordinary technique. The voice of the beast resonated with a deep, chilling timbre, laced with disbelief. The celestial laws had yet to fully manifest, yet this youth had already grasped such a formidable ability. Indeed, he was the greatest variable. He must be eradicated. Kill him, Elder. We must do so immediately. Yifeng's terror morphed into a frenzied bloodlust. He was utterly terrified. He had initially believed that Liu Xuan would perish at the hands of the formidable powers of various factions. Yet, he never anticipated that Liu Xuan would detonate a weapon rivaling a nuclear bomb, perishing alongside the mightiest forces. As he gazed upon the barrier below, riddled with cracks and on the verge of collapse, Yifeng found the situation profoundly ironic. A wave of nausea surged within him, nearly inducing him to spew blood. The reverberation of Liu Xuan's earlier laughter echoed in his mind, a mocking taunt that insulted his intellect and actions to the utmost. The barrier he had summoned with the Beast's assistance had inadvertently become the pivotal factor in aiding Liu Xuan's flawless annihilation of all adversaries. Had Liu Xuan perished, he could have consoled himself with the notion that the plan had merely gone awry. But tragically, Liu Xuan not only survived but exhibited the ability to resurrect, an unfathomable power that heightened Yifeng's apprehension and dread to unprecedented levels. Furthermore, the thought of Liu Xuan's terrifying talent, one that allowed him to master the ultimate techniques of others with but a glance, left Yifeng hesitant to reveal himself, fearing that his own myriad transformations could be effortlessly appropriated by Liu Xuan. This cannot stand, the beast decisively refuted, its gaze warily sweeping across the seemingly tranquil surface of the sea. This ocean was the domain of that individual. Should I act here, given his temperament, he would undoubtedly intervene. On the sea, I am no match for him. Are we to simply watch as he departs? Yifeng's face twisted with reluctance, his voice tinged with despair. If we allow him to continue growing, I fear I may ultimately become powerless against him. Rest assured, the beast's voice was frigid, even if we do not intervene. He may not leave here unscathed today. It slightly tilted its head, as if sensing something, and continued. The several terrestrial immortals from Longxia have maintained a subtle, yet omnipresent awareness over this maritime expanse. Moreover, the beast's tone suddenly sharpened, pivoting to observe the arrival of those who sought Liu Xuan's life. Chapter 109. Upgrading the Dragon Goddess form. Boom. A searing aura, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, surged forth, accompanied by a roar imbued with boundless fury and sorrow. You wretched creature, dare to slay my son? This day, I shall rend your body asunder and scatter your ashes. With a thunderous crash, a tempest of flames rapidly coalesced, transforming into a colossal fiery claw that blotted out the sun, descending upon Liu Xuan. As the claw swept through, the sea hissed and erupted in shrouds of mist. Sword mastery. Liu Xuan's pupils constricted. The sword light beneath his feet blazed forth. He darted like lightning, narrowly evading the fiery claw's grasp. Bang! The already fractured, crumbling earthen barrier shattered completely under the violent aftermath of the attack, dissolving into countless motes of light. Liu Xuan hovered midair, his gaze icy as he focused on the figure approaching with flames in tow. It was an elder with hair and beard aflame, his eyes bulging with rage, surrounded by flames that coiled with tangible intensity, emitting a pressure that warped the surrounding space. Below, the ocean was vaporized into a vast depression. Old man, who are you? Liu Xuan maintained an impassive facade, though alarm bells rang in his heart. In haste, he activated the Master-Level Reconnaissance Scroll he had just acquired. Successfully utilized Master-Level Reconnaissance Scroll 1, Reconnaissance Skill upgraded to Master Level. Master-Level Reconnaissance 01-000-000, capable of probing all attributes of targets not exceeding level 70. Proficiency increases upon leveling up. He immediately cast the skill upon the red-haired elder. Target information cannot be probed. Please elevate the reconnaissance skill level. Cannot be probed? Liu Xuan furrowed his brow. This indicated that the elder before him was at least level 70 or higher. A Grandmaster? Or perhaps a terrestrial immortal? There was no time for contemplation. He swiftly accessed his personal panel, fervently allocating all newly acquired attribute points. Free attributes, 15,000. Exclusive attributes, Constitution 7,000, Strength 7,000. Skill points, 1, 439. With a thought, he first allocated points to his exclusive attributes. Next, he poured all 15,000 free attributes into strength. Instantly, his personal attributes surged, and his power experienced a monumental enhancement. Player, Liu Xuan. Level, LV 51, 5,000,000, 15 billion. Occupation, unparalleled dragon god. Health, 931, 800 931. 800. Attack, 67, 530. Defense, 46, 590. Magic value, 66, 920 66, 920. Speed, 7, 591. Attributes, Constitution 46, 590, Strength 64, 030, Intelligence 6, 672, Agility 6, 591. Occupational skills, Dragon God Essence LV1, Dragon God S Might LV1, Dragon God S Form LV1, Unparalleled Sacred Soul LV1. Skills, 10,000 Swords Return to Origin LV3. Sword Mastery LV5, Max. Transforming into a Dragon LV5, Max. Soul Technique LV5, Max. Mechanized Great Sage LV1. Thunder Law LV1. Healing Master LV1. Golden Body LV1. True Word Spirit LV1. Advanced Appraisal, Master Level Reconnaissance. Equipped items, Wind Feather Sword, Dog of the Zodiac Talisman. Skill points, 1, 439. Free attributes, 0. Exclusive attributes, 0. Currency, gold coins 5, 304, 490. Silver coins 166, 650. Items, Blood Demon Symbiotic Ring, Celestial Jade 2, Guild Establishment Order, Skill Fusion Scroll 1, Golden Crow Pet Egg. Susanoo Chest Armor, Kagetsuchi Armored Gauntlet, Great Country Master Belt, Tsukimi Fate Ear Pendant, Celestial Cloud Spear, Blessing of the Shepherd. Unparalleled Sacred Soul LV1. Passive skill that converts 20 of any attack damage into true damage, ignoring defense. Requires 2,000 skill points to upgrade. Who am I, you ask? Yin Wenshan's gaze was fixated on Liu Xuan, flames swirling around him, coalescing into a massive fireball exceeding 50 meters in diameter, radiating a wave of annihilation. When you descend into hell, you may inquire of my son. Boom. The fireball plummeted like a fallen sun, tearing through the air with the might to obliterate all. Hurtling towards Liu Xuan. The path it carved through the sea was a deep chasm. Witnessing this, Liu Xuan dared not act with levity. Should the opponent merely be a grandmaster, he would not fear. His trepidation stemmed from the possibility of facing a terrestrial immortal. Upgrading Dragon Goddess form. Successfully consumed 1,000 skill points. Dragon God S form upgraded to LV2. Dragon God S form LV2. Active skill, transforms into the Dragon God S true body, enhancing attack, defense, health, and speed by 100 times. Duration, 20 seconds. During this transformation, only unparalleled Dragon God occupational skills may be utilized. Upon conclusion, enters a 40-minute weakened state. All attributes reduced to 50. Cooldown period, 60 minutes. Consumes all magic value. Requires 5,000 skill points for upgrade. Old man, cease your actions. At the critical moment, the space before Liu Xuan twisted, and Long Tian's figure suddenly materialized. His expression was grave as he lowered his stance and unleashed a powerful punch. The force of his fist tore through the air, creating a pitch-black rift in the fabric of space. The immense fireball that charged forward collided with the rift and vanished without a trace. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted on the surface of the sea 1,000 meters away, giving rise to a colossal fire mushroom cloud. The terrifying shockwave sent towering waves surging high into the sky. Long Tian had cleverly redirected the attack from Yin Wenshan using his spatial abilities. Long Tian, get out of my way. Yin Wenshan's hair bristled with fury, his wrath intensified. Today, even if Zhang Zhidao, Xian Weizi, and the other old immortals were here, they wouldn't be able to prevent me from avenging my son. Old Yin, your actions are hardly just, nor do they adhere to the rules. A clear voice resonated amidst the thunder. With a crackling sound, lightning flickered across the sea, revealing Zhang Tianqing's figure. He quickly cast a glance at the unharmed Liu Xuan. Waves of astonishment crashing within him. Liu Xuan had truly survived. Moreover, he was entirely unscathed. Such prowess was utterly unfathomable. At that moment, he comprehended the deeper meaning behind Zhang Zhidao's words. Liu Xuan was not merely toying with the powerful figures of various factions. He had single-handedly executed an astounding reversal, transforming the hunter into the hunted while emerging unscathed. This intellect, this skill, and this hidden card were unparalleled among the younger generation of Longxia. Even Zhang Tianqing himself, at the same age, could not have achieved such a feat. The juniors of the Heavenly Master Manor have no place to speak here. I advise you to mind your own business, Yin Wentiang uttered coldly, his tone leaving no room for rebuttal. I care not for what my son has done or his faults. This brat killed my son. He must pay with his life. Such is the blood feud. The natural order of things. Humph. Liu Xuan let out a derisive laugh, fearlessly meeting Yin Wenxian's murderous gaze. Old man, your son was blinded by greed and brought about his own demise. Who can be blamed for that? What is it? Unable to defeat me, you send for the old generation? Relying on your superior cultivation to bully me because I have no one behind me. Is it? Old Yin, with your strength, you cannot possibly be unaware of the situation. If you insist on avenging your son, then forgive my rudeness, but I challenge you. The foremost among terrestrial immortals, Long Tian spoke solemnly. Let me join in. Zhang Tianqing stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Long Tian, his body crackling with lightning, his robe billowing without wind. I have long wished to experience the might of the Rage Fire sect's heavenly wrath. Boom. However, just as Zhang Tianqing's words fell, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A heavy, earthy-hued energy descended from the heavens without warning, striking Long Tian and Zhang Tianqing like an invisible hammer. The two were caught off guard, gasping as they were violently propelled away, swiftly leaving the battlefield's center. Simultaneously, a denser, more complex runic earthy barrier rose like an inverted bowl, sealing Liu Xuan and Yin Wentiang within. Above in the sky, the concealed Yifeng furrowed his brow. Elder, why not directly eliminate him? Why complicate matters? I can sense that fellow's aura has already locked onto this place. The earth beast replied with a hint of trepidation. The ocean is its domain, and our relationship is strained. Should I strike at that brat, it will surely intervene, perhaps even protect him. With an impassive expression, it stared at the barrier below and coldly stated, however, you need not worry. I have re-established the barrier, its strength far surpassing the previous one. No one outside will be able to breach it in a short time. That human, Yin Wentiang, is the former sect leader of the Rage Fire sect. Though he is yet to step into the realm of terrestrial immortality, his cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Grand Master stage, far beyond that of an ordinary Grand Master. That brat stands no chance against him. But what if he resurrects again? Yifeng remained unconvinced. Humph, resurrection is a forbidden technique. Its execution comes at a great cost, making it impossible to use frequently, the earth beast asserted. Even if he truly possesses the means to revive, as long as he cannot break through my barrier, his fate is merely to be slain a few more times. The outcome will remain unchanged. That is good. Yifeng sighed in relief, a cold glint reigniting in his eyes as he gazed down at the isolated Liu Xuan within the barrier. Chapter 110, Theoretical Damage Exceeding 600 Million. This power belongs to the Earth Beast. Long Tian clutched his chest, forcing down the blood that surged in his throat, a trickle of red still seeping from the corner of his mouth. He suddenly looked up, his consciousness piercing through the clouds, locking onto Yifeng with unwavering intensity. Yet, Yifeng was shrouded in a black robe, rendering his visage indiscernible. Upon noticing the Earth Beast perched on Yifeng's shoulder, Long Tian's fists clenched tightly, his expression more serious than ever. The emergence of the Earth Beast was dire. He needed to summon his master immediately. Zhang Tianqing's countenance shifted dramatically as he hastily retrieved his phone to dial Zhang Jidao's number. However, all he heard was a busy tone. No one was answering. Brat, do not say that I did not give you a chance. Yin Wentiang's brow was furrowed as he stood within the barrier. Having lived for nearly 2 centuries, he had personally participated in the brutal battle against the Earth Beast a century ago, fully familiar with its power and aura. Despite not understanding why the Earth Beast would intervene at this moment and erect a barrier, his mind was consumed with one thought: to kill the young man before him and avenge his son. In this world, it has always been a matter of the survival of the fittest. Strength reigns supreme. Yin Wentiang's voice was frigid and piercing, carrying an undeniable tyranny. You say I am bullying you, then let it be so. What will you do about it? Flames surged around him, his murderous intent palpable. At this moment, you have 2 choices: either die at my hands or kill me. Liu Xuan remained silent, yet the murderous intent within him had reached its zenith. Upgrade: 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Successfully consumed 50 skill points. 10,000 swords returning to the origin upgraded to LV4. Successfully consumed 100 skill points. 10,000 swords returning to the origin upgraded to LV5, max level. 10,000 swords returning to the origin LV5 max level. Instantly conjure 10,000 golden energy sword shadows imbued with supreme sword intent, encircling the user. Each sword shadow can inflict 25 times physical damage to all enemies within a radius of 100 meters, accompanied by a 50 armor penetration effect. It can also merge all sword shadows into a colossal golden sword, dealing 50 times physical damage to a single target, with an additional 50 armor penetration. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Magic consumption, 30,000 points. Suddenly, Liu Xuan's breath quickened as a thought struck him. His current attack power reached an astounding 67,530 points. If he unleashed the max level 10,000 swords returning to the origin, summoning a full 10,000 golden sword shadows, each sword shadow's base damage would amount to 67,530 multiplied by 25, totaling 1,688,250 points. Furthermore, with the 100 critical strike effect from the Dragon God's might, the final critical damage of each sword would soar to a terrifying 1,688,250 multiplied by 2, reaching 376,500 points. Even with 50 armor penetration, it would be unlikely to breach Yin Wentian's defenses. However, Liu Xuan's heart raced uncontrollably as he once again summoned the newly activated skill information of the Heavenly Dragon God. Heavenly Sacred Soul, LV1. A passive skill that converts 20 of any attack damage into true damage, ignoring defenses, requiring 2,000 skill points for an upgrade. The calculation of 20 of 337,650 points amounts to a staggering 67,530 points of true damage. This implies that every strike of the sword shadow that strikes Yin Wentian, regardless of how high his defenses or how potent his protective energy is, will undoubtedly endure over 67,000 points of damage. One sword shadow inflicts 67,530 points of true damage. The theoretical total damage from 10,000 sword shadows would be 67,530 multiplied by 10,000, equating to 675,300,000. 675 million points of true damage. Liu Xuan himself was taken aback, gasping at the computed figure. Even if he utilized the Dragon God's body, amplifying his attack 100-fold, he could not inflict such immense true damage. Was this yet another system bug? Snapping back to reality, Liu Xuan gazed at Yin Wentian's health bar. His eyes ablaze with fervor. He refused to believe that Yin Wentian possessed over 600 million health points. Yin Wentian, cease this at once. Outside the barrier, Long Tian roared. If you dare to kill him, the Martial Appraisal Bureau and those above will never let you off the hook. You shameless old fool. Zhang Tianxing exclaimed, his anger boiling over as he cast aside his usual calm demeanor. How dare you bully a young junior like this? You, who have lived nearly 2 centuries. Think yourself worthy of being called the strongest beneath the land's immortals? If you harm Liu Xuan today, my Tianshi mansion of Longhu Mountain will stand against your rage sect. Brother, we have arrived. Came Lu Ming's voice from above. A uniquely shaped mechanical wooden kite descended rapidly, carrying Chu Chun, Lu Ming, Qin Yuga, Li Ye, and others. Upon seeing Liu Xuan unharmed within the barrier, they nearly wept with joy. Old man, dare to touch a hair on my brother, and see what happens. Lu Ming's eyes turned crimson as he waved his hand, summoning dozens of dangerous divine bombs that encircled him. Do you believe I will detonate them all right now and take us all down together? Boom. However, just as Lu Ming finished speaking, a surge of earthy power materialized out of nowhere. Like an invisible hand, it enveloped all the divine bombs before vanishing into thin air. Where are my bombs? Lu Ming looked utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, high above in the heavens, Yi Feng observed the sudden appearance of the divine bombs before him, momentarily stunned. Before a glint of greed ignited in his eyes, such treasures capable of slaying grandmasters. Thank you, Elder Earth Beast. Lu Ming, how dare you still show your face? Liu Xuan's anger flared upon seeing Lu Ming. Damn it, you nearly got me killed. Lu Ming shrank back, acutely aware of his fault, and remained silent. If he were in Liu Xuan's position, he would have been even angrier. Enough. Do not concern yourselves with me. Liu Xuan took a deep breath. Fixing his gaze upon Yin Wentian. This old fool was determined to avenge his son, was he? Very well. Today he would fulfill that wish and send the father and son duo to reunite in the underworld. You insolent brat, utterly arrogant. Yin Wentian's fury reached its peak. He had never been so belittled and humiliated by a junior in his long life. Boom. His figure transformed into a blazing fireball, hurtling towards Liu Xuan. Yet, Liu Xuan remained unperturbed. From Long Tian and Zhang Tianxing, he had learned that Yin Wentian was not a land immortal. This meant he was merely a grandmaster. Perhaps stronger than other grandmasters like Yin Yu, but once Liu Xuan revealed all his cards, Yin Wentian would undoubtedly meet his demise. Sword control technique. Just as Yin Wentian was about to close in, Liu Xuan's foot glimmered with sword light, his figure slipping away like a ghost, evading Yin Wentian's attack by mere inches. But the next moment, Yin Wentian's form twisted in midair, appearing above Liu Xuan as if by teleportation, faster than Liu Xuan's own sword control technique. 10,000 swords returning to origin. Rumble. A terrifying sword in 10 erupted, centered around Liu Xuan. The entire barrier was instantly flooded with endless golden light. 1 sword, 10 swords. 100 swords, 1,000 swords, 10,000 swords. Dense and suffocating, emanating a destructive aura, they materialized as a golden sea, engulfing the entire barrier space. Gasp. Outside the barrier. All present were left in shock, gasping at the breathtaking and terrifying spectacle. Humph. Mere parlor tricks. Yin Wentian hovered in the air, gazing upon the countless sword shadows with a disdainful sneer. If you were my equal, employing such a technique, I might have to regard it with some caution. Alas, you are far too weak. The disparity in realms cannot be compensated for with mere flashy maneuvers. He abruptly spread his arms wide, summoning torrents of raging flames behind him, manifesting as a colossal 3-headed, 6-armed giant, a fearsome visage that seemed to emerge from the inferno, radiating a ferocious pressure that rivaled the 10,000 swords returning to origin. This is the heavenly wrath, fire god manifestation. Liu Yuanwu gasped, his face pale with shock. This is the signature ultimate technique of the Rage sect. Its power is earth-shattering, capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas. It rivals the 10,000 swords returning to origin. This is bad. I still can't get through to master. Zhang Yao's forehead dripped with sweat, panic rising as he realized the gravity of the situation. This old fool was renowned as the strongest beneath the land immortals. His strength unfathomable. Now, unleashing the heavenly wrath fire god. If Liu Xuan were struck directly. Damn it, what on earth is this barrier? It cannot be broken. Xu Chun frantically assaulted the barrier's luminescent surface, but every attempt was futile, as though casting into an ocean of mud. He was agitated to the core. At that moment, Liu Xian's chilling voice resonated. Flash. Swish, swish, swish. 10,000 swords unleashed their fury, cascading like a torrential golden rain towards Yin Wentian, suspended in midair. Yin Wentian's gaze turned icy as he did not flinch or evade. 67, 530. 67, 530. 67, 530. Countless damage numbers floated above his head. What? This is impossible. Yin Wentian's expression shifted instantaneously, filled with shock and horror. He could distinctly feel an incomprehensible, undefendable, and irreducible force piercing through his protective energy. No. He let out a furious roar, his figure becoming a frenzied ball of fire, darting within the barrier filled with sword shadows, desperately trying to evade the oncoming golden rain of swords. Yet, the confines of the barrier were limited, and the sheer number of sword shadows blanketed every inch of space. No matter how exquisite his movements or how swift his speed, countless golden sword shadows found their mark upon his body. 67, 530. 67, 530. Above in the heavens. Yi Feng watched the scene within the barrier unfold, his brow furrowing tightly in confusion. What on earth is this old man doing? These are merely sword shadows of mediocre power, unable to even breach his defenses. Why does he appear so terrified, as if he has seen a ghost? Chapter 111. Killing the Grandmaster, and then an explosion. Ah, you little beast, I will see you dead. Yin Wentian felt the rapidly fleeting vitality of life. His eyes instantly veined with blood, turning a furious shade of crimson. Boom. Behind him, the divine manifestation of the god of fire erupted with an unprecedented blaze of brilliance. 6 colossal arms of flame formed seals at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Behind this manifestation, countless fiery fists materialized from thin air, resembling a cataclysmic meteor shower, bathing the entire barrier's sky in a scarlet hue. Boy, even if I am destined to fall today, I shall drag you down with me. Yin Wentian roared, violently spitting a mouthful of blood onto the fiery manifestation. The power of the manifestation surged once more as the fiery fists locked onto Liu Xuan, poised to unleash a devastating, overwhelming assault. At that moment, Yin Wentian's health had plummeted perilously low, with less than 1/10 remaining. Witnessing this, Liu Xian's pupils constricted, wary and alert. Soul technique, he uttered with a low growl, his eyes transforming into a sea of gray. A tremendous surge of gray source energy erupted from him, instantly dyeing the entire barrier a gray domain. In an instant, the divine manifestation of the god of fire behind Yin Wentian began to tremble violently. The gathered fiery fists flickered erratically, starting to dissipate. No. Yin Wentian let out a desperate and unwilling howl. Yet, no matter how fervently he attempted to harness his power, he could not unleash any offensive measures. Now was the moment. Liu Xian's gaze sharpened, his intentions igniting. Boom. All remaining golden sword shadows converged into a golden river of blades. The sword river emitted a deafening howl, tearing through everything in its path as it completely engulfed Yin Wentian. 67530, 67530, 67530. Yan Wentian's health was entirely depleted. His body froze abruptly, his eyes reflecting a mixture of madness and unwillingness, as he helplessly plummeted toward the sea below. As he fell, his form transformed into countless luminous specks, dissipating into the ether. Simultaneously, a multitude of gleaming coins and a radiant orb emanating a spectrum of colors appeared out of thin air, suspended in the air. With a flash of sword light, Liu Xuan approached. With a swift motion of his hand, he collected all the spoils into his backpack, successfully killed LV-89 Yan Wentian, gaining 25 million experience points, 5 million gold coins, and 1 Heavenly Dao Contract Scroll. Heavenly Dao Contract Scroll contains the power of the laws of the Heavenly Dao. Upon use, it can disregard the target's will and forcibly bind any being within the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Dao in a contract. This scroll feels somewhat extraordinary. Liu Xuan mused, his heart racing with immense excitement. Humans must be beings governed by the laws of the Heavenly Dao, right? Does this mean he could even attempt to forcibly contract with an earthly immortal, commanding them to obey his will? If that were the case, the plan to conquer the East could be expedited. Suppressing his exhilaration, Liu Xuan raised his head, gazing at the steadfast yellow barrier enveloping the surroundings. A meaningful smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Unknown friend, I am grateful for your assistance on 2 occasions today. I, Liu Xuan, will remember this kindness." Although he was unaware of who had cast the barrier, it was undeniable that its timely appearance had been nothing short of divine intervention. The first instance allowed him to perfectly ensnare all his enemies, while the second limited Yan Wentian's evasion, enabling him to slay him effortlessly. Above in the heavens, hearing Liu Xuan's sincere gratitude, Yifeng felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, unable to contain himself as he violently spat it out. His complexion turned pale as a ghost, his body trembling with extreme anger and frustration. The earth beast perched upon his shoulder bore a similarly grim expression, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. It had lived for countless ages and had never experienced such humiliation. Twice intervening, both times inadvertently aiding Liu Xuan. "Senior, we can no longer hesitate," Yifeng rasped, wiping the blood from his mouth. "This fellow is far too enigmatic. His rate of growth is terrifying. If we do not eliminate him today, in time, even earthly immortals may not stand a chance against him." His mindset was on the verge of collapse. Compared to Liu Xuan, he, the so-called chosen one, seemed nothing short of a joke. Resurrected from the dead, he had slain a grandmaster far beyond his level, employing incomprehensible methods. Ironically, all his attempts to kill Liu Xuan had only served to bolster him. This made him question who truly possessed the favor of fate. "No." The earth beast's voice was grave. "Unless he departs the ocean and returns to land. With this child's peculiar luck, if I were to act now, it is highly likely that I would inadvertently grant him even greater opportunities." Its gaze fixed intently on the seemingly tranquil surface of the sea. "I can sense that this fellow's aura is swirling just below. Should my actions lead to him receiving divine protection by chance, killing him later would become a near impossible endeavor." Yifeng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with overwhelming resentment, yet he felt utterly helpless. "Let us depart for the east, seeking that token is paramount." The earth beast forcibly suppressed its murderous intent, analyzing the situation calmly. "This child is currently trapped within my barrier, and with the strength he has displayed, he cannot possibly break free. This will at least buy you some time for growth." "Senior," Yifeng suddenly had a thought, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. Could it be that the sword sex token is actually in his possession? Li Wuji values him highly, so it is quite possible that he bestowed the token upon him during his time in the Mo family. "The token is not with him," the earth beast firmly rejected. "If it were, I would have sensed it. First, head to the east. Even if you cannot find the token, you can still absorb the source energy of the eastern powers and grow stronger." Outside the barrier, silence reigned. "Brother Long, I must be seeing things." Zhang Tianqing rubbed his eyes vigorously, his voice dry and trembling with disbelief. Did Liu Xuan really kill Yan Wentian? The Yan Wentian known as the strongest beneath the earthly immortals? "I too feel as if I am dreaming," Zhang Zhenren echoed. Long Tian inhaled deeply, his breath quickening. "They say the new waves push the old ones aside, and our younger generation is brimming with talent. But this Liu Xuan has not merely pushed aside the old waves. He has obliterated them on the shore." His voice trembled with excitement. "How old is he? 25? 26? At such a young age, possessing such terrifying strength. To have slain a seasoned grandmaster like Yan Wentian in direct confrontation is beyond my imagination. What heights will his future reach? A prodigy, a true marvel of the ages." Zhang Tianqing exclaimed, his face flushed with exhilaration. In 5 years, I predict, at most, he will shatter the shackles and achieve the status of an earthly immortal. A 30-year-old earthly immortal? Not just in our country, but globally. That is unheard of. The two exchanged glances, both reflecting profound shock and a fervent sense of witnessing the birth of history. On the mechanical kite, Lu Ming rubbed his eyes vigorously, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Big brother, is he really in a weakened state? That is a grandmaster he just killed. Could it be that Liu Xuan is the reincarnation of a celestial being? Zhang Yao wore a dazed expression, as if he had returned from the dead, transformed into a divine dragon. Could he truly be a contemporary of ours in this world? This might not even be the most alarming aspect of young Master Liu. Qin Yuga endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions, her beautiful eyes shimmering with wonder. The most astonishing thing was that even now, we still could not perceive the slightest ripple of source power emanating from him. Have you considered? Chu Chen proposed, swallowing hard. Is it possible that Brother Liu has already ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals? Perhaps his level is so far beyond ours that we are entirely unable to sense his presence? Second brother, why are you trembling? Lia's voice, laced with confusion, interrupted. At her words, everyone turned their gazes toward Liu Yuanwu, who appeared as pale as a ghost, his eyes fixed intently on Liu Xuan within the barrier. His body shook uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. And nothing, Liu Yuanwu replied, his voice quavering, imbued with both fear and relief. Yeah, dear sister. In the future, you must speak well of me to Brother Liu. I mean, to the elder brother. Please do me this favor. At this moment, his heart was a tumult of dread and gratitude. He feared that his previous offense against Liu Xuan would result in retribution, yet felt fortunate that he had ultimately seen the light and had not followed Wang Kuei's orders to capture Liu Xuan. The thought of what might have befallen him was almost unbearable. Had he brought ruin upon the entire Li family, it would have been a fate too dire to contemplate. As the group immersed themselves in unparalleled shock and discussion, Liu Xuan's voice, tinged with irritation, broke through the barrier. Hey you lot. Have you all become addicted to the show? Stop dawdling and find a way to help me out. I can't get out of here. Chapter 112. The Terrestrial Immortal Takes Action, the Guardian of Dragons. Liu Xuan, wielding the wind feather sword, struck futilely against the barrier until his arms grew weary. The barrier remained impervious. What left him speechless was that Lu Ming and the others were merely watching him in a daze, failing to come to his aid. Big brother, we're coming. Lu Ming and the others finally snapped back to reality and rushed toward the barrier. Brother Liu, you truly are impressive, Chu Chen exclaimed, giving Liu Xuan a thumbs up from across the barrier, his face alight with barely contained excitement. Not even a nuclear bomb could take you down. Your life is tougher than a cockroach. Absolutely incredible. Wait a moment, Brother Chu. Liu Xuan scrutinized Chu Chen's face. Why are your eyes red? And what's with those tear stains? You didn't think I was dead, did you, and secretly shed tears? Who cried? Chu Chen immediately crossed his arms, tilting his head back at a sharp angle, insisting stiffly, it was sand. The wind was strong, and sand got in my eyes. Oh, is that so? Liu Xuan smirked, choosing not to press the matter further. However, observing Chu Chen's forced composure, along with the unmistakable redness in Zhang Yao, Lu Ming, and others' eyes, a warm surge welled up within him. These fellows. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the towering figure of Liu Yuanwu attempting to shrink behind Li Ya, his brow furrowed deeply. What is this foolish giant doing here? He. Liu Yuanwu scratched his head, managing a smile that was more pitiful than a cry. He hurriedly elbowed Li Ya beside him, casting frantic glances her way. Hey, second brother, why are you pushing me? Li Ya responded innocently, her voice bright. Brother Xian isn't a petty person. You can just sincerely apologize to him. In that instant, Liu Yuanwu felt completely sold out by Li Ya, his face turning a deep shade of purple. He inhaled sharply, stepped forward, and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle toward Liu Xuan within the barrier. His voice ringing out with sincerity, Big brother, I apologize. It was my folly, and I have wronged you in the past. I shall never underestimate you again. I sincerely apologize for my previous foolish actions. Young Master Liu. Qin Yuga interjected at an opportune moment, her voice gentle. This time, it was Brother Yuanwu who first informed me and Yiya about the Fire Fury sect's attempt to seize the soul technique. For this, he has withdrawn from the Fire Fury sect. Humph, at least you have a semblance of conscience. Not completely foolish, Liu Xuan replied with a snort, turning the page on that matter. But for now, let's focus on finding a way to break this wretched barrier. I can't shake the feeling that something down in the depths is watching me. As he spoke, he instinctively cast a glance at the deep and tranquil sea beneath him. The eerie sensation of being observed sent a chill down his spine. Do not fret, my young friend, came a resonant voice from above. As Zhang Tianqing and Long Tian arrived, their presence commanding, I will summon my master to break this barrier. With that, He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Zhang Zidao's number. Long Tian, witnessing this, hurriedly took out his own phone. "Hello, Master, come quickly. Liu Xuan is trapped in the Beast barrier and needs your intervention. National Master, hurry." Once the call ended, Long Tian and Zhang Tianqing exchanged glances, igniting an invisible spark of tension between them. "Brother Long, what do you mean by this?" Zhang Tianqing asked, his brow furrowed. "Young Master Liu is a once-in-a-millennium talent in cultivation. He should be welcomed into our Heavenly Master's mansion, so as not to waste his gifts. Your words are misguided." Zhang Jinren, Long Tian countered, his voice booming. "While the Heavenly Master's mansion is indeed a sacred ground for cultivation, Liu Xuan is decisive and possesses a heart for his country. Our Imperial Pavilion, accommodating all, is far more suited to allow him to flourish." The two stood at odds, their energies surging. As they vied for Liu Xuan, it seemed a confrontation was imminent. "Imperial Pavilion?" Chu Qin interjected, his expression puzzled. "What is that department?" "You do not know of the Imperial Pavilion, Brother Chu?" Zhang Yao responded, somewhat astonished. "Your Bureau of Martial Appraisal is, in terms of hierarchy, under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Pavilion." "What?" Chu Qin exclaimed in shock. "This is the first time I've heard of it. It is only natural for you." "Brother Chu, to be unaware," Qin Yuga explained softly. "The Imperial Pavilion exists beyond worldly concerns, exceedingly unique. Even many martial artists are unfamiliar with it. It is the oldest guardianship organization in our China, with origins tracing back to the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Its inaugural founder believed to be the human Emperor Fuxi." "The human Emperor Fuxi?" Liu Xian's pupils dilated in surprise. "Miss Qin, are you certain you're not recounting a myth?" "This was passed down orally by my master," Qin Yuga replied, her tone calm, yet resolute. "Martial artists have never ceased to exist throughout the annals of our Longxia history. However, in recent times, the rules of heaven and earth have shifted, and extraordinary powers have gradually faded, making terrestrial immortals the pinnacle accessible to common folk. The members of the Imperial Pavilion have been known as the Guardians of Dragons for generations. Their cultivation is not of ordinary source power, but of Imperial and Dragon Vein energy. Usually, they remain in the shadows, safeguarding the fortunes of Longxia." "I see," Chu Chun said, enlightenment dawning upon him. "I had speculated that with just the Bureau of Martial Appraisal and modern weaponry, we might not be able to fully intimidate those ancient forces with terrestrial immortals. It turns out there is an Imperial Pavilion behind it all." Boom. At that moment, an overwhelming aura descended upon the sea, though no figures appeared in the sky. Various formidable techniques, capable of stirring the very forces of nature, were unleashed. "Do not panic, my young friend. I am here." A voice, both compassionate and imbued with supreme authority, resounded through the heavens. The firmament roiled with thunderclouds, an endless cascade of golden lightning converging into a colossal hand of thunder, poised to grasp the barrier. "Fear not, young friend, for I have arrived," resonated another voice, commanding and unparalleled. With a mighty roar, a piercing dragon's cry shattered the drifting clouds. A vividly scaled, lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon burst forth from the heavens, exuding an imperial aura as it descended. The heavens seemed to be forcibly yanked into daylight, myriad stars illuminating the scene, coalescing into a massive hand composed of celestial bodies. Accompanying this spectacle was a familiar laughter from Xianwei Zi. "Ha, young friend, it has been but a day, yet your commotion grows ever more astonishing. Liu Xuan, my young friend, when shall you grace my Yinyang family with a visit?" Another resonant voice joined the chorus, as countless arcane symbols surged forth from the void, intertwining to form a hand of runes. Gulping, Liu Xuan gazed at the 3 or 4 enormous hands above, the golden dragon, and with a quivering voice, he implored, "Esteemed ones, please exercise caution. Aim carefully. We must avoid friendly fire." At this moment, he felt a chill creeping down his spine. The powers wielded by these terrestrial immortals were akin to those of legendary deities. He sensed that even a mere fraction of their unleashed might could spell his demise multiple times over. "By the heavens, this lifetime has been worth it," Lu Ming exclaimed, flushed with excitement, his eyes sparkling with longing. Indeed, this was nothing short of a living legend. Both Chu Chun and Zhang Yao were equally stirred, unable to contain their emotions. Boom. Just as the attacks from the terrestrial immortals were about to descend upon the barrier, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The once tranquil sea suddenly boiled violently, forming a colossal whirlpool at its center. A haunting, ancient melody, as if echoing from the depths of time, erupted from the abyss, overwhelming all other sounds, resonating deep within the souls of everyone present. In the next instant, Liu Xuan felt the ground beneath him vanish. The immense whirlpool had appeared directly beneath him. An irresistible, terrifying force drew him in, and before he could react, he was seized by an invisible hand and plunged into the profound darkness of the ocean. This is bad. Long Tian's face changed dramatically, his voice filled with alarm. Zhang Tianqing, equally aghast, stared at the rapidly expanding whirlpool. It's a sea beast. Chapter 113. I have a treasure to show you, senior. Big brother. Liu Xuan, Xiangu, Lu Ming, and the others exclaimed in horror. Instinctively, Lu Ming attempted to maneuver the mechanical kite toward the massive whirlpool. However, before the kite could approach, a wave surged forth, crashing like an invisible wall, sending the kite and its occupants hurtling backwards. The intricately designed mechanical kite tumbled through the air, instantly retracting into the heavenly craft cube, landing in Lu Ming's hands. Xiaoya, are you alright? Qin Yuga reacted swiftly, channeling her source energy to gently support Liya. As both steadied themselves atop the tumultuous waves, Liya's face was ashen, drenched in seawater. She gazed at the swiftly calming yet empty sea, her voice trembling with a hint of sobs. Xiangu, he fell in. It's over. This time it's truly over. Lu Ming's expression turned pale, his voice quaking. That was a sea beast, the embodiment of the ocean's will, with strength surpassing that of terrestrial immortals. If Big Brother fell into its grasp, then... No, perhaps not. Zhang Yao steadied himself, taking a deep breath. I have heard my master mention that sea beasts, unlike other celestial creatures, tend to have a gentler disposition and seldom strike against humans unprovoked. But what? Chu Chun, anxious, grasped Zhang Yao's arm. My master mentioned that its temperament is exceedingly peculiar, difficult to predict. In the distant sky, as Yi Feng soared on his sword, he suddenly felt the earth beast stir on his shoulder. Turning to look, he saw the earth beast slowly open its eyes, a cold smile gracing its lips. Senior, what is it? Yi Feng halted his flight, hurriedly inquiring. That human lad is doomed, the earth beast's deep voice rumbled. Senior, what do you mean? Yi Feng felt a mix of surprise and anxiety. Have you intervened? Not at all. The earth beast's gaze shifted to the endless azure below. It is that entity that has taken action. Its character is eccentric. While it does not harbor hatred for humans as I do, it rarely engages in needless slaughter. However, should an unwitting human provoke it, or if it takes an interest in them, the outcome will be far worse than death, as they will be toyed with until their sanity shatters. Now that the human lad has fallen into its grasp, there is no hope for survival. He may even find himself wishing for death. Senior, who exactly is this entity? Yi Feng's curiosity was piqued. It is an embodiment of the world's will. Just as I am, I command the power of the earth, while it represents the vast ocean, each with its own mission, the earth beast explained calmly. Then its strength must be on par with yours? Yi Feng's eyes gleamed with a sudden intensity, a cruel smile forming on his face. Liu Xuan, no matter how defiant your fortune, how many tricks you possess, this time I shall see how you escape. You will obediently endure torment beneath the sea. Above the surface, Zhang Tianqing and Long Tian wore expressions of grave concern. Master, what should we do now? Zhang Tianqing called urgently to the empty sky. After a moment of silence, a long sigh from Zhang Zhidao echoed. Alas, the sea beast is the manifestation of the ocean's will. In these vast waters, its power is limitless. Even if I joined forces with several friends, we would find it difficult to contend against it. Xianyuan, do you have any strategies? Zhang Zhidao's voice inquired of another presence. A commanding voice, tinged with helplessness, responded, though I am inclined to save him. The wrath of the sea beast could unleash devastation upon the entire dragon summer. We cannot confront it, nor provoke it, alas. Xian Weizi's voice followed, offering a note of reassurance. Everyone, please remain calm. Though the sea beast is formidable and its temperament unpredictable, compared to the heavenly and earthly beasts, Liu Xuan's fall into its grasp may yet provide a glimmer of hope. For now, we must exercise patience, observe the unfolding events, and hope that the sea beast's interest is merely fleeting, sparing our young friend's life. Beneath the whirlpool, Liu Xuan felt as though the world was spinning around him. The overwhelming pressure and force threatened to tear him apart. When his vision finally cleared, revealing the scene before him, he stood transfixed, his mind a blank slate. Before him lay an infinite expanse, a kaleidoscopic coral forest. Countless rare and enormous pearls and gemstones littered the ground, radiating a soft, brilliant light that illuminated the depths more splendidly than daylight itself. Human, a voice, ethereal and delicate, woven from the sounds of flowing water and ocean tides, drifted from behind him. Startled, Liu Xuan spun around. In the next heartbeat, his pupils dilated, his mouth agape in shock, wide enough to fit an egg. A beautiful mermaid? No, a sea goddess? Seated languidly upon a colossal throne crafted from a gigantic, slowly opening, multicolored shell, was a woman whose beauty transcended description. Her upper body embodies the flawless form of a human woman, yet her skin is not of flesh and blood. Rather, It is composed of the purest seawater interwoven with the twinkling luminescence of distant stars, revealing beneath a network of veins that flow like the Milky Way. Her lower half is a long, elegant fishtail adorned with iridescent scales that shimmer with vibrant colors, gently undulating. Her visage is of unparalleled beauty, with azure eyes that plunge into depths akin to the ocean's abyss, infused with a gentle warmth that seems to embrace all, capable of ensnaring a soul in an instant. Cascading around her is a mane of blue hair reminiscent of the aurora, drifting silently through the water and extending to the horizon, as if it were intrinsically linked to the vast ocean itself. Adorning her shoulders, arms, and bosom are luminous corals and pearls that shift in form and hue, resembling divine armor bestowed by the heavens. The aura surrounding her is neither the vitality of humanity nor the ferocity of mythical beasts, but rather a vast, ancient, and sacrosanct divinity. Liu Xuan instinctively glanced at the health bar above her head. However, he quickly averted his gaze. What a jest! Even if she possessed a health bar, she was certainly not a foe he could vanquish at this moment. Moreover, he was still oblivious to her identity and intentions. Do you comprehend the repercussions of disrespecting the ocean? The ethereal and divine voice resonated once more, devoid of any earthly warmth yet imbued with immense authority. Liu Xuan immediately bowed, striving to convey utmost sincerity. Esteemed elder, I hold nothing but reverence and adoration for the ocean, viewing it as a mother, harboring aspirations with no hint of disrespect. Oh, is that so? The figure upon the throne stirred slightly, and in the next moment, she silently floated closer to Liu Xuan. In an instant, a formidable pressure, akin to the weight of the entire ocean, enveloped him, rendering him nearly breathless, his bones creaking under the strain. Then how do you explain the massacre of my children? Her voice remained ethereal, yet bore a chilling edge. Your children? Liu Xuan stammered in surprise. Every being within this vast ocean is my child, she calmly proclaimed. Liu Xuan's pupils widened in disbelief, an incredulous thought coursing through his mind, draining the color from his face. Esteemed elder, you, his voice trembled uncontrollably. I am the ocean. The ocean is me. Her tone grew increasingly frigid. You have slain my children, and now, I shall punish you. Please, esteemed elder, quell your wrath, Liu Xuan implored, his heart sinking as he gritted his teeth. The slaying of those sea beasts was not my desire. I was forced into it by a despicable man named Yi Feng, who is the true culprit. He. I shall not listen. I shall not listen. I intend to punish you. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. That once ethereal and divine voice suddenly transformed into a crisp, lively tone, even carrying a hint of childlike innocence and stubbornness. Liu Xuan looked up in astonishment. Before him, the supremely noble goddess of the sea had inexplicably acquired a blue whip formed from the swirling currents of the ocean. A mischievous smile, starkly contrasting her divine essence, graced her exquisite face as she playfully tapped the whip against her palm. Now, let us play a game of hide and seek. If you can conceal yourself within this coral maze without being found, I shall spare you. She tilted her head, her smile sweet yet perilous. Conversely, bang! With a casual flick of her whip, a blade of water, honed to perfection, erupted forth, instantly displacing thousands of meters of seawater and creating an endless vacuum passage, with walls of water rising like sheer cliffs. Liu Xuan stood in stunned silence, gazing at the woman who had transformed beyond recognition and the terrifying display of power she had unleashed, his mouth twitching in disbelief. The contrast in her demeanor was staggering. Just moments ago, she had been the exalted goddess of the ocean, and now she had morphed into a playful, cunning girl who delighted in games. He frantically shouted within himself, playing hide and seek with the very will of the ocean, and expecting her not to find him? What difference was there from a monkey urinating before the Buddha? Liu Xuan rapidly recalled all his skills and trump cards in his mind. In a moment of despair, he suddenly remembered the recently acquired scroll of the heavenly Tao contract. If he could forcibly bind her, a bold idea surged within him. A glint of madness and resolve flickered in his eyes. Esteemed elder, let us engage in a more entertaining game. What game? The sea beast leaned closer to Liu Xuan, her azure eyes blinking with childlike curiosity. Liu Xuan took a deep breath, striving to appear sincere and harmless. He slowly retrieved the scroll from his backpack, its surface radiating a kaleidoscope of ethereal colors. I wish to show you a most delightful treasure. Chapter 114. Contracting the sea beast, and I've ensnared it once more. Treasure? The sea beast tilted her head, her azure eyes intently observing the scroll in Liu Xuan's hand. In the next instant, her expression shifted dramatically. This is the essence of the heavenly Tao. Before she could finish her thought, the scroll erupted into countless shimmering points of light, enveloping both Liu Xuan and the sea beast. Contract successful. A wave of overwhelming joy surged within Liu Xuan. He could hardly restrain a manic grin. nearly transforming into a deranged Dragon King. Ha! He couldn't help but laugh aloud. I did it. I successfully contracted the will of the ocean. Now, I am destined to soar. He repressed his excitement, his gaze falling upon the sea beast still surrounded by the radiant points of light. Commanding in a tone he deemed authoritative, kneel and pay homage to your master. As the words left his lips, the atmosphere became instantly charged. The underwater realm was filled only with the soft glow of corals and the sound of flowing water. The sea beast remained motionless, her eyes, deep as the ocean, fixed steadily upon him. Liu Xuan's brow furrowed, an uneasy premonition rising within him, yet he stubbornly persisted, altering his command. Come here, give my shoulders a massage. The sea beast still did not move. However, the aura surrounding her began to grow chillingly cold at a visibly rapid pace. Wait, something seems amiss. Sweat began to bead on Liu Xuan's forehead as he scrambled to pull up the contract information. Heavenly Tao equal contract. The parties are equal in status, their lives intertwined. Immune to the harm and negative effects caused by each other's powers. An equal contract? Not a master-servant contract? Liu Xuan felt as if struck by lightning. The joy on his face instantly frozen. Kneel. Just then, the sea beast's voice, devoid of any emotion, echoed through the water. Thud. Without hesitation, Liu Xuan dropped to his knees. He swallowed hard, gazing at the sea beast's icy demeanor, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. Esteemed elder, please. Misunderstandings abound. It was merely a small jest to lighten the mood. You mustn't take it to heart. I would never presume to be your master. You command me to kneel? To be your master? The sea beast looked down upon Liu Xuan, the oceanic whip in her hand emanating a terrifying aura. And you expect me to massage your shoulders? Boom. A dreadful authority enveloped Liu Xuan. Despair washed over him. A sensation that he would be torn to shreds in the next moment and fed to the fish. Suddenly, a voice, strikingly different from its previous icy demeanor, rang out. A light, playful laugh imbued with excitement. Liu Xuan looked up in astonishment. The cold expression on the sea beast's face had vanished, replaced by a bewitching smile that suggested the discovery of an intriguing new toy, tinged with a hint of perversion. How audacious of you, human, she purred, her voice dripping with a seductive allure. And such a delightful sensation this is. I find myself utterly enamored. In the next moment, her actions left Liu Xuan utterly flabbergasted. She placed the oceanic whip into his hands, then gracefully turned away. Her magnificent fish tail, adorned with shimmering scales, arching alluringly as she gently swayed it in his direction. Liu Xuan could only stare, mouth agape, as his worldview shattered in an instant. Was this creature, so cunning and twisted, truly the embodiment of the ocean's will? He glanced down at the oceanic whip in his grasp, then back at the expectant silhouette before him. After a prolonged silence, he took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for an irrevocable decision. Above the surface of the sea, time slipped away second by second. Chu Chun and the others bore ashen expressions. Their hopes sank deeper into the frigid abyss with every passing moment. Alas, Zhang Jidao's long sigh echoed in the air, heavy with helplessness and regret. How fate seems to conspire against the talented. The other land deities, yet to reveal themselves, echoed his lamentations, and a somber atmosphere enveloped the expanse between sea and sky. The prolonged absence of the sea beast in returning their young friend suggested he had likely met with misfortune. Such a pity, such lament, given this child's innate gifts. Had he not been cut short, his future achievements would surely have surpassed our own. Sister Yugu. Leah clung tightly to Qin Yuji's arm, her delicate frame trembling slightly from fear and sorrow, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Is Brother Xian really not coming back? Xiaoya, do not fear. Let us wait a while longer. Qin Yuji's tear-filled eyes, still resolute, offered comfort. Young Master Liu has his own destiny. He will surely be fine. How could this happen? Return Liu back to me. Chu Chun could no longer restrain himself, dropping to his knees upon the sea's surface, his fists pounding the water in a fit of anguished defiance. Leave this place at once. Long Tian's voice was grave and hoarse. We do not know when the sea beast may reappear. It is far too perilous for you to remain here. Brother Long speaks wisely. Zhang Tianqing inhaled deeply. Junior brother, you must return to shore. I will stay here with Brother Long to continue our watch. No, I shall not leave. Zhang Yao's gaze was obstinate. I must wait for Brother Liu to return. Indeed, he will be fine. Lu Ming's voice trembled with emotion. He can even be resurrected, surely. The sea beast poses no threat to him. Children, I understand your feelings. Zhang Jidao's voice carried a note of compassion. Yet the might of the sea beast was beyond human resistance. In this vast ocean, it was the absolute sovereign. Not even the most divine beings could hope to emerge unscathed. Boom. Just as Zhang Jidao's words hung in the air, an unexpected transformation occurred. The previously dark and tranquil sea erupted in an incandescent blue radiance, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. A sonorous, ancient chant resonated through the heavens. Countless ethereal marine creatures, composed of pure energy, leaped from the luminescent waters, swirling around as if celebrating a sacred rite. A hauntingly beautiful melody, cleansing to the soul, reverberated in each heart. In the blink of an eye, the vast ocean surged skyward, coalescing in midair to form the manifestation of a sea goddess. She cradled her hands delicately before her chest, as if holding the world's most precious treasure. Slowly, she opened her eyes, which sparkled with the birth of stars and the flow of galaxies, radiating a gentleness that embraced all. My dear friend, I eagerly await our next meeting. Her ethereal, yet comforting voice echoed within the depths of each soul. And within the goddess's palms stood Liu Xuan, his attire intact, hands clasped behind his back. Yet, a slight twitch graced the corner of his mouth. Elder brother, Brother Liu, Xiangu. After a brief moment of stunned silence, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. They stared, wide-eyed, at this miraculous scene. Is this the sea beast? Chu Qin stammered, grappling with disbelief. Has Liu Xuan truly become the sea beast's dear friend? Cough, cough. Liu Xuan, standing in the goddess's palm, cleared his throat and looked down at the awestruck crowd, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. Surprised, are we? Looks like I've managed to impress once more. Elder, when we meet next, you must reward me even more generously. The sea beast's teasing voice echoed in Liu Xuan's mind, causing his mouth to twitch once again. Then, the sea beast nodded slightly at Liu Xuan before transforming into a cascade of warm, gentle light, merging into the ocean and vanishing from sight. My young friend, what on earth just transpired? Zhang Zidao's voice, for the first time, betrayed his usual composure, now filled with incredulous shock. Liu Xuan gently descended onto the surface of the sea, raising his hands innocently. To be honest, senior, I am still quite bewildered myself. The sea beast did not trouble you? Came a voice laden with disbelief. Xianyuan, did you not hear? The sea beast referred to our young friend as its dear companion. Su Weizi's voice, though relatively calm, could not conceal its astonishment. Brother Liu, please, tell us what truly happened. Zhang Yao implored, his face flushed with excitement as he grabbed Liu Xuan's arm. That is the embodiment of the ocean's will. How did you become its dear friend? Liu Xuan stroked his chin, adopting an extremely serious expression. If I were to hazard a guess, it might be because of my astonishing good looks. The sea beast was so captivated by my unparalleled beauty that it insisted on forming a bond of friendship with me. I could hardly refuse such an earnest request. The crowd fell into an eerie silence once more. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Zidao's voice broke the stillness, tinged with bemusement. Haha, young friend, you truly possess a sense of humor. He speaks truthfully. The voice of the sea beast suddenly resonated. Zhang Zidao? Far away in the Tianshi mansion, widened his eyes in astonishment, his face a canvas of shock. Ultimately, he released a long, resigned sigh, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Have the fortunes of youth become so unfathomable? Hey, Brother Chu. Liu Xuan stepped over to where Chu Chun still knelt on the sea's surface, playfully nudging him with his foot, a teasing smile on his face. Just now, I seemed to hear someone crying out, "Return Liu to me." Such a heart-wrenching voice. Sounded a lot like yours, didn't it? How absurd. Chu Chun sprang up from the water. His face flushed crimson, still defiant. You must have misheard. I never said such a thing. Brother, you are incredible. I admire you so much. You are my idol. Lu Ming exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with adoration, practically ready to cling to Liu Xuan's leg. Get off me. Liu Xuan grumbled, shoving him away, his irritation flaring at the memory of earlier events. How could you say such a thing? Next time you send me a weapon of mass destruction, at least give me a heads up on how to handle it. Brother, this can't all be blamed on me. Lu Ming defended himself in a voice barely above a whisper. Feeling wronged. I never anticipated that you would be so formidable as to actually use those 4 Divine Wrath tokens. However, the Divine Wrath can be detonated remotely. Wait, what did you say? The Divine Wrath can be controlled from a distance and detonated instantaneously? Liu Xuan's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated 3 steps, eyeing Lu Ming warily. Were you planning to blow me to smithereens at any moment? No, brother, I misspoke. Lu Ming hastily waved his hands in explanation. It is the 2nd generation of Divine Wrath that can be detonated remotely. The ones I gave you are of the 1st generation, which do not possess that capability. Oh, I see. Liu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes soon gleamed with excitement. What about the 2nd generation? Hurry and procure me a dozen or so for self-defense. Unfortunately, I have none left, Lu Ming lamented, his face falling. I had exhausted my resources to create 30 of the 2nd generation, but for some inexplicable reason, they vanished not long ago. That yellowish energy? Liu Xuan immediately recalled when Lu Ming had threatened Yin Wentian with the divine wrath, only for that yellowish force to flash by, causing the tokens to mysteriously disappear. The aura of that yellowish energy was akin to the barriers that had ensnared him on 2 previous occasions. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Xuan proposed to Lu Ming. How about you attempt to locate them now? I have a strong suspicion that the individuals who stole your divine wrath and set those barriers against me are the same group. Furthermore, their primary target is likely me. He meticulously reviewed the scenarios of the 2 barriers. The first, the island barrier, seemed to have trapped his foes, yet it effectively severed his chance to escape, forcing him into confrontation. The second, the barrier during his duel with Yin Wentian, perfectly prevented any external interference, intending to make him face Yin Wentian's wrath alone. However, they had underestimated his strength and abilities. Both times, their schemes had backfired, inadvertently aiding him instead. Young friend Liu Xuan, just as Liu Xuan pondered. A commanding voice resonated in the air, interrupting his thoughts. Would you consider joining my Imperial Pavilion? Xian Yuanwudi's voice was imbued with authority. Should you nod in agreement, I shall bestow upon you the title of Imperial Son, granting you the blessings of the Dragon Vein's fortune, an influx of resources, and the future position of the Imperial Pavilion's leader shall rightfully belong to you. Young friend, do not heed his words, a magnetic voice followed. Belonging to the leader of the Yinyang sect, Huang Tai, the rules of the Imperial Pavilion are stringent. Their duty is to safeguard the foundation of Longxia's fortune. As an Imperial Son, you will find yourself bound by obligations, appearing prestigious, yet losing your freedom. Why not join my Yinyang sect? I can offer you the position of Holy Son. Once you break through to the realm of Earth Immortals, I shall pass the leadership to you, allowing you to command all Yinyang practitioners. Wouldn't that be splendid? Not at all, not at all, Zhang Jidao's calm voice interjected, carrying an air of transcendence. Friend Huang, it is worth noting that your Yinyang sect also traces its roots back to my Taoist lineage. With such innate talent, why not return to your origins and join my Tianshi Hall? Coincidentally, the position of Daozi in my Taoist sect has been vacant for over a millennium. I believe you and this position are fated to be together, potentially becoming the contemporary Daozi, leading the way. Young friend, you might also consider my Giga lineage. Xian Weizi added with a gentle smile. My Giga has traditionally only accepted 2 disciples, one vertical, one horizontal. However, if you are willing to join, I would break this millennia-old rule and immediately pass on the position of Gigu's leader to you, granting you access to our ancient texts and secret techniques. The 4 Earth Immortals represented the pinnacle of power within Longxia. At that moment, they unabashedly presented their highest offers in a bid to win Liu Xuan over, Imperial Son, Holy Son, Daozi, and Master of Gigu. Each title alone was enough to send shockwaves through the martial world. Huang Tai, what do you mean by this? Are you implying that my Imperial Pavilion would strip away freedom? Xian Yuanwudi's voice brimmed with indignation. Young friend, do not listen to this man's nonsense. The people of the Yinyang sect spend their days immersed in the study of the 5 elements and fate, each one sounding like a lunatic. If you were to join them, you'd be surrounded by a bunch of madmen. Wouldn't that be irritating? Humph. Huang Tai scoffed, retorting sharply, Zhang Jidao. It is true that my Yinyang sect originated from the Taoist lineage, but when has your Tianshi Hall ever represented the entire Taoist orthodoxy? Friend Tai, you seem to be losing your composure, Zhang Jidao chuckled, his tone leisurely. Let me ask you, in today's world, which sect can represent the Taoist ancestral home better than my Longhu Mountain Tianshi Hall, leading the Taoist order? Huang Tai fell silent. Although Zhang Jidao's words were somewhat domineering, they held an undeniable truth. The status of the Tianshi Hall within the Taoist community was indeed unassailable. See, it is clear that you all understand the truth. Zhang Jidao's voice carried a hint of triumph. Friends, arguing is futile. Xian Weizi seized the moment to mediate. Why not listen to the young friend's own wishes and see which path he favors? As the words settled, Liu Xuan, though unable to see the 4 eminent figures, could distinctly feel the 4 gazes imbued with supreme authority and anticipation, seemingly piercing through space to focus solely on him. A slight smile graced Liu Xuan's lips as he bowed gracefully. I am deeply grateful for the esteemed offers from all 4 seniors, and I sincerely appreciate your kindness. However, I fear I must disappoint you, for I have already pledged my allegiance to Yaya Mountain, making it inconvenient for me to seek another path. Goodness, Liu brother, could your reason for refusal be any more absurd? Chu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, his lips twitching in disbelief. He could scarcely believe his ears. 4 Earth Immortals had presented such astonishing conditions to recruit him, and Liu Xuan had turned them down? Moreover, he did so with such a seemingly trivial reason? Li Ya's eyes widened in astonishment, her small hand covering her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at Liu Xuan. Though she was not a martial artist, She understood the significance of titles such as Earth Immortal, Imperial Sun, and Holy Sun. These were opportunities that countless martial practitioners dreamed of but could never attain. Yet, Liu Xuan had declined them for the sake of Yaya Mountain, a place meant solely for the two of them. An overwhelming mix of shock, gratitude, and sweetness surged through her heart, breaking down her defenses. As she gazed at Liu Xuan's back, her heart raced like a startled deer, pounding wildly, and two rosy hues blossomed on her cheeks. So, Liu Gu truly held me and Yaya Mountain in such high regard? Liu brother, perhaps you should reconsider? Zhang Yao urged breathlessly, wishing he could shake Liu Xuan awake. Or is it that you are unaware of what positions such as Imperial Sun, Holy Sun, Daozi, and Giga Master truly entail? No need for reconsideration. Liu Xuan maintained his smile, his tone resolute. I have given it ample thought. His reasoning for refusal was straightforward. Firstly, he was inherently averse to constraints. Joining these colossal entities would inevitably involve numerous rules and responsibilities, which conflicted with his pursuit of freedom and his inclination to settle grievances with ease. Secondly, and perhaps more crucially, his immediate objective is to journey to the land of the rising sun, to rapidly enhance his power through slaying monsters. Should he venture there bearing the mantle of the heir to a top-tier Dragon Summer faction, it would not merely incite personal vendettas, but escalate into conflicts at an official level. Such foolishness of courting trouble is something Liu Xuan would never entertain. With the system at his disposal, leveling up through monster hunting is the true path. Why should he live under the constraints of others? Very well. Zuanweizi spoke first, his voice tinged with a hint of regret, yet imbued with nonchalance. For it seems the young friend has other plans in mind. Since that is the case, I shall no longer impose. Take care, young friend. The doors of the Heavenly Master's abode shall always remain open for you. Zhang Zhidao chuckled, inviting. If you have leisure, do come to Dragon Tiger Mountain and savor the cloud and mist tea that I have recently procured. I shall certainly impose upon you. Liu Xuan replied with a smile. Since your resolve is firm, I shall take my leave. Xianyuan Wudi's voice resonated with regret, soon followed by his overwhelming presence receding like a tide. Young friend, the Yinyang family also welcomes your presence at any time. The voice of Huang Tai echoed last. Laden with profound implications, the two girls, Xingyue and Zifei, have not forgotten you, eagerly anticipating your return. Liu Xuan's eyes sparkled with interest, a serious smile gracing his face. In that case, I shall make it a point to visit the Yinyang family when time permits. Ha ha ha, splendid. I await your arrival. Huang Tai's hearty laughter gradually faded into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the oppressive forces that had shrouded the heavens and earth dissipated entirely, restoring tranquility between sea and sky. Young brother, this is the open sea. It is unwise to linger here. Powerful adversaries from other nations may appear at any moment. It would be prudent for us to depart, Long Tian advised, taking a deep breath to suppress his astonishment. Liu Xuan nodded in agreement. This way, young brother. With a wave of his hand, Long Tian summoned a portal of light out of thin air. Upon witnessing this, Liu Xuan's eyes widened with intrigue. What is this technique? Esteemed senior? This is the void divine art that I have comprehended and created myself, Long Tian replied with a hint of pride. In terms of speed and convenience, I am confident that even the renowned sword art of the sword sect cannot compare to my void divine art. You are truly remarkable, senior, Liu Xuan praised earnestly, before a smile spread across his face. Might you consider imparting this technique to me? Do you wish to learn, young brother? Long Tian was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. It is not that I am unwilling to teach. The void divine art is derived from my unique spatial source power. I have attempted to teach it to some talented youths in my company, but alas, none succeeded. Senior, why not give it a try with me? Liu Xuan maintained his smile, his tone imbued with inexplicable confidence. Perhaps I can master it? Very well, since you are so eager, let us see. Long Tian thought the young man's curiosity was innocent and held no great expectations as he began to relay the cultivation methods of the void divine art to Liu Xuan. Long Tian is imparting the skill void divine art to you. Do you wish to learn? Yes. You have successfully learned the void divine art. All right, senior. I have learned it. Chapter 116. The wrath of the immortals in the land of the rising sun. I have subdued it. Long Tian. Young brother. I haven't even begun teaching yet. Long Tian was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. However, upon turning to see Zhang Tianqing and the others, they all bore expressions of calmness, as if this were commonplace. Captain Long, you may not be aware, Chu Chun began to explain, Brother Liu possesses extraordinary talent, allowing him to master techniques with just a glance. But my void divine art is not an ordinary technique. It involves spatial source power. Long Tian still found it hard to believe. Uncle, you've heard of the golden body and prairie spirit of the golden clan, right? Lu Ming interjected. Their clan's ultimate skill, my elder brother learned it just by looking at it once. No need to be overly astonished, senior. Qin Yuga smiled in affirmation. The sacred hand of rejuvenation from my medical family was also grasped by Lu Gongzi in a remarkably short time, and the thunder law from my heavenly master's residence. Zhang Yao quietly added. Long Tian felt as though his worldview had been shattered, gazing intensely at Liu Xuan, his voice trembling. Young brother, did you truly master it? Please wait a moment, senior. I am familiarizing myself with the Void Divine Art's details. Liu Xuan was currently reviewing the introduction to the technique. Void Divine Art LV1. Upon locking onto a coordinate with your mind, teleportation occurs by tearing through space. Maximum teleportation distance, 100 meters based on attack power. Magic cost, 2,000 points. Can consume 10 skill points to upgrade. Upgrade. Liu Xuan did not hesitate. Successfully consumed 10 skill points. Void Divine Art upgraded to LV2. Successfully consumed 30 skill points. Void Divine Art upgraded to LV3. Successfully consumed 50 skill points. Void Divine Art upgraded to LV4. Successfully consumed 100 skill points. Void Divine Art upgraded to LV5, maximum level. Void Divine Art LV5, maximum level. Upon locking onto a coordinate with your mind, teleportation occurs by tearing through space. Maximum teleportation distance, 10,000 meters based on attack power. Can simultaneously teleport all friendly targets within a radius of 50 meters. Magic cost, 10,000 points. Wow. A divine skill, a truly divine skill. Liu Xuan felt an overwhelming joy, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. At maximum level, the teleportation distance is calculated based on his attack power, which currently stands at an astonishing 67,530 points. This implies that his theoretical maximum teleportation distance reaches an incredible 675,300 meters, or 675,300 kilometers. Given that the equatorial circumference of Blue Star is merely around 40,000 kilometers, this suggests that with a mere thought, he could instantaneously reach any corner of the globe, and even bring along all individuals within a 50-meter radius. This is nothing short of a strategic team-level divine movement skill. Suppressing his elation, he regained his composure and smiled at the still astonished Long Tian. Senior, watch closely. Before the words had fully left his mouth, without affording Long Tian and the others any time to react, Liu Xuan focused his mind, locking onto the coordinates of the beach from which he entered the sea. Buzz. A sound of space tearing resonated. Everyone felt the scenery before them fluctuate violently, their vision blurring and then sharpening once more. The sea breeze and the sound of waves vanished, replaced by the dazzling lights of the city and the solid ground beneath their feet. They had traversed from the distant open sea to a beach in the magical metropolis. Wow! Long Tian could not help but exclaim, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Liu Xuan, his voice trembling. Young brother, you truly are not only did you master it, but you can also teleport all of us together in one go. And how is this speed and distance even possible? As the creator of the Void Divine Art, he understood its difficulties and limitations best. When he exerted himself fully, he could only take one person for a long-distance teleportation. And it was inconceivable to accomplish such precision so instantaneously, let alone from the open sea directly to the magical metropolis. Senior, can you not achieve such a feat? Liu Xuan blinked innocently, countering with a question. Long Tian opened his mouth, feeling a slight dryness in his throat. Ultimately, all his astonishment and confusion transformed into a long sigh and a heartfelt exclamation. Dear friend, your talent is truly extraordinary. Extraordinary indeed. Zhang Tianqing, recovering from his shock, replied with a wry smile. In my humble opinion, my young friend, your ability in spatial transmission, whether in speed, distance, or capacity to carry others, is likely not inferior to the genuine methods of the terrestrial immortals. Haha, you flatter me, esteemed elders. It is merely luck, nothing more. Liu Xuan waved his hand modestly. Yet inwardly he could not help but marvel again. Having a cheat code is truly delightful. To be continuously empowered is a thrilling experience. My young brother, I must attend to pressing matters at headquarters, so I shall take my leave. Long Tian took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within him, and handed a business card to Liu Xuan. Should you ever require assistance from my company or from me, Long Tian, do not hesitate to reach out. My friend, it is time for me to return to the mountains as well. Zhang Tianqing also bid farewell with a clasped fist, descending the mountain this time. I have witnessed numerous miracles through you, which is indeed a fortune for me. To be honest, in my decades of cultivation, I have never felt such a surge of emotions as I do today. You are too kind, Taoist. I shall certainly pay a visit to Longhu Mountain to meet the venerable celestial master and you, dear Taoist, Liu Xuan replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to Long Tian and Zhang Tianqing, Liu Xuan felt elated and waved to Chu Chun and the others. Let us go? I shall treat you all to some skewers. Today, I must express my gratitude for your daring rescue. Big brother, wait. Just then, Lu Ming's puzzled voice rang out. I have pinpointed the location of my missing divine anger. Where are they? Liu Xuan instantly perked up. Strange. Why does their signal show that they are all in the east? Lu Ming gazed at the virtual map projected by the heavenly craft cube, where 30 glaring red dots densely clustered above the archipelago of the east. What did you say? Liu Xuan's voice suddenly rose, his face instantly alight with immense surprise. Are you certain? Those 30 divine angers, whose power rivals, no, far exceeds that of nuclear weapons, are all in the east. Big brother, look. Lu Ming zoomed in on the virtual map, ensuring everyone could see clearly. Above the outline of the east's islands, 30 flickering crimson markers were scattered. Gulp. Liu Xuan swallowed hard, feeling his heart race. He surveyed Chu Chun, Zhang Yao, and the others, his voice trembling with excitement. Tell me, if we were to rain down justice upon the east right now and detonate all 30 of those divine angers, would they be obliterated from the world map? Hiss. Chu Chun and the others could not help but gasp in astonishment. I think we can give it a try. Chu Chun's eyes flashed with a fierce delight. I concur. Zhang Yao's tone was icy. The east has already killed many of our compatriots. They must pay for their blood debts. Lu brother, hand me the remote. Liu Xuan's eyes gleamed with fervor. Let me press the detonation button. Young Master Liu, I urge you to think twice. Qin Yuga's expression grew serious as she cautioned. The ramifications of such an act would be immense, as there are many of our compatriots residing in the east. Furthermore, I do not believe that merely 30 divine angers could truly annihilate a nation protected by terrestrial immortals. Even if we succeeded in destroying the east, there remains the Eagle Nation behind them. As the strongest country in the world, they possess as many terrestrial immortals as we do. Should they fixate on you? I fear for your safety. Miss Qin, are you questioning my expertise? Lu Ming was displeased. My second-generation divine anger is several times more powerful than the first. You have witnessed the potency of the first generation. It can obliterate grand masters into mere dust. 30 simultaneous detonations of the second generation would suffice to raze the east to the ground. Lu brother, Miss Qin's concerns are not unfounded, Zhang Yao analyzed calmly. The east is known to have 2 terrestrial immortals. If they respond promptly and join forces, they might not be unable to confine the core explosion's effects to a certain range. Relying on this one act to annihilate a nation is immensely challenging. In my view, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Liu Xuan's eyes burned with excitement. How can we know it won't work unless we try? Moreover, Miss Qin, consider this. Those compatriots who chose to settle in the east have likely accepted the possibility of dying far from home or perishing with the islands. Perhaps we are merely helping them achieve their life goals ahead of time? Exactly. Yuga, if Xiangu wants to detonate it, let him. Leah vigorously nodded, offering her unprincipled support to Liu Xuan. Instantly, everyone's gaze focused on her. Miss Li, don't you think you are indulging him a bit too much? Chu Chun remarked with a hint of envy. Xiangu is the second king of our Yaya Mountain. I, of course, must support him unconditionally, Leah declared with conviction. But as soon as she finished speaking, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Xiaoya. Liu Xuan, touched by her words, turned to look at her earnestly. For that statement, I will protect you for life. Anyone who dares to bully you, I shall blow up their ancestors' graves. As Leah heard this unique promise, her heart swelled with sweetness akin to being filled with honey. Her eyes curved into beautiful crescents, and her blush deepened as she softly hummed in response. Big brother here. The remote. Lu Ming, no longer hesitating, swiftly turned the heavenly craft cube and retrieved a metallic remote with a conspicuous red button, solemnly placing it in Liu Xuan's hand. In that instant, the air seemed to solidify. Everyone's gaze fixated on the small remote in Liu Xuan's hand and the red button. Breaths were held, hearts raced. Liu Xuan took a deep breath. He surveyed the nervous yet expectant faces around him, a smile of mad excitement curving his lips. Shall I press it? As he spoke, under the scorching gazes of the crowd, his thumb gently pressed down on the red button. Chapter 117. Exploding Yi Feng. Qin Yuga checks her body. Above the east, amidst the clouds, a beam of sword light sliced through the sky. Yi Feng stood upon his flying sword, humming a tuneless melody. Kid, it seems you are in a good mood. The earth beast, resting on his shoulder, slowly spoke. Just thinking about that fellow meeting a miserable end in the sea brings me uncontainable joy. A beaming smile spread across Yi Feng's face, filled with suppressed delight and yearning. Senior, once he is dead, will there be no one left to obstruct my ascent to the pinnacle? You are the destined child of this world. Your only threat lies in the unpredictable variables. The earth beast's voice carried absolute certainty. Once the heavenly Tao awakens further and the world's rules are perfected, you shall clear all obstacles and stand atop the world. That is your destiny. Ha ha ha, indeed. I am the chosen one. I am the true master of this world. Yifeng could not help but laugh heartily, brimming with confidence as if he could already see his future reign. However, before his laughter could fade, the Earth Beast's expression suddenly shifted. Kid, be careful. Boom. There was no time for any thought. A vast and overwhelming power erupted from the Earth Beast, forming an incredibly solid, earthy yellow shield that enveloped Yifeng and itself tightly. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens, as if the sky itself had been torn asunder. The deafening sound caused the entire Japanese archipelago beneath to tremble violently. The sea surged, unleashing towering waves that reached heights of 100 meters, while countless structures swayed as if in the throes of a cataclysmic earthquake. Who dares encroach upon my territory? The voice of fury resounded. Instantly, terrifying auras erupted from the major cities of Japan, filled with both shock and rage. Shortly thereafter, a golden beam of light shot into the clouds, rapidly expanding to form a colossal golden barrier enveloping the entire archipelago. Cursed be this day. In the epicenter of the explosion, the Earth Beast, bolstered by its formidable strength, withstood the sudden onslaught. It hovered in midair, its body radiating a vibrant ochre glow, fixated on the scene before it, where it had valiantly shielded. The spot where Yifeng had once stood was now consumed by chaotic energy currents and two ochre orbs embodying its power. Within one orb, Yifeng's soul flickered in a state of terror and confusion. The other, larger orb, encased a remnant of explosive energy that emanated a chilling aura. Master Earth Beast. Two figures suddenly appeared nearby, having rushed to the scene. Abe no Saimai, and a middle-aged man clad in the Emperor's ceremonial robes. Upon recognizing the Earth Beast, their faces turned ashen, and without hesitation, they knelt in the void, their bodies trembling with fear. The Earth Beast, however, had no time to regard them. It vanished in a flash, reappearing in the heart of a forest somewhere in Japan, as its four limbs connected with the solid ground. It seemed to merge with the very veins of the island, its power surging to its zenith. With a low hum, the orb containing the terrifying residual energy blazed with golden brilliance. A soft pop echoed as the Earth Beast harnessed the power of the earth to obliterate the horrific force contained within, reducing it to nothingness. Damn it! Who is responsible for this? The Earth Beast's countenance darkened ominously. It gazed at the orb enveloping Yifeng's soul, its voice laced with frustration and coldness. The body of the fated child had been destroyed. To resurrect him perfectly would require a significant expenditure of my primal energy. Yet, without the fated child to bear the heavenly mandate, I cannot fulfill the mission bestowed upon me by the celestial order. Infuriatingly, the fated child, burdened with great fortune, should not have fallen so easily. Could this unexpected explosion be a last-ditch effort from that variable before its demise? Or has another unforeseen variable emerged? Its expression shifted restlessly before it finally gritted its teeth and made a decision. The vast ocean of primal earth energy surged forth from within, flowing into the orb that encased Yifeng's soul like a river returning to the sea. Brother Liu, are you certain those 30 divine detonators can be triggered from a distance? Liu Xuan, holding the remote, frantically pressed the red button, but after a prolonged effort, there was no response. If Japan were to be annihilated, he should have received a plethora of kill notifications. Or is it that, through this method, the deceased Japanese could not be counted as his kills by the system? The terrestrial celestial had made its move. Liu Ming connected to the heavenly eye, locking onto the scene over Japan. He caught sight of a golden shield flashing across the sky. This power must have been unleashed by the Emperor of Japan. Zhang Yao's expression grew grave. What a pity. Liu Xuan set down the remote, clicking his tongue in regret. It seemed that while the divine detonators were formidable, they paled in comparison to the terrestrial celestial. However, he was not overly disheartened. This was merely an attempt. Success would yield great rewards, while failure would incur no losses. His true plan was to personally set foot on Japanese soil. Moreover, given that Japan is surrounded by the sea, it might be prudent to curry favor with the sea beasts before taking action. Even if she could not intervene directly, it would be reasonable to ask for assistance in securing an escape route at a crucial moment. As evening descended, after a sumptuous meal, Liu Xuan and his companions checked into a nearby 5-star hotel. Knock, knock, knock. Fresh from a shower, Liu Xuan, wrapped in a bathrobe and drying his hair, heard a gentle knocking at the door. Who is it? He casually inquired as he approached and opened the door. Standing outside was Qin Yuga, who had also recently bathed. She wore a pure white silk robe provided by the hotel, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, still slightly damp at the tips. Her exquisitely simple face, flushed from the steam, radiated a delightful fragrance of shower gel mingled with her own subtle scent, making her all the more enchanting in the corridor's soft light. Yet, the robe was rather conservative, concealing her elegant curves, leaving Liu Xuan with a twinge of regret. Miss Qin, at such a late hour, is there something you need? Liu Xuan collected himself and smiled. Young Master Liu, please just call me Yuga. Qin Yuga's cheeks flushed slightly as she appeared a bit shy, her voice soft. I hope it's not too intrusive to disturb you at this hour. I wanted to check on your well-being. After today's series of battles and your encounter with the sea beast, I worry you might have lingering issues. Check my well-being? Liu Xuan's eyes brightened at her words. And almost instinctively, he grasped her delicate wrist, eagerly inviting her into the room. He led her to the edge of the soft bed. How do you plan to conduct this examination? Liu Xuan's gaze was fervent, filled with anticipation as he looked at the beauty just within reach. Do you need me to remove my clothes? Actually, I just wanted to. All right, I'll take it off. He interrupted, stripping off his upper garment before she could finish her sentence. You, what are you doing, young Master Liu? Qin Yuga's face burned like fire, her eyes not knowing where to land. She had been contemplating how to treat Liu Xuan's dual soul condition, and after witnessing his miraculous revival today, her desire to examine his physical changes intensified, prompting her visit. I'm afraid I might not feel well, Liu Xuan said seriously, pointing to his chest and abdomen. Especially here and here, it feels like my energy is blocked. Yuga, please help me check thoroughly. You should close your eyes first. Qin Yuga, blushing, murmured softly, otherwise, I'll be too shy to concentrate. Shy. Liu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if understanding, a knowing smile spread across his face. He promptly closed his eyes and even lay back down. All right, I've closed them. Yuga, please proceed with the examination. I will cooperate fully. Seeing this, Qin Yuga took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart. Unbeknownst to her, delicate fingers had quietly grasped 3 fine jade needles that shimmered with a faint white light. However, just as she prepared to approach Liu Xuan's head, her vision suddenly darkened, and she fainted. Yuga? Why haven't we started yet? Liu Xuan lay on the bed, eyes still closed in anticipation, a smile gracing his face. Don't be shy. I will cooperate fully. A delicate and melodious female voice, imbued with a hint of languor and magnetism, unexpectedly resonated within the room. This voice was exceedingly enchanting. Yet it was far from that of Qin Yuga. Liu Xuan's smile froze instantly, and almost instinctively, he opened his eyes wide. Darkness enveloped him. He could scarcely perceive anything, only feeling an extraordinary force shrouding him, causing his consciousness to plunge into oblivion. Time slipped by unmeasured. Eventually, Liu Xuan's awareness began to awaken from the depths of chaos. His head felt heavy. He shook his still dizzy mind, attempting to move his limbs. To his horror, he discovered that his arms and legs were ensnared by some binding force, firmly restrained in a cross shape upon an exquisitely soft, yet remarkably solid bed. He abruptly turned his head to survey his surroundings, his pupils contracting in shock. This was by no means a hotel room. Before his eyes lay an expansive and resplendent palace. The ceiling soared high, adorned with countless luminous pearls and colorful gemstones that illuminated the entire space as bright as day. The walls and columns were strewn with heaps of various jewels, pearls, and golden vessels, creating a spectacle of opulence that left one breathless. Not far to his right, there was a natural hot spring, enveloped in warm steam. The water appearing a soft, milky hue, imbued with an almost tangible spiritual energy. Amid the hazy mist, he could vaguely discern a strikingly alluring female figure. She had her back to him, lazily soaking in the hot spring, revealing only her smooth, pale shoulders and a portion of her astonishingly beautiful back. What was happening? A kidnapping? Liu Xuan's heart raced with alarm. However, in the next moment, an unexpected event unfolded. A gigantic python emerged from the mist. Instantly, his complexion paled. Detection art. This target's information cannot be detected. Please upgrade the detection level. Void God Technique. This area is shielded. Void God Technique is ineffective. Chapter 118. Dragon God Bloodline. Queen Hongli Liu Xuan, is it? The great python spoke, its voice soft and alluring, carrying an innate charm akin to that of a powerful woman. Precisely the voice he had heard before losing consciousness in the hotel. Liu Xuan forced himself to remain calm, his gaze swiftly scanning the python. It was colossal, yet devoid of the usual cold terror associated with snakes, instead exuding an air of nobility and allure derived from its lineage. Its entire form was a deep crimson, covered in scales reminiscent of rubies. A pair of dragon horns adorned its head, yet it bore no dragon claws. Behind it, a pair of translucent wings unfurled. I wonder what offense I, a mere junior, have committed to warrant your esteemed presence here. Liu Xuan inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a composed tone. It seems we are not acquainted, esteemed one. Fear not. The python let out an enigmatic chuckle, After today, you shall indelibly remember who I am." Before the words had fully dissipated, a seductive red mist erupted from the python's body. In the next heartbeat, the crimson fog swirled and coalesced, revealing an extraordinarily enchanting figure stepping forth. She was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her figure so alluring it could stifle one's breath. Her hair cascaded down to her calves, resembling a waterfall of ebony, her skin as flawless as snow, and her legs long and straight. Key areas were artfully concealed by the swirling red mist, enhancing her allure. Barefoot, she advanced towards Liu Xuan, each step seemingly treading upon the very heart of mortals, exuding an irresistible charm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Rest assured, I, the queen, shall not take your life." Hong Li approached the bedside, a smile curving her lips into a bewitching arc. She extended her slender fingers, gently tracing Liu Xuan's chest, her tone laced with the playful scrutiny of a hunter examining its prey. "All I desire is the true dragon blood within you. Esteemed one, there has been a grave misunderstanding." Liu Xuan's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly protested. "I am a pure human. The blood flowing through me is that of humanity, devoid of any true dragon lineage." "Ha ha," Hong Li chuckled seductively. "Little one, do you still wish to feign ignorance before me? Though my illusory Beast Valley remains secluded from the world, the currents of the outside realm are ever present in my sight. You transformed into a serpent in the city of heavenly crafts, and later battled with the people of the East, manifesting your true dragon form. This alone suffices to prove that true dragon blood must flow within you. Esteemed one, that was merely a transformation technique, a secret art I command. I do not inherently possess true dragon blood." Liu Xuan's anxiety escalated. The woman before him emanated an unfathomable aura. Coupled with the knowledge that they were in the illusory Beast Valley, her self-proclaimed title of queen suggested a status and power that was palpably daunting. Likely on par with figures like Xian Weizi, he was no match for such a being. "Enough with your evasions," Hong Li interjected with a cold scoff, a flicker of displeasure flashing in her enchanting eyes. "Even the highest secret art of my illusory Beast Valley, the 100 Beasts transformation, requires the corresponding beast blood contained within oneself to enact such transformations. If you possess no true dragon blood, how could you transform into a dragon?" Before her words had fully settled, Liu Xuan felt a sudden weight upon him. Hong Li had instantaneously appeared beside him, her alabaster foot pressing unceremoniously against his chest, her gaze looking down upon him with an air of superiority. "Esteemed one, I truly have not deceived you," Liu Xuan gasped, finding it difficult to breathe. "If you do not believe me, you may release me, and I shall demonstrate the dragon transformation technique for you." "Call me queen," Hong Li commanded, her foot applying a slight pressure, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Yes, queen," Liu Xuan yielded, prioritizing his life. "Do you think I am unaware of your intentions?" Hong Li's expression was devoid of emotion, her gaze seemingly piercing through to the soul. "You wish to use the pretense of demonstrating the dragon transformation technique as an opportunity to escape? But let me make it clear, unless you break through to the earthly immortal realm, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall still be able to retrieve you." Upon hearing this, Liu Xuan's heart sank entirely. This woman was undeniably a being of earthly immortal caliber. Furthermore, she was more aware of whether he possessed true dragon blood than he himself. She leaned down, her long, cool hand pressing directly against Liu Xuan's bare chest, feeling the strong rhythm of his heartbeat. In the next instant, a formidable surge of spiritual power surged into Liu Xuan's body, attempting to delve into the very roots of his bloodline. As Hong Li's spiritual power invaded, an ancient, resounding dragon's roar erupted from the depths of Liu Xuan's bloodline, reverberating with an air of majesty as if from the primordial era. "Ugh," Hong Li gasped, her spiritual power forcibly expelled by the sheer force of the dragon's roar. She staggered back a half step, and when she looked at Liu Xuan again, her eyes were no longer filled with playful scrutiny, but rather a profound heat and incredulous astonishment. "You possess such terrifying and pure true dragon blood within you?" Her voice trembled with excitement. "Esteemed one, you must be mistaken. I am truly human." Liu Xuan continued to grasp at straws. However, Hong Li no longer paid heed to his explanations. She extended her finger, a blood-red glow coalescing at its tip, and began to swiftly inscribe a complex and ancient totem upon Liu Xuan's chest. Muttering an obscure incantation, an eerie power began to emanate. "Esteemed one, what are you doing?" A sense of foreboding rose within Liu Xuan. "Help! Senior Sea Beast, save me!" In a moment of desperation, Liu Xuan set aside his reservations and immediately summoned the Sea Beast through a contract. Boom! As if in response to his call, the room resonated with the profound sound of vast ocean waves. A dense mist of water enveloped the space, and a figure composed of pure seawater and starlight, radiating an endless divine glow, quietly materialized beside Liu Xuan. Human, what do you seek? The sea beast maintained her ethereal and sacred demeanor, casting a fleeting glance at the bound Liu Xuan before shifting her gaze to Hong Li, who was casting a spell. Her expression remained indifferent, showing no inclination to intervene. At that moment, Hong Li suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning ashen. She staggered back a few steps, her beautiful eyes filled with frustration and confusion. How could this be? His cultivation is clearly inferior to mine. Why can I not forcibly draw from his bloodline origin? Senior, you see. I told you I am merely an ordinary human, Liu Xuan exclaimed, as if clutching at a lifeline. Since I do not possess the true dragon bloodline you desire. This is entirely a misunderstanding. Would you kindly show mercy and release me? He possesses, the sea beast's serene voice echoed, not an ordinary true dragon bloodline, but the bloodline of a dragon god that surpasses all dragons, the will of the ocean. At this, Hong Li's attention was drawn to the sea beast, her expression shifting dramatically. However, her gaze quickly returned to Liu Xuan, her eyes blazing with an intensity that seemed capable of melting him. Realizing that the dragon god bloodline was indeed legendary. Senior, do not heed her words. How long has she known me? What does she understand about bloodlines? Liu Xuan's face darkened, cursing the sea beast internally for betraying him at such a critical moment. Yet, a flicker of doubt arose within him. Had he truly acquired the so-called dragon god bloodline after his job changed to the extraordinary dragon god? Hong Li continued to ignore Liu Xuan, persistently casting some arcane ritual. But once again, her efforts proved futile, and she coughed up another mouthful of blood, her vitality waning further. Futile, the sea beast interjected once more, a hint of cunning glimmering in her indifferent gaze. Though you are a direct descendant of the beast god, your bloodline has thinned over the ages. Conversely, he possesses the purest dragon god bloodline. In your current state, should you wish to forcibly seize his origin dragon blood, there is but one path to take. She paused deliberately before continuing. That is, through the union of yin and yang, a resonance of bloodlines, which might allow you to invoke and share a fragment of his primal power. The air fell into an immediate silence. Liu Xuan stared at the sea beast, his mind nearly shutting down. Soon, however, he regained his senses, as if grasping at a final straw, and nodded fervently. Yes, 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 the sea beast senior is correct. My queen, this is the only way. I believe we can sit down and discuss the feasibility of this plan. Humph, do not think to deceive me, Hong Li retorted. Her lovely face clouded with frost as she glowered at Liu Xuan. You, worthy of being this king's man. Hee, master, she is not falling for it. The sea beast suddenly shifted her demeanor, making a playful face at Liu Xuan, transitioning from her holy and ethereal form to one of mischievousness. She flew before Liu Xuan, tilting her head and grinning. Master, do you wish for me to save you? Yes, yes, please save me. Liu Xuan bobbed his head like a chick pecking at grains. I shan't save you, the sea beast teased, sticking out her tongue. I detest the scent of the earth. It makes me uncomfortable. I shall return now. Do not summon me so casually next time. With that, her figure transformed into a pool of clear seawater, dissipating into the air as though she had never existed. Once again, the room was left with only Liu Xuan and Hong Li, the atmosphere now even more eerie and silent. Liu Xuan internally berated the sea beast countless times. Yet, he forced a sincere smile onto his face. Ahem, dear senior, you heard that, right? The oceans will call me master. While she may seem indifferent to my plight, it is merely a facade. Think about it. Should anything happen to me, she would surely unleash her wrath upon the world. For the sake of world peace, I implore you to reconsider. Humph. Hong Li merely responded with a cold, mocking laugh. Liu Xuan's face flushed crimson, feeling the sting of naked humiliation from both the sea beast and Hong Li. However, the anticipated further coercion did not materialize. Hong Li's deep ruby-like eyes fixed upon Liu Xuan, as if assessing a rare treasure, contemplating an exceedingly difficult decision. After a moment, she parted her scarlet lips, her voice imbued with a strange allure. Do you wish to become the master of this illusion, Beast Valley? Do you wish for me to willingly become your woman? Liu Xuan was taken aback, utterly unable to keep up with the leap in logic. Senior, what do you mean? This king can offer you this opportunity. With a gentle wave of her jade hand, the binding ropes that restrained Liu Xuan's limbs instantly vanished, restoring his freedom. Hong Li pointed toward the palace's window, where clouds swirled around ancient towering trees within the valley's depths. Within this forbidden valley lurks a deep abyssal serpent, mutated from consuming demonic energy. It is powerful and ferocious. If you can slay it. Her gaze returned to Liu Xuan, her voice rich with temptation. From this moment forth, I shall be your woman, and the entirety of the Illusion Beast Valley shall honor you as their sovereign. What say you? Do you dare to accept this challenge? As her words fell, A task exclamation mark appeared above her head. Chapter 119. The Beast God's Pressure, the Abyssal Serpent. Hidden Task, Slay the Abyssal Serpent. Task Reward, Artifact Appraisal Scroll, X1. Upon viewing the task details, Liu Xuan's eyes ignited with fervor. He currently possessed an unidentified artifact, the Blood Demon Symbiotic Ring. If he could complete this task, he would be able to appraise the ring immediately. The power of an artifact was indisputable. Even if the Blood Demon Symbiotic Ring could not compare to the Dog of the Earth talisman, it surely would not be weak. However, he quickly suppressed the excitement swelling within him. The more generous the reward, the greater the peril often entailed. A serpent described as formidable by a being of Hong Li's stature could only be imagined in terms of terror. Yet, given the current circumstances, he had little choice. Rather than remain trapped in the Illusion Beast Valley, it would be better to feign compliance, waiting for an opportunity to escape once he entered the serpent's domain. Senior, I accept this challenge. Liu Xuan lifted his head, a smile gracing his face. Whether or not he became the master of the Illusion Beast Valley mattered not. It was primarily his innate kindness that compelled him. Hong Li, upon hearing this, allowed a meaningful smile to curve her crimson lips, choosing not to expose his ulterior motives. Wind, at your service. A flash of azure light darted through the air. A young man with a stern countenance, his upper body bare and muscles sculpted, knelt before Hong Li, displaying utmost respect. Liu Xuan immediately employed his appraisal technique on the youth. Name, Ling Feng. Level, LV60. Health, 2, 500, 0002, 500, 000. Attack, 40, 000. Defense, 20, 000. Skill, Transformation of the Divine Kanjiing Beast. Liu Xuan's pupils contracted imperceptibly. The youth appeared to be of similar age to Chu Chun and his companions, yet astonishingly, he had reached level 60, equivalent to the Master Realm. The power of this Phantom Beast Valley was indeed unfathomable. Take him to the Serpent of Magic Forest, Hong Li commanded. Ling Feng's body trembled slightly, seemingly taken aback. Yet he immediately bowed his head in compliance, replying, yes. In the next moment, azure light erupted around him, his form distorting and expanding, instantly transforming into a magnificent giant Kanjiing eagle adorned with 4 pairs of resplendent azure feathers. As his wings unfurled, they stirred a powerful gust of wind. Whoosh! The azure light flashed again, and Liu Xuan felt as if his body were enveloped by a gentle force. In the blink of an eye, he found himself soaring high above the Phantom Beast Valley. He gazed down to behold a realm shrouded in mist, with bizarre peaks rising prominently, where a multitude of fantastical beasts frolicked, soared, and played, creating a scene of serene and harmonious paradise. Void God Technique, Liu Xuan silently intoned, attempting to tear through the fabric of space to escape. This area is protected by a barrier. Void God Technique is ineffective. A barrier? Liu Xuan's gaze swept across the seemingly ordinary sky, his brow furrowing tightly. Boom. Just then, an extremely violent and chaotic aura, imbued with an essence of destruction, surged from below, sending a chill through his heart. The divine Kanjiing eagle, transformed from Ling Feng, dove down, landing steadily on the edge of a certain area. Here, the atmosphere starkly contrasted the tranquility within the valley. Before him lay a forest enveloped in thick, inky black mist, desolate, eerie, and permeated with an ominous aura. Within the swirling black fog, the distorted outlines of withered trees could be faintly discerned, resembling clawing phantoms. This was indeed the entrance to the Serpent of Magic Forest. Ling Feng reverted to his human form, standing at the threshold, his expression complex as he regarded Liu Xuan, solemnly stating, "Step inside." Liu Xuan noticed a fleeting glimmer of sympathy deep within his eyes. His heart stirred, a smile blossoming on his face as he took a step closer, casually draping an arm around Ling Feng's shoulder. "Brother, may I inquire about the cultivation level of the abyssal magic serpent within? It would help me prepare mentally. Moreover, if I were to slay it, it would serve as a substantial boon for your Phantom Beast Valley, would it not?" Ling Feng's body stiffened slightly, seemingly unaccustomed to such familiarity, yet he did not push Liu Xuan away. His gaze shifted back towards the foreboding Serpent of Magic Forest, wariness deepening in his eyes as he murmured, "You need only know that the forest itself is more terrifying than the serpent." With that, he ceased to speak, transforming into a streak of azure light and vanishing in an instant. More fearsome than the serpent itself? Liu Xuan pondered this statement, his expression growing grave as he regarded the roiling black mist. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to step into the realm of the Serpent of Magic Forest. Buzz. The moment his body fully crossed into the black mist, a terrifying pressure crashed down upon him. You are affected by residual beast god pressure. Level forcibly reduced to level 10. A system notification appeared. Liu Xuan's complexion changed dramatically, as he instantaneously felt his strength draining away, his body becoming unbearably heavy and weak. However, just as despair began to settle in his heart, believing disaster was imminent, another series of notifications chimed in. For unknown reasons, Beast God pressure is ineffective against you. Level restoration in progress, complete. The oppressive weight receded like a tide, and the strength he had lost returned in an instant. So it is. Liu Xuan was initially taken aback, but soon a jubilant smile illuminated his face. He grasped the meaning behind Ling Feng's words. The forest was suffused with residual Beast God pressure, exerting a formidable suppressive effect on all who entered. For him, it meant a decrease in level. For others, it could cause a regression in their cultivation. It might even affect Earth Immortals. This was likely the reason the abyssal magic serpent had managed to survive to this day. Hong Li, an Earth Immortal outside, would surely be suppressed to the Great Master Realm or lower upon entry, which explained her reluctance to take risks. Yet, he was immune to this suppression. Ha ha ha, heaven is aiding me. Liu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. No longer fearful, he flashed forward, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the thick black mist. Shortly after Liu Xuan's figure disappeared entirely, the entrance to the Serpent of Magic Forest shimmered, and Hong Li, along with the returning Ling Feng, materialized. Casting a glance in the direction Liu Xuan had vanished, Ling Feng could not help but ask, Your Majesty, he possesses the precious bloodline of the true dragon. Why would you still allow him to venture here? Hong Li's stunning visage bore no expression. Her gaze profound. That serpent devours the magic energy of this land, growing stronger by the day. If we do not eliminate it soon, once it breaks through its bottleneck and fully masters the secrets of this forest, even I may not be able to suppress it from outside. The Phantom Beast Valley will face annihilation. After a pause, she continued, If he can slay the serpent for us, it would prove that he indeed bears great fortune, possibly even being the chosen one of the Beast God. If not, her voice turned cold, it would indicate he is merely ordinary. And we must prepare to abandon this ancestral land and seek refuge elsewhere. But what if he is not, and dies in vain at the serpent's jaws? A flicker of compassion crossed Ling Feng's eyes. Your Majesty, why not let me accompany him for support? With my speed, I could swiftly lead him to safety should danger arise. Winds, Hong Li's tone suddenly sharpened, imbued with an undeniable authority. Remember your identity. We are the noble descendants of the Beast God, not those indecisive humans. We may be ruthless to our enemies, but we must never show mercy to our prey. This is the law of survival. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, a thunderous explosion erupted from deep within the Serpent of Magic Forest. Following that was an immensely powerful shockwave, sweeping forth with magical energy, causing the black mist at the entrance to churn violently. Hong Li's expression changed drastically. Not good. Does this mean the serpent is about to break through? She could no longer afford to reprimand Ling Feng. With a graceful motion, she transformed into a streak of red light and dashed unhesitatingly into the Serpent of Magic Forest. Seeing this, Ling Feng gritted his teeth and immediately transformed into an eagle. Following closely behind, boom. The moment they both stepped into the realm of the Serpent of Magic Forest, their expressions shifted dramatically. Hong Li let out a muffled groan as her aura plummeted visibly, plummeting from the Earth Immortal realm to the Great Master level, and it continued to decline. Horror and pallor spread across her flawless visage. Ling Feng fared no better, being suppressed from the Master realm to the innate stage, his wings dimming. What secrets does this cursed place conceal? As Hong Li felt the remnants of her power dwindling, a tempest of turmoil surged within her heart. I have attained the Earth Immortal path. Why can this place suppress me to such a degree? Your Majesty, look over there. Ling Feng pointed towards the depths of the forest, where the energy fluctuations grew increasingly violent. Let us go. Hong Li summoned her strength and rapidly sped towards the source of the energy surge. Ling Feng strained to flap his wings and keep up. At the deepest part of the Serpent of Magic Forest, in a vast clearing, Liu Xuan held his breath, concealed behind a long-dead yet remarkably resilient giant tree. His gaze fixed intently on the colossal creature in the clearing. It was a terrifying serpent, exceeding 1,000 meters in length. Its body was entirely cloaked in profound, jet-black scales, from which viscous magical energy seeped continuously, coalescing into swirling black mist around it. Its head was grotesque, with crimson vertical pupils that radiated pure savagery and a desire for annihilation. A massive fleshly tumor bulged upon its brow, as if something within yearned to break free. Attempting to probe, the target's information could not be discerned. Please elevate the probing techniques level. The inability to assess indicated that the creature was at least at the Grandmaster level, causing a chill to run through Liu Xuan's heart. Suddenly, an unprecedented transformation occurred. The abyssal serpent coiled its massive form, rearing back to emit a piercing shriek that echoed through the air. The magical energy surrounding it surged inward like rivers converging into the sea, escalating to an overwhelming aura that sent shivers through the very essence of the surrounding magical realm. In the sky, a dark energy vortex began to form ominously. Could it be on the verge of a breakthrough? Liu Xuan's complexion changed dramatically, and he could no longer afford to conceal himself. Utilizing the sword control technique, he flashed into the air above the abyssal serpent's head, where countless golden sword phantoms materialized behind him, exuding an aura of unmatched sharpness. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. With a thunderous roar, the space around Liu Xuan trembled as innumerable dazzling golden motes sprung into existence. In an instant, they coalesced into a sweeping river of golden sword shadows, unleashing a piercing wail as they cascaded down upon the coiled abyssal serpent below. Human vermin. A hoarse voice resounded through the serpent grove. The abyssal serpent's crimson pupils locked onto Liu Xuan, filled with an overwhelming wrath at the perceived affront. Its massive maw opened, unleashing a beam of pitch-black energy imbued with a destructive essence, a death ray that tore through space and struck with speed surpassing Liu Xuan's ability to react. In that critical moment, Liu Xuan's pupils constricted, and he pushed the sword control technique to its utmost limit in a desperate attempt to evade. But the beam was far too swift. Transforming into a serpent, he had no choice but to brace himself. With a low growl, his body expanded and morphed into a fearsome, jet-black dragon. Boom! The black energy beam collided forcefully with the colossal form of the dragon, erupting in a blinding spray of blood, accompanied by the deafening sound of shattering scales. Liu Xuan felt an irresistible force strike him, sending his massive dragon form careening backward like a stone cast by an ancient giant, crashing through countless corrupted ancient trees and carving a deep trench into the ground. To his horror, he realized that nearly half of his health had evaporated from that single blow. How could this be? His heart raced in disbelief. After transforming, his health had surged 30-fold, surpassing 20 million. With the innate immunity to damage from the dragon god's essence and his own defensive reductions, it meant that the abyssal serpent's attack had likely approached 15 million in damage. Curse you, human! The abyssal serpent's anguished wail reverberated throughout the grove, as the torrential downpour of golden sword shadows engulfed its massive form entirely. 67530, 67530. A multitude of genuine damage numbers erupted above its head, visibly depleting its health by nearly a third in an instant. Boom! The abyssal serpent writhed in pain, its enormous body contracting rapidly as it transformed into a blurred black streak, slipping out of the core area of the 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Roar! The dragon, embodying Liu Xuan, emitted a furious dragon's roar. Stabilizing its backward flight, the dragon's tail struck the void with a powerful gust, resembling a dark mountain as it lashed out at the abyssal serpent above. However, the abyssal serpent moved with astonishing speed, effortlessly evading the forceful strike with a mere twitch of its form. Damn it! A sense of dread washed over Liu Xuan. The duration of his serpent transformation expired, and a flash of light forced him back into human form, suspended in the air amidst sword shadows, his expression grave. Just then, Hong Li and Ling Feng, who had just arrived, concealed themselves behind a massive dead tree, witnessing the breathtaking clash unfold, their faces etched with shock. He actually managed to injure the abyssal serpent? Ling Feng's voice trembled with disbelief. In Hong Li's beautiful eyes, a myriad of colors sparkled, her breath quickening involuntarily. He and the abyssal serpent were both unaffected by the suppression of this realm. Could he truly be the chosen heir of the beast god? Human, you have ruined my chance to break through. I will tear you to shreds and devour your soul. The abyssal serpent descended into a frenzied rage, its magical energy boiling over. Its form swelled once more, its colossal maw opening wide to form a gargantuan black hole, drawing Liu Xuan in with suffocating force at an alarming speed. Liu Xuan's gaze remained fixed on the serpent's health bar, now barely half full. He could not delay any longer. Taking a deep breath, the two mysterious platinum dragon patterns at the corners of his eyes seemed to come alive, radiating with brilliant divine light. Roar! An ancient, majestic, and overwhelming dragon's roar erupted, resonating through the layers of magical mist, echoing across the heavens. Boom! The heavens shifted in hue. The sky above the serpent grove was instantaneously engulfed by endless dark clouds, with blood-red lightning crackling violently within, roaring in fury. In the next moment, to the stunned gazes of Hong Li and Ling Feng, a colossal chaotic dragon, stretching 10,000 meters and veiling the sky, broke through the clouds and manifested before them. Its body was adorned with chaotic scales, surrounded by an endless flow of chaotic energy, with antlers, a lion's mane, eagle claws, and a fish tail, sacred, majestic, ancient, and powerful. In comparison, The once mighty abyssal serpent now appeared as nothing more than an insignificant black worm. Upon ascending to level 2, the dragon god's body experienced a 100-fold increase in health, attack, defense, and speed. Transformed into the dragon god, its length surged from a mere 1,000 meters to a staggering 10,000. Boom. The dragon bowed its head, its massive maw opening wide as a chaos-infused beam of destruction, exceeding several dozen meters in diameter, erupted forth like the primordial light that created the heavens and the earth. The abyssal serpent could not even utter a cry of anguish before its enormous body was effortlessly pierced by the chaotic beam, leaving a gigantic void in its center, as flesh and magical energy were obliterated in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Liu Xuan showed no mercy. The dragon's maw opened and closed repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of smaller, yet still terrifying chaos beams, striking down with the ferocity of a tempest upon the abyssal serpent's mangled form. The serpent's health plummeted rapidly. It attempted to struggle, to resist, but against the overwhelming force of Liu Xuan as the dragon god, all its efforts were in vain. Ultimately, its shattered body plummeted to the earth like a falling star, emitting a mournful wail as it crashed down, creating a terrifying crater over a kilometer in diameter. 1,000 meters away, Hong Li and Ling Feng were hurled through the air by the aftermath of the battle, finding themselves in a state of utter disarray. Yet, at that moment, they were entirely oblivious to their own plight, gazing upward with eyes filled with profound reverence and dread at the chaotic divine dragon hovering above. A chilling pressure, emanating from the very depths of their bloodlines and the core of their souls, caused their bodies to tremble uncontrollably, as if they were about to kneel in submission. "Spare us, great dragon god, spare us." At the bottom of the pit, the abyssal serpent emitted a faint yet intensely fearful wail. Liu Xuan's gaze was frigid, devoid of any emotion. The duration of the dragon god's form was limited. Afterwards, he would succumb to a debilitating weakness lasting an hour, and he needed to decisively vanquish his adversary before that time. The dragon opened its mouth once more, an endless torrent of chaotic energy swirling and compressing, forming a chaotic dragon breath orb over 100 meters in diameter, radiating an aura of annihilation. With a resounding boom, the orb descended like a divine thunderclap, not with an earth-shattering explosion, but rather with an absolute obliteration. In the wake of its luminous passage, the remaining flesh, bones, and even the soul imprint of the abyssal serpent were entirely erased, vanishing into nothingness. Its health bar was instantaneously drained to zero. As the terrifying dragon might enveloping the heavens and earth receded like a tide, the colossal dragon's form dissipated, and Liu Xuan, pale-faced, reverted to his human shape. A profound emptiness surged within him, causing his body to involuntarily plummet from the sky. He fought against his weakness, quickly retrieving and swallowing a great mana recovery pill. Successfully used Great Mana Recovery Pill X1, recovering 5,000 mana. The swordsmanship technique activated beneath him, cushioning his fall and allowing him to land steadily at the bottom of the vast pit. His gaze was immediately drawn to the mountain of gold coins amassed at the pit's base. Atop the pile floated 2 luminous orbs exuding an ancient aura. Upon focusing on one of the orbs, his eyes sparkled with elation. Could it be? He hastily extended his hand to touch the orb. As the light dissipated, a talisman, identical in shape, size, and aura to the one he had previously acquired, the dog talisman, materialized. But this one was inscribed on both sides with the divine script of the snake and an enigmatic serpent totem, settling securely in his palm. Snake talisman artifact, not yet identified. Indeed, a wave of overwhelming joy surged through Liu Xuan's heart. He had now obtained both the dog talisman and the snake talisman. This implied that such talismans totaled 12 in number, one corresponding to each zodiac sign. Moreover, these 12 zodiac talismans were exclusive, divine artifacts of the heavenly reversal dragon god profession. Hiss! Liu Xuan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Truly, the might of a profession unaccepted by the heavens was astounding. 12 exclusive artifacts. He endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, casting a fervent gaze toward the other orb. Touching it, the light faded away, revealing a medallion of ancient design, radiating a primal majesty. One side bore the totem of all beasts in submission, while the other inscribed the powerful characters for Beast God. Beast God Medallion Artifact, not yet identified. Successfully defeated the LV-89 Lord-level boss, Abyssal Serpent, gaining 80 million experience points. 8 million gold. Beast God Medallion X1, Snake Talisman X1. Another artifact. Chapter 121, The Golden War God, Welcome the New King. Liu Xuan's eyes burned with fervor. However, he soon found himself in a quandary. Having slain the Abyssal Serpent, he had effectively completed the triggered hidden task, but the reward was merely an artifact identification scroll. Yet he had 3 artifacts awaiting identification. In that moment, he began to waver, uncertain of which artifact to identify first. Task completed. Received Artifact Identification Scroll X1. A choice must be made. Liu Xuan forced himself to regain composure and swiftly analyzed his options. First, he eliminated the Blood Demon Symbiotic Ring from consideration. He quickly reached his initial conclusion. Although it was also an artifact, his intuition suggested that the Blood Demon Symbiotic Ring would likely pale in comparison to the Snake Talisman and the Beast God Medallion. The focus was now between the Snake Talisman and the Beast God Medallion. His brow furrowed. The Snake Talisman, as an exclusive artifact of the heavenly reversal dragon god profession, was undoubtedly powerful. Considering the extraordinary resurrection ability of the Dog Talisman, the skills of the Snake Talisman would surely be remarkable as well. However, this also meant it might possess auxiliary or special effect skills that could not be immediately translated into combat prowess. Yet at present, he was situated in the illusory Beast Valley, facing the threat of a woman with the prowess of an earthly immortal. Although he had triumphed over the serpent, who could guarantee the other party would honor their promise? He had to prepare for the worst, ensuring he possessed sufficient leverage for self-preservation or even retaliation. Moreover, the sea beast had indicated that Hong Li was a descendant of the beast god, and he had just obtained the beast god medallion. There had to be some profound connection between the two. Taking a gamble, he decided to identify the beast god medallion first. Liu Xuan took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Survival and initiative were paramount. No longer hesitating, he took out the artifact identification scroll and directed it toward the beast god medallion. With a hum, the scroll transformed into countless colorful specks of light that surged into the medallion. The surface's mottled markings rapidly faded, revealing the totem of myriad beasts and the characters for beast god with unparalleled clarity, emanating a primordial authority that commanded all beasts. The attributes of the beast god medallion then materialized. Beast god medallion artifact: Strength 5000, Constitution 5000. Equipment requirement: Level 50. Skill: Master of Beasts, passive when equipped. Immune to 50 of any damage from beast-type entities. Beast God's Descent. Active summons a LV 100 Beast God apparition to descend upon the world, lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown: 15 natural days. Wow. Even though Liu Xuan had prepared himself mentally, he found himself unable to suppress the tremor in his pupils, inhaling sharply as his breath became rapid. This was it. He was now completely secure. Overcome with excitement, he nearly trembled. The passive effect of Master of Beasts was straightforward yet astonishingly powerful. Immunity to 50 of beast damage. What did this imply? It meant that beings like Hong Li, as descendants of the beast god, would have their power halved in his presence. Furthermore, let us not forget that his profession skill, Dragon God's Essence, could also grant immunity to 20 of any damage. With these effects combined, he achieved a staggering 70 reduction in damage from beast enemies. In light of this, he was confident that Hong Li was no match for him. Moreover, the active skill, Beast God's Descent, was arguably his strongest trump card at present, a LV 100 Beast God apparition. Based on his estimations, the realm of an earthly immortal likely corresponded to levels 90 to 99. Thus, this level 100 entity would be a being that surpassed earthly immortals. Although it lasted only 30 seconds, during that time, he could nearly walk unimpeded across Blue Star. It seemed that the time to dominate Blue Star was indeed drawing near. Liu Xuan clenched the icy beast god medallion tightly, feeling the immense power contained within. His heart swelling with excitement, he swiftly stored the snake talisman and the mountain of gold coins at his feet into his system backpack. Attempting to stow the beast god medallion as well, he discovered it could not function in his backpack like the dog talisman. Reluctantly, he withdrew it and equipped it instead. Then, in a flash, the sword light shimmered. He soared out of the deep pit, yet did not immediately depart from the serpent of magic forest. To ensure his safety, he resolved to wait for 40 minutes until the weakened state of the dragon god's form had passed. Finding a relatively intact ancient tree, Liu Xuan settled cross-legged beneath it and retrieved the skill fusion scroll he had obtained earlier. Skill fusion scroll. Upon usage, it allows the fusion of 2 compatible skills, resulting in a brand new, more powerful skill. He activated the scroll, which transformed into motes of light and vanished. Detected that the skill golden body and the skill spirit of the prairie meet the fusion criteria. Do you wish to fuse? Yes. Fusion successful. Acquired a brand new skill, Golden War God. Golden War God LV1. Entering the Golden War God form. 1 condenses all bodily power and strikes with a fist imbued with the will of destruction, inflicting 20 times the attack power as physical damage on a single target. During the punch, the user is in a state of invulnerability, immune to all control effects. If the target's health is below 2, There is a 10 chance to trigger the instant death effect. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Magic cost, 10,000 points. Can consume 50 skill points to upgrade. Wow, 20 times damage. Coupled with invulnerability and an instant death condition, this is simply a godly skill capable of annihilation. Liu Xuan was overjoyed. He suppressed his excitement and hurriedly checked his remaining skill points. Skill points, 289. Without hesitation, he directly upgraded the Golden War God. Successfully consumed 50 skill points. Golden War God upgraded to LV2. Successfully consumed 100 skill points. Golden War God upgraded to LV3. Golden War God LV3. Entering the Golden War God form. One condenses all bodily power and strikes with a fist imbued with the will of destruction, inflicting 60 times the attack power as physical damage on a single target. During the punch, the user is in a state of invulnerability, immune to all control effects. If the target's health is below 6, there is a 20 chance to trigger the instant death effect. Cooldown, 80 seconds. Magic cost, 30,000 points. Can consume 200 skill points to upgrade. 60 times. Liu Xuan felt his heart tremble. With his current attack power exceeding 70,000, combined with the Dragon God's might enhancing critical damage by 100, this punch would surpass 8 million in damage. Coupled with the instant death probability, it was nothing short of a bug-like single-target annihilation skill. Not far away, atop an ancient tree, a figure observed him. It must be him, the chosen one of the Beast God. It must be him. Hong Li gazed at Liu Xian's silhouette, her delicate frame trembling slightly with excitement, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unprecedented fervor and devotion. As her words fell, the black mist in the Serpent of Magic forest began to dissipate. She and Ling Feng, who had been suppressed, instantly regained their peak powers. Quickly, summon all members of the valley, prepare to welcome the new king. Hong Li's voice brimmed with urgency and solemnity. In the next moment, she returned to the palace in an instant, hastily bathing and changing her attire. When Liu Xuan's weakened state ended, and he stepped out of the Serpent of Magic forest with composure, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Under the silvery moonlight, led by Hong Li, dozens of members of the illusory Beast Valley, radiating formidable auras, stood in orderly formation in the clearing outside the forest. Hong Li donned a fitted dark red qipao adorned with golden patterns, accentuating her voluptuous figure exquisitely. Her long, straight, and jade-like legs shimmered enticingly in the moonlight. Behind her, Ling Feng and other members of the illusory Beast Valley gazed at him with fervent eyes, filled with awe and anticipation. Upon seeing Liu Xuan's flowing silver hair, the mysterious and noble platinum dragon pattern at the corner of his eye, and the ancient aura surrounding him that sent shivers through their very bloodlines, Hong Li inhaled deeply and knelt on one knee before him, doing so with utmost reverence. All members of the illusory Beast Valley followed suit, kneeling in unison like a tide, lowering their heads deeply. Hong Li's clear and respectful voice, accompanied by the sincere echoes of all members, resonated solemnly in the night sky of the valley. Welcome back, our king. Chapter 122, Shedding Armor, Capturing Hong Li. Liu Xuan halted his steps, momentarily stunned by the sight of Hong Li and the others kneeling before him. Is this woman truly so trustworthy? A wave of uncertainty washed over him as his gaze involuntarily fell upon Hong Li. The form-fitting qipao accentuated her breathtaking curves, particularly her long, ivory-like legs glimmering under the moonlight, captivating beyond measure. Wait, hadn't she previously stated that if I killed the abyssal serpent, she would become my woman? The thought flashed through his mind, causing his breath to quicken, a surge of warmth coursing through him. However, in the next instant, a strong instinct for caution quelled any fanciful thoughts. He quickly regained his composure. What nonsense! A being of terrestrial divine caliber would not so easily submit, let alone offer herself, merely based on a promise. There must surely be a plot behind this. Scanning the members of the illusory Beast Valley, he silently cast a probing spell, unable to probe the information of this target. After a thorough investigation, he discovered that, aside from Hong Li, there were as many as 5 individuals whose information could not be probed. This indicated that these 5 were at least Grandmaster level in strength. Most of the remaining members of the illusory Beast Valley, like Ling Feng, were concentrated at levels between 50 and 70, with only a few below level 50. This illusory Beast Valley's strength is indeed terrifying. Liu Xuan marveled inwardly, further convinced that this situation was far from simple. He needed to remain vigilant at all times. He maintained a calm demeanor as he approached the still kneeling Hong Li step by step. When he reached her side, she remained in her single-knee stance, her head bowed, showing no intent to rise, her posture exceedingly humble. Liu Xuan's brow furrowed slightly, Then a smile graced his face. Senior, what is the meaning of this? Such a grand gesture. I cannot accept. Hong Li's delicate form quivered slightly, her voice imbued with an unprecedented respect, even tinged with fear. She expressed her willingness to accept any punishment for her previous disrespect towards the king. Lifting her head, Liu Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice cooling a touch. Hong Li complied, raising her gaze. Her stunning visage was fully revealed to Liu Xuan, and what astonished him was that in her deep, captivating eyes, he perceived not humiliation or anger, but pure respect, fervent devotion, and a hint of indescribable admiration and anticipation. Could it be that this woman has truly submitted? Liu Xuan inhaled deeply, deciding to probe further. He deliberately adopted an icy tone laced with possessiveness. As per our agreement, I have slain the abyssal serpent. Therefore, as agreed, you shall be my woman from this moment forth. He fixed his gaze on Hong Li's eyes, missing not a single subtle change, awaiting the anticipated reaction of indignation or wrath. However, once again, he was met with disappointment. Upon hearing his words, Hong Li's eyes not only revealed no hint of resistance, but instead sparked with astonishing brilliance. The blush of shyness and anticipation deepened, her fair cheeks blooming with a delightful rosy hue, resembling a ripe peach. Her alluring red lips parted slightly, her voice trembling yet crystal clear as she responded. To serve the king is the utmost honor for Hong Li. This scene utterly surpassed Liu Xuan's expectations. Follow me, he commanded after a brief silence, turning towards the magnificent gem palace nestled within the Illusion Beast Valley. He was eager to observe just how far Hong Li could endure. Should she dare to strike when alone, he would not hesitate to eliminate her and annihilate the entire valley. Yes, Hong Li replied softly, rising to her feet and trailing behind him like the most obedient of handmaidens. Your Majesty, she spoke cautiously after a few steps. May I allow our kin to rise? Liu Xuan paused, turning to observe. He found Ling Feng and all the members of the Illusion Beast Valley still kneeling, motionless, as if they would remain in that position until the end of time without his permission. In their eyes, there was only piety and reverence. Witnessing this, Liu Xuan's expression grew complex. Were they truly so devoted? You may rise, he said slowly, his voice imbued with an unintentional peculiarity. Thank you, Your Majesty. They chorused in unison, their voices resonating with excitement as they stood, their gazes fervently following his figure. Liu Xuan chose not to speak further, continuing his advance, with Hong Li silently keeping pace behind him. Before long, they entered the gem palace. Outside, Ling Feng and the others awaited in silence. Brother Feng, where have the king and queen gone? Inquired a petite girl with fox ears, her curiosity evident. Xiao Yao, lower your voice. Do not disturb the king and queen. Ling Feng admonished softly. The king and queen are propagating their lineage. How impressive! Bai Yao Yao exclaimed, her eyes filled with longing. The king must possess a remarkably powerful bloodline. I also wish to propagate with the king. Then you must diligently cultivate, Ling Feng replied. Only by becoming as formidable as the queen will you be worthy of bearing the king's offspring. I will strive with all my might, Bai Yao Yao affirmed resolutely. Deep within the palace, before the immense bed that once confined Liu Xuan, he gazed at the tall and imposing Hong Li. Despite her current humble demeanor, the innate aura of a queen could not be concealed. Disrobe, Liu Xuan commanded, his expression impassive, uttering the words as a final test and a direct affront. Awaiting her reaction. What? Hong Li appeared momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of confusion flashing in her beautiful eyes. Since you have acknowledged yourself as my woman. Liu Xuan's voice turned icy, laced with undeniable dominance. Then anything I wish to do to you should not be met with refusal, should it? In an instant, Hong Li comprehended his intent. She displayed no anger nor struggle, but merely lowered her eyelids slightly, her long lashes quivering. The next moment, her opulent dark red qipao, like scattered red light points in the wind, quietly vanished, revealing a form that could drive any man to madness. Liu Xuan's pupils constricted sharply, his breath momentarily halted, as if his very blood were boiling. Lie down, he managed to say, forcing himself to remain composed, his voice hoarse as he pointed to the large bed. Hong Li complied, her delicate feet bare as she gracefully approached the bed. Observing her enchanting silhouette, Liu Xuan suddenly contemplated. She seems to be quite serious. This scenario was too theatrical. A powerful force bolstered by land deities and numerous grand masters would willingly surrender itself and its highest ruler for a mere promise? This was indeed hard to fathom. Returning to reality, his breathing grew heavier. He beheld Hong Li lying upon the bed, her arms gently shielding her most intimate areas. Her beautiful eyes shimmering with affection, her cheeks flushed with the shyness of first experiencing intimacy and an endless anticipation. In that moment, all schemes and traps faded from Liu Xuan's mind. regardless of any deceit, in such a situation, unless he were not a normal man. Even the mightiest of beings would find it irresistible. The following morning, a beam of sword light hurriedly departed from the illusion Beast Valley. Upon the sword light, Liu Xuan's complexion appeared slightly pale, and his lips felt parched. He recalled the nearly frenzied entanglement of the previous night, still feeling as if he were in a dream. The fact that Hong Li, possessing the cultivation of a land deity, truly devoted herself entirely to him, becoming his woman, was astonishing. There were no conspiracies, no traps, only an overwhelming fervor and harmony. Yet, what struck him profoundly was that, in terms of physical stamina, he, the bearer of the dragon god bloodline, had succumbed first. He barely managed to suppress the weakness in his legs as he departed. There must be a disparity in our levels of strength, he mused. Gazing down at the ever-shrinking illusion Beast Valley, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth, blending reminiscence with anticipation. Just wait. When my power truly rivals that of the land deities, you shall know my might. In the square outside the gem palace, Hong Li's figure appeared silently. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, devoid of makeup, yet she radiated a captivating glow unlike any other time. An air of profound nobility surrounded her, with her once cold, queenly demeanor softened by a touch of languor and maturity, rendering her irresistibly alluring. She gazed skyward towards the horizon where Liu Xuan had vanished, her delicate hand gently caressing her abdomen, her beautiful eyes shimmering with varied colors as she murmured softly, "What the oceans will foretold has proven true." She could distinctly feel that after uniting with Liu Xuan, her bloodline had begun to exhibit remarkable signs of evolution. Even the once distant and obscure barriers to the realm above the land deities had become somewhat clearer. On Tianjin Mountain, the winds howled. Liu Xuan's figure materialized out of thin air. He took a moment to compose himself before preparing to retrieve the sword sect token, attempting to see if he could activate the instance. However, just as he was about to draw out the token, a sudden hum erupted. The massive sword inquiry stone on the ground unexpectedly burst forth with dazzling brilliance, vibrating incessantly. Simultaneously, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. "Kid, you've come." "Old man." Liu Xuan gasped, his pupils contracting in shock as he looked up at the sword inquiry stone. There, a nearly transparent figure hung in the air, seemingly ready to dissipate with the wind, its outline vaguely recognizable as Li Wujing. "What has happened to you?" Liu Xuan's heart raced, his brow furrowing deeply. The Li Wujing before him bore no resemblance to the once disheveled, yet vibrant Grand Master of Sword Dao. Now, he appeared as a dim, hunched specter, his face gaunt and lifeless, exuding an aura of decay and stillness, undeniably a soul on the brink of obliteration. Time and fate, Li Wujing's gaze fell upon Liu Xuan, surprisingly devoid of anger or resentment, replaced instead by a profound and unshakable concern. "Kid, I am already dead. What remains is but a fragment of my soul, barely clinging to life through the residual sword intent of this sword inquiry stone." His frail spirit trembled. "You must exercise utmost caution with Yifeng. He has colluded with the earth beasts and cultivated a vile technique capable of devouring other source power. Remember, tread carefully and safeguard yourself." Upon hearing this, Liu Xuan's mood darkened significantly. Although his time spent with Li Wujing was brief, the kindness of imparting sword techniques and gifting him the sect leader's token remained etched in his heart. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said, "Old man, wait for me a moment." No sooner had the words left his lips than the space beside him twisted, and his figure vanished in an instant. Almost the next second, a rift in space tore open once more, and Liu Xuan reappeared, holding 7 or 8 bottles of various white spirits, ranging from inexpensive erguotu to the exquisite matai. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Wujing's ethereal visage momentarily froze, before a realization dawned upon him, leading to a hearty laugh filled with relief and a hint of choked emotion. "Huh? Splendid. I truly did not misjudge you. Young man, you must live well." He chuckled, yet tears of spirit light shimmered at the corners of his eyes. How could he not harbor hatred for Yifeng's treachery and his teacher's murder? Yet, he was even less willing to see Liu Xuan embroiled in danger for the sake of revenge. "Old man, rest assured." Liu Xuan swiftly twisted the caps off all the bottles while gazing intently at the remnant spirit of Li Wujing. "Not only will I live well, but I will also personally slay that scoundrel Yifeng and cleanse our ranks." As he spoke, he raised the bottle of fine liquor high and slowly poured it over the sword question stone. The clear spirit soaked into the engraved markings on the stone, as if conducting a silent rite. The air thickened with the rich aroma of alcohol. Watching Liu Xuan's actions, Li Wujing's spirit trembled slightly, a mix of comfort and sorrow flickering in his eyes. He solemnly cautioned, "Young man, do not become fixated on avenging me. The pressing matter is to unravel the secrets hidden within the sect leader's token." Yi Feng and the Earth Beast's relentless pursuit of it proves that it harbors a power even they fear. Only by mastering it can you truly acquire the strength for self-preservation. I shall. Liu Xuan finished pouring the last bottle and carelessly tossed the empty vessel aside. A smile gracing his face. Old man, I have good news for you. Using the 10,000 swords returning to the sect technique, I dispatched an old scoundrel named Yin Wentian from the Fury Gate. What? Li Wuji's spirit jolted violently, disbelief etched across his face, followed by excitement. Young man, don't jest with me. That Yin old ghost is reputed to be the strongest beneath the earth immortal. Even in my prime, I might not have been his match. Did you truly? Old man, when have I ever deceived you? Liu Xuan interjected, his tone calm, yet imbued with confidence. Not only did I slay Yin Wentian, but I also took down over a dozen Grand Masters and nearly 20 Masters. How about that? Did I bring you shame? By the heavens, is this true? Li Wuji's spirit quivered with excitement, radiating with a brighter light. Well done, well done. Ha! As expected of someone I, Li Wuji, have chosen. Truly impressive. He laughed heartily, filled with pride for Liu Xuan's prowess. However, as his fervent emotions surged, his already ethereal form began to thin visibly, wisps of spirit light drifting away. Liu Xuan fell silent, merely picking up a half-full bottle of liquor nearby and taking a swig. The sharp liquid slid down his throat as he gazed steadily at Li Wuji, conveying farewell and promise. Young man, live well. I shall watch over you from below. Li Wuji's voice grew weaker, casting one last deep gaze at Liu Xuan, filled with boundless comfort, hope, and blessings. Ultimately, his spirit dissolved into a myriad of twinkling firefly-like lights, merging with the sword-questioned stone, dissipating into the cosmos. After a long while, as the mountain wind dispersed the rich scent of alcohol, Liu Xuan slowly rose from the ground, draining the remaining liquor in one gulp. Yi Feng, Earth Beast, he murmured, his gaze icy. The child of destiny and the will of the earth, is it? Very well, let us see who will ultimately prevail. He discarded the empty bottle and retrieved the sect token. However, the token remained unresponsive, failing to activate the dungeon entrance as he had anticipated. Is it not here? Disappointment washed over him as he stowed the token away, intuition whispering that entering the sword sect dungeon would yield immense enhancement. Buzz. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out to find a call from Chu Chun. Hello, Brother Chu. As soon as he answered, Chu Chun's anxious voice rang out. Liu Xuan, where are you? Are you all right? I'm fine. Liu Xuan collected his thoughts, his tone returning to normal. I had some personal matters to attend to last night. What's wrong? As long as you're all right, we were all so worried. Chu Chun visibly relaxed. This morning, Miss Qin hurriedly woke us up, saying you had gone missing. Please tell her I'm fine and that she needn't worry. Yes, I will. After a pause, Chu Chen's tone became serious again. Brother Liu, there's another matter. The upper management has asked me to consult you regarding something. What is it? Liu Xuan inquired. They said it's inconvenient to discuss over the phone. Would it be possible for us to meet at the hotel lounge? We can discuss it in person if you're available. All right, I'll be there shortly. At the Longting Hotel Lounge, just as Chu Chen hung up, Liu Xuan's figure appeared before him, as if conjured from thin air. What the hell? Chu Chun jumped from the sofa, and after recognizing Liu Xuan, he patted his chest, a bitter smile on his face. Brother Liu, your entrance is rather terrifying. I can't help it. Liu Xuan shrugged, a helpless smile on his face. The Void God technique imparted by Senior Long is simply too effective. I couldn't resist using it. Young Master Liu. At that moment, Qin Yuga and others hurried into the lounge. Seeing Liu Xuan unharmed, Qin Yuga visibly relaxed and quickly approached, her beautiful eyes filled with concern and curiosity. Young Master Liu, what on earth happened last night? Why did I suddenly faint? I don't know either. Liu Xuan feigned confusion. Didn't you say you were going to check my body? The moment I closed my eyes, you suddenly collapsed. I checked and found your breathing steady, as if you were asleep, so I didn't have the heart to wake you. Just then, I had a sudden urgent matter and left. Checking your body. Chu Chun and the others immediately seized upon this key phrase, their gazes darting back and forth between Liu Xuan and Qin Yuga, their faces adorned with ambiguous smiles. Leah even puffed out her cheeks, half jokingly and half seriously accusing. Yuga, how could you think of keeping this all to yourself? That's rather inconsiderate. I didn't. Qin Yuga, suddenly faced with this accusation, was at a loss for words. Remembering her true intentions from last night, her cheeks flushed bright red, akin to a ripe tomato, embarrassed enough to wish for a hole to hide in. All right, let us get back to business. Liu Xuan seized the opportunity to redirect the conversation. Brother Chu, the company is looking for me. What's the matter? At Liu Xuan's words, Chu Chen's demeanor quickly turned serious. He straightened his posture and solemnly stated, a few days ago, didn't the warriors from Dongying invade the Mo family's Tiangong city and slaughter many of our compatriots? Afterward, the higher-ups dispatched envoys to the Dongying imperial court for stern negotiations, demanding an explanation and the severe punishment of Abe Jino. However, the people of the Eastern Land not only vehemently denied the allegations and engaged in various forms of sophistry, but they also conspired with the Eagle Nation and other factions to exert pressure upon us, attempting to downplay the incident with a veneer of nonchalance. He paused, a glint of severity flashing in his eyes. In just a few days, it will coincide with the Eastern Land's once-in-2 decades Yada Festival. This festival, ostensibly a tribute to their legendary calamity deity, the Yada no Orochi, serves, in reality, as a means to select and create human vessels to bear the power of the Yada no Orochi. Thus, the higher-ups have decided. Chu Chen's voice lowered. Utilizing their own tactics against them, we shall organize a hunting expedition directly targeting their Yada Festival to avenge our fallen compatriots. This operation will be wholly managed by the company. However, to maintain secrecy, the number of participants should not be excessive. Quality over quantity is paramount. Therefore, the company wishes to inquire about your willingness. Chu Chen's gaze bore into Liu Xuan. Brother Liu, do you have any interest in causing upheaval in the Eastern Land? Upon hearing this, Liu Xuan's eyes ignited with remarkable brilliance. His next plan was indeed to venture to the Eastern Land for advancement, and he had been troubled by the lack of a suitable opportunity and legitimate identity. This was akin to finding a pillow when one was in need of sleep. If he were to charge in alone, he would inevitably face a myriad of troubles and public scrutiny afterward. However, if he were to represent the company in executing a covert mission, the nature of the situation would be entirely different. Should any complications arise, the company and the higher-ups would naturally take responsibility. If things escalated, he could simply claim, I believe the company's intent was for me to cleanse the Eastern Land thoroughly. Chapter 124, Forming a Team. Unless he were the Golden War God, what was there to hesitate about? A cold light flashed in Liu Xuan's eyes as he spoke with unwavering resolve. To avenge our slain compatriots, I, Liu Xuan, shall not shirk this opportunity. Please relay to Senior Long that I accept this mission. I will ensure the people of the Eastern Land remember the fury of the sovereign nation. Brother Liu, the company stipulates that if you decide to participate, you may independently form a team with a high degree of autonomy, Chu Chen stated, taking a deep breath. Therefore, Brother Liu, I must insist on joining your team. His eyes were icy. I have yet to personally strike down the Eastern Land scoundrels. This is the perfect occasion to test my blade. I must go as well. Lu Ming immediately chimed in, his voice trembling with excitement. Most of those who perished at the hands of the Eastern Land were my fellow disciples of the Mo family. If I do not avenge this grudge, I shall be remiss before my ancestors. Add me to the list, Brother Liu, Zhang Yao succinctly declared, his body radiating with flickers of lightning, affirming his stance. Young Master Liu, if the opportunity arises, I too wish to contribute. Qin Yuga softly interjected, her gaze resolute. Xingu, I want to go too. I want to go? Leah eagerly raised her hand, her small face brimming with urgency. Can I go? Li Yuanwu, shrinking in the back, timidly spoke up. Lu Xian turned to Chu Chen. Did the company specify how many members a team should have? 7, Chu Chen replied. 7 members. Then, Lu Xian mused while stroking his chin. It's just like playing a game. Ideally, we should have a mage, an assassin, a support, a tank, a warrior, a marksman, and a healer. I'll be the warrior, Chu Chen quickly interjected, eager not to be overlooked. My swordsmanship is unparalleled. I will undoubtedly send that group of little buggers scurrying. I'll take the role of marksman, Lu Ming asserted, confidently thumping his chest. My heavenly engineering cube can transform into a peace cannon within its range. I will ensure the Eastern Land comprehends the true essence of peace. I specialize in lightning magic, so I should be the mage, Zhang Yao declared. Arcs of electricity crackling around him as if to affirm his words. I can serve as the healer, Qin Yuga said, her cheeks slightly flushed but her tone earnest. While my healing arts may not involve killing, it is my duty to save lives and dispel abnormal states. What about me? What role will I play? Leah looked around anxiously, watching as everyone else found their positions, fidgeting in place. Lu Xian chuckled at her adorable demeanor. You, my dear, are our little Ya. Little Ya, this operation is of utmost gravity and fraught with peril. Qin Yuga gently grasped Li Ya's hand, her voice tender yet resolute. We may find ourselves surrounded, unable to divert our attention. Your staying behind in the country would be our greatest support. Very well, Leah replied, though disappointment lingered in her eyes. She understood the importance of the situation and nodded obediently. Don't be disheartened, little Ya, Lu Xian said meaningfully. Trust me, it won't be long before you gain strength and can fight alongside us. That day is not far off. Though Leah could not yet sense the source of power and become a warrior, when the game descended, she would be able to create a character. At that time, everyone would be a player, and she would no longer feel disheartened. Really, Xinge? Can I truly? Lia's eyes sparkled with hope. I promise. Liu Xuan affirmed with utmost seriousness. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yuga felt a stirring in her heart. It seems young Master Liu is indeed a fortuitous benefactor for little Ya. Can I go too? Li Yuanwu summoned his courage once more, asking in a small voice. You cannot. Our positions conflict, Zhang Yao replied, glancing at Li Yuanwu. Unless you wish to be the tank and absorb the damage for us. Then, I won't go, Li Yuanwu's mouth twitched. Though he was robust in appearance, he practiced fire-based magic and lacked strong physical defenses. The thought of being used as a damage sponge by Liu Xuan and the others filled him with dread. He feared he would perish in a foreign land after only a few hits. Brother Liu, we still need an assassin, a support, and a tank. Chu Chun remarked with a smile. Brother Liu, you possess great strength and devastating abilities. You could play the assassin. As for the tank. Chu Chun pondered for a moment. I believe you are from the Golden family on the grasslands would be an excellent fit. Although she is a woman, the strength endowed by her golden bloodline is exceptionally formidable, making her a top-tier tank candidate. As for the support role, Lu Ming interjected. My heavenly engineering cube leans more toward functionality, providing various mechanical support. I am better suited to take on the support role. This way, we can free up the marksman position and invite Yuer's brother, Tuoba Ji, to join. Zhang Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Tuoba's true words Bao is indeed powerful. Having him as the marksman would be a wise choice. Have you all just decided on the team configuration and personnel in a matter of moments? Liu Xuan gazed at the animated discussion among his companions, bemused yet amused. However, his expression soon grew serious. I must remind you, this is not a game. We are delving into the heart of the Eastern Land, facing a backlash from the entire martial world there. While I may navigate these dangers with ease, I cannot guarantee the safety of each and every one of you amidst the chaos. Brother Liu, you need only focus on leading. Do not concern yourself with us. Chu Chan asserted, his expression resolute, representing the group. Since we dare to go, we place our lives on the line. Dying in battle is also our glory. In that case, Chu Chun, contact Senior Long immediately to report our team composition and roster, Liu Xuan commanded, recognizing their unwavering determination and refraining from further discouragement. He had faith that the higher-ups, having organized this mission, would possess comprehensive contingencies, likely including hidden guardians to protect them. Subsequently, Liu Xuan personally dialed the phone of Tuoba Ji, who was far away on the grasslands. At the end of the boundless grasslands, the snow-capped mountains loomed majestically, atop which stood a magnificent palace, shimmering with golden light. Tuoba Jigong abruptly ended the call with Liu Xuan, his face instantly illuminated by a surge of overwhelming joy. He leaped down from the towering palace roof, and before he even touched the ground, he raced like the wind into the depths of the palace. Sister, come out quickly. Pack your things. Your man has summoned us for a grand venture in the land of the East. In the innermost chamber of the palace, a secret room adorned with ancient golden totems, Tuoba Yupan sat cross-legged at the center, her aura of golden vitality flowing like molten lava around her. The golden patterns beneath her skin flickered intermittently before gradually converging into an enigmatic miniature totem on her smooth forehead. Haha, splendid. My precious daughter, congratulations. You have finally mastered the golden power within you, and will no longer be plagued by the threat of losing control, a resonant voice, filled with warmth and satisfaction, echoed through the chamber. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall and robust as a mountain, clad in traditional nomadic garb, gazed affectionately at Tuoba Yu. He was none other than Tuoba Lai, the contemporary patriarch of the Golden Clan. Sister, stop your training and come with me to meet your man. Tuoba Ji's boisterous voice reverberated as he pushed open the door to the secret chamber with a resounding bang. Tuoba Lai's expression darkened instantly, his tone grave as he admonished. Ji, your reckless behavior is unacceptable. Furthermore, I will warn you once more. Your sister is the next matriarch of our Golden Clan, bearing the purest golden bloodline. Her marriage is crucial to the future of our clan and cannot be bestowed upon an outsider. Father, my brother-in-law is not an outsider, Tuoba Ji retorted. His transformation into a golden physique proves that he possesses the golden bloodline. His recognition by the spirit of the prairie indicates he possesses a noble and sincere soul. Blessed by the will of the prairie, he and my sister are truly a match made in heaven. Nonsense. Tuoba Lai's brow furrowed, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. How could an outsider possibly possess our clan's golden bloodline? Achieving a golden physique may be mere coincidence and does not suffice. Unless he is the reincarnation of the golden war god depicted in our most sacred totem, he asserted, pointing to the ancient image on the wall that portrayed a majestic figure with an obscured visage, radiating brilliance akin to the sun, with flowing golden hair and a body adorned with perfect golden patterns. Otherwise, no matter who he is unworthy to be Yu's partner. Tuoba Ji gazed at the mural depicting the figure of immense strength and majesty, opening his mouth, but ultimately murmuring, "Father, your conditions are so stringent that it would be better to let my sister remain solitary for life. The Golden War God is our clan's eternal faith and the embodiment of our ancestors." Tuoba Ji attempted to reason with Tuoba Lai, yet according to ancient teachings, one must possess 100% purity of golden bloodline to become the Golden War God. But who, aside from our ancestor, could possibly possess such untainted lineage? "You are mistaken, Ji," Tuoba Lai replied, his gaze distant, filled with profound reverence. "The Golden War God represents not only our ancestor, but also symbolizes an exalted realm of power, embodying our clan's most potent inherited combat techniques. One does not need to possess perfect bloodline purity to become a war god. Rather, it is the one who truly comprehends the ultimate essence of the Golden War God who deserves the title and the capability to lead our clan back to glory." His gaze returned to Tuoba Yu, brimming with pride and expectation. "And you is the heir closest to our ancestors' bloodline in a millennium, with the greatest potential to comprehend and master the secrets of the Golden War God." His expression regained its authority as he glared at Tuoba Ji, warning, "So, should you dare to meddle and tarnish your sister's reputation, do you believe I won't use the Golden War Hammer to loosen your bones?" "Oh, understood," Tuoba Ji replied dismissively. Yet his heart was unfazed as he continued to exchange playful glances with Tuoba Yu. "Father, I wish to descend the mountain with my brother." Tuoba Yu opened her eyes, her voice calm, yet resolute. "Of course, my precious daughter." Tuoba Lai instantly donned a paternal smile as he addressed Tuoba Yu. "But you must heed my words. Never trust the sweet words of foreign men. Only a warrior bearing our noble golden bloodline possesses the most captivating charm and the mightiest power, and is thus the most suitable partner for you." 3 days swiftly passed. In the depths of the vast ocean, within a dreamlike realm constructed of coral and pearls, Liu Xuan breathed heavily, his seawater whip dispersing with a splash. Reverting to ordinary seawater, he gazed at the sea beast before him, still with closed eyes, an expression of rapture and satisfaction gracing her features. And he couldn't help but twitch his lips in exasperation, to ensure the impending journey to the east would be flawless. He had spent the last 3 days submerged in the ocean, solely focused on pleasing this embodiment of oceanic will. "Oh, how I wish that contract had been a master-servant one," he mused inwardly. Although the equal contract rendered him immune to the sea beast's harm, it also deprived him of the ability to command her forcefully. To persuade this divine entity, he had to cater to her whims. The crux of the matter was that the sea beast had rather peculiar inclinations. She was uninterested in treasures or power, yet had an odd preference for being tormented. These 3 days had exhausted him considerably. "Human, you have greatly satisfied me." The sea beast gradually opened her eyes, her gaze regaining the ethereal and divine quality that looked down upon all beings. She elegantly drifted back to her enormous, multicolored scallop throne, lazily reclined. And with a tone akin to bestowing a favor, she declared, "You may depart. Should you find yourself in mortal peril, simply call my name in your heart, and I shall sense it and come to your aid." "Thank you, esteemed one," Liu Xuan replied, a relieved smile finally breaking across his face. Though he had squandered 3 days as a masseur, the promise of salvation from the sea beast rendered this transaction worthwhile. With this trump card in hand, he could freely unleash his potential in the East, harvesting experience without fear. Even if the terrestrial deities of the East intervened, he remained unperturbed. In fact, with the sea beast's presence and the beast god skill summoning the beast god, he might even achieve a counterattack, potentially eliminating the elite forces of the East in one fell swoop. If such a scenario unfolded, the vast experience gained would undoubtedly propel his level skyward. At the center of the Divine City, the headquarters of the Running Fast Corporation, a spacious and soundproof conference room bore a subtly charged atmosphere. "Brother Luo, Miss Zifei, I trust you are well." Zhang Tianqing entered the conference room, bowing with a smile at the two seated in the front row, Luo Xiao and Zifei. Behind them sat Xiaowan and Xingyue. However, Zhang Tianqing's words fell silent, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. Luo Xiao remained in meditation, while Zifei merely cast him a fleeting glance, offering no response. A trace of embarrassment flickered across Zhang Tianqing's face as he found a seat for himself and awkwardly attempted to fill the silence, stating, "My junior brother has joined Liu Xian's team. In our team, it's just the 5 of us. Brother Zhang, Brother Luo, Miss Zifei, you have all arrived." Came the voice of Long Tian from the entrance, as he entered, trailing behind a young man with a cold demeanor and piercing gaze. What captured attention most about the young man were his striking dual pupils, which, when opened and closed, seemed to shimmer with the flickering of stars, making it difficult to look directly at him. "Long brother, who is this?" Zhang Tianqing's gaze fell upon the youth with dual pupils, his expression momentarily startled. A member of the Imperial Pavilion? Indeed. Long Tian nodded, introducing, this is Xiang Yun, one of the 3 candidates for the title of the Imperial Prince. His eyes swept across the meeting room, and he cheerfully inquired, haven't Liu Xuan and the others arrived yet? They should be here shortly, Zhang Tianqing replied. Yet his gaze lingered thoughtfully on Xiang Yun, astonished that the Imperial Pavilion had even dispatched a candidate for the Imperial Prince this time. Was Zhang Zhenren questioning Xiang's capabilities? Xiang Yun strode directly to the podium at the front of the meeting room, his scrutinizing gaze slowly sweeping over Luo Xiao, Zi Fei, and the others. With an air of innate arrogance, he declared, I shall lead this Eastern Expedition hunting operation. Since you all are participating, you must adhere strictly to my commands. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Luo Xiao remained with his eyes shut, seemingly oblivious. Zi Fei wore an unmistakable cold smirk, while Xing Yue and Xia Wan's eyes remained fixated on the entrance, brimming with palpable anticipation, completely disregarding Xiang Yun on the podium. Zhang Tianqing furrowed his brow slightly. Then, as if struck by a thought, whispered to Long Tian, Brother Long, it seems this young friend Xiang Yun is still unaware of Liu Xuan's situation, isn't he? Forgive me, Brother Zhang, Long Tian replied in a hushed tone, a resigned smile gracing his lips. As a candidate for the Imperial Prince, he possesses unparalleled talent and top-tier resources, so a certain degree of arrogance is to be expected. He indeed remains oblivious to the fact that Liu Xuan rejected the position of Imperial Prince, and even the news of Liu Xuan slaying Yan Wentian, though circulated in the martial world, has few believers. The more mainstream narrative outside suggests that various sect strongmen fell victim to ambushes by foreign top-tier warriors on the high seas. I understand. Zhang Tianqing nodded in realization. If one had not witnessed it firsthand, would you, Brother Long, dare believe that a young man in his 20s could effortlessly slay a seasoned peak grandmaster like Yan Wentian? Frankly, it is hard to believe. Long Tian sighed. Precisely because of this, Master Xinyuan dispatched all 3 candidates for the Imperial Prince, one of his purposes likely being to temper their haughty spirits through this mission. I see now. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Zhang Tianqing's eyes. Those who can become candidates for the Imperial Prince bear immense fortune and are unparalleled geniuses blessed by the dragon veins, making them nearly unmatched among their peers. Their pride is indeed inevitable. Even I dare not claim I can surely triumph over them. Yet, Liu Xuan is different. He has repeatedly declined the positions of Imperial Prince. Holy Sun, Daozi, and the head of Gigu. He is the most fitting individual to temper these lofty candidates. Brother Chu, have you taken a wrong turn? Why is it so quiet on this floor? At that moment, a familiar voice laced with casual curiosity rang from the entrance of the meeting room. Zhang Tianqing and Long Tian's faces instantly broke into smiles, rising in unison to greet the entrance. Luo Xiao, who had been meditating with closed eyes, slowly opened them. Zi Fei, Xing Yue, and Xia Wan simultaneously rose from their seats, their gazes collectively drawn to the entrance, their eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. This sudden unified reaction momentarily stunned Xiang Yun on the podium. Yet, his expression quickly darkened at a visible pace, an inexplicable anger igniting within him. How infuriating. Who are these people? Their entrance rivals even mine? He seethed inwardly. Ah, we meet again, esteemed seniors. Liu Xuan greeted Long Tian and Zhang Tianqing with a smile as he stepped forward. Now that everyone is here, when do we depart? Greetings, Team Long. Greetings, Zhang Zhenren. Hello, esteemed seniors. Hello, Zhenren Zhang. The group behind him, including Chu Chun, also greeted warmly, their voices brimming with vitality and energy, starkly contrasting the previously oppressive atmosphere of the meeting room. Seeing this, Zhang Tianqing laughed heartily, intentionally ensuring everyone could hear, Brother Long, look, this is the true hope for our Dragonxia martial world, so vibrant and full of life. Indeed, quite so, Long Tian nodded in agreement, his gaze filled with admiration. Compared to the distant arrogance of the Imperial Pavilion candidates, he found himself far more fond of Liu Xuan and his companions. Don't block the way. Just as this harmonious atmosphere enveloped them, a cold and impatient voice suddenly broke through from the back of the crowd. A pair of exceptionally well-dressed young men and women approached with stoic expressions. The man had his hands shoved deep in his pockets, his gaze disdainful, while the woman, strikingly beautiful, bore an icy countenance, her brows slightly furrowed. The one who had spoken was the man, who rudely surveyed Liu Xuan and the others. His tone dripping with contempt. The pavilion master is truly overstepping. To deal with mere Eastern Japanese marauders, 3 of us suffice. Why summon so many insignificant fish? Only to expend energy protecting them? What a bother. Insignificant fish? Is he referring to us? Tuoba Ji erupted instantly, retorting, Who do you think you are? Your arrogance is even worse than my foot odor. Dare to claim we are insignificant fish? Come, face me, Tuoba Grandpa one-on-one. Indeed, with your status, you're not even worthy to carry my brother's shoes. Lu Ming immediately chimed in, displaying no signs of backing down. Calm down, youngsters, don't act impulsively. Long Tian interjected, stepping forward to mediate between the two parties, his expression somewhat helpless. These two are members of the Imperial Pavilion, Wu Junru and Jin Long. They are also participants in this hunting operation. He then straightened his face and sternly addressed Wu Junru and Jin Long, as members of the Imperial Pavilion. I trust Master Xianyuan has instructed you on what respect and camaraderie entail. Such disrespectful words are utterly inappropriate. Are you accusing us, Team Long? Jin Long crossed his arms, his chin slightly raised, displaying no hint of apology. Rather, he questioned, or do you believe I have erred in any regard? He pointed towards Liu Xuan and the others, his tone caustic. The highest cultivation among these 7 is merely at the innate level, and there's even one person devoid of any source energy fluctuation. A mere ordinary individual. I must ask you, Team Long, by what standards did you permit such a team to participate in such a perilous operation? His gaze shifted to Long Tian, unmistakably filled with skepticism and mockery. Could it be these fellows seek to embellish their credentials through this operation? And you, Team Long, have you privately accepted any unseemly benefits from them? Jin Long, you are being outrageous. Long Tian's expression turned ashen, a surge of anger rushing to his head, causing the source energy around him to ripple slightly due to his fury. This was no longer simple arrogance, but a blatant slander. At that moment, Zifei and the others emerged from the meeting room. Xiangu, Xiaowan's eyes lit up upon spotting Liu Xuan, and she hurriedly approached him. However, sensing the tense atmosphere, she promptly closed her mouth obediently. Xingyue silently moved to Liu Xian's other side. Senior Long, Liu Xuan finally broke the suffocating silence. Are you certain that such dim-witted individuals are to join us on this mission? He sneered. To gild oneself in a life-threatening battlefield? Huh. Is this something that a rational mind would utter? Isn't it simple? Chu Chun interjected with a scoff. Just a bunch of idiots. Outrageous. Who are you insulting? Jin Long exploded with fury in an instant. A terrifying golden pressure, imbued with an imperial dragon's might, erupted violently from within him. A spectral figure of a fearsome 5-clawed golden dragon coalesced behind him, glaring fiercely at Liu Xuan and Chu Chun. TSK, where did this little mudfish come from? Its appearance is rather unique. In the face of this terrifying pressure, Liu Xuan merely scoffed, his expression one of disdain. However, those accompanying him, including Chu Chun, appeared visibly pale under the weight of such formidable might. Jin Long, enough. Long Tian suppressed his fury, his voice icy. This squad led by Liu Xuan has received the personal approval of the Xianyuan Pavilion Master. Furthermore, this team takes orders solely from Liu Xuan. None of you, be it you, Wu Junru, or Xiang Yun, have any right to issue commands. Is that so? I was unaware of such a matter, Xiang Yun said, slowly stepping forward, his tone indifferent. His scrutinizing gaze lingered on Liu Xuan for a moment before finally settling on Long Tian, laced with skepticism. Captain Long, you should be well aware of the consequences of falsely claiming the Pavilion Master's orders. If you doubt it, you may contact the Xianyuan Pavilion Master yourself for verification. Long Tian's expression remained unreadable, his tone resolute. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yun's brow furrowed tightly as he stared at Long Tian for several seconds, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. Eventually, he cast a deep glance at Liu Xuan, his dual-colored eyes revealing no trace of emotion. I hope your team does not become a burden during this operation, he said coldly. I would not wish to witness unnecessary sacrifices due to delayed rescue. We don't require your assistance, Tuabaji snorted derisively. Aren't they merely members of the Imperial Pavilion? What is so impressive about that? A bemused chuckle escaped Xiang Yun's lips, exuding an air of superiority. We are not just ordinary members of the Imperial Pavilion. We are candidates for the Emperor. Candidates for the Emperor? Upon hearing this, Chu Chun and the others exchanged glances, erupting into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha, I thought you were something extraordinary. Turns out you're just the Emperor that my brother refuses to become. Lu Ming laughed the loudest. No, Brother Liu, you're mistaken, Zhang Yao interjected earnestly. Brother Liu refused the formal title of Emperor. They are not even emperors yet, merely candidates. He deliberately emphasized the term candidates. A bunch of ignorant fools. Jin Long's face turned a shade of livid, his fury boiling over into a sardonic smile. You have no comprehension of what the title of Emperor represents. Him? He pointed at Liu Xuan. How could he dare refuse the position of Emperor? It's utterly laughable. Let us go. There's no need to waste breath on these 3 frogs living in their own little world, Liu Xuan said, disinterested in further pointless disputes. As his words fell, A spatial rift flashed, and in an instant, only Xiang Yun, Jin Long, and Wu Junru remained in the corridor. Is this Captain Long's spatial god technique? Jin Long gazed at the empty corridor, his brow furrowed in confusion. When did his spatial god technique allow him to teleport so many people at once? It seems you are indeed a bit foolish, Wu Junru, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, her voice icy. This is clearly the method employed by that Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan? Xiang Yun turned to Wu Junru, his tone inquisitive. Do you know him? I've heard a bit about him, Wu Junru replied nonchalantly. Recently, in the martial world, his reputation is quite significant. It is rumored that he has mastered the secret arts of the heavenly demon, which wreaked havoc a millennium ago, along with the soul technique, and even slayed Yin Wentian, who was known as the strongest beneath the land's immortals. Yin Wentian? That old monster? Jin Long was initially taken aback. But then his expression morphed into one of disdain and skepticism. You actually believe such absurd rumors? They must have been distorted in transmission. Even if he possesses Grandmaster-level strength. With 6 innate realm burdens, I reckon his journey will be fraught with peril, and he is doomed to fail. Jin Long, mind your words. Xiang Yun's expression darkened. His tone laced with warning. We may not favor them, but they are ultimately our compatriots. During the hunting operation, if they truly find themselves in danger, can we turn a blind eye? To harbor such thoughts is unworthy of bearing the name of the Imperial Pavilion. Of course we would assist them, Jin Long retorted, dismissing the notion. But let me be clear. The core objective of this mission is to dismantle the 8-headed ritual and prevent them from creating human pillars. If their rescue leads to mission failure, they shall become the scourge of the entire Longxia. Enough. Mere verbal sparring serves no purpose, Wu Junru interjected. A mysterious golden imperial pattern slowly manifesting on her brow, exuding an aura of authority. Do not merely speak of your prowess. If your performance ultimately falls short of theirs, it will be the Imperial Pavilion that suffers disgrace. Humph. Both Xiang Yun and Jin Long snorted in unison. The two ceased further discourse. Their internal dragon veins surging with imperial energy, each manifesting a brilliant imperial pattern on their foreheads. Roar. 3 spectral 5-clawed golden dragons soared into the sky, vanishing into the horizon at breathtaking speed. Meanwhile, in a secluded forest deep within the East Japan, the Earth Beast, observing the now stabilized and successfully revived Yifeng, finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Yifeng's complexion remained pale, yet his gaze had regained its coldness and fierceness. He had not anticipated that those 30 metallic spheres could be remotely detonated. It must have been the doing of that MO family member, Lu Ming. No, the situation is not that simple. The Earth Beast's voice carried a distinct frailty. A mere disciple of the MO family could not possibly kill you, who bears great fortune. Using external means, the true threat to your life lies within the variables. But Senior, isn't that fellow already buried beneath the sea? Perished at the hands of the sea beasts? Yifeng's expression changed dramatically, his voice involuntarily trembling. Could it be that he is still alive? Regardless of whether he is alive or not, the urgent matter at hand is that you must swiftly enhance your strength. The Earth Beast's tone grew gravely serious. Next, I will set up a devouring spirit great array for you. With you as the core of the formation, once it successfully operates, you will be able to forcibly devour all living beings' vitality, souls, and even primal energies on this island. Thus, you may break through your bottleneck in a remarkably short time, reaching the realm of land immortals. Swallowing hard, Yifeng felt immense joy wash away his prior fear. Thank you, Senior. Your grace in reviving me. Yifeng shall never forget, and I vow to repay you with my life. Do not rejoice too soon. The Earth Beast's voice suddenly dropped in tone, becoming somber and serious. To revive you, my primal energy has been greatly depleted, and setting up this array will require considerable time. Furthermore, once the array is activated, it cannot be reversed. It fixed its gaze on Yifeng, warning him word by word. You must devour all living beings on this island. Otherwise, if the devouring is incomplete, or if the creatures on the island disappear en masse before the formation is completed, you will suffer a backlash from the array and perish. A glint of madness and resolve flashed in Yifeng's eyes as he licked his cracked lips, grinning fiercely. Rest assured, Senior, there are at least over 100 million people on this island of East Japan. Unless it's the end of the world, how could they possibly vanish into thin air? Their lives will become the stepping stones for my ascension to the realm of land immortals. Chapter 127. How many floors must one carry a bag of rice? Sakura Capital, the capital of East Japan, at a landmark structure. At the pinnacle of the nearly 1,000-meter-tall clear sky tower, the wind howled fiercely. A spatial rift appeared silently. In the next moment, Liu Xuan and his companions stood firmly at the edge of the tower, their garments billowing in the strong gusts. A bag of rice must be carried up to the second floor. Liu Xuan spread his arms wide, gazing down at the bustling and vibrant metropolis of the Sakura capital. A cold smirk graced his lips. The people around him involuntarily twitched at the corners of their mouths upon hearing his words. Little brother, do you understand the language of the East? Long Tian, intrigued by Liu Xian's remark, asked instinctively. Does Yamatai count? Liu Xian turned, revealing a toothy grin. Long Tian was momentarily taken aback, but then his face flushed as if he had recalled something. He cleared his throat awkwardly and fell silent. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Scanning the crowd, he exclaimed in astonishment, Little brother, you didn't bring Xiang Yuan and the others along with you, did you? What purpose would there be in teleporting those three self-important fools here? Liu Xian scoffed derisively. They would only be a hindrance. Besides, I alone am sufficient to deal with this horde of Eastern riffraff. No sooner had he spoken than, to the astonishment of those around him, he leaned back and plummeted freely towards the ground nearly 1,000 meters below. Liu Xian, don't leave me behind. We agreed I would be the vanguard. Chu Chun was the first to react, unhesitatingly following suit and leaping down. You can't go into battle without a support, Lu Ming shouted, jumping after him. A mage is essential for clearing the field. Zhang Yao crackled with lightning, shooting down like a bolt. I'll take the damage. Tuoba declared succinctly, descending like a golden meteor. I'll provide healing for everyone. Qin Yuga gritted her teeth, mustering her courage to leap from the tower. Long Tian stood there, dumbfounded, watching Liu Xian's party jump down like dumplings. His face turned pale, and sweat dripped from his brow as he anxiously exclaimed, Little brother, wait. Our code of conduct prohibits harming ordinary people. Boom. Before he could finish, a thunderous sound erupted from the ground below. It's over. This is really going to cause a big incident. Long Tian fretted, looking towards Zhang Tianqing. Brother Zhang, what shall we do? Calm down, Long brother, Zhang Tianqing replied, relatively composed. Since Lord Xianyuan has permitted young friend Liu Xian to act independently, it implies that all his actions are within his expectations, perhaps even his tacit approval. He paused, his tone imbued with a strange sense of trust. Moreover, I believe Liu Xian knows what he is doing, even if he is impulsive. Can he really wipe out all of the East? I fear they might inadvertently harm ordinary people in the East. That would put us in a very passive position internationally. Long Tian said, his brow furrowed with concern. People? A chilling, emotionless voice suddenly interrupted. Luo Xiao had appeared at the edge, looking down at the city below, which resembled a miniature model, and expressionlessly uttered a few words. Apart from us, are there any others on this island? Zhang Tianqing. Long Tian. Brother Luo, you truly are a ruthless individual, Zhang Tianqing finally said with a wry smile after a pause. However, he understood that with Luo Xiao's cold-blooded nature, he genuinely might not regard the people of the East as human. At the base of the tower, Liu Xian and his companions landed smoothly in various impressive or brutal manners, with the exception of Tuoba Yu. I am sorry. Tuoba Yu looked at the several-meter-wide, spiderweb-like crater beneath her feet, as well as the nearby railings and tiles that had been shaken askew. A hint of embarrassment and confusion crossed her fair face. She had only recently lifted the seal on her bloodline and was still not entirely adept at controlling her newfound strength. No wonder you're amazing, Miss Yu. Liu Xian complimented with a smile. Even your landing style is uniquely powerful and beautiful. He cast a glance at Tuoba Yu, who looked stunning with her enhanced appearance. That exotic charm, wild yet innocent, was enough to make any man steal a few extra glances. I'm impressed. Chu Chun, watching from the side, gave Liu Xian a thumbs up. Brother Liu, now I finally understand why so many outstanding girls flock around you. Isn't it primarily because of my handsome looks? Liu Xian feigned nonchalance, tossing his hair back. Chu Chen's mouth twitched. Handsome is just one aspect. The key is your way with words. You can charm anyone, be it human or ghost, and your flattery is utterly outrageous. Just then, a cacophony of excited chatter erupted around them. Their entrance, akin to deities descending from the heavens. Especially the commotion caused by Tuoba Yu, quickly drew a throng of curious onlookers from the east, who began to point and discuss animatedly. What are they chattering about? Liu Xian frowned. Big brother. Here, Lu Ming immediately produced several small earplug-like devices from the Tiangong magic cube and distributed them. This is my invention. A universal real-time translator. Once you wear it, any language in the world, even primitive tribal dialects, will instantly be translated into Longxiao language. I usually rely on it when delving into the cultural works of the East, and it works wonders. Liu Xian took one and inserted it into his ear. Instantly, the previously incomprehensible chatter in Eastern dialect transformed into the crystal-clear Longxiao language. My heavens, did they jump down from the sky? Are they superheroes? They must be aliens. An alien invasion is underway. Quick, call the police and have the police bureau capture them. Perhaps they can dissect them to uncover their superpowers. Baka, you fools. How could we ordinary people possibly stand against aliens? We should express our goodwill and strive to reproduce with them. This way, our great Eastern nation can acquire superpower genes, and the future of dominating Blue Star will be within reach. Just then, the shrill sound of police sirens approached rapidly. The Eastern Police Bureau responded swiftly, quickly arriving on the scene to disperse the crowd and erect a cordon. Dozens of police officers, resembling a formidable force, drew their firearms, nervously aiming at Liu Xuan and his companions in the center of the area. The sound of helicopter rotors echoed in the sky as 2 helicopters circled above. Big brother, what do we do? They seem serious. Lu Ming, far from frightened, appeared exhilarated, his face flushed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. It feels like we're filming a Hollywood blockbuster, Liu Xuan replied, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Though we are here to avenge our fallen compatriots, we, as the Longxiao people, are known for our decorum and proper etiquette. Therefore, we cannot strike first. As he spoke, he expressionlessly approached the tense group of Eastern police officers, their guns trembling in anticipation. Stop. Don't move. If you come any closer, we will open fire. The leading officer shouted through a megaphone, his voice quavering. All the officers behind him simultaneously chambered their rounds, the atmosphere reaching a boiling point. Liu Xuan appeared oblivious, his pace unwavering as he continued forward. Just as he was about to cross the psychological threshold of the officers, the leading officer finally snapped, hoarsely commanding, "Fire! Shoot! Bang! Bang! Bang!" In an instant, a barrage of gunfire erupted, the sound like exploding beans. Countless searing bullets wove a tapestry of a deadly metallic storm. Descent in Liu Xuan's perception, the bullets moved with a sluggishness akin to that of a crawling snail. Should he so desire, he could effortlessly weave through the hail of gunfire, untouched by a single fragment. Yet, he chose not to evade. The clatter of bullets striking his body resonated with a crisp, melodious clang of metal against metal. Then, akin to colliding with a titanium wall, they instantaneously twisted, deformed, and fell feebly to his feet, swiftly accumulating into a small heap of gleaming yellow casings. At last, Liu Xuan halted his advance. He cast a glance downward, nudging the misshapen bullet casings with his toe, before slowly lifting his gaze to the group of Japanese policemen, rendered motionless by shock and terror, and revealing a smile reminiscent of a demon's. "You initiated this confrontation." Before his words could fully dissipate into the air, he casually swept his wind feather sword horizontally. Boom! A tempest erupted, successfully killed LV3 Takuma Kato, gaining 50 experience points and 50 copper coins. A cascade of kill notifications flashed before him. Though the experience was meager, Liu Xuan harbored no disdain. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. You wretched beings, who permitted you to take the lives of innocents. At that moment, a voice, brimming with indignation and fury, resounded. Suddenly, Jinlong, Wu Junru, and Xiang Yun materialized a short distance in front of Liu Xuan. Jinlong's countenance darkened as he pointed an accusatory finger at Liu Xuan, chastising, "You fool. Do you not realize that your actions will expose us completely, alerting our adversaries and jeopardizing the entire operation?" Bang! Before he could finish, a thunderous explosion erupted. The onlookers barely registered Liu Xuan's movement. They merely perceived a blur, as Jinlong's body was sent hurtling backwards at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, like a shooting star. Boom! 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 His form crashed through 7 or 8 sturdy concrete buildings lining the road, ultimately plummeting into a heap of rubble hundreds of meters away, his fate uncertain. Liu Xuan slowly retracted the foot he had casually kicked out. His gaze, icy and penetrating, swept over the pale faces of Xiang Yun and Wu Junru. "My patience is finite. If you do not wish to be trapped on this island like those Japanese scum, then silence yourselves." Boom! Both Xiang Yun and Wu Junru's expressions shifted dramatically as the dragon energy within them surged, readying to strike at Liu Xuan. Chapter 128, Scum. I have arrived. Cease. Long Tian, Zhang Tianqing, and others arrived just in time, forcibly intervening to separate both parties. As the supreme commander of this operation, I order you. Xiang Yun's expression remained impassive as he coldly addressed Liu Xuan. You are to terminate your actions immediately and return to the country. Your participation in this hunting mission is no longer required. I will say this one last time, Xiang Yun. Long Tian inhaled deeply, his tone unyielding. Little brother Liu Xuan has received special permission from the head of Xianyuan Pavilion. He possesses complete autonomy in his actions and is not obliged to heed anyone's commands, including yours. He then turned to Liu Xuan with a pleading tone. Little brother, temper your anger. This is not the time for infighting. Our priority is to withdraw swiftly while the bulk of the Japanese martial artists have yet to arrive. Withdraw? Why would we withdraw? Liu Xuan frowned. Isn't our purpose to use the blood of these Japanese scum to honor the spirits of our fallen compatriots from Longxiao? The more of them that come, the better. We can ensnare them all at once, sparing us the effort of seeking them out one by one. Though that may be true, we are in the heart of Japan. Long Tian urged anxiously, not to mention that there are 2 terrestrial deities stationed here, and the numerous powerful factions and shrines within Japan are countless. To confront the entirety of the Japanese martial world with just our numbers is tantamount to throwing eggs against a stone. We have already been exposed. We must retreat immediately. Heh! A cold laugh unexpectedly rang out. Zifei stepped forward, stating, Team Leader Long, you are being overly naive. Has it not been just a few days since the Mo family's Tiangong City incident? Do you truly believe Japan would remain unprepared, allowing us to advance unchecked? She gestured to the eerily quiet surroundings, her voice frigid. I fear that Japan's martial artists have long since laid their traps, waiting for us to walk into their snare. Boom. As if to corroborate her words, a colossal golden barrier erupted from the city's edge, resembling an inverted giant bowl, enveloping the area within several kilometers where Liu Xuan and his companions stood. Upon witnessing this scene, Long Tian's pupils contracted, his face paling. Ah, bastard! I will kill you. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the rubble. Jin Long, his clothing tattered, charged out of the debris like a madman, transforming into a streak of golden light. His right hand enveloped in the illusion of a golden dragon claw, he lunged towards Liu Xuan from behind with overwhelming force. However, in the face of this sudden assault, Liu Xuan did not even turn his head. Just as the dragon claw was about to make contact with his body, swish, his figure vanished like a specter, reappearing in midair, standing atop a shadow of his sword, his garments billowing elegantly. He gazed down from above, observing the edges of the barrier where numerous figures exuding a terrifying aura surged forth like a tide from all directions. Instead of feeling the slightest bit of trepidation, a smile of exhilaration spread across Liu Xuan's face. Come, all of you. The more, the better. Today is destined to be a bountiful day. Armed with the formidable beast god token and the promise of the sea beasts, he felt invincible. Even if the terrestrial deities of Japan were to descend, he would dare to confront them in battle. It was he who had slain Lon. At the barrier's periphery, a middle-aged man clad in a black hunting outfit adorned with red cloud patterns, exuding a sinister aura, halted his advance. He lifted his gaze, locking onto Liu Xuan in the air, his voice icy and filled with hatred. This child is mine. I shall use his head to honor the soul of my son. Senior Kagura, this man cannot be given to you. A pale and cold-faced youth in traditional Japanese student attire slowly drew his taidao, the blade glimmering with a chilling light. My brother, Kojiro, also met his demise at this man's hands. His life belongs to Musashi Daima. Humph, a whelp of the Musashi clan. Do you believe you are worthy to contend with me? A burly man, as massive as a bear, with wild long hair and bulging muscles, stepped forward, his voice thunderous. His life belongs to me, Kaido Yojiro. I shall crush every bone in his body to avenge my son, Ichiro. It appears we all share the same target. The ground rippled like water. A stunning woman clad in a luxurious kimono, her beauty undiminished, gracefully ascended. Her beautiful eyes glinted with malice as she fixed her gaze upon Liu Xuan. My only daughter, Chihiro, also perished at his hands. This enmity cannot go unavenged. Young friends, retreat behind us swiftly. Zhang Tianqing, Luo Xiao, and Zifei's expressions turned grave as they quickly formed a triangular formation, shielding Chu Chun, Lu Ming, and the younger generation within. Japan truly holds us in high regard. Zhang Tianqing's gaze swept across the distant throng of figures, brimming with murderous intent. And he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Given the formidable display, it seemed as though nearly half of the elite warriors from the land of the rising sun had mobilized. The earthly immortal was conspicuously absent. Luo Xiao slowly exhaled a cloud of foul air, the dormant killing intent within him erupting like a ferocious beast roused from slumber. A sinister long spear, entwined with black and white energies, materialized in his grasp. He licked his parched lips, his eyes gleaming with an exhilarating crimson light. Today was indeed a day for a satisfying slaughter. The absence of the earthly immortal was far from a good omen. Zifei, however, furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon, her tone laden with profound concern. This indicated that the 8-headed serpent ritual in the east had likely succeeded. They had probably found a suitable human pillar, leaving them no room for distractions. It was all the fault of that reckless fool. Jin Longguang glared venomously at Liu Xuan in the sky, filled with bitterness. Had he not acted so rashly, stirring the grass and alarming the snake, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Should their operation fail, they would all be condemned as sinners. Enough. Discussing this is utterly meaningless now, interrupted Xiang Yun, his voice cold as ice, his resolute gaze shimmering with determination. The immediate priority was to concentrate their strength and tear open a breach to break through. As for him, he cast a sidelong glance at Liu Xuan hovering above. Let him pay the price for his foolishness and arrogance. Boom. As Xiang Yun's words fell, the dragon energy within him erupted like a volcano. Roar. A majestic dragon's roar resonated throughout the barrier. Leading the charge, he transformed into a golden dragon-shaped streak of light, launching an assault against the surging warriors from the east at the barrier's edge. However, just as he was about to engage the foremost eastern powerhouse, a sudden hum filled the air. The sky within the barrier erupted with countless dazzling golden points of light, densely packed, resembling a starry river suspended in a summer night. The next instant, rumble. An avalanche of golden lights transformed into a torrential rain of swords, indiscriminately raining down upon the densely packed ranks of eastern warriors below. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed continuously, as if innumerable heavy bombs had been detonated simultaneously. The sword energy surged, wreaking havoc, as sturdy steel and concrete buildings were effortlessly torn apart and flattened. A cloud of dust soared into the sky, instantly engulfing a significant portion of the battlefield. As the rampaging energy's aftermath and the obscuring dust gradually dissipated, revealing the scene below, Xiang Yun remained poised in midair, his form rigid. His pupils contracted sharply, his face etched with unparalleled shock and disbelief. The area where the eastern warriors had gathered had transformed into a vast, alarming wasteland. Upon this rubble, the bodies of eastern warriors dissipated into white light. The few remaining high-ranking or fortunate eastern powerhouses, who had narrowly escaped disaster, stood frozen in place, their faces ashen, their eyes filled with boundless fear and confusion. Ha ha! A reckless, triumphant laughter roared like thunder across the desolate battlefield. Xiang Yun looked up abruptly, witnessing a flash of sword light as Liu Xuan descended on his sword, his face betraying unrestrained exhilaration. You lot, I'm here. At that moment, Xiang Yun felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, every hair on his body standing on end. Roar! In the next second, an ancient and ferocious cry of a dragon reverberated through the heavens. Under the stunned gazes of all, Liu Xuan's form twisted and expanded instantaneously, transforming into a terrifying dragon nearly 1,000 meters long, its scales glistening ominously, entirely black. The dragon, like a tiger among sheep, plunged into the remaining eastern warriors, its claws rending and its massive tail sweeping. Wherever it passed, it was as if vegetables were being chopped. In the blink of an eye, the number of remaining eastern warriors had dwindled to less than 50. Gulp. Xiang Yun swallowed hard, feeling an intense dryness in his throat, his mind blank. In the distance, Jin Longwang, who had previously been filled with righteous fury, now bore a pale face, his eyes wide with terror, as if he had seen a ghost. Delightful, utterly delightful. A flash of light passed, and Liu Xuan reverted to his human form, standing once more upon his sword. His gaze was fixed intently on the vast expanse of rubble below. There, golden hills made of coins glittered enticingly amidst the ruins. More dazzling than the coins were the myriad colorful orbs floating above them, numbering in the hundreds. Successfully killed LV-30 Sato Kenji, gained 3 million experience points, 300,000 gold. Successfully killed LV-35 Suzuki Miling, gained 5 million experience points, 350,000 gold. Successfully killed LV-50 Takahashi Yoda, gained 5 million experience points, 500,000 gold. Master level appraisal technique scroll X1. A flurry of system notifications erupted. Your level has successfully increased to LV-52. Your level has successfully increased to LV-53. Ding. Your level has successfully increased to LV-61. Gained 1,000 free attributes, 500 strength, 500 constitution exclusive attributes, 100 skill points. The 129th epic set of the Eastern Mythology series. Liu Xuan hesitated not for a moment. He promptly collected all the gold and orbs. Following this, a flash of sword light signaled his ascent once more. Hovering at the center of the battlefield like a god presiding over life and death. From his elevated position, his cold gaze swept over the remaining eastern warriors below. A cruel and expectant smile curling at the corner of his lips. Let me enhance my strength first, and then I shall send you on your way. Both the 10,000 swords returning to the fold and the transformation into dragon techniques were cooling down, yet he remained entirely unperturbed. Although the remaining eastern warriors were formidable, he was confident that he need not summon the dragon goddess form. With just the attribute points gained from leveling up and enhancing his skills, he was more than capable of utterly crushing them. He swiftly accessed his personal panel. Free attributes, 10,000. Exclusive attributes, Strength 5,000, Constitution 5,000. Skill points, 1139. He allocated points. With a mere thought, the 5,000 exclusive points in strength and 5,000 in constitution were instantly assigned. Then all 10,000 free attribute points were poured into strength. Gazing at the skill points he currently possessed, he hesitated not, quickly upgrading the Dragon Goddess Origin. Successfully consumed 1,000 skill points. Dragon God S Origin upgraded to LV2. Dragon God S Origin LV2 passive. Immunity to 40 of all types of damage. Upgrade requires 5,000 skill points. Hiss, 40 immunity to all damage? Liu Xuan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, his heart racing. What did this signify? It meant that, combined with the 50 immunity to beast-type damage provided by the Beast Goddess Order, he would achieve an astonishing 90 damage reduction against beastly beings. This was utterly monstrous. He could almost envision the despair in the eyes of those formidable beasts as they faced him. Boom, boom, below him. The violent sounds of energy colliding and explosions jolted him back to reality. As the shock began to dissipate, Xiang Yun and his companions were engaged in a fierce battle with the remaining warriors from the east, known for their martial prowess. Observing this scene, Liu Xuan felt an urgency to act without delay. He swiftly retrieved the master-level identification scroll that had just been acquired and utilized it immediately. Successfully used Master-Level Identification Scroll 1, Identification Skill has been upgraded to Master Level. Master Level Identification 05000, capable of identifying all equipment of epic grade and below. Proficiency must be enhanced for further upgrades. Subsequently, he took out 5 pieces of epic equipment, each radiating a distinct East Asian aesthetic, which he had previously obtained in the Moke Heavenly Artisan City, and proceeded with their identification. Susanu's Chestplate Epic, Defense 10,000. Shakuya Kabu's Arm Guards Epic, Speed 10,000. Okinanushi's Belt Epic, Health 10,000. Tsukuyami's Earrings Epic, Magic Power 10,000. Tensho no Yari Epic, Strength 5,000. Is this it? Liu Xuan gazed at the unadorned, almost meager attributes with a bewildered expression, taken aback that 5 pieces of epic equipment lacked even a single noteworthy active skill. How disappointing. However, at the moment he equipped all 5 pieces, a resonant hum echoed. The equipment seemed to emit a brilliant glow simultaneously. Successfully gathered the East Asian Mythology Series Epic Set 55, successfully activated the hidden attributes of the set. Acquired set passive skill Amaterasu's Decree. Amaterasu's Decree set passive doubles the final damage dealt to all life forms belonging to the East Asian faction. Incredible. Liu Xuan's pupils constricted, and his breath quickened. While the sheer twofold enhancement to final damage may not seem as extravagant as certain explosive skills, its true terror lay in its specificity and expansive coverage over all life forms originating from East Asia. This indicated that whether they were human warriors, shikigami, or yokai, as long as they hailed from East Asia, the final damage inflicted upon them would be amplified twofold. More frightening still was the perfect synergy this effect had with his own traits. The Dragon God's might ensured a 100 critical strike chance, while the Heavenly Sacred Soul converted 20 of damage into true damage. When factoring in this twofold enhancement to final damage, he could scarcely fathom the devastation that would ensue if the earlier 10,000 swords returned to one were to benefit from this boost. Surely, not a single one of those East Asian warriors would remain standing, all obliterated. Ha ha ha, fortune favors me. Suppressing his exuberance, Liu Xuan summoned his updated personal panel for review. Player, Liu Xuan. Level, LV 611, 000, 300, 000. Class, Rebellious Dragon God. Health, 1, 151, 801, 151, 800. Attack, 92, 530. Defense, 66, 590. Magic Power, 76, 920, 920. Speed, 17, 591. Attributes, Strength 90, 030. Constitution 56, 590. Intelligence 6, 672. Agility 6, 591. Equipped items, Dog Talisman, Beast God Token, Susanu's Chestplate, Shakuya Kabu's Arm Guards, Okinanushi's Belt, Tsukuyami's Earrings, Tensho no Yari. Class skills, Dragon God's Origin LV2, Dragon God's Might LV1. Dragon God's Body LV2, Heavenly Sacred Soul LV1. Skills, 10,000 Swords Return to 1 LV5 Max. Sword Control Technique LV5 Max. Sky God Technique LV5 Max. Transform into Serpent Technique LV5 Max. Divine Soul Technique LV5 Max. Mechanism Sage LV1. Thunder Law LV1. Rejuvenation Saint Hand LV1. Golden Warrior God LV3. Master Level Identification. Grandmaster Level Exploration. Free attributes, 0. Exclusive attributes, 0. Skill points, 139. Currency, 500, 000 gold coins. Items, Snake Talisman, Blood Demon Symbiotic Ring, Heavenly Tao Divine Jade X2, Guild Establishment Order. Golden Crow Pet Egg, Blessing of the Shepherd God. His attributes had soared dramatically, particularly his attack power, which was now perilously close to the threshold of 100,000. On the battlefield below, mere East Asian marauders, prepare to meet your demise. With a roar, Xiang Yun's dragon aura surged, partially transforming his body into a dragon. Cloaked in golden scales, he unleashed a punch, the dragon-shaped energy roaring forth, striking down a master-level East Asian warrior, causing him to vomit blood and stagger back, his vitality waning. Just as Xiang Yun prepared to deliver the final blow to ensure the opponent's demise, a swift glint cut through the air. The head of the East Asian master burst apart like a crushed watermelon, pierced by an oddly shaped war spear, emanating a tempest of thunder and flame. In the next moment, Xiang Yun's pupils constricted. Liu Xuan had appeared nearby, methodically extracting the grotesque war spear from the corpse. At this moment, Liu Xuan's appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. Clad in the dark, knight-like armor of Susanu's chest plate, the eight-headed serpent entwined with the figure of Take Manakata within the armor seemed to writhe, exuding an ominous yet regal aura. The Shakuya Kabu's arm guards flickered like flames, with a molten glow seeping through the seams of the armor. The seven-colored gemstones of the Okinanushi's belt sparkled with dazzling brilliance. The Tsukuyami's earrings dangled, the three kama-shaped jewels radiating an unsettling red glow, disturbing the senses. In his hand, the Tensho no Yari gleamed with a chilling light, the crescent blade sharp and menacing, while the spear's handle, entwined with the sinews of a thunder dragon, thrummed with explosive power, the 8 interconnected kama jewels clashing together, producing a crisp, deadly resonance. His silver hair danced wildly in the absence of wind, and the 2 platinum dragon patterns at the corners of his eyes became increasingly vivid and divine, creating a striking visual contrast with his East Asian demonic attire. Evil and sanctity, dominance and mystery, melded seamlessly within him. No need for thanks. Liu Xuan nonchalantly twirled the spear, flinging off the red and white remnants from the Tensho no Yari, and flashed a smile at Xiang Yun, a smile that, in his current guise, appeared particularly sinister. Humph, who would thank you? Xiang Yun snapped back to reality, his expression darkening, and retorted coldly. Had it not been for your reckless actions, would we have found ourselves ensnared in such dire straits? Boom. At that moment, a thick, metallic scent of blood surged like a tempest across the battlefield. A colossal blood fox, its fur a deep crimson and eyes ablaze with fury, materialized at the battlefield's edge. With 9 gigantic tails swirling behind it like waves of blood, the creature emanated an oppressive aura that reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster level. Upon the fox's head stood a middle-aged man, clad in a red cloud hunting attire and wooden clogs, none other than the father of Kagura Lan, Shinkagura So, whom Liu Xuan had previously vanquished. His gaze, as cold and venomous as a serpent, was fixed on Liu Xuan, his voice chillingly sharp. Blood fox, tear him apart. Roar. Leave it to me. The blood fox howled, raising its massive paw, casting a shadow over the land as it aimed to strike Liu Xuan down. Behold as I reduce you to a pulp with a single swipe. Chapter 130. The Mighty Physique, Bringing Tears to the Blood Fox. Bang. A thunderous crash erupted, and the area where Liu Xuan stood instantly caved in, transforming the vicinity into a terrifying pit with a diameter exceeding several hundred meters. A tempestuous shockwave, infused with sanguine source energy, surged forth like a tsunami, obliterating all remnants of the crumbling edifices. Amidst the chaos, a swift dragon's roar resonated. Xiang Yun, enveloped in dragon energy, staggered from the fringes of the energy storm, barely managing to regain his balance. Xiang Yun, are you alright? Jin Long and Wu Junru materialized at his side, their expressions tinged with apprehension as they cast wary glances at the gaping pit consumed by swirling dust and crimson light. That creature. Xiang Yun refrained from responding, his heavy gaze fixated ahead, his voice betraying an unrecognized tremor. Within the depths of the pit, the formidable form of the blood fox loomed, exuding an oppressive aura of terror. Its sharp fangs glinted ominously in the dust, instilling a profound sense of dread. Such overwhelming pressure from a peak Grandmaster beast was nearly on par with that of certain elders within the hall. Wu Junru felt the suffocating source energy, her expression more solemn than ever. Humph, this is all of his own making. Jin Long, though similarly intimidated by that presence, was more inclined towards schadenfreude. I warned him that his arrogance would ultimately lead to his demise. To withstand a direct blow from a peak Grandmaster beast, he would be shattered, even if he survived. Damn it. At that moment, the blood fox emitted a chilling and terrified sound. Its forelimb trembled uncontrollably, as if it were bracing against an immovable force. Unable to descend further. Boom. Another invisible shockwave emanated from the center of the pit, forcefully dispersing the swirling dust and crimson light. As clarity returned to their vision, Xiang Yun, Jin Long, Wu Junru, and all who had observed the unfolding battle stood frozen in place, their faces etched with sheer astonishment and disbelief. At the bottom of the pit, Liu Xuan maintained a one-handed uplifted posture, his figure standing tall like a pine tree, with merely one palm. He stolidly supported the blood fox's colossal paw, which had descended like a small mountain. Remarkably, not even the hem of his garments was marred. His expression tranquil, as though he had simply caught a drifting leaf. And no, this is impossible, Jin Long gasped, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. That was a full-force strike from a peaked Grandmaster beast. How could he possibly catch it with one hand? Xiang Yun's heavy gaze narrowed. To what extent has his physical body strengthened? He murmured dryly. Could the rumors from the martial realm truly be accurate? Wu Junru uttered in a daze. Her eyes filled with shock. He truly killed Yan Wentian? Big brother. Liu Xiong. Xiangu. The exclamations from Chu Chun, Lu Ming, and others echoed from the edge of the pit. Upon witnessing the scene below, Chu Chun burst into laughter. I told you. Liu Xiong is a man who can withstand a nuclear explosion without a scratch. This mere little fox is nothing more than a tickle for him. What? Withstand a nuclear explosion? Tuoba Ji stared, dumbfounded, feeling as though he had missed out on a fortune. What on earth happened while I was away? Oh, Tuoba brother. There's no need to delve into details. Lu Ming beamed with pride, as if he himself had accomplished it all. You just need to know that before my brother. All beings beneath the terrestrial gods are mere ants. These fellows. Listening to Lu Ming and the other's unabashed flattery, Xiang Yun's brow furrowed into a frown. Little fox. Liu Xian's voice, tinged with mockery, rang out with clarity across the silent battlefield. Your strength is rather lacking. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he blurred momentarily, appearing as if by teleportation directly before the blood fox's immense head, nearly face to face with the deity Sakurazawa. Oh, it seems there's someone perched above. Liu Xian's gaze fixed upon Sakurazawa, feigning contemplation as he stroked his chin. Wait a moment, you look somewhat familiar. Could you be related to the Sakurazawa who perished at my hands? Bakayuru. The utmost humiliation ignited Sakurazawa, his reason consumed by the flames of vengeance. As he frantically formed seals and roared, Blood Fox, kill him, kill him, roar. The Blood Fox unleashed a furious howl, its massive maw opening wide as a torrent of sanguine source energy coalesced. In an instant, it formed into a colossal blood-red energy sphere, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, exuding a wave of destruction as it hurtled toward Liu Xian. Yet, in the face of this energy sphere capable of flattening a small mountain, Liu Xian remained astonishingly calm. Buzz. With a casual sweep of the Tian Tsongyun spear, crackling with thunderous flames, he met the energy sphere. Boom. The energy sphere, laden with terrifying source power, buckled under the impact of the spear's blade, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. The violent crimson energy engulfed the space around Liu Xian, casting an eerie red glow across the sky. Too weak. A cold, indifferent voice echoed through the air. Under the stunned gazes of Xiang Yun and his companions, Liu Xian stepped lightly upon the shadows of his sword, emerging unscathed from the very center of the annihilating energy. His silver hair billowed wildly, dragon patterns shimmering upon him, resembling a descending divine fiend. From his elevated position, he locked his gaze upon the long, crimson health bar above the blood fox. In the next moment, he moved. There were no grandiose skill effects, no earth-shattering momentum. He merely wielded the Tian Tsongyun spear, transforming into a fleeting shadow barely perceptible to the naked eye, launching an unrelenting and primal close-quarters assault upon the colossal blood fox. Clang, clang, clang. With each strike of the spear against the fox's form, the air crackled with the sound of clashing metal, accompanied by the muffled thud of blade penetrating flesh. Now, Liu Xian's attack power soared to an astounding 92,530. With the dragon god's might granting a 100 critical hit, each of his strikes theoretically dealt nearly 185 million in damage. Furthermore, bolstered by the decree of Amaterasu, his final damage against beings of the eastern camp was doubled. This meant that with every seemingly ordinary swing, he could inflict nearly 400,000 damage upon the blood fox. While this damage may not suffice to breach the blood fox's defenses, one must not forget his astonishing 20 true damage conversion from the celestial spirit. Thus, each of Liu Xian's attacks could inflict nearly 80,000 true damage upon the blood fox. As long as he continued his relentless assault, the blood fox's health bar would inevitably be depleted. Of course, the Blood Fox would not be foolish enough to allow him to attack without resistance. Herein lay Liu Xuan's true terror. The Beast God's decree granted him immunity to 50 of Beast-type damage, while the Dragon Goddess Essence at level 2 granted him immunity to 40 of all damage types. When combined, Liu Xuan's damage reduction against the beastly Blood Fox reached an astounding 90, coupled with his own defensive mitigations. The Blood Fox could scarcely breach Liu Xuan's defenses without employing skills. Roar! Within the barrier, the Blood Fox emitted a wretched scream filled with pain, fear, and disbelief. It thrashed wildly, slashing with its claws and unleashing foxfire, yet it could not inflict even a scratch upon Liu Xuan. It could only watch helplessly as its vitality rapidly dwindled under the relentless barrage of Liu Xuan's seemingly mundane attacks. Young friend Liu Xuan, this physical body. Zhang Tianqing stared in astonishment, witnessing Liu Xuan withstand the onslaught of a peak Grandmaster Beast as though he were merely taking a leisurely stroll. This was indeed unprecedented. Before him, we refer to the so-called three heroes of Longxia. The enchanting gaze of Zi's face shimmered with a variety of colors, her tone laced with a hint of self-mockery and a greater sense of astonishment. Perhaps even we did not possess the qualification to be compared with him. It was likely that he would take that fateful step ahead of us all. Luo Xiao remained silent, yet his hand, gripping the black and white spear, involuntarily tightened. In his gaze directed at Liu Xuan, there blossomed not merely admiration but a profound respect for absolute power. Quick, look! Tuoba Ji exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. My brother-in-law is simply astounding. His physique is even more formidable than my father's. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and initiated a video call to Tuoba Lai, who was far away on the grasslands. Father, open your eyes and see. Am I wrong? Isn't my brother-in-law incredible? This physique, this strength, surely it's on par with yours. He must possess a purer golden bloodline than my sister. Gee, you scoundrel, where have you taken Yue now? Came the irate shout from Tuoba Lai as soon as the call connected. However, when he beheld Liu Xuan battling the Blood Fox through the screen, his voice faltered, replaced by incredulity. This lad is Liu Xuan? Quite impressive. Yet, the next moment, when he discerned Liu Xuan's opponent and that entirely illogical combat style, his voice escalated in disbelief. Wait, that fox is a peak master beast? This lad is confronting it with sheer physical strength? Am I seeing things? But after the initial shock, Tuoba Lai quickly regained his composure, restoring his stern demeanor as he shouted at the screen. Even if this lad possesses some brute strength, he can never inherit our golden bloodline. Your sister has the potential to become our clan's war god, and must not marry a foreign man. What are you saying, father? The signal is poor, Tuoba Ji retorted, abruptly ending the call. He grumbled to his phone, old-fashioned. A war god. I think my brother-in-law is far more formidable than that mural's war god. Stop. Human, cease your attacks. I concede. The battlefield resonated with the Blood Fox's shrill, fear-laden wail. Its forepaws flailed desperately, its massive body trembling from excruciating pain and terror, its aura visibly weakening. Chapter 131, Explosions. Blood Fox, what are you doing? Shun Lutsong's complexion turned ashen, his voice quivering with fury as he frantically formed seals, striving to regain control of the situation. I command you in the name of the head of the Shun Lu family. Kill him at once. Silence, foolish human. The Blood Fox glared at Shun Lutsong, its voice rife with agony and rage. It swung its head violently, its enormous claw slicing through the air, sending Shun Lutsong flying, as if swatting a fly. Then, in an astonishing display that left everyone dumbfounded, the Blood Fox lowered its massive body to the ground, its head bowed deeply. Quivering as it emitted a mournful cry, noble and esteemed warrior of Longxia, please, spare my life. Liu Xuan's figure distorted, appearing like a phantom atop the Blood Fox's lowered massive head, standing with hands clasped behind his back. Feeling the weight above, the Blood Fox trembled even more violently, not daring to harbor even a flicker of defiance. The battle with Liu Xuan had utterly shattered its centuries-old ferocity and arrogance. The strength of this human's physique was simply unfathomable, and more terrifying was his bizarre attacks that disregarded all forms of defense. Every counter it attempted was like a drop in the ocean against Liu Xuan, not even registering as a mere tickle. Continuing this fight would lead only to its demise. Blood Fox, you dare betray the Shun Lu clan? Shun Lutsong, having regained his footing after being flung, contorted his face with intense rage and the backlash of the contract. He rapidly gestured, channeling his internal power, as countless glowing contract symbols appeared on the Blood Fox's massive body, writhing and tightening. Do not forget who holds the reins of your original contract. Now kill. Boom. Under the compulsion of the enforced contract, the Blood Fox let out a mixed roar of pain and fury, its eyes instantly filled with a crimson haze. Losing all semblance of reason, its surrounding power surged like a boiling sea of blood, coalescing into a colossal, blood-colored energy claw that bore down upon Liu Xuan with a devastating aura. Simultaneously, three terrifying killing intents, like venomous snakes emerging from their lairs, locked onto Liu Xuan from three distinct directions. Swoosh! The space above Liu Xuan was silently torn apart, as Musashi Daikin's figure emerged like a specter melding with the shadows. His ominous blade silently aimed at the back of Liu Xuan's heart. Boom! From the front, Kaido Yojiro charged like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, his fists enveloped in a dense, tangible ghostly energy. The air froze in his wake, as if even souls could be torn asunder. Crash! Below, the ground had transformed into a vast, dark ocean. As Mizuki Karu rose like a water spirit, surrounded by smooth, mirror-like crystals that floated into existence, the mirrored surfaces shone brightly, unleashing countless sharp ice blades that swept towards Liu Xuan like a raging blizzard. In this moment, Shun Lutsong and his trio, in conjunction with the forcibly controlled Blood Fox, formed a lethal encirclement against Liu Xuan. Their assault was fierce and well-coordinated, sealing off all possible escape routes for him. This is bad. From a distance, Zhang Tianqing's expression changed drastically. Exchanging a glance with Zi Fei and Luo Xiao, the three unleashed their powers to their utmost, transforming into three streaks of light racing towards the heart of the battlefield to provide assistance. Support him. Xiang Yun's expression was as dark as water. Despite his many grievances with Liu Xuan, the greater good prevailed. He shouted and soared into the sky, embodying a dragon's shadow. Wu Junru followed closely behind without a word. However, Jin Long remained rooted in place, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he crossed his arms and observed. Humph. You want me to rescue the culprit responsible for our mission's failure? Dream on. Confronted by the approaching Shun Lutsong and his companions, Liu Xuan, at the storm's epicenter, wore a colder, more exhilarated smile. Perfect. I shall send you all on your way. Buzz. A terrifying sword intent erupted from Liu Xuan, sweeping across the heavens. Above the firmament, innumerable dazzling golden points of light surged forth, dense and myriad, transforming the entire sky into a sea of swords. 10,000 swords. Liu Xuan's voice was calm, yet carried the weight of judgment over life and death. Return to the clan. Boom. In the next moment, the sky filled with golden points transformed into countless, exquisitely refined golden sword shadows. No longer mere scattered raindrops, they coalesced into roaring currents of sword energy, descending with the might to obliterate everything upon Shun Lutsong, the Blood Fox, Musashi Daikin, Kaido Yojiro, Mizuki Karu, and all remaining warriors from the East Japan, delivering a merciless and indiscriminate barrage. No. Baka, what is this? Save me. Desperate screams, terrified roars, and the wails of impending death were instantly drowned out by the deafening roar of the sword energy. 185060, 185060. A multitude of authentic damage figures erupted like a deathly bloom above the heads of every Eastern warrior pierced by the sword shadow. Kagura Ao and the Blood Fox beneath him were torn asunder by countless sword shadows, pierced through. Musashi Damaru was reduced to mere fragments under the relentless onslaught, his very being shredded along with his blade. Goju Yujiro, whose monstrous fists could shatter mountains, appeared almost laughably insignificant in the face of the sword's relentless tide, his immense form riddled with wounds in an instant. Mizuki Karu's conjured ice mirror and ocean dissipated rapidly, akin to snow under the sun, as she herself was rendered non-existent amidst the ceaseless sword energy. In the span of mere breaths, as the cataclysmic rain of swords gradually ceased, the world returned to its eerie silence. Zhang Tianqing, Zifei, Luoxiao, Xiang Yun, and Wu Junru maintained their forward stances, rigidly halted mid-advance, their eyes wide in astonishment at the scene before them. The once vibrant realm of Eastern warriors, brimming with formidable strength and murderous intent, had transformed into an absolute wasteland of death. Only the intersecting scars of colossal swords and the slowly dissipating remnants of energy remained. Kagura Ao, the Blood Fox, Musashi Daimaru, Goju Yujiro, Mizuki Karu, and all surviving Eastern warriors within the barrier had been obliterated, leaving not a single intact body behind, all dissolved into white light. Successfully killed LV-89 Blood Fox, gained 25 million experience points. 2. 5 million gold. City building, Order 1. Successfully killed LV-89 Goju Yujiro, gained 18 million experience points. 1. 8 million gold. Skill max level scroll 3. Successfully killed LV-88 Kagura Ao, gained 17 million experience points. 1. 7 million gold. Heavenly Tao Divine Jade 1. Successfully killed LV-87 Mizuki Keru. Gained 16 million experience points. 1. 6 million gold. Heavenly Dao Divine Jade 1. Successfully killed LV-86 Musashi Daimaru. Gained 15 million experience points. 1. 5 million gold. Heavenly Dao Divine Jade 1. A flurry of system notifications flooded the screen. Ding. Your level has risen to LV-63. Ding. Your level has risen to LV-64. Ding. Your level has risen to LV-65. Gained 1,000 free attributes. 500 constitution. 500 strength exclusive attributes. 100 skill points. Silence enveloped the barrier. Only the sound of heavy breathing and the mournful wind traversing the ruins remained. Could the 10,000 swords return to origin be so formidable? Zhang Tianqing felt his throat dry, his voice hoarse. In mere moments, had he truly annihilated several peak grandmasters along with all remaining foes? Was this really the first form of the 10,000 swords return to origin? The power of the 10,000 swords return to origin was indisputable. Zifei inhaled deeply, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. Yet the first form unleashed by Liu Xuan surpassed that of the illustrious sword sect's Li Xiao from a century prior. Only his extraordinary innate talent could account for such an essential enhancement and elevation. Luoxiao silently observed Liu Xuan, who stood proudly in the void, his silver hair billowing as he gradually lowered his spear. After a moment, he spoke. It is no wonder Master would break tradition and pass the sect leader position to him. Is the task completed? Long Tian surveyed the chaos surrounding him. As if in a dream, the elite of the Eastern warrior realm, including several top grandmasters, had been eradicated in such a brief span by Liu Xuan alone. Boom. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently. From the distant horizon, a suffocating beam of terrifying power shot into the clouds. In an instant, the sky above the Eastern realm was shrouded in dark clouds, an aura of annihilation engulfing the world. Could this aura be the legendary calamity deity of the East? The Yamada no Orochi? Long Tian's expression changed drastically. It was bad. The ritual had succeeded. And the East had found a vessel to contain the power of the Yamada no Orochi. Humph. What use is it to slay more Eastern warriors? A discordant voice shattered the silence. Jin Long, suppressing his inner shock, pointed at the ominous energy beam in the distant sky, accusingly declaring, "Look what you've done. Your actions have startled the snake, leading to the premature completion of the Yamada ritual. The East has successfully created a vessel for the Yamada no Orochi. Once the calamity deity descends, the world's order will surely be overturned. You, Liu Xuan, are the eternal sinner of Longxia." Whoosh. In a flash of sword light, the onlookers barely perceived the movement as Liu Xuan appeared before Jin Long, as if teleporting. Bang! A fierce kick sent Jin Long hurtling backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the distant ruins, raising a cloud of dust. Liu Xuan, gripping his halberd with one hand, stood upon the shadows of swords, suspended in the air, his cold gaze sweeping over Jin Long, who struggled to rise. His voice, though not loud, was chilling as he declared, "My patience ends here. Speak another word, and I shall not hesitate to add another soul of a candidate for the Imperial Pavilion beneath this halberd." Jin Long met Liu Xuan's emotionless gaze, his entire being stiffened. The curses that surged to his lips were forcibly silenced, his face turning as pale as a sheet, unable to utter another word. Behind Liu Xuan, Xiang Yun and Wu Junru also paled. They attempted to step forward but found their bodies instinctively resisting, a primordial fear stemming from the depths of their souls rendering them immobile. Exchanging glances, they each recognized the same shock and dread reflected in the other's eyes. Ultimately, they shamefully bowed their once proud heads. "I told you, for this mission, I alone am sufficient." Liu Xuan paid them no further heed. Turning his gaze towards the distant energy beam that connected heaven and earth, exuding a terrifying presence. Rather than fear, his eyes burned with a fiercer, more frenzied battle intent and greed. The legendary calamity deity of the East, the Yamada no Orochi? Chapter 132, Skill Max Level Scroll. On the summit of Mount Fuji, the wind and snow raged. Abe no Gensu gazed down at the mountain valley, where the bodies of Eastern warriors piled high, his face pale. Beside him, Emperor Showa, clad in solemn robes, looked on with fervent eyes. Rumbling. A deep, resonant sound echoed from within the mountain, as if the seething magma were about to burst forth. Yet, in the next moment, an eerie force swept through, and the erupting magma was forcibly petrified, solidifying into grotesque black rock. Simultaneously, a malevolent, tyrannical aura descended, firmly locking onto Abe no Genso and Showa. Before them, the space rippled like water, and a figure silently materialized. The figure was a youth with flowing black hair, bare-chested. His muscular form was adorned with a vividly lifelike totem of the Yamada no Orochi. 8 fearsome serpent heads coiled around his arms, chest, and back. Their eyes glimmering with a dark red light, the scales patterns clear, even undulating slightly with his breath, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Yuji, my son, you have succeeded. After a brief moment of fear, Showa was overtaken by immense joy, his voice trembling with uncontrollable excitement. How does it feel? The power of the Yamada no Orochi. An infinite power that obliterates all. Yuji slowly lifted his head, his eyes transformed from mere human pupils into the crimson vertical slits reminiscent of the legendary Yamada no Orochi, filled with sheer savagery and malevolence. His voice emerged, hoarse and jarring. I crave more vibrant blood and souls to awaken Lord Yamada completely. Upon hearing this, Shaoran cast his gaze over the array of Eastern warriors' corpses in the valley below, sacrificed in the name of Yamata. A flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes, but it was swiftly engulfed by a more fervent ambition. Go forth to Sakura capital. There lie the formidable warriors of Ryukyu, whose blood and souls shall nourish your power. If that proves insufficient, his gaze traversed the ocean, fixating on the western continent of Ryukyu, becoming ruthlessly fierce, then cross the sea and trample Ryukyu. With billions of lives, we shall welcome the divine descent of Yamada. Boom. The moment his words fell, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure descended upon Mount Fuji, as if the very heavens were collapsing, roaring. Amidst the thunderous dragon's roar that reverberated through the skies, a colossal claw, cloaked in golden scales and blotting out the sun, tore through the clouds, lunging towards Yuji, who had just acquired his powers. Xinyuan Wudi, how dare you? Shorin's countenance paled, leaving no time for contemplation as his inner energy erupted forth, his palms thrusting forward with urgency. Endless golden flames surged out, coalescing into a titanic fiery hand that fiercely met the golden claw. Bang! The clash of the dragon's claw and the fiery hand echoed through the air, akin to the explosion of two celestial bodies, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that instantaneously obliterated the snow and rocks atop Mount Fuji. Shorin let out a muffled groan as he was uncontrollably hurled away several hundred meters, barely stabilizing himself, blood already trickling from the corner of his mouth. Xinyuan, trespassing into our territory, attacking the emperor and the prince. Does Ryukyu seek to incite a full-scale war between our nations? Abe Jino exclaimed in shock and fury, directing his ire towards the heavens. Above, amidst the roiling black clouds, a colossal spectral five-clawed golden dragon, exuding boundless majesty and power, meandered slowly. Its enormous form, partially obscured, instilled an unparalleled sense of oppression upon those below. The spectral dragon gradually contracted, ultimately transforming into a robust middle-aged man with a resolute visage, enveloped in a palpable imperial dragon aura, none other than Xinyuan Wudi, the head of the Ryukyu Imperial Pavilion. Humph! Xinyuan Wudi snorted coldly, his voice resembling thunder from the ninth heaven. His piercing gaze transcended Abe Jino, locking firmly onto the eerily malevolent Yuji, his tone frigid. Shorin, Abe, you Easterners conduct sinister rituals in secrecy, attempting to awaken the legendary calamity bringing Yamada no Orochi. What do you intend to achieve? Such a malevolent entity must not be allowed to persist in our world. I have come today to uphold the celestial mandate and eradicate this bane, restoring peace to the realm. Xinyuan, it has been a long time, yet your temper remains as fierce as ever. A gentle voice, imbued with a peculiar enchantment, unexpectedly resonated. In the air, a golden magical array radiating soft white light began to gracefully swirl. In the next moment, an elegantly robed elder with white hair, wielding an ancient wooden staff, stepped forth from it with poise. It was Megu, the supreme leader of the Eagle Kingdom's Magic Association. Megu, my lord. Upon seeing the newcomer, Abe Jino's expression shifted to one of respect and relief, hastily bowing. Megu smiled and nodded at him, then turned his keen gaze toward Yuji, whose aura was continuously escalating and growing increasingly perilous, before addressing Xinyuan Wudi in a calm tone. Xinyuan, while Yamada no Orochi is indeed a deity of calamity and legend, this young man before us is not the true embodiment of Yamada. He is merely a bearer of a fraction of its power. By this token alone, it seems insufficient to deem him the root of the calamity. Would you not agree? He paused, lightly tapping the tip of his staff against the void, creating ripples. The Eagle Kingdom's love for peace is well understood by this old man. However, the foundation of maintaining world peace lies in respecting the sovereignty of all nations and refraining from meddling in their internal affairs. What say you? Indeed, Lord Megu speaks wisely. Shorin soared to Megu's side, pointing accusingly at Xinyuan Wudi. Yuji is my prince. He merely fortuitously gained the recognition of Lord Yamada's power and has violated no international conventions of the warrior realm. Rather, it is you, Xinyuan Wudi, as a terrestrial immortal, who has brazenly breached the celestial trajectory non-transgression treaty, intruding upon our land and committing acts of violence. Lord Meigu, I represent the Eastern Realm in expressing our most vehement protest. Calm yourself, Emperor Shorin. Meigu maintained his enigmatic smile, gazing at Xianyuan Wudi. Xianyuan, I perceive this may be a misunderstanding. Perhaps we should cease hostilities here. What do you think? Humph. Xianyuan Wudi, enraptured by rage, laughed mockingly, the dragon aura around him boiling like a tempestuous sea. Discuss a treaty with me? Do you think you are worthy? Boom. He stepped forward, the void trembling. His overwhelming presence crashing down like a mountain landslide or a tsunami upon his adversaries. Numerous warriors from my nation have mysteriously vanished within the Eastern Realm. I hereby formally demand your cooperation in the investigation. Surrender the culprits and provide an explanation, or else. His eyes blazed with golden light. Each word enunciated with gravity. You shall bear the consequences. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify. The tense atmosphere threatened to ignite the entirety of Mount Fuji. Ha ha. Suddenly, Meigu's ambiguous laughter shattered the stifling silence. Very well, since you, Xianyuan, insist on investigating, I shall take this opportunity to seek your counsel in a few techniques. To determine whether your imperial dragon arts are indeed unrivaled, or if my apocalypse magic surpasses yours. Since this is a consultation, such a grand occasion cannot lack my presence. Boom. Crack. Above the heavens, thunderclouds swiftly converged, ferocious lightning dancing like dragons and snakes. An elder with an ethereal demeanor, clad in Taoist robes and with a long beard flowing, stood atop the thunderclouds, holding a whisk, his gaze calm as he surveyed Meigu. A friend from afar arrives. Though distant, he must be vanquished. A voice, magnetic yet tinged with a sense of irreverence and lethal intent, resonated. In the sky, a colossal, slowly rotating yin-yang taiji formation materialized out of thin air. At the center of the formation, a strikingly handsome man, almost otherworldly, reclined lazily, propping his chin with one hand. His gaze disdainful. Tai, you remain as humorous as in your youth. A gentle and benevolent voice, capable of soothing all earthly disputes, drifted through the air. A myriad of stars seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, cascading beams of starlight that wove into a resplendent celestial staircase extending from the boundless void. Zuanwizi, clad in elegant white robes, akin to a celestial being descending to earth, gracefully descended along the staircase, a smile adorning his face. In an instant, Meigu's pupils constricted sharply. Shorin behind him turned pale with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Oh, what wind blows today to gather all of you? How lively it is. Boom, 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 boom. Four equally terrifying auras, each with distinct attributes, descended like celestial pillars on either side of Meigu. As the light dissipated, four figures emerged. The formidable terrestrial immortals of the Eagle Kingdom, aside from Meigu. Ha ha ha, Xianyuan. You do not harbor any grievances over us overwhelming you with numbers, do you? Meigu laughed heartily, the tip of his staff now gathering a disquieting radiance of magical power. Humph, enough with the idle chatter. Xianyuan Wudi made his stance clear through action. He gazed skyward, unleashing a thunderous dragon's roar that reverberated through the heavens, his form instantly swelling once more into a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon, charging ferociously towards Meigu. The battle was poised to erupt. Father, I leave this to you. The blood feast of Sakarakyo awaits my arrival. Yujin licked his crimson lips, a cruel and bloodthirsty smile gracing his visage. The surrounding eight-headed totem emanated an overwhelming darkness. In the next instant, he transformed into a twisting stream of black light, hurtling towards Sakarakyo at a velocity beyond the perception of the naked eye. Boy, where do you think you're going? Xianyuan Wudi roared, morphing into a golden dragon, one of its claws splitting off to intercept Yujin. Xianyuan, your adversaries are us. A resonant hum filled the air as an intense chill materialized, seemingly capable of freezing time itself. The claw detached from Xianyuan Wudi was abruptly encased in a thick layer of blue mystic ice, adorned with bizarre runes. Crack. Although the dragon's claw was frozen for but a fleeting moment before being shattered by an overwhelming force. That brief delay allowed the black stream that was Yujin to vanish beyond the horizon. In Sakarakyo, within the protective barrier, Liu Xuan sensed the malevolent aura emanating from the distant direction of Mount Fuji, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Was the true behemoth finally arriving? He forcibly suppressed the urge to charge forward, taking a deep breath to compel himself to regain composure. In critical moments like these, one must be thoroughly prepared. He promptly assessed the spoils that could immediately enhance his strength. Upon discovering 3 scrolls of max-level skills, his eyes ignited with fervent anticipation. Max-level skill scroll, upon use. It can elevate a qualifying skill directly to its maximum level.